Chapter 1. Jiangning City Outskirts. The City God Temple. A middle-aged man in his 40s, appearing rather honest and unassuming, lit 3 incense sticks and placed them into the incense burner. He then knelt upon a somewhat soiled mat, his hands clasped before his chest. In a hushed voice, he murmured, "Lord City God, something strange has been happening in our auspicious village lately. Just a few days ago, old Li's family suddenly became mute, and Zhao's daughter devours food as if she were a famished ghost, never satisfied. Most alarmingly, this morning, the entire Wang Ergo household perished overnight, in the manner of their demise." At this point, the image of 5 corpses transformed into mummified remains flashed through the man's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. His gaze turned fearful. He hurriedly bowed his head against the mat several times, pleading, "O Lord City God, I implore you to ensure the safety of Wang Daz's family. I prostrate myself before you. May the City God grant his protection." As the middle-aged man continued to bow, wisps of ethereal vitality wafted into the imposing clay effigy above, and simultaneously, a clear chime resonated in Qin Feng's ears. "Ding! You have received 10 strands of faith power, acquired 1 fervent believer, and triggered a special sign-in. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in?" Upon hearing the voice from the system, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with movement. He had traversed to another realm. Once an ordinary person, his soul had inexplicably found its way into this clay statue a month prior, becoming a city god. Initially, he was furious. Others traversed into fantastical worlds, historical eras, or at the very least, urban settings, where they could showcase their prowess. They became protagonists blessed with halos, surrounded by countless admirers. But not him. He had transitioned into a mere statue, rendered utterly powerless. He had yearned to escape the confines of the statue, only to discover that even if he did, he could only wander around the city god temple at night, and for a mere few hours. Exceeding this time limit would forcibly return him to the statue. It was torment, a relentless agony, a fate worse than death. Were it not for the fact that his soul could not end its own existence, he would have long sought release. However, everything changed 3 days ago. The activation of the system's voice brought him to tears of joy. Though the system could not provide him with a physical form, it granted him a daily sign-in system, allowing his merits to automatically double and accumulate, along with the ability to perceive fate in a 9-rank incense merit golden body. Additionally, he received a Chaotic Merit Cultivation Method as part of his starter pack. This meant he could enhance his power through acquiring merit and collecting incense faith. In the future, he could even cultivate to sainthood. Not only could he gain a physical body, but he could ultimately ascend to divinity, a genuine deity. How could he not be exhilarated? Yet, alas, before he could revel in his excitement, he realized he had no devotees to grant him merit. Without merit, what use was his cultivation? At long last, today, the first believer appeared. What thrilled him even more was that this initial believer was no ordinary follower, but a fervent devotee. A fervent believer is characterized by unwavering faith. Even the slightest doubt would preclude one from being deemed fervent. Yet the world he had traversed into was a parallel realm, not a feudal society from millennia past. One look at the desolate city god temple revealed that most people surely did not believe in deities otherwise. How could the temple have fallen into such disrepair? The arrival of this fervent believer was akin to a glimmer of hope amidst his despair. How could he not offer his protection to such a devoted follower? Of course, there was no rush first. He would ascertain the rewards of the special sign-in. With this thought, Qin Feng focused his intent. Sign-in. Sign-in successful. Your domain has expanded to a radius of 100 miles. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Previously, he could only operate within a 10-mile radius around the city god temple, leaving him utterly oblivious to the outside world. He had only gleaned a vague understanding of this realm through the passing travelers. But now, his domain had extended to a 100-mile radius, allowing him to truly engage with this world. Qin Feng exhaled softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He then lowered his gaze to Wang Dazhu, kneeling on the mat, and recalled Wang Daz's earlier words, his brow furrowing in thought. Strange occurrences? This world seemed far from tranquil. Yet, for him, this was not necessarily a misfortune when trouble arose. So too would opportunities for merit. Was that not so? With this in mind, Qin Feng pressed his right index and middle fingers together, sweeping them before his eyes, and executed the fate perception technique. This technique was a rudimentary spell, primarily used to observe the fluctuations of mortal fortunes. As he glanced at Wang Dazhu again, the scene before him abruptly transformed. 6 streams of differently colored energies materialized above Wang Daz's head, representing fortune, wealth, official prospects, elder affinity, progeny luck, and romantic prospects. However, at that moment, all 6 were shrouded in a layer of dark energy. Ghostly energy. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. He could ascertain that the auspicious village Wang Dazhu spoke of was undoubtedly plagued by malevolent spirits. Now he understood why strange incidents occurred in the village. It was clearly the work of sinister entities. Fortunately, Wang Dazhu had arrived in time. Had he delayed even a few more nights, he might have faced dire illness or even death due to these malevolent forces. The intrusion of ghostly energy into one's body was no trivial matter. With this realization, Qin Feng lightly pointed his right index finger at Wang Dazhu. Whoosh! A strand of golden light instantly entered Wang Daz's body. At that same moment, Wang Dazhu, who had been fervently bowing, suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him, as if even the affliction in his legs had improved significantly. He froze momentarily. What was happening? Previously, he had felt as though something was weighing down upon him. But why did he suddenly feel so much lighter? Suddenly, Wang Dazhu jerked his head up to gaze at the effigy. Could it be the city god? Yes, it must be the city god. The city god was telling him that his prayers had been heard. With this thought, Wang Dazhu became overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you, city god. Thank you, city god. As he exclaimed, he bowed 3 times on the mat, each sound echoing like a drumbeat. Afterward, Wang Dazhu rose, his face alight with joy as he made his way toward the temple's entrance. With the city god's protection, what could he possibly fear from demons or spirits? His family would undoubtedly be safe. No, he must quickly share this news with the villagers, urging them to come and pay their respects. As he watched Wang Daz's departing figure, Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward the southwestern horizon beyond the temple, where he faintly discerned a swirling mass of dark energy in the distance. Qin Feng's expression sharpened. Though he was not yet a true city god, he had to uphold the safety of this realm based on his newfound position. How could he allow malevolent spirits to wreak havoc in his domain? Moreover, he needed to accumulate more merit to cultivate to sainthood. Without action, how could he hope for merit? No. Within the city god temple, while awaiting the return of their companions, Lu Hongwei and the others engaged in casual conversation, during which Qin Feng gained further insight into this world. However, as their discussion progressed, the tone grew somewhat somber. After all, the profession of a spirit tamer was fraught with peril. Perhaps a colleague who jested today might be gone tomorrow. These realities had not been as deeply felt by Huang Cheng, the newly recruited team member. Yet Lu Hongwei and Yu Fei had endured far too much over the years. Lu Hongwei strolled to the door, leaning against the wooden frame, his gaze scanning the surroundings for the 2 missing team members. Meanwhile, Yu Fei paced back and forth, his brow furrowed with impatience. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Huang Cheng kneeling on the mat, hands clasped at his chest, murmuring incantations. He then bowed his head to the city god effigy. Instantly, Yu Fei chuckled. Huang Cheng, what era are we in? Are you still indulging in his superstitions? Hearing this, Huang Cheng pursed his lips and replied softly, Vice Captain, I used to not believe in ghosts either. He had once been an atheist, yet now, those events transpired right before his eyes. How could he not believe? If there were ghosts, why could there not be gods? Choked for a moment, Yu Fei's expression turned somewhat awkward. Yet, he stubbornly asserted, how can this be the same? After all, we have witnessed ghosts with our own eyes. If this world truly possessed deities, what place would there be for us, the ghost controllers? Huang Qing opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, If gods truly existed, why were there so many malevolent spirits causing havoc? Yet no one intervened? Perhaps this world is inhabited solely by ghosts, devoid of any divine presence. At that moment, Lu Hongwei also raised his gaze towards the statue, a flicker of doubt glimmering in his eyes. Why are there ghosts but no gods? This had been a long-standing mystery for him. Was it truly the case that this world lacked deities, or had all the gods vanished from existence? Lu Hongwei shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on such thoughts. As he prepared to turn away, he suddenly noticed the mud-crafted eyes of the statue seemingly twitching. Hastily, Lu Hongwei rubbed his eyes and looked up at the statue once more, only to find those black, muddy eyes still starkly defined, unchanged in the slightest. Am I seeing things? Lu Hongwei furrowed his brow with his rank, ghost-controlling prowess. How could he possibly be hallucinating? What had just occurred? Was it merely an illusion? Uncertain of the answer, he decided to adopt a mindset of cautious belief and resolved to pay his respects to the city god before departing. Perhaps, just perhaps, the city god could truly bless their mission. With that thought in mind, Lu Hongwei strode purposefully to the incense table, rummaging through to retrieve 3 sticks of incense that appeared to be quite ancient. He pulled out a lighter from his bag, igniting the incense, and respectfully placed them in the incense burner. Then, with a thud, he knelt upon the mat. Witnessing this scene, Yu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Hongwei, exclaiming, "No way. Team leader Lu, when did you start believing in such things like Huang Cheng?" While he could somewhat understand Huang Cheng's devotion, Lu Hongwei had been the bureau for so many years did he not realize that this world was entirely devoid of gods. Lu Hongwei remained silent, his hands clasped in front of his chest as he silently intoned, "I hope the city god blesses us on this mission, allowing us to return safely." After finishing, he bowed his head in reverence. Death held no fear for him. Having become a ghost controller, he had long prepared himself for the possibility of sacrifice. After all, he had no attachments, and should he perish, it would be a release. His sole desire was to eradicate all malevolent spirits, avenging his deceased wife and children. But Yu Fei still had a family to care for, and Huang Cheng and the others were all still young. He truly did not wish to witness the demise of his comrades once more. He only hoped for everyone to return safely. Yet, he was acutely aware that this mission held greater dangers than any they had faced before, and even he could not guarantee their safety. If the city god could indeed protect them, what harm would it be to bow his head? At that instant, as Lu Hongwei bowed, a wisp of faintly purple light floated into the statue, swiftly merging with Qin Feng's being. What is happening? Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity. Though it was merely a wisp of faith, it equated to 1,000 wisps of faith from others. What did this signify? It meant that Lu Hongwei alone was worth 1,000 followers. But why did he only sense a wisp of faith when Huang Cheng bowed for safety, while Lu Hongwei's faith was entirely different? With suspicion in mind, Qin Feng quickly employed his observation technique to scrutinize Lu Hongwei, discovering a faint golden hue enveloping the aura that represented official fortune. Is this national fortune? Qin Feng pondered, quickly realizing that Lu Hongwei, being an official and the captain of the ghost-controlling team, held a position of significance. A minor official is still an official. Furthermore, Lu Hongwei had contributed significantly to the nation over the years, with prospects for future promotion, thus explaining the uniqueness of his faith. Understanding the underlying reason, Qin Feng inhaled sharply, excitement surging within him. If he could cultivate more followers like Lu Hongwei, would not his goal of attaining sainthood be realized sooner? Of course, his immediate task was to develop Lu Hongwei into a genuine follower, a fervent one at that. With this thought, Qin Feng lowered his gaze toward Lu Hongwei, who was now bowing for the 3rd time. He gestured into the void, and a golden light rippled through the air, gradually forming a single character. Ke, whoosh. The character formed from golden light instantly penetrated Lu Hongwei's brow. As Lu Hongwei prepared to lift his head, he suddenly perceived a shimmering golden silhouette pointing directly at him. In the next moment, an immensely authoritative voice echoed in his ears, Kuh! Lu Hongwei sprang up, exhilaration radiating from him as he shouted towards Yu Fei and Huang Cheng. The city god has manifested. Did you just hear that? Yu Fei and Huang Cheng stared at Lu Hongwei in utter bewilderment. Has the city god manifested his divine presence? Where has he shown himself? Why have they seen nothing? Yu Fei approached Lu Hongwei, his face a mask of skepticism, and said, Captain Lu, you can't be hallucinating. Can you? Upon hearing this, Lu Hongwei was equally bewildered. He looked up at the deity's statue, which remained motionless, devoid of any ethereal shadows or sounds. Doubt crept into his mind. Was everything he experienced merely a figment of his imagination? Yet that voice had been so distinctly clear. How could it have been an illusion? Just as he pondered this, two figures hurriedly entered the room. It was Qin Feng and Feng Lin. As soon as they stepped in, Qin Feng eagerly spoke. Captain Lu, we just inquired with a few villagers. The deceased, Wang Ergu, had been working at a nearby construction site, but he failed to show up this morning. The foreman, fearing something was amiss, came to check and found the door unlocked. He gathered a few neighbors to enter, only to discover that Wang Ergu and his entire family of 5 had perished. Feng Lin handed a file to Lu Hongwei, adding, after the foreman reported the incident, the bodies were taken away by the police. This is the information we just obtained from them. From the photographs, it appears that Wang Ergu's family bore no external injuries. Yet their bodies were devoid of moisture, resembling desiccated corpses. It is clear that this was not the work of humans, but rather that of malevolent spirits. Moreover, our investigation reveals that strange occurrences have plagued Jixiang village recently. With several homicides beyond this one. Previously, there was a drowning that villagers dismissed as an accident, and a girl believed to have been afflicted by a starving ghost, also considered to be a rare illness. After our preliminary inquiry, we identified at least 3 types of spirits: the starving ghost, the tongue-pulling ghost, and the water ghost. However, none of these methods of killing correspond to the deaths of Wang Ergu's family. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongwei opened the file and was confronted by several photographs. The images depicted victims with wide eyes, clearly reflecting their terror before death, as though they had witnessed the malevolent entity responsible. The victims were left with only a layer of wrinkled skin clinging to their forms. Lu Hongwei's pupils constricted. This was unmistakably the result of a spirit draining the life essence from the victims, leading to their desiccation. Such a deed could only be attributed to a powerful malevolent spirit. Yet, if such a spirit truly existed, it would not merely target the Wang family but would threaten the entirety of Jixiang village. What on earth was happening? At this moment, Yu Fei approached, glancing at the photographs with confusion. What kind of spirit could have done this? The spirits I've encountered before did not seem to possess such capabilities. Lu Hongwei took a deep breath, shaking his head as he replied, there are many types of spirits. Our department has only documented those we have encountered, and we cannot account for all types. Thus, based solely on this, we cannot make a definitive judgment. However, one thing is certain. The spirit responsible for the deaths of Wang Ergu's family is more formidable and malevolent than the 3 types Feng Lin just mentioned. After a brief pause, his expression grew resolute as he declared, everyone, prepare yourselves. Tonight may well be a fierce battle. Let us depart. Understood. Meanwhile, Wang Deju returned to Jixiang village, his face alight with excitement as he approached the village entrance. He noticed a group of villagers gathered beneath a large tree, chattering animatedly. Who did Wang Ergu's family offend? It's truly tragic. A family of 5. Who could they have offended? Does it look like a human did this? Could it be something unclean? At this, a chill ran through the crowd as they exchanged fearful glances. Given the strange happenings in Jixiang village lately, it hardly seemed like the work of humans. Could it truly be the result of something unclean? Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone, do not be afraid. At this, the villagers turned to see Wang Daju striding towards them, a broad smile on his face. Today, I visited the city god temple, and the city god has manifested. At this proclamation, the villagers erupted in excitement. Is that true? The city god has manifested? Don't tease us. A middle-aged man, around 40, quickly grabbed Wang Daju's arm. Tell us, how did the city god manifest? Wang Daju animatedly recounted his experience, concluding, even my right leg feels much better when I walk. What else could it be but the city goddess blessing? The middle-aged man waved dismissively. Puffed, that's called a blessing. I thought you actually saw the city god. The surrounding villagers joined in laughter. Uncle Daju, I think you're just imagining things. The temple has been abandoned for so long, If the city god were truly present, wouldn't he have manifested long ago? Besides, the city god isn't like the earth god. How could he heal your ailments? If the city god existed, would so many strange occurrences be plaguing Jixiang village? Wang Daju's expression turned serious. Do you truly believe those events were the work of humans? I assert that it's precisely because the city god temple has been neglected for so long, without anyone paying homage, that these strange events have befallen our village that I tell you. There are deities above us. You may eat whatever you like, but be careful with your words. The city god may hear you and punish you. The villagers, who had been laughing, fell silent. Each of them began to harbor doubts. Whether the city god truly existed was uncertain, but the strange happenings in Jixiang village were undeniable. If there were indeed malevolent spirits in this world, who could claim that there were no deities? Could it be true, as Wang Daju suggested, that the neglect of the city god temple had led to the city god's lack of protection? Some villagers began to feel uneasy. As Wang Daju had said, there are deities above us. What if their earlier words had indeed reached the city god? What punishment might await them? The middle-aged man who had initially grabbed Wang Daju's arm cautiously surveyed the surroundings and nervously asked, Daju, you're not scaring me, are you? The city god wouldn't he really punish us, would he? Before Wang Daju could respond, a slender young man beside them chuckled. Second uncle, just listen to Uncle Daju's tall tales. What era are we living in? The city god? It's just a clay idol in the temple. Do you really believe it? Uncle Daju glared at him. Highway, I don't care if you believe me or not. But you should watch your mouth. Turning to the others, he continued, whether or not to pay homage is everyone's personal choice. I, Wang Daju, am not asking anyone to worship with me, but I advise you all to consider visiting. There have been too many strange occurrences in the village lately. Who knows when it might strike your own home? With a heavy sigh, Wang Daju ceased his discourse and strode purposefully towards his home. The villagers, left furrowed in thought, exchanged glances. Suddenly, one of them quietly proposed, what if we also go to pay our respects? Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. That it won't cost us much to pray. Even if the city god doesn't exist, we won't lose anything. But if we truly offend him, it could spell disaster for us? Absolutely. But if we pray, we should do so sincerely. That we ought to offer some tributes. Hearing their conversation, the earlier middle-aged man interjected, the sun is setting. Let us wait until tomorrow. We can all go to the city god temple together. His suggestion was met with enthusiastic nods. All right. Observing this, Highway couldn't help but laugh. Second uncle, do you really believe Uncle Daju's words? Fine. I'll join you all tomorrow. I'm curious to see how the city god manifests at the city god temple. Lu Hongwei and his team departed, while Qin Feng emerged from the deity statue. Although he currently possessed only the 9th rank of incense merit, he could hold his own against ordinary malevolent spirits, and even deal with powerful ones. Moreover, this was within his jurisdiction, allowing him to wield some of the city god's authority to reward the virtuous and punish the wicked, fulfilling the duties of the sun god. With this in mind, Qin Feng gazed towards the southwest, where the clouds painted the horizon crimson. Nightfall was approaching. With his index and middle fingers aligned, Qin Feng gently swept them before his eyes. Under the influence of his aura-seeing technique, the crimson sky suddenly transformed, and the surrounding black mist thickened significantly, even tainting the red clouds with a hint of darkness. Here it comes. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Although this spectral entity posed little threat to him, he seized the opportunity to witness the methods employed by contemporary ghost tamers to confront such apparitions. Meanwhile, just a few minutes later, Lu Hongwei and his companions arrived at Jixiang village. Before they even entered the village, a chilling breeze rushed towards them, causing the hairs on their arms to stand on end. Even the ghost tamers, Huang Cheng, Feng Lin, and Xin Ping, could not help but shudder slightly. Instinctively drawing closer to Lu Hongwei, Lu Hongwei glanced at the descending nightfall, and then towards Jixiang village. He noticed that every household had shuttered its doors, leaving the village eerily desolate. As if devoid of life, taking a deep breath, he turned to Yu Fei and the others, solemnly advising, everyone, be cautious. Understood. Yu Fei and the others responded in unison, carefully following Lu Hongwei while maintaining a vigilant watch over their surroundings as they ventured into the village. When they first entered the bureau, they had believed that ghosts only appeared at night. However, with ghostly energy permeating the nation, apparitions could manifest even during the day, albeit their strength diminished. Yet, in areas with heightened malevolence, ghosts would not be significantly weakened. Before long, They stepped into the village, their gazes scanning the vicinity in search of any signs of ghosts, yet none were to be found. However, no one dared to relax, for they understood that specters could emerge at any moment. Suddenly, Huang Cheng felt an unsettling chill creep up from behind, and his body tensed immediately. Swish! In an instant, he spun around, shouting, "Behind us, a ghost tamer." By definition, is one who integrates the essence of ghosts within themselves to harness their powers, which grants them a heightened sensitivity to ghostly presence compared to ordinary individuals. Thus, the moment he sensed the ghostly aura, he knew a specter was near. Upon hearing Huang Cheng's warning, Lu Hongwei and the others swiftly turned to see a menacing specter not far from them, its face twisted in a grotesque grimace. Mouth agape, yet void of sound. Lu Hongwei's expression hardened as he exclaimed, "It's a tongue-ripping ghost, a high-level malevolent spirit. I'll deal with it swiftly. Everyone, remain vigilant." Yes, upon receiving Lu Hongwei's command, Yu Fei and the others positioned themselves back to back, eyes alert as they surveyed their surroundings. That moment, Lu Hongwei's arms suddenly swelled, his skin transforming to a grayish hue, with thick veins bulging and writhing like earthworms. This was the power he had assimilated, ghost hands. With a swift motion, Lu Hongwei lunged towards the tongue-ripping ghost, which, sensing danger, attempted to flee. In the next instant, Lu Hongwei's right hand seized the specter's nape. The ghostly figure struggled as if it had gained corporeal form. Yet no matter how it thrashed, it could not break free from Lu Hongwei's grasp. With a sudden, anguished wail, it opened its mouth wide, emitting a chilling ghostly shriek. Lu Hongwei's expression shifted. This is bad. It's calling for reinforcements. In that brief moment, his left fist thrust through the tongue-ripping ghost's form, releasing a plume of green smoke. However, the specter's cries grew increasingly desperate. The expressions of Yu Fei and the others shifted, their anxiety palpable as they scanned the area. This malevolent spirit itself was not the source of their fear. Rather, it was the prospect of its companions, likely of an even higher rank. Damn it! Lu Hongwei gritted his teeth, delivering blow after blow, piercing through the tongue-ripping ghost's body. There were no sounds of impact, nor any visible effects, only the hiss of rising green smoke. After mere seconds, the tongue-ripping ghost fell silent, its form dissipating into the ether. Yet, before Lu Hongwei could exhale a sigh of relief, a frigid aura drifted towards him from afar, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Quickly raising his gaze, he beheld a woman clad in red, accompanied by two spectral figures, advancing upon them amidst the black mist. In the next moment, a chilling voice pierced his ears. "You have the audacity to slay my minion. Now you shall serve as my ghostly thralls." Though it was but a single statement, it plunged Lu Hongwei and his companions into an icy abyss. An overwhelming chill enveloped their hearts, as if they were ensnared by an eternal deathly pallor. Frozen in place, Lu Hongwei's face paled as he shouted, "Damn it! Wake up, everyone! Wake up!" This female specter was no ordinary spirit. She had attained sentience and was on the verge of evolving into a formidable, malevolent ghost. Moreover, she possessed the ability to ensnare them in illusions merely through her voice. At the sound of Lu Hongwei's urgent call, Yu Fei and the others jolted back to awareness. They turned their apprehensive gazes towards the female specter, their anxiety mounting. Just one utterance had nearly ensnared them in illusion, and now she was accompanied by two mid-level malevolent spirits. How could they possibly prevail? Meanwhile, Lu Hongwei clenched his jaw. Although he could contend with malevolent spirits, a soon-to-evolve specter was beyond his capabilities. No. He needed to urgently seek assistance from higher authorities. If this female ghost ascended to a formidable level, their entire team would face annihilation. In a flash of thought, Lu Hongwei pressed his hand against the badge on his chest. Under the interference of ghostly energy, ordinary communication devices were rendered useless. But this badge was a specialized communicator developed by the Special Incident Management Department. Besides communication, it also facilitated precise location tracking and video transmission. Before long, a heavy voice resonated in Lu Hongwei's earpiece. "What is the situation?" Lu Hongwei promptly replied. "Jixiang village is on the brink of birthing a junior formidable ghost. Team 8 requests immediate assistance." The voice from the communicator responded swiftly. "Received. I will report this immediately and arrange for reinforcements. Team 8, hold your position as best as you can." Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crept across Lu Hongwei's face. Hold, could they even manage that? In Jiangning City, within the Special Incident Management Bureau's communication room, a stern-looking middle-aged man addressed the communicator. "Jixiang village is on the cusp of producing a junior formidable ghost. Are there any nearby teams capable of rapid support? After his inquiry, a voice responded through his earpiece. Team 2, led by Yao Na, acknowledges that we will arrive within 10 minutes for support. Yao Na, merely 25 years old, was a B-rank ghost tamer. Achieving B-rank at such a young age attested to her exceptional talent, marking her as a rare prodigy even among her peers. Furthermore, she held the potential to ascend to A rank before turning 30. Above Jixiang village, ominous clouds loomed, and the oppressive, ghostly energy nearly suffocated the entire area at that moment. Yu Fei and the others regained their composure. That was close. Yu Fei swallowed hard. Had it not been for Captain Lu awakening them, they might have become the ghostly thralls of that female specter. Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly noticed the red-clad specter had appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Her hair danced wildly, and the 2 streaks of crimson tears on her face rendered her terrifying. With her head thrown back, the red-clad specter unleashed a piercing shriek, and the resentment emanating from her surged explosively. Boom! Lu Hongwei and the others felt themselves engulfed by an overwhelming darkness, and in the next instant, their surroundings shifted to a dimly lit room, an illusion. Lu Hongwei's pupils dilated. He had never anticipated that this red-clad specter, not yet a formidable ghost, had already begun to develop the capabilities of a ghostly illusion. Ghostly illusions were powers typically possessed by ghost generals, a rank higher than formidable ghosts. Clearly, this red-clad specter possessed the potential to ascend to ghost general status. It is worth noting that every ghost general is an immensely formidable entity, with devastating lethality. The emergence of any ghost general spells catastrophe for any city. Fortunately, the red-clad female specter revealed herself prematurely. Otherwise, Jiangning City would have been plunged into a dire crisis. At that moment, a voice crackled through Lu Hongwei's earpiece. Second Squad Xiao Na has received the message and will arrive for support in 10 minutes. He was taken aback to discover that the one coming to their aid was Yao Na. They were saved. Lu Hongwei felt little sentimentality. They only needed to hold on for 10 more minutes to be rescued. He surveyed the surroundings with vigilance and addressed the group behind him, saying, "Everyone, please be cautious. I will swiftly seek a way to break this illusion." "Yes," came the anxious replies from Yu Fei and the others. As they nervously scanned their environment, suddenly, a wailing cry pierced the air. Wah! Wah! It was the sound of an infant's cries. The group hurriedly turned toward the source of the sound and beheld a beautiful woman clad in coarse linen, cradling a baby in her arms, gently whispering, "Darling, don't cry, don't cry." In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as a burly man hurled a bound man at the woman's feet and seized her by the hair. Snarling, "You vile woman, if it weren't for you, my brother would still be alive." Immediately, 2 women following the brute rushed forward, each attempting to snatch the child from the woman's grasp while shouting, "Luo Lijuan, return my son's life. Luo Lijuan, you heartless wretch, my brother worked so hard, and yet you seek to harm him. This spawn must die." Luo Lijuan, while shielding the infant, sobbed in protest, I didn't. I truly did not betray Along. He is genuinely Along's child." Though she wept inconsolably, no one showed her any sympathy. Slap. The burly man struck her face with a resounding blow, declaring, "You dare to betray my brother. Today, I will drown you in a pig's trough before the entire village." With that, he dragged the woman toward the door. Nearby, an elderly woman seized the child and mercilessly slammed it to the ground, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from the infant's head. Witnessing this scene, Huang Cheng and Chen Ping averted their eyes in distress. How could these people be so cruel? A mere infant, and they treat it so callously? Beasts. Fong Lin cursed, unable to restrain himself from charging forward to intervene. But Lu Hongwei firmly grabbed his arm. "This is all an illusion." At those words, Fong Lin jolted back to reality, filled with dread. He had almost been deceived. Should they believe in the events of this illusion, they could become entrapped, never to awaken. Thank goodness for Captain Lu. Just then, a cacophony of laughter echoed around them. An illusion? No, this is no mere illusion. Ha! The chilling laughter sent shivers down their spines. And in the next moment, a scratching sound of nails against metal filled the air. Creak, creak. The wails of the baby grew louder while Yu Fei and the others clutched their ears in terror. Even Lu Hongwei felt goosebumps rising on his arms, as if those nails were scraping right beside him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hongwei stepped forward and shouted, "Luo Lijuan, I know it's you. Now that you are dead, cease your malevolence. As if provoked by Lu Hongwei's words, the dim room vanished. In the blink of an eye, they plunged back into darkness. The woman's voice resonated in their ears once more. Why? I have done nothing wrong. Why must I be punished? And my child, he is only just turned a month old. Why must he be killed like this? No. You all must die, all of you. The voice, laden with resentment, echoed in their ears, drowning out everything else. Only boundless terror surrounded them. Lu Hongwei's expression darkened. It was evident that this vengeful spirit was Luo Huiwan, and everything they had just witnessed was real. She had conjured this illusion to stir their sympathy, ensnaring them in her world and transforming them into soulless husks, her ghostly thralls. Now that the specter was enraged, she would likely seek to eliminate them. Just then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ah, Yu Fei! Lu Hongwei's heart raced, and he swiftly turned to see Yu Fei with 5 bloodied scratches marring his face. Meanwhile, Huang Cheng and the others stood frozen in fear. Their faces ashen. Yu Fei gritted his teeth against the pain, saying, Captain Lu, I'm fine, be careful. Hearing this, Lu Hongwei clenched his fists tightly, knowing that this approach was futile. Luo Huijuan's power surpassed his own, and in this illusion, he could not strike against her. However, if they waited any longer, they would all perish within 10 minutes. The only solution was to break through with brute force. Resolutely, Lu Hongwei declared, Stay back a bit. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei and the others' expressions shifted. Stay back. What was Captain Lu planning? Wait. Yu Fei suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Hongwei with alarm. Captain Lu, you can't be thinking of forcibly unsealing the spirit within you? Ignoring the pain on his face, Yu Fei grasped Lu Hongwei tightly, anxiety coursing through him. The spirit within a ghost master was in a semi-sealed state, depending on the spirit's potential and strength. The future achievements varied, but they all shared one commonality. Once fully unsealed, the spirit could easily spiral out of control, potentially turning the ghost master into sustenance for the spirit within, releasing a true demon. For this reason, ghost masters not only needed to strengthen their physical bodies, but also had to cultivate their mental fortitude. Only through rigorous testing could they ensure they wouldn't lose control during unsealing. Even so, each advancement remained fraught with peril. Should a ghost master lose control, they would be executed on the spot. Now, Lu Hongwei had yet to undergo testing. Should he unseal himself, he risked losing control. If he truly did lose control, even if they escaped the illusion, the rescue team would eliminate him on the spot. How could Yu Fei not worry? Lu Hongwei patted Yu Fei's hand reassuringly, saying, Do not fear. I will not allow myself to become fodder for a ghost, nor create a new malevolent spirit. I will only unseal my power to C-level. As long as we can escape the illusion. We will await the arrival of the rescue team. Yu Fei's face paled further, yet he clung stubbornly to Lu Hongwei's arm. No, Captain, this is far too dangerous. Before he could finish, a shriek echoed. Ah. It's Feng Lin. Lu Hongwei did not look back but clenched his fists tightly. This is our only opportunity. There's no time. Hiss, Yu Fei cried out in pain, as if his hand had been scalded. Flailing in the air. In the next moment, he watched as a grayish-blue skin rapidly spread across Lu Hongwei's neck and cheeks, thick, worm-like veins pulsating and extending, as if feasting on Lu Hongwei's flesh and blood. With a resounding rip, Lu Hongwei's clothing tore apart, fragments flying as his upper body swelled grotesquely, resembling a grayish-blue monstrosity. Seeing this, Yu Fei's expression turned complex. Even if Lu Hongwei merely forced the unsealing to C-level, he still faced the risk of losing control. Even if luck was on their side, and he did not lose control, resealing afterward would deplete his energy, hindering further advancements. He glanced at Feng Lin, who had collapsed to the ground, and at Huang Cheng and Qin Feng, their faces filled with terror, and decided not to intervene further. They had to escape the illusion quickly, otherwise they would all perish. Lu Hongwei suppressed the agitation within him, stifling the rage that urged him to destroy everything. As he began to strike at the surrounding darkness with powerful blows, swish, swish, the relentless wind of fists swept through the air. Yet it felt as though they struck against cotton, leaving no impact whatsoever. Nevertheless, Lu Hongwei did not falter for an instant, for he was acutely aware that the female specter was lurking within the boundless darkness. Bang! Lu Hongwei sensed the solid contact of his fist, and in the next moment, the black mist before him gradually dispersed, revealing a crimson figure that was hurled backward into the distance. The dark aura surrounding the red silhouette diminished. Clearly indicating that he had inflicted harm. Lu Hongwei let out a slight sigh of relief, and Yu Fei and the others were similarly stirred with excitement. They had broken through. Yet, in an instant, Lu Hongwei's expression tightened once more. He felt something burrowing into his being, followed by a torrent of malevolent thoughts flooding his mind, ensnaring him tightly. Simultaneously, a voice filled with temptation echoed in his ears. Devour. Devour. By consuming them, you shall become the mightiest. Devour everything. At that moment, Yu Fei noticed Lu Hongwei standing still, but the veins on his face, body, and arms bulged ominously, his gaze brimming with avarice, mouth agape, as if ready to pounce. Yu Fei's expression changed abruptly. This is bad. Team Lu has been possessed by a starving ghost. Upon hearing this, Huang Cheng and the others turned pale. Under normal circumstances, they would have a way to expel the starving ghost from Team Lu's body. But now, Team Lu was on the brink of losing control. What were they to do? Yu Fei gritted his teeth, shielding Huang Cheng and the others while attempting to rouse Lu Hongwei's consciousness. Team Lu. Wake up! Please, wake up! Lu Hongwei, who had seemed poised to pounce, suddenly halted, as if regaining a semblance of clarity. In the next moment, the voice of the female specter echoed again. Ha! Did you think that injuring me would allow you to escape? Dream on, you shall all perish. Ha! Amidst her nearly frenzied laughter, Lu Hongwei's eyes glazed over with a crimson hue, and his veins erupted, the dark red liquid spilling forth across his body. Huang Cheng's eyes widened in horror as he stammered. Team Lu is losing control. Yu Fei and the others also grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts racing to their throats. It was over. They were truly finished this time. Yet, Lu Hongwei did not move. Instead, he fixed his scarlet gaze on Yu Fei and bellowed, "Kill me." No. Yu Fei stared at Lu Hongwei in disbelief. How could he? How could he bring himself to slay his own comrade? Huang Cheng and the others trembled, their lips quivering in disbelief. Kill Team Lu? No. That is out of the question. Feng Lin clenched his fists tightly, shouting, Team Lu, hold on a little longer. The support team will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongwei's heart sank into bitter laughter. Yet he could no longer hold on. Lu Hongwei roared, transforming the last vestiges of his reason into a hoarse cry. Quick. Kill me. There is no time left. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng, suspended in midair, was momentarily taken aback. How had it come to this? In truth, he had left a seal of faith within the bodies of Lu Hongwei and his companions. Although he lacked sufficient faith power, Lu Hongwei had just provided him with 1,000 strands. One seal consumed merely 10 strands of faith power. He certainly did not mind. Thus, when Lu Hongwei and the others were ensnared in the illusion, he did not rush to intervene because if Lu Hongwei truly faced a life-threatening crisis, the seal would automatically shatter to protect him. Moreover, he intended to seize this opportunity to closely observe the techniques of the ghost tamers. However, who could have predicted that it would devolve into a situation where comrades would turn against one another? If Yu Fei were to intervene, the seal would become ineffective. This seal was only useful against malevolent entities. Sighing deeply, Qin Feng realized that he could no longer remain passive. Very well. There would be other opportunities to learn more in the future. With that thought, Qin Feng extended his right hand and gently pointed toward Lu Hongwei. He actively shattered the sealed IT that very moment. Yu Fei clenched his teeth, and upon hearing Lu Hongwei's nearly desperate voice, he tightened his grip. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly noticed a shimmering golden character manifesting on Lu Hongwei's forehead. In the next instant, that character shattered, transforming into a beam of golden light that re-entered Lu Hongwei's forehead. Puffed. A phantom emerged from Lu Hongwei's body, but within less than a second, it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Who? Luo Huajuan's smile vanished. Her face was filled with terror as she scanned her surroundings, a sudden sense of intense danger surging within her. Although the starving ghost was not particularly powerful, it should not have been so easily dispatched. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she had sensed no presence of the assailant. Who was this individual, and what strength did they possess? The voice of the female specter echoed the questions swirling in Yu Fei and the others' minds. Who had intervened to save Team Lu? Yu Fei was certain that the assailant was definitely not part of the support team. If they had arrived, there would have been no need to conceal themselves. But if they were not from the support team, then who were they? Could it be a rogue ghost tamer? Rogue ghost tamers. 2. Were ghost tamers. In this era of terror, various extraordinary individuals had emerged across the nation. They became ghost tamers through fortuitous circumstances or alternative means, yet they were unwilling to join official organizations. Some distrusted the capabilities of the authorities, some sought only to protect themselves, and others, having gained power, engaged in malevolent deeds. Such individuals were the most detestable. Of course, among rogue ghost tamers, there were also righteous souls. While they may not wish to join official organizations, they took it upon themselves to eradicate malevolent spirits. It was entirely possible that the one who had just acted was a passing rogue ghost tamer. The ability to instantly slay a starving ghost indicated that their strength was not to be underestimated. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Yu Fei stepped forward, reaching out to steady the swaying Lu Hongwei. Upon lifting his gaze, he was relieved to see Lu Hongwei's eyes clear once more. Thank goodness, Team Lu was safe. At this moment, Lu Hongwei, having regained his senses, hurriedly glanced around that he had just felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, even mending the injuries he had sustained during the forceful unsealing. What was happening? Before Lu Hongwei could ponder further, he suddenly saw Luo Huiwan seize the water ghost beside her. Then, with a swift motion, drew it into her mouth. Lu Hongwei's expression shifted. This is bad. She intends to forcefully advance. No sooner had he spoken than he observed Luo Huijuan's flowing hair rapidly elongating like vines, twisting in the air as if they were venomous serpents bearing their fangs. Her vividly painted nails suddenly extended by 10 centimeters, resembling a pair of razor-sharp claws capable of piercing through flesh. The surrounding ghostly energy intertwined, emitting a wailing sound. Accompanying this was the sound of weeping. Ghostly wails, listening to the cries growing louder in his ears. Huang Cheng and the others huddled together, desperately seeking warmth. Yet all they felt was the trembling bodies beside them. Where was the support team? Hadn't they said the support team would arrive in 10 minutes? Why had they not come yet? At this moment, Yu Fei turned to Lu Hongwei, his face ashen. Team Lu. Lu Hongwei remained silent, his gaze fixed on the imminent advancement of Luo Huiwan. A look of resoluteness crossing his face. It was now too late to halt Luo Huijuan's progression, despite having been trapped in the illusion for what felt like an eternity. In reality, only a brief minute had elapsed since they had forcefully escaped. They could not wait for the support team any longer. He was already no match for Luo Huiwan, and having suffered severe injuries from the previous forced unsealing, he could not unseal himself a second time. There was no room for delay. Fleeing, given their speed, was utterly impossible. Although he was aware that someone had secretly aided him moments ago, he believed that the individual's strength was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, there would have been no need for concealment. That it must have been some special means that allowed them to eliminate the hungry ghost. However, the hungry ghost was unlike Luo Huiwan. Once Luo Huiwan succeeded in her advancement, she would transform into a vengeful spirit clad in red, and even a mere beginner-level ghost would possess a far more intense resentment than ordinary spirits, along with greater power. The person who had just acted had yet to reveal themselves, and it was likely they were not a match for Luo Huiwan. At that moment, Qin Feng, suspended in midair, raised an eyebrow. This was intriguing, ghost-devouring ghost, and in such a manner as to absorb the resentment and energy within the opponent's body. Forcibly breaking through oneself, it seemed this female ghost was driven to desperation. Otherwise, she would not resort to consuming her own kind for advancement. There was no need to rush. He wanted to observe just how powerful this red-clad vengeful spirit was post-advancement. With this thought, Qin Feng looked down and saw that in just a few seconds, the red-clad female ghost had completed her absorption, then suddenly darted towards Lu Hongwei and the others. That he stroked his chin. The effect of the illusion sound was noticeably stronger than before. With her speed increased 2 to 3-fold. As for the illusion, he had no chance to explore it. Otherwise, Lu Hongwei and the others would certainly meet their demise. At that very moment, Lu Hongwei and his companions felt a flash before their eyes. The female ghost had vanished. Instantly, a wave of terror enveloped their hearts, prompting Lu Hongwei to shout, "Run!" Yet, no one moved. All stood frozen, as if they had forgotten how to resist. The next moment, Lu Hongwei caught sight of Luo Huiwan, her beautiful face still streaked with blood tears, yet instead of fear, he felt an overwhelming pity. Wishing he could offer her his very heart and lungs. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted Lu Hongwei back to reality. He looked down to find Luo Huijuan's sharp nails piercing his chest, just as he prepared to despair and close his eyes. He noticed Luo Huiwan had become still. He quickly raised his head to see her trembling violently. as though shaken like chaff. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice resonated in his ears. "Wretched creature, this is the mortal realm. How can you, a ghostly evil, act with such impunity?" Following this, a figure enveloped in golden light appeared in midair, causing the ghostly energy to scatter in all directions. Lu Hongwei could not discern the figure's features, but he recognized the pair of extraordinarily authoritative eyes that eye in an instant. His pupils constricted. He had seen those eyes before. It was the city god. In a moment of surprise and excitement, Lu Hongwei watched as the golden apparition suddenly raised its right hand, which was shrouded in golden light, and struck down towards Luo Huiwan. With a resounding crash, Luo Huijuan's ghostly form, composed of gathered ghostly energy, instantly became riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. The next second, she shattered silently, dissipating into countless wisps of blue smoke carried away by the wind. Lu Hongwei swallowed hard, hurriedly bowing his head and kneeling on the ground with a thud. He dared not meet the divine gaze directly. He turned to see that the four others remained in a daze. Staring up at the sky, he quickly grabbed Yu Fei and urged in a hushed tone, "Hurry and thank the city god." Upon hearing this, Yu Fei and the others finally came to their senses. Thud, thud. Huang Cheng and the others followed suit, kneeling on the ground, their heads nearly buried in the earth. Yet, their hearts could not cease trembling with shock. So, there truly was a divine presence. After vanquishing the red-clad vengeful spirit, Qin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, concealing his form, and with a step, he swiftly descended into the statue of the city god within the temple. Just then, a crisp notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Red-clad vengeful spirit defeated, safeguarding Jixiang village's peace, triggering special sign-in. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with joy. Sign in. Sign in successful. Gained 10 threads of merit power. Merit power. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as his heart raced uncontrollably. Merit power could not only be used to enhance his cultivation and refine his golden body, but, more importantly, it could strengthen his divine soul. This was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Qin Feng excitedly looked up to see a purple beam of light descend upon the city god temple, piercing through the stone-tiled roof and enveloping him completely. Immediately, he heard a cracking sound within him, as if breaking through some kind of shackles. Merit golden body advanced to 8th rank, but it was not over yet. He looked down at himself. Now, he had no physical body, existing entirely as a spirit, and his previously somewhat translucent divine soul appeared much more solid. Qin Feng quickly glanced at the system panel, which had undergone a complete transformation. Host, Qin Feng Foundation, City God Body, Merit Golden Body, 8th rank official position, Daytime God Divine Powers, Palm of Merit. Qi Observation Technique, Dream Entry Technique. Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Goodness, his official rank had soared from 9th to 8th. It should be noted that according to the City God's inheritance, the divine hierarchy is divided into 9 ranks and 18 levels, ascending from 9th rank to true 9th rank, then to 8th rank, and now he had jumped 2 levels in one go. Moreover, he had acquired a new divine power, Dream Entry Technique. Furthermore, upon becoming an 8th rank official, he could not only patrol at night, but also oversee everything within his jurisdiction during the day. Wherever his thought reached, there he was. Meanwhile, the skies above Jixiang village cleared, as a sunset painted the horizon in vibrant hues, appearing ever more dazzling, as if bursting forth in a final moment of brilliance. As nightfall approached, despite Qin Feng having departed long ago, Lu Hongwei and the other 4 remained prostrated on the ground, too afraid to rise. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang in their ears. "Captain Lu, what are you all doing?" Lu Hongwei looked up to see Yao Na, dressed in a practical outfit with her hair tied in a ponytail, frowning at him. Only then did he snap back to reality that it was over. He patted Yu Fei beside him and whispered, "The support team has arrived." Upon hearing this, Yu Fei and the others felt somewhat dazed, as if everything that had transpired today had been a dream, surreal and unbelievable. But Luo Huiwan was gone. What could serve as a better proof of the earlier events? Seeing Lu Hongwei remain silent, Yao Na glanced around, her frown deepening. "Where's the vengeful spirit?" Before Lu Hongwei could respond, Yu Fei excitedly interjected, "It's dead. It's dead. The city god manifested and protected us." At these words, Yao Na paused for a moment. "City god? What city god?" She furrowed her brow, asking in a serious tone, "What exactly happened?" Lu Hongwei took a deep breath to calm his own excitement. quickly recounting the events that had transpired. After listening, Yao Na fell into contemplation. Having been in the Special Management Bureau for so long, she had never heard of any divine manifestation. Yet, Lu Hongwei had no reason to deceive her, and judging by the expressions of the other team members, they did not appear to be fabricating their excitement. Moreover, according to Lu Hongwei, that female ghost had successfully advanced, and with Lu Hongwei and the other's strength alone, they could not have possibly defeated a beginner-level ghost. They would have been entirely annihilated by her. Yet now, aside from some superficial injuries, they all remained unharmed. If not for the city god they spoke of, then what could explain this? Yao Na chose not to press further. Instead, she crossed her arms and slowly walked to one side, abruptly halting, her eyes closing and then opening again, and in an instant, her black pupils vanished. Her eyes now appeared entirely white, yet beneath those eyes, she clearly perceived remnants of black specks in the air, along with some golden points of light, evidently the residual energy left by the one who had acted earlier. An A-level ghost master? Yao Na's heart jolted. She had no doubts regarding her ghostly ocular ability. The black and golden hues represented residual energy, black denoting ghostly aura. Even if the malevolent spirit had vanished, the energy could linger in the air for over 24 hours. The golden speck, on the other hand, must have been left by the assailant. Judging by the residual energy, the individual was at least an A-class ghost tamer. As for whether they were the city god, she was uncertain, but it seemed imperative that she report this matter post-haste. With this thought in mind, Yao Na turned to Lu Hongwei and said, "I will report this incident. Since the malevolent spirit has been eradicated, I must hasten to reunite with my team. Captain Lu, what about you?" Captain Lu glanced around at the heads peeking out and replied, "Captain Yao, we still need to reassure the villagers." Yao Na nodded in agreement. Understood. The Special Events Management Bureau, Jiangning Branch. The discovery of A-class ghost tamer residual energy in Jixiang village sent ripples throughout the entire Jiangning branch, especially with Captain Lu's assertion that it was the city god manifesting. At that moment, all senior officials gathered in the conference room for an emergency meeting. The head of the liaison department, Ning Ming, spoke up. "I believe the likelihood of it being an A-class ghost tamer is greater. After all, no one has ever witnessed a deity, have they? An A-class ghost tamer, even within the Jiangning branch, was an unparalleled existence, and now, such a master had appeared right under their noses. If it truly was an A-class ghost tamer, they would undoubtedly be a target for recruitment. As for the city god manifesting, that was utterly preposterous. Everyone knew that the city god was a deity. However, since the onset of terror, no one had laid eyes upon a divine being, nor had they heard of any divine manifestation. How could he believe it was the city god taking action? Beside him, Julien, sporting a full beard, waved his hand dismissively. "Not having seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I trust Lu Hongwei. He would never lie. I've always had one question. Why are there ghosts but no gods?" Upon hearing this, the seemingly cold Xiaomei interjected, "If they truly exist, why have they never manifested in all these years? Why now?" Instantly, the room fell into silence. Indeed, it wasn't that they disbelieved in the city god. Rather, they found it hard to accept. The myths of Huaxia had been passed down for thousands of years for a reason, and there were even records in some ancient texts. But if they truly existed, why had they never appeared in all these years? At that moment, Jiangning branch chief Qin Feng spoke up. Could it be that the previous conditions were inadequate, and now the world has undergone such a transformation that it has awakened the myths? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a possibility. Some ancient texts hinted at signs of the deity's disappearance. No, perhaps the deities had not disappeared but had instead fallen into slumber. After the relentless onslaught of malevolent spirits, certain conditions may have been met, leading to the resurgence of myths. While pondering this, Zhao Qingfeng's voice rang out again. "Regardless of the truth, this matter must be thoroughly investigated." The expressions of the crowd turned serious as they replied in unison, "Understood." In Jixiang village, Yao Na had already departed, leaving Lu Hongwei and the others still in shock over the city god matter. They did not believe it was the action of an A-class ghost tamer. It was evidently the city god himself taking action. What did this signify? The resurgence of mythology. Since the emergence of malevolent spirits a century ago, there had been relentless pursuit for traces of the divine. Yet, for a long time, aside from a few records in ancient texts, nothing had surfaced. Now, however, the situation had changed. The city god had appeared. The city god was the deity who safeguarded the city, primarily responsible for punishing evildoers and comforting the souls of the departed. As long as the city god was present, the world would surely return to clarity. The city god had manifested. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Lu Hongwei and the others turned to see a plain-looking youth rushing over, his face alight with excitement. Upon inquiry, they learned that the individual had just discovered the village's anomalies and had been hiding in the city god temple. Just moments ago, the true form of the city god had suddenly radiated brilliance, though it was brief. He had clearly witnessed it. The city god had manifested. Lu Hongwei and the others were taken aback, hastily dashing towards the city god temple. Meanwhile, the villagers, who had been inside, also rushed out. They had seen the golden light in the sky and, upon hearing the youth's account, became even more convinced. The city god had manifested. Upon arriving at the city god temple, Lu Hongwei was the first to burst inside. He beheld the statue on the incense altar. Looking pristine, not a speck of dust in sight, he stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. Following closely behind, Yu Fei and the others were equally shaken, mouths agape, speechless. They had visited the city god temple before, and at that time, the statue had been covered in grime. Nothing like the immaculate sight before them now. Soon, the villagers who followed also gathered around. Witnessing this scene, they all knelt, bowing their heads and fervently exclaiming, "The city god has truly manifested. Thank you, city god, for your protection." At that moment, an elder wiped the tears and snot from his face, speaking excitedly. "It is said that the city god has manifested before, and such odd phenomena accompanied it. Did you all see? The city goddess features have become so clear. This signifies the revelation of his true form. The city god has manifested. Heaven bless our Jixiang village. Quickly, let us pay homage to the city god." The elder, named Ma Xianrong, was over 70 years old and held a revered position within the village. Naturally, the villagers took his words to heart and prepared to offer incense and bow. But Ma Xianrong stopped them, saying, "This won't do. Offerings must adhere to certain protocols. In ancient times, sacrifices required 3 livestock and 5 types of offerings. Though we cannot prepare such high-standard offerings, we cannot neglect them entirely. Wouldn't tea that diminished the city goddess' stature." Upon hearing this, the villagers suddenly realized the city god temple had been neglected for so long that they had only been thinking of incense and bowing, nearly forgetting the offerings. "How foolish," someone asked. "Elder Ma, what should we prepare?" Ma Xianrong pondered and replied, "Let us not waste time. Go home and see what we have, but each household should prepare at least 3 to 5 good dishes. A bottle of fine wine, yellow paper, incense, and candles. Whatever we have, let us gather as much as we can. Quickly, prepare for our collective offering." The villagers dispersed in a flurry, rushing home to gather supplies. Qin Feng, having overheard the conversation, smiled. The quality of the offerings would directly influence the strength of the faith he could garner, even if they could not provide the full 3 livestock and 5 offerings. Just some ordinary food and wine would yield 3 to 4 times the faith power compared to before. Thankfully, someone was aware. Otherwise, he would have suffered a considerable loss. Meanwhile, Lu Hongwei curiously approached Ma Xianrong, humbly inquiring, "Elder, are there really so many protocols to worship the deities?" Ma Xianrong nodded solemnly. "Of course, when the city god manifests, it is essential for the people to revere him." Beside them, Huang Chung hesitated, then could not help but say, "Old man, having every household prepare food and drink, isn't that a bit excessive?" Ma Xianrong glared disapprovingly at Huang Chung. "What do you know, young lad? In ancient times, when performing sacrificial rites, one needed not only 3 livestock and 5 offerings, but also jade utensils and silk as offerings. Moreover, there were dragon dances, phoenix dances, and lion dances, with drummers to liven the occasion. We are merely preparing some dishes for the city god. How is that wasteful? Besides, we are spending our own money for the city goddess' enjoyment. What business is it of yours?" Upon hearing this, Huang Cheng's face flushed. He certainly believed in the city god and was willing to offer tribute. But if every household in Jixiang village prepared food and drink, it would likely fill the entire city god temple. How could the city god possibly consume that much? Was tea that wasteful? If it were wealthy families, he wouldn't mind. But Jixiang village was comprised of honest villagers. Was such extravagance appropriate? Lu Hongwei was certainly aware that Huang Chung meant well, and he quickly intervened, saying, "Elder, please do not be angered. The child is unaware of the rules and has inadvertently caused you embarrassment." A Xianrong glanced at Huang Chung and waved his hand dismissively. let it be. Young man, you must remember to choose your words wisely in the future. Not all things can be spoken carelessly. In ancient times, our city god was bestowed by the emperor himself, and any disrespect towards him would warrant punishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongwei paused momentarily. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and inquired, "Old gentleman, but there are no emperors in this day and age. Does that not diminish the authority of the city god?" Ma Xianrong chuckled and replied, "Ah, you misunderstand. The bestowal I speak of is merely a formality, signifying that the emperor reflects the will of the people in recognizing the city god." With this revelation, Lu Hongwei's heart stirred with understanding. So the so-called bestowal was merely a title, a matter of form. Could he not also request that the Jiangning branch bestow a title upon the city god and formally recognize him? Encouraging the citizens of Jiangning to pay homage, just as he was pondering this, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Calling Team 8! Calling Team 8! Lu Hongwei's expression shifted, and after bowing to Ma Xianrong, he hastily approached the command post. "Team 8, Lu Hongwei responding. "Please proceed. A murder has occurred at the 3rd People's Hospital in Jiangning. Please proceed immediately." "Understood." After ending the communication, Lu Hongwei quickly gathered Yu Fei and the others. "A mission has come up. Let us depart." Yu Fei glanced at the statue, hesitating momentarily. Lu Hongwei, sensing Yu Fei's thoughts, reassured him, "We are merely attending to matters. The city god will surely not hold it against us." With that, he knelt before the statue, sincerely bowing his head in reverence. "City god, once we have completed our duties, we shall prepare fine wine and delicacies to honor you." At the Jiangning branch, Director Zhao Qingming swiftly organized an investigation regarding the city god. First, the 3rd team will review all surveillance footage in Jiangning City to ascertain the presence of any A-level spirit controllers. The 2nd team must immediately head to the city god temple for an investigation. Upon receiving the orders, Yao Na glanced at the dawn breaking on the horizon, shaking off her fatigue, and promptly led the 2nd team to the city god temple outside Jiangning. Within the temple, the offering table was adorned with over 100 steaming dishes, nearly filling the entire main hall of the temple, leaving little room to stand. At this moment, Ma Xianrong stood at the temple in trance alongside the villagers, holding incense in both hands, and said, "When we pay our respects shortly, everyone must be sincere. Only with genuine hearts will the city god truly bless us. Now, let us begin." With that, Ma Xianrong was the first to kneel on the mat. The villagers followed suit, kneeling respectfully with incense held aloft, not daring to glance around or move restlessly. In the next moment, Ma Xianrong raised his voice, "May the city and its people find peace. Reliant on the divine light to protect the innocent, the walls are fortified and tranquil, safeguarded by the holy transformation of the people. Today, Ma Xianrong from Jixiang village, along with all its villagers, humbly offers the teachings of the Confucian sect. In utmost reverence, we bow deeply, beseeching for blessings and peace." After reciting the prayer, Ma Xianrong ignited yellow paper and placed it into the fire pit beside him. As the villagers continuously added the yellow paper, the flames in the fire pit roared higher and higher. At that moment, Ma Xianrong lit the incense sticks in his hands and, alongside the villagers, rose to insert them into the grand incense burner. Then, the group returned to their original positions and knelt once more. First bow, second bow, third bow. Under Ma Xianrong's commanding voice, the villagers bowed 3 times in reverence towards the statue. As the villagers completed their ritual, Qin Feng observed wisps of azure light drifting from the offerings and incense, transforming into strands of golden faith energy that flowed into the statue, merging with its form. In that instant, Qin Feng felt a surge. This faith energy was evidently far purer than that provided by Wang Dezhu, even exponentially more potent. What could be the cause of this? Before Qin Feng could ponder further, he sensed that under the continuous operation of the chaotic merit cultivation method, his merit golden body had solidified significantly. Yet he was still far from a breakthrough. Gazing at the drifting faith energy, Qin Feng could not resist inhaling deeply towards the offerings and incense. Suddenly, a torrent of faith energy surged forth from the offerings and incense. At that moment, the villagers, who had just raised their heads, witnessed the fire pit erupting with flames reaching a meter high, incinerating all the unburned yellow paper into ash. The incense sticks in the burner, too, burned down to half in the blink of an eye, leaving them wide-eyed with astonishment. What astonished them further was that the hundreds of steaming dishes had, in an instant, lost all their warmth. At this time, Ma Xianrong, filled with excitement, sprang to his feet and stammered, This is a sign that the city god is pleased with our offerings. He has begun to partake." Upon hearing this, the villagers, who had been kneeling, became even more fervent in their bows, their heads striking the ground with a resounding thud. "May the city god bless our entire family. City god, I promise to visit you frequently from now on. I will ensure that this temple never lacks for offerings." Amidst the villagers' fervent prayers, Qin Feng sensed that the invisible shackles were being shattered, and his merit golden body advanced a level, breaking through to the rank of the 7th grade. However, he lamented that it had not progressed further. Yet, he understood that the reason for his elevation to the 7th grade was due to the villagers of Jixiang village conducting their first collective worship, which had elicited a bountiful response from heaven and earth, multiplying the faith energy. He had already exhausted the faith energy he had just absorbed, and to advance to the 6th grade, he would require significantly more faith energy than before. Faith energy was distinct from merit energy. Although he could utilize faith energy to cultivate his merit golden body with the chaotic merit cultivation method, the demand for faith energy would increase as he progressed. To ascend from the 7th grade to the 6th grade, he would need at least 100,000 strands of faith energy, with only a little over 100 villagers in Jixiang village. Even with daily worship, they could only produce a single strand of such pure faith energy. If he sought to expedite his advancement, this method would be far too slow. It would be more prudent to expand his followers or devise ways to accrue more merit energy. Lost in thought, a crisp sound echoed in his ear. Ding! The host has gained the recognition of the villagers of Jixiang village, triggering a special sign-in event. Would you like to sign in? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sign in. Sign in successful. You have obtained the city god seal, which can be upgraded. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng held his breath in astonishment. The city god seal was a symbol of the city god's authority, signifying that he had now been recognized as a genuine city god. As long as he held the city god seal, he could wield all the powers of the city god, including signing underworld contracts and commanding his subordinates. Given that it was the villagers' recognition that triggered the special sign-in to acquire the city god seal, he wondered what might occur if he were to gain official recognition. However, Qin Feng did not dwell on this thought, as it felt too distant for him at the moment. With a mere thought, he commanded, "Claim." Then he raised his right hand, preparing to receive the seal of the city god. In that fleeting moment of lifting his hand, he felt the air around him twist, centered around his hand. Immediately, strands of pitch-black energy manifested, resembling myriad rivers converging into a mist of the underworld, enveloping the area above the city god temple. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered above the temple, and a terrifying whirlwind swept across the surrounding 100 miles. Listening to the sounds emanating from outside the city god temple, the villagers of Jixiang village trembled in fear. Huddling together on the ground, tightly wrapped in their clothing, at the same moment, all the spirit tamers in Jiangning City lifted their gazes towards the direction of Jixiang village, as if sensing an unusual aura. Just then, Yao Na and her second squad, who had just arrived near the city god temple, halted in their tracks, their faces filled with astonishment as they beheld the terrifying scene unfolding at the temple. Within the city god temple, Qin Feng was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that the condensation of the city god seal would create such a commotion at that moment. The underworld energy above the temple continued to surge into the temple, coalescing in Qin Feng's hand into a palm-sized black square seal. The city god seal. The instant the city god seal was fully formed, all the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet, every villager knew that everything that had just transpired was undeniably real. The city god had manifested, someone exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, the other villagers erupted into jubilant cheers. It must be that our method of worship has proven effective. Prompting the city god to reveal himself, we must come to pay our respects to the city god more often. How wonderful! With the city god watching over us, we need not fear any malevolent spirits or monsters. The power unleashed during the condensation of the city god seal was imperceptible to the ordinary villagers. However, Yao Na and her companions, as spirit tamers, distinctly felt the tremors of the spirits within them. I can feel the spirits inside me completely ceasing their restlessness. The vice captain, Liu Bai, swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous as he spoke. Not long ago, after my promotion and unsealing, I had always felt unable to fully control the spirit within me. Yet just now I managed to do so effortlessly. After each promotion, the spirits within would typically remain restless due to the release of power. Humans sought to harness the strength of spirits. And likewise, spirits constantly yearned to devour their hosts, turning them into sustenance. But at the moment that power erupted, he sensed that the spirit within him trembled in fear, not daring to show itself. This allowed him to successfully achieve sea-level promotion and gain perfect control over the spirit within him. Yao Na remained silent, her gaze fixed on the city god temple, which appeared somewhat dilapidated. Ancient, and even exuded a sense of tranquility. It was hard to believe such immense power could erupt from such a place. Yet she was acutely aware that everything had indeed happened, due to her prolonged duration of promotion. She did not feel the intensity as keenly as Lu Bai, but she too sensed that the spirit within her had curled into a ball. Taking a deep breath, Yao Na exclaimed with excitement. Peak A level. She was certain that the aura that had erupted from the city god temple had undoubtedly reached the peak of A level. As a B-level spirit tamer, a prodigy among her peers. Even though she was merely at the intermediate level of B, she could still engage in combat with high-level spirits of the third tier and had a strong chance of defeating them. However, B-level spirit tamers and A-level spirit tamers were entirely different. The transition from B to A represented a qualitative change that was akin to a malevolent spirit advancing to become a ghost general, with a tremendous increase in power, speed, and perceptive abilities. Yet the most formidable aspect was that ghost generals could fuse all their supernatural abilities, forming a ghost realm. Within this ghost realm, a ghost general could be considered nearly immortal, entering a state of pseudo-invincibility, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. A-level spirit tamers could similarly utilize the spirits within them to create a domain-like effect, yet A-level spirit tamers were challenging to cultivate. With very few reaching advanced levels. A slight misstep could lead to being counterattacked by the spirit within. Upon reaching peak A level, a breakthrough would lead to S level, the legendary Ghost King level, compared to Ghost Generals. Ghost Kings possessed immense destructive power, capable of obliterating an entire city with ease. According to her knowledge, in the history of spirit tamers spanning over a century, there had been over a dozen Ghost King uprisings, each resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands. The losses for spirit tamers were also substantial. Even now, in Huaxia's Shanghai City and North America's Tezport, the areas remained in ruins, akin to hell. Unapproachable, this remained an unhealed scar for humanity, and now, the mere aura emanating from the city god temple had reached the peak of A level. What level of power did the city god possess? She was uncertain, but she was convinced that the city god was undoubtedly a deity that instilled terror even in ghost generals. She needed to report this information promptly, as the thought flashed through her mind. Yao Na turned without hesitation. Let's go. Upon hearing Yao Na's voice, Lu Bai and the others clenched their fists, their expressions flickering with excitement. With the city god present, could Jiangning City soon return to peace? Inside the city god temple, Qin Feng gazed at the system panel with delight, noticing that his official title had transformed from daytime traveler to city god, signifying that he was now the true city god. At that moment, the system's crisp notification echoed once more. You have not yet signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Qin Feng's eyes shone with fervor. What a day filled with joyous events. He wondered what delightful rewards awaited him for today's sign-in. Sign in successful, reward. The Yinsi Mansion. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback before hastily checking the system's description, which clarified that the Yinsi Mansion did not exist in the mortal realm. To say it was underground would not be entirely accurate. More precisely, it should be described as a space independent from this world. The Yinsi Mansion essentially served as a resting, administrative, and living space for the deity and spirits of the city god. Although he currently had no Yin officials at his command, having obtained the city god seal meant he could grant titles to Yin officials, thus making the Yinsi Mansion of significant utility. With a thought, Qin Feng commanded, receive. In the next moment, he discovered a black vortex materializing behind him. The portal to the Yinsi Mansion. Stepping through the portal, his surroundings transformed instantly. The sky darkened, revealing a magnificent hall standing before him. With the words City God Hall elegantly inscribed upon the plaque above, adorned in dragon and phoenix motifs, Qin Feng strode into the City God Hall, which was spacious, designed according to ancient standards, resembling a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. However, all the rooms appeared empty and desolate. Yet as the master of the City God Mansion, Qin Feng understood that he could not only renovate the entire space but also add elements to it, arranging it as he pleased. With a mental command, the entire mansion underwent a dramatic transformation. Tables, chairs, pavilions, and waterside pavilions appeared, along with a dedicated study for administrative affairs and comfortable bedrooms. Qin Feng settled into a chair, gazing at the uniquely beautiful scenery of the courtyard, nodding in satisfaction. Although the lack of sunlight rendered the grand hall somewhat dim, it was far more vibrant than before. That moment, with a casual gesture, an ancient book materialized in his hand. This was the City God Scroll, a unique item bestowed upon him after his promotion to City God. Qin Feng perused the City God's ledger and soon grasped its purpose. It served as a record of the City God's management of both major and minor affairs, the accumulation of incense merits, and the handling of wishes, while also documenting various minor spells. After a brief moment, Qin Feng closed the ledger, his ears slightly twitching as a multitude of prayers floated into his consciousness. These were the auspicious villagers at the City God Temple, mostly uttering invocations for peace and prosperity. Contemplating this, Qin Feng raised his hand, utilizing the power of faith to manifest a wish ledger. Ever since his elevation to the City God, his dominion had expanded once more to encompass a radius of 1,000 miles, enveloping half of Jiangning within its bounds. He yearned to venture out and witness the current state of Jiangning. Although auspicious village posed little danger now, should he depart, the voices of the wishmakers would go unheeded. With the wish ledger in hand, it would automatically record the aspirations of the supplicants, allowing him to peruse them upon his return. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng rose from his study and transformed a room into a dedicated wish pavilion, placing the ledger within its confines. Subsequently, he exited the City God's residence, his thoughts guiding him swiftly to a small path outside Jiangning City. After taking a few steps, he raised his right hand to inspect it, discovering that his spirit had solidified significantly compared to before, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. Excellent. A smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he meandered towards Jiangning City, the Jiangning branch office. A palpable tremor coursed through the ranks. Someone from the provincial headquarters had arrived. The reason for this visit was not trivial. The earlier commotion surrounding the manifestation of the City God's seal had attracted the attention of two neighboring cities, prompting them to inquire with the headquarters about the unfolding events. The provincial headquarters had sensed this disturbance as well. Ultimately, they deduced that the source of the commotion was indeed Jiangning City. In the conference room, Qin Feng stood before the Minister Li Xinjing from the provincial headquarters, along with Minister Chun Ming from the research group, Minister Zhan Yu from the operations department, and several other senior officials, carefully relaying the information previously transmitted by Yao Na. Upon hearing Zhao Qingfeng's account, the attendees from the headquarters were astounded. Chun Ming, brimming with excitement, rose abruptly to inquire of Zhao Qingfeng, "Director Zhao, are you certain it is the City God?" Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qingfeng affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, based on the various signs we have observed, we can unequivocally confirm the manifestation of the City God." With a resounding clap, Chun Ming struck the table, his face flushed as he exclaimed, "I knew it. The divine must exist. After so many years of pursuit, we have finally unearthed evidence of the divine." At this declaration, a flicker of doubt appeared in Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, compelling him to voice his concerns. "Minister Chun, why has the divine remained absent until now, only to suddenly reappear? Could this truly signify a resurgence of mythology?" Chun Ming took a moment to collect himself, pausing for several seconds before slowly explaining. "Based on our investigations over the years, it is evident that traces of the divine existed 200 years ago. However, records concerning the divine ceased entirely 150 years ago. From that point onward, apparitions began to emerge, disturbing the mortal realm. According to fragments in ancient texts, we suspect that the divine may have been slain by some force or perhaps fell into a deep slumber. A force likely connected to the current rampant apparitions. Yet, the specifics remain unrecorded in the ancient texts, and we currently lack leads. The emergence of the City God indicates a revival of mythology. And perhaps we will witness the arrival of more deities in the future." The senior officials at the Jiangning branch were equally astonished by these revelations, as so many hidden truths lay beneath the surface. At that moment, Zhan Yu looked up at Zhao Qingfeng and suddenly asked, "Director Zhao, are you certain that the aura emanating from the City God Temple is only at the peak of Class A?" Zhao Qingfeng paused, then swiftly replied, "Indeed, the investigation of the City God Temple was conducted by Yao Na, and you should be aware of her capabilities, Minister Zhan. However, She did not enter the temple for an in-depth examination, only observing from the periphery. Thus she could not accurately assess the true strength of the city god. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and turned to Chun Ming. Old Chun, I recall that the strength of deities should not be so low. Should it? Chun Ming hesitated, frowning as he replied. According to the research from ancient texts, the divine is unfathomable. We cannot ascertain their exact strength, but it should exceed the peak of class A. However, this may also be a consequence of the city god's recent awakening. Of course, there is another possibility that this city god is not merely revived, but is a new deity. Qin Feng was taken aback. Was it not said that mythology was reviving? How could it now be a new deity? Chun Ming noticed the confusion in Qin Feng's and the Jiangning branch officials' expressions and clarified. The revival of mythology does not equate to the revival of the divine. It simply indicates that energies in the world allow for the existence of the divine. According to ancient texts, there are two types of deities, innate and acquired. The city god belongs to the latter category, having achieved divinity through the recognition of the populace. In other words, the city god you speak of is likely a newly born deity, emerging from the prayers of the people coupled with favorable external conditions. If this is the case, this deity's current intelligence would not be high, and it would require a considerable amount of time to grow. Before Qin Feng and the others could fully comprehend, Zhang Yu rapped the table. Tap, tap. The group turned their attention to Zhang Yu, who then addressed Chun Ming. If I recall correctly, ancient texts suggest that the government possesses the ability to usurp deities. At this declaration, the room fell into an uproar. Usurp a deity? Minister Zhang's audacity was astonishing. How could he dare? Yet Zhang Yu paid no heed to their reactions and continued. Deities lack emotions. We cannot guarantee they will align with us. However, if we can turn the deity into one of our own, we could control them, right? Old Chun, isn't this precisely what you have been researching, the God-making project? Upon hearing this, Chun Ming's complexion turned pale. Minister Zhang, the so-called God-making project is entirely different from what you proposed. We are merely exploring whether a certain energy can awaken the divine or if we can create a genuine deity using some force. Not usurp the divine. Zhang Yu waved dismissively. As long as the results are the same, does it truly matter? Chun Ming glared, his voice rising in indignation. How can they be the same? This is preposterous. It is utterly absurd. That is a deity, and deities are inviolable. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yu's lips. Inviolable. In this age, relying on deities is less reliable than relying on ourselves. Just as he opened his mouth to speak further, the voice of Li Jingxin pierced the air. Minister Zhang, I comprehend your perspective, but you must recognize that the revival of mythology has only just begun. That if we act recklessly and something goes awry, who will assume responsibility? Moreover, according to Director Zhao, at least for now, the city god is a protector of the people and our ally. Is he not? Enough. Let this matter rest. Seeing his proposal dismissed, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, but refrained from further protest. The meeting continued. The god-making project was not revisited. Yet, behind the scenes, this information spread rapidly at that very moment. As Qin Feng stepped into Jiangning City, he changed his attire. He was not a true ancient individual, but rather a time traveler, and thus would not foolishly don a robe while wandering the streets, inviting ridicule. Clad in casual attire, Qin Feng strolled along the road. Suddenly, his nostrils flared, detecting an enticing aroma. Following the delightful scent of food, he soon arrived at a bun shop. Requesting 2 buns from the proprietor, he sank his teeth into one, savoring the succulent filling that burst forth in his mouth. A sensation entirely different from the offerings of incense and tributes. This prompted him to reflect. Life is truly delightful. On this night, 2 figures quietly arrived at the outskirts of Jixiang village. One of the men, with arms adorned in intricate tattoos, bore a rugged appearance that aptly matched his name, Thunderstorm, a name that certainly did not suggest benevolence. That he greedily inhaled the air directed toward the city god temple. His excitement palpable as he exclaimed, after all this time, such a rich essence of the underworld still lingers. Songfeng, it seems the city god you spoke of truly exists. In the next moment, he turned to the man beside him, whose delicate features contrasted sharply with his own, and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, I never imagined that after a century, the resurgence of spirits would herald the revival of myths. 150 years ago, the resurgence of spirits had unleashed a terrifying era characterized by rampant demons and malevolent beings, a time known as the Age of Horror. During those 50 years, humanity was mercilessly slaughtered by these fiends, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses and soaked in blood. The darkest chapter in human history. It was only a century ago, through relentless exploration, that the exorcists emerged, becoming the beacon of hope for mankind and granting them true mastery over supernatural powers, transforming them from the ordinary. Songfeng chuckled darkly. The era of mythological resurgence is our opportunity. While we exorcists may appear formidable, what do we amount to in the presence of true deities? Yet, should we seize the essence of a god, this era would undoubtedly become ours. Indeed, Thunderstorm clenched his fists with fervor, his eyes ablaze. Now that the SSS Class 9 spirits proclaimed themselves as the lords of the underworld, they did so by seizing the opportunity of the spirit resurgence. If we can also grasp the chance of mythological resurgence, we shall undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of this world, holding dominion over all. The resurgence of myths presents a monumental opportunity, an unparalleled chance. Whoever can seize such an opportunity shall become the true rulers of the future, and now, this opportunity lies before them. To usurp the city god, while exorcists may be bound by their innate limitations, deities possess no such bounds. Should they successfully usurp a deity, they could, in a remarkably short time, rival the demon kings and potentially surpass that level, becoming the true sovereigns of the world. Who could resist such temptation? At that moment, Songfeng suddenly sensed the surrounding presence of ghostly energy intensifying, the mournful winds stirring the vegetation around them, swaying erratically as if in lamentation. Here they come, Songfeng smirked ominously. What a lively scene. Not only the exorcists, but even nearby spirits have arrived. Let us sit back and watch the spectacle. With that, Songfeng stepped back, concealing himself within the shadows of the trees. Thunderstorm, unfazed, gazed into the distance, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if the city god was newly born and not particularly powerful, he was still significantly stronger than an average exorcist. To act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. With so many gathered, they could certainly reap the benefits. In the next instant, with a splat, Thunderstorm's body suddenly collapsed like a puddle of mud, transforming into a viscous black liquid that seeped into the earth, vanishing from sight. The round moon above the city god temple was tinged with a crimson hue, appearing somewhat surreal, yet beneath that faint glow, shadows of figures, both human and ghostly, flitted among the trees surrounding the temple. As the chilling wind swept through, the wails grew louder, echoing like anguished cries, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, an oddly featured exorcist emerged from the woods, half of his face resembling that of a normal person, while the other half appeared grotesquely decayed. With maggots visibly writhing, he looked utterly terrifying. Licking his lips, he gazed at the city god temple with a thrill, declaring, "The city god is mine. No one shall dare contest it." Upon hearing this, a figure that had just emerged from the nearby woods retorted coldly, "Ghost maggot, who do you think you are? If you wish to usurp the city god, you must first assess your own strength." Turning to face him, Ghost Maggot was met with the sight of a pallid man, resembling a corpse. His pupils narrowed slightly, yet the next moment, he scoffed. "What? Do you, the Corpse King, think you possess such power?" The Corpse King replied blandly, "At the very least, I am stronger than you." "Ha!" Ghost Maggot was about to retort when a sultry laugh echoed from behind the trees. "Gentlemen, why engage in a war of words?" Both men furrowed their brows and turned to see a voluptuous woman gliding forth from the woods. "Xingji," she chimed, playfully twirling her hair. "Deities are not so easily usurped. We must join forces. As for who claims the prize afterward, let us rely on our own merits." Upon hearing her words, Ghost Maggot and the Corpse King exchanged wary glances, silently reaching a tacit agreement. First, they would secure the city god. In Jiangning City, Qin Feng strolled leisurely along the street, indulging in skewers while contentedly patting his distended belly. What a delight! Although, as the city god, he would not perish from hunger. Relishing delectable food remained one of his greatest pleasures. The vibrant nightlife of Jiangning was a stark contrast to his desolate city god temple. What to do next? Perhaps a visit to a bar? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Feng's brow furrowed, and he halted in his tracks. The city god, recognized by the villagers of Jixiang village, he possessed absolute control over it, allowing him to overhear the recent conversation. In the next moment, Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. "Usurp me? These intruders are certainly audacious, but they are mistaken about one crucial detail. A city god is sanctioned by the will of the people. not something that just anyone can seize. The exorcists outside the temple were clearly different from Lu Hongwei and his cohorts. The resentment and malice emanating from them were far more potent. This indicated that these exorcists had not only slain numerous spirits but also taken many lives, truly nefarious individuals. How could such people garner public support to become a city god? Though Qin Feng was uncertain how these individuals learned of the divine usurpation, it was evident that seizing a deity's position was no simple task. Moreover, with a mere 18 B-grade exorcists and over 30 vengeful spirits, they dared to attempt to usurp him. Such folly. Qin Feng looked toward the city god temple, a cold smile gracing his lips. His residence had been somewhat empty, lacking a few underlings. Since these individuals had delivered themselves to his door, he had no qualms about accepting them all. With this thought, Qin Feng raised his right hand in a swift motion. The black city god seal reappeared in his palm. With a mere thought, a surge of ghostly power erupted from the seal, gradually coalescing into two humanoid forms that landed before him. To the left stood a tall, slender figure clad in white, his face devoid of color, a long tongue lolling out. The high hat atop his head bore the words, "Wealth comes at first sight." To the right, a shorter figure in black, with a fierce countenance, appeared intimidating. His hat similarly displayed the words, "Peace under heaven." These two were none other than the soul collectors, the Black and White Impermanence. This was a power Qin Feng had acquired upon obtaining the city god seal, allowing him to summon the subordinates of the city god using ghostly energy, though the Black and White Impermanence before him were not the true entities. Under the enhancement of the city god seal, they had attained the strength of A-grade exorcists, sufficient to deal with those exorcists and malevolent spirits. Qin Feng addressed the two, Black and White Impermanence. "Heed my command. You are granted the city god seal. Slay all exorcists, gather wandering souls, and capture all malevolent spirits. We shall abide by the city god's decree." Near the city god temple, as the malevolent spirits drew ever closer, an oppressive aura permeated the air, causing the temperature in the surrounding woods to plummet abruptly. Even the villagers of Lucky Village sensed the abnormality, hearing the intermittent wails of ghosts and the spine-chilling laughter echoing outside. The villagers felt their hair stand on end and a chill run down their spines. Some brave souls dared to lean out of their windows, only to witness an eerie glow emanating from the forest surrounding the city god temple, which was hauntingly unsettling. In the shadows, they could vaguely discern the figure of a headless, blood-soaked apparition. In an instant, the villagers recoiled in terror, dropping to their knees and fervently praying to the city god for safety. Yet, unbeknownst to them, there were also fearsome exorcists lurking nearby. Sensing the increasing number of malevolent spirits gathering around, along with the subtly agitated exorcists, the ghostly maggot could no longer contain its impatience. It turned to Qing Ji and the Corpse King, saying, "Aren't we going in? Do we intend to let the other exorcists take the lead?" Although there were numerous malevolent spirits present, they were merely low-level and mid-level vengeful ghosts. And as a B-grade advanced exorcist, he deemed them not worthy of concern. However, the number of exorcists arriving was substantial, and most had reached B-grade, despite the variations in their strength if they joined forces. Even he might not come out unscathed. After all, he held little trust in Qing Ji and the Corpse King. The Corpse King cast a cold glance at the ghostly maggot, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Beside him, Qing Ji, shedding her previous charm, scanned the surroundings with a serious expression and murmured, "There are still some who haven't arrived. If even we B-grade exorcists have received the news, how could there be no A-grade exorcists present?" "Something is amiss," the ghostly maggot sneered. "What are we waiting for? If A-grade exorcists appear, do we still have a chance? You can wait if you like, but I won't accompany you." With that, the ghostly maggot stomped its feet and charged toward the city god temple. The Corpse King and Qing Ji immediately furrowed their brows. Although the ghostly maggot was somewhat hasty, it was true. If A-grade exorcists appeared, their opportunity would vanish. Once the ghostly maggot moved, the previously hesitant vengeful spirits and surrounding exorcists surged toward the city god temple. Seemingly competing to be the first to breach its threshold, the ghostly maggot sensed the commotion behind it and smirked, quickening its pace. Without A-grade exorcists, who could rival him? Just as he was nearing the entrance of the city god temple, the previously closed doors swung open with a resounding crash. However, inside, the lights blazed brightly, yet it was utterly devoid of life. The ghostly maggot frowned, dismissing it as a trick by the city god. not considering it of any consequence that in the next moment, a peculiar sound, akin to a bell, reached his ears, dingling. Almost as if in response, another jarring chime followed, dingling. In an instant, the ghostly maggot halted, feeling the hairs on its body stand on end as an overwhelming sense of danger surged within it. That very moment, as the bell toll echoed, they sensed a stabbing pain deep within their souls. As if they were being forcibly torn from their bodies, the spirits within him grew restless and uncontrollable. With a wary gaze, the ghostly maggot scanned the surroundings, noticing that the exorcists rushing toward the city god temple also instinctively sensed the impending peril and came to a halt. Unwilling to advance further on the other side, the vengeful spirits abruptly froze, their faces contorted in horror. Unlike the exorcists, they felt an irresistible pull from the direction of the bell's sound, compelling them to rush forward in agitation. Just then, ding-ling-ling, accompanied by the ringing, two figures materialized at the entrance of the city god temple, one clad in black and the other in white, each wielding a lamentation staff. The ghostly maggot swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in its mouth. Behind, Qin Ji's pupils constricted as she whispered, "It is said to be the Black and White Impermanence, servants of the city god." She could not sense their presence or gauge their strength. Yet in that moment, an instinctive understanding arose within her. She was no match for them. Not only Qin Ji felt this way, the other exorcists and the surrounding vengeful spirits echoed her sentiments. Involuntarily retreating a step. At that moment, the Black Impermanence stepped forward, his expression fierce as he bellowed, "You wicked beings dare to wreak havoc outside the city god temple. You court death." As his words fell, the chain in his left hand lashed out toward the ghostly maggot, who was closest to the temple's entrance. Crack! The black soul-binding chain ensnared the ghostly maggot instantly. The ghostly maggot struggled momentarily, only to find itself utterly immobilized, unable to summon the spirits within. "This is bad." The ghostly maggot's expression shifted dramatically as it sought to call for help from the corpse king and Qin Ji. In the next moment, the Black Impermanence yanked fiercely, dragging the spirits and souls from within the ghostly maggot out into the open. Witnessing this horrifying scene, both Qin Ji and the corpse king's expressions changed drastically. The ghostly maggot, a B-grade advanced exorcist, was utterly powerless before the Black Impermanence. The strength of these two, A-grade, undoubtedly A-grade. With a thunderous realization, the two felt their minds explode with a singular thought: escape. Without uttering a word, they bolted away from the city god temple, joined by the surrounding exorcists and vengeful spirits, all scattering in haste. They had come to seize the city god, not to meet their demise. If even a B-grade advanced exorcist was left defenseless, staying behind would spell certain death. Ding-ling-ling. The eerie chimes rang out once more as the White Impermanence, wielding the lamentation staff, shook it rhythmically, with each motion. The bell on the Black Impermanence's staff echoed in response. Ding-ling, ding-ling. The strange and piercing sounds intertwined, growing louder and more urgent, causing the vengeful spirits to tremble uncontrollably. "What is this sound? Damn it! Stop! Stop!" The once brazen, vengeful spirits, now terrified, covered their ears, desperately trying to block out the cacophony. Yet it was futile, for the sound pierced through their very beings. Though exorcists were considerably stronger than vengeful spirits, they too felt the effects. The corpse king, originally fleeing, abruptly halted, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. In the next moment, he felt a thick chain wrap around him. Pain. Having long lost the sensation of pain, he now experienced excruciating agony, as if his very soul were being scorched by flames. The corpse king, eyes wide with terror, glanced toward Qin Ji, not far ahead, and shouted hoarsely, "Qin Ji, save me." Hearing the anguished cries behind her, Qin Ji felt a chill run up her spine. But she dared not turn back, nor could she afford to pause. In the very next second, a booming voice bellowed in her ear, "Subdue." Qin Ji's pupils constricted, and in an instant, she felt a dizzying pressure upon her head, as if something immense were bearing down upon her. Unconsciously, she looked up, only to see a black seal materializing above her head, growing larger. The seal, dark as ink, was translucent and faintly illuminated by a blood-red moonlight. However, the moment she gazed at the seal, an overwhelming, majestic aura surged forth, immobilizing her. It resembled the arrival of an imperial ruler. Boom! The ghostly energy emanating from the city god seal erupted once more. And Qin Ji felt an intense tearing force tugging at her soul. A piercing scream escaped her lips, drowning out even the cries of the nearby vengeful spirits. The exorcists watched in horror as Qin Ji's soul was forcibly extracted, struggling in vain before shrinking into a ball and vanishing into the black seal, their expressions filled with dread. "What is that?" No one replied. All that remained were the sounds of teeth chattering in fear. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck. "We cannot escape." A voice filled with despair cried out. "Damn it, let's fight them. With so many of us, there's still a chance. If we don't fight now, we will all perish." Together, the crowd's eyes were resolute, and in the blink of an eye, 3 B-level high-ranking members met their demise, having no hope of escape. Only by fighting could they grasp a slim chance of survival. In an instant, the remaining dozen ghost tamers turned to charge at the Black and White Impermanence. In the distance, the reformed figure of Thunderstorm gazed in terror at the black seal suspended above the city god temple. Murmuring, "That black seal is formidable," beside him, Songfeng's eyes also reflected a hint of fear as he glanced at the ghost tamers suddenly entangled with the Black and White Impermanence, gritting his teeth. "This is our only opportunity. If we hesitate, there will be no chance left. Tianxia, do you still wish to watch?" Upon hearing this, Thunderstorm felt a jolt of alarm and quickly scanned the surroundings. Tianxia was no mere ghost tamer. He belonged to a mysterious organization of ghost tamers, shrouded in secrecy. No one knew its exact size, location, or the extent of its power. What was clear, however, was that many of its members were wanted criminals of S rank. The next moment, Thunderstorm saw a short-haired youth emerge from the nearby woods. The youth appeared utterly ordinary, resembling an average person, yet Thunderstorm dared not underestimate him, for he was one of Tianxia's members. Upon seeing the newcomer, Songfeng narrowed his eyes. "Wang Ming, I didn't expect Tianxia to send you." "Wang Ming?" Thunderstorm's pupils constricted. Although the name sounded commonplace, the individual was anything but ordinary, and his deeds were even more remarkable. It was rumored that Wang Ming had committed over 100 murders, and at one point, the Special Events Management Bureau had dispatched personnel to hunt him down. However, 3 B-level high-ranking ghost tamers had vanished. And from that moment on, Wang Ming disappeared from public view, leaving even the authorities helpless. Wang Ming calmly surveyed Songfeng, yet when his gaze fell upon the city god temple, his expression turned grave. Songfeng ominously stated, "Wang Ming, you've seen the power of that black seal. Even you may find it challenging. To seize control of the city god, we must first eliminate these 2 watchdogs. If we delay further, everyone will perish, and we will have no chance left." Wang Ming's expression tightened. After a moment of silence, he replied, "You handle the white impermanence. Leave the black impermanence to me." Agreed. Before the city god temple, under the intimidation of the city god seal, all the malevolent spirits were rendered immobile, helplessly enduring the chains wielded by the white impermanence as they threaded through their ethereal forms, binding them together. Despite being transformed into malevolent spirits, they could not suppress their cries of agony from the burning sensation of the chains. Meanwhile, the soul-binding chain in the hands of the black impermanence danced like a reaper, relentlessly claiming lives. In the blink of an eye, the ghost tamers dwindled from a dozen to just 8. At that moment, outside the city god temple, there was no sign of bloodshed, yet it felt akin to hell itself. Suddenly, the 8 remaining ghost tamers sensed a surge of malevolent energy enveloping them, the intensity overpowering even the lingering chill of the underworld near the city god temple. With a resounding crash, a colossal figure descended before them. The 8 ghost tamers instinctively looked up, beholding a giant nearly 2 meters tall, its entire form a deep black, as if charred by flames, with molten lava seemingly flowing beneath the carbonized surface. They could distinctly feel the temperature rising around them. The intense heat ignited a flicker of hope within their previously desolate hearts. This transformed giant was Wang Ming, yet he was also something more, an entity that had achieved a complete fusion with the spirit within him, rendering him half human, half ghost. Wang Ming did not immediately strike, but instead gazed in the direction of the white impermanence. Suddenly, the earth beneath the white impermanence began to shift, and the black liquid, reminiscent of quicksand, spread from the white impermanence's ankle, creeping up its ethereal form to in the next instant. The white impermanence vanished, but as it did, Songfeng, like a wraith, appeared behind the white impermanence. With a swift motion, the white threads in his hand ensnared the white impermanence's right arm. The sound of the mournful bell abruptly ceased at that moment. The malevolent spirits also fell silent. They finally sensed the soul-binding chains loosening slightly, each struggling to break free. the instant they saw the white impermanence ensnared. Wang Ming sprang into action. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, leaving behind scorched imprints. The black impermanence's expression shifted as it hastily swung its soul-binding chain. The chain wrapped around Wang Ming's robust arm. Yet this seemingly invincible soul artifact was effortlessly shattered by Wang Ming, dispersing into wisps of black mist that rejoined the city god seal. Wang Ming furrowed his brow and seized a nearby ghost tamer, hurling them forcefully towards the black impermanence. The unfortunate ghost tamer crashed to the ground, crying out in pain. The next moment, the black impermanence found itself confronted by a massive fist hurtling toward it. Without hesitation, the diminutive black impermanence swung its own fist to meet the blow. The collision of underworld energy and malevolent force erupted violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The 8 ghost tamers simultaneously spewed blood, which seeped into the soil, instantly turning dark red. The black impermanence staggered back, also emitting a stream of underworld energy, its form becoming slightly ethereal. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle shifted. Yet Wang Ming showed no sign of relaxation. He stepped forward again, his colossal fist aimed at the black impermanence once more. Just then, a chilling voice pierced his ears. Impudence. At that very moment, Wang Ming found his arm, which was about to strike the black impermanence, inexplicably frozen, and no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not advance an inch closer to the black impermanence, nor could he retract his arm. In an instant, a wave of dread washed over Wang Ming that he painfully turned his head to see a youth standing before the city god temple. Though clad in ordinary casual wear, the youth bore an uncanny resemblance to the city god statue behind him, his countenance exuding an indescribable authority. The city god. Wang Ming's breath hitched. This city god could manifest a true form. Impossible. A newly born deity could not reveal its true self, unless he had been misinformed. This was no mere newborn deity, but the genuine resurrection of the city god. If even the black impermanence under the city god had reached A-level initiation, what level of power would the true city god possess? A profound sense of crisis surged within Wang Ming. He clenched his left hand tightly around his right arm and, with a fierce tug, tore his right arm clean off. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth. Wang Ming showed no hesitation. He propelled himself forward, sprinting toward the distance beyond the city god temple. Observing Wang Ming's actions, Qin Feng displayed no emotion, merely raising his right hand. At that moment, the city god seal hanging before the city god temple vanished, coalescing anew in his palm as a palm-sized black seal. The city god seal, manifest. The power of the city god seal was less than 1/10 that of the full city god seal. Now, let these individuals witness what the true city god seal entails. With a swift motion, the palm-sized city god seal soared into the air, quickly covering a significant portion of the sky above the city god temple. Suppressing and vanquishing evil. A chilling voice echoed, and Wang Ming found himself rendered immobile. His eyes widened in terror, filled with an overwhelming dread. The man, who had always lived beyond the bounds of law and morality, had never known fear, be it from murder, slaying spirits, or even merging completely with the supernatural. Each encounter only served to heighten his excitement. Yet now, the state of his fusion began to deteriorate. In the blink of an eye, he shrank from a towering 2 meters to a mere 175. His skin regained its pallor, leaving only the blood that continuously oozed from his right arm, staining half of his body. The perfect fusion he had once prided himself on was abruptly undone. More terrifyingly, he sensed the spirit within him trembling, completely coiled up within his being. Even the ghostly powers could not be unleashed. For the first time, he felt genuine fear. Wang Ming's eyes bulged as he desperately shouted, "No, don't kill me. I can assist you." However, before he could finish, a radiant glow emanated from the black seal, and he felt an excruciating pain from the depths of his soul. A piercing scream reverberated before the gates of the city god temple. At that moment, the winds howled, and the surviving ghost tamers, along with the struggling spirits attempting to flee, all trembled in unison. In mere seconds, no, just a few breaths, Wang Ming, who could rival the formidable Black Wuchang, was absorbed into the black seal. What on earth was that? It was terrifying. At this moment, they found themselves stripped of any courage to fight, leaving only a heart full of dread. Yet, this fear did not linger for long, for they too felt the agonizing pain emanating from their very souls, a torment far beyond mere physical suffering, a pain they would rather die than endure. The chilling screams sent shivers down the spines of the approaching official ghost tamers, causing them to halt in their tracks. What was that sound? Lu Bai gazed towards the direction of the temple. his eyes wide with horror. They had just discovered anomalies near the city god temple and rushed over, never anticipating they would be greeted by such anguished cries. What on earth had transpired? This question echoed not only in Lu Bai's mind, but also among the other ghost tamers. Yao Na's expression turned grave as she stared into the distance, a hint of suspicion flickering in her eyes. Earlier that afternoon, she had received orders from her superiors to continue monitoring the city god, advising against any rash actions until they fully understood the situation. Yet, that night, rogue ghost tamers and malevolent spirits had intruded upon the temple. This was far too bizarre. She clenched her fists, waiting until the screams diminished before addressing her companions. Let us proceed with caution and do not approach recklessly. Meanwhile, after capturing all the ghost tamers and spirits within the seal, Qin Feng casually waved his hand, reclaiming the city god seal into his possession. Inside the palm-sized seal, figures struggled incessantly, their faces contorted in agony. The screams still echoed in his ears. Qin Feng felt no sympathy. Instead, he waved his hand, causing the black and white Wuchang to dissolve into two streams of ghostly energy, reintegrating into the city god sealed Igt that moment. A crisp chime resonated in his ear from the system. Ding. Eliminate evil, resolve the foreign incursion, triggers special sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. He affirmed that sign-in successful. Obtained the Soul Reaper, black and white Wuchang. A smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips, while the city god seal could conjure the Soul Reaper. It was not the true black and white Wuchang, for otherwise, it would not have been unable to deal with even a single Wang Ming. Just right, having captured so many souls, if they were to be refined into Yin Chai, who would manage them? With the black and white Wuchang, his worries were alleviated. He glanced towards the approaching Yu Na and her companions, confirming their lack of hostile intent before stepping into the city god temple. Boom! As the temple doors slammed shut, Yao Na, the first to arrive, clearly saw a figure entering the temple. That person, Yao Na's pupils constricted. Who could it be? Could it be the city god? However, before she could discern further, the figure vanished entirely. Just then, a startled voice rang out. They're all dead. Hearing this, Yao Na hurriedly turned her gaze to the temple entrance, where she beheld a sea of corpses. There was little blood on the ground. Yet the faces of the deceased were grotesquely contorted, their frozen expressions capturing sheer terror. Even Wang Ming was among them. The chilling screams echoed in her mind, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Although she had never interacted with Wang Ming, as an official ghost tamer, she had heard many tales of his exploits. What could have transpired that instilled such fear even in him? At this moment, the other ghost tamers swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the bizarre scene before them. After a long pause, Yao Na finally spoke. Bring all the bodies back to the bureau and secure the scene. The night passed in eerie tranquility. Yet within the Jiangning branch, all was far from calm. The ghost tamers received intelligence regarding the S-class wanted criminal, a B-class ghost tamer, and the confirmation that over 30 malevolent spirits had been slain. The news left the ghost tamers breathless, each one afraid to utter a word. Just how powerful could one be to annihilate these ghost tamers and spirits? At that moment, all the senior officials of the Jiangning branch, along with Qin Ming, the head of the research department from the main bureau, convened in a spacious room. Upon observing the 18 corpses laid out before them, they collectively gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. Qin Ming approached the bodies, inspecting several of them with a serious demeanor. Aside from Wang Ming, the other ghost tamers bear no external injuries, but Wang Ming's wounds do not appear to be inflicted by external forces. Rather, it seems he severed his own arm. That I suspect they encountered a highly unusual attack method, resulting in their souls forcibly leaving their bodies. Beside him, Zhao Qingming asked anxiously, "Can you determine the nature of the attack?" Chun Ming shook his head, replying gravely, "Our understanding of the city god is far too limited to ascertain its methods of attack. According to ancient texts, the city god has soul reapers under its command, tasked with extracting souls, so it is possible that the city god possesses similar abilities. However, we have yet to witness it firsthand, so we cannot confirm anything at this time." Zhao Qingming clenched his fists and remarked, "According to Yao Na's report, she saw a figure enter the city god temple. Could it be the city god itself?" Chun Ming looked at Zhao Qingming in astonishment. Impossible. How could a newly born deity? Suddenly, he halted, his eyes widening in realization. Who said the city god must be a newly born deity? Those were merely their assumptions. With urgency, Chun Ming declared, "Has anyone seen the city god statue?" Quickly, retrieve satellite surveillance, and coordinate the investigation for anyone resembling the city god in Jiangning. Zhao Qingming was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped Qin Ming's intent. He turned to Qiao Mei behind him and instructed, "Arrange for someone to handle this immediately." 3 hours later, everyone gathered in the conference room. Lu Hongwei and his team also arrived. Yu Fei and the others anxiously observed the senior officials. Hesitant to speak, Lu Hongwei stepped forward, placing a photo captured from satellite surveillance before them. Taking a deep breath, he excitedly announced, "This individual bears a 90 facial resemblance to the city god statue." When he received this information, his first reaction was disbelief. Yet upon seeing the figure, he recognized it instantly. It was undoubtedly the city god. Zhao Qingming glanced at the photograph, then abruptly turned to Lu Hongwei. Incredulous, "Are you certain?" Lu Hongwei looked to Yu Fei and the others, and upon seeing their resolute expressions, he nodded affirmatively to Zhao Qingming. "Absolutely certain. All 5 of us can confirm." Zhao Qingming inhaled sharply. Pausing for several seconds before instructing, "Do not disclose this matter. You may leave." After Lu Hongwei and his companions departed, Zhao Qingming turned to Qin Ming, noticing the latter's grave expression as he tightly clutched the photograph. Cautiously, he spoke, "Minister Qin, although there are witnesses like Lu Hongwei, we can only ascertain similarities. We cannot definitively identify this as the city god himself. What do you think?" Qin Ming lifted his gaze to Zhao Qingming. "It is indeed indeterminate. But if this individual is truly the city god, we must reassess our understanding of his power. The fact that he can manifest in his true form indicates he is certainly not a newly emerged deity. By our standards, he likely surpasses grade A." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Jiangning branch simultaneously narrowed their pupils. Surpassing grade A, that would signify an S-class spirit master, a being on par with a ghost king, capable of effortlessly annihilating a city, an invincible presence in Jiangning. Thankfully, the city god has not exhibited any malevolent intentions thus far. Otherwise, the entire Jiangning city would likely face devastation. Contemplating this, a hint of trepidation flickered in their eyes, and they silently reached a consensus. Such a being must not be offended. At that moment, Qin Ming continued, "However, this remains merely a hypothesis to establish certainty. We must encounter the city god in person. I suggest we prioritize observation for now and refrain from any rash contact." "Understood," Zhao Qiming responded, though a trace of doubt stirred within him. Why, overnight, had so many wild spirit masters and vengeful spirits appeared outside the city god temple? This matter surely harbors complexity. As the meeting concluded, all spirit masters in the Jiangning branch received a crucial message. Without explicit orders, they must not approach the city god temple recklessly. Instantly, the spirit master chat group in Jiangning erupted in commotion. Does this mean the city god truly exists? It's unclear, but according to reports from the 2nd Division, these corpses were found before the city god temple. Well done. They were all heinous criminals, deserving of death. Such a city god represents the true essence of divinity. Regarding the resurgence of mythology in the deification plan, a gag order had been issued by the provincial headquarters, but concerning the existence of the city god, while the Jiangning branch did not explicitly state it, they also did not entirely suppress the news. Given the magnitude of these events, concealing the city god's existence was nearly impossible. However, their understanding of the city god was woefully inadequate. They were even less certain of the nature of this deity. If one of their own were to offend the city god, it would spell disaster. The attitude of the Jiangning branch, however, invigorated the spirit masters, each feeling invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Over the years, countless lives had been sacrificed in the battle against malevolent spirits. Yet the increasing frequency of these incidents left all spirit masters feeling a profound sense of helplessness. They had no way of knowing when they might become the next sacrifice. But now, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Bound by the Bureau's prohibitions, the spirit masters did not venture to the city god temple, yet they discreetly disseminated the news of the city god's miraculous efficacy, hoping to secure safety for their loved ones and friends. In stark contrast to the excitement among the official spirit masters, the malevolent spirits in Jiangning plunged into panic. Over 30 vengeful spirits had vanished suddenly, creating a significant upheaval. The rampant rumors of the city god further sowed seeds of doubt among all malevolent spirits. They understood that the places where the vengeful spirits had disappeared were precisely around the city god temple. Could it be that gods truly exist in this world? Though the malevolent spirits could not ascertain the truth, they were remarkably unified this time. Regardless of the city goddess' existence, they would not dare approach the city god temple again. Meanwhile, auspicious village basked in clear skies. Having experienced strange occurrences for 2 consecutive days yet remaining unscathed, the villagers' first act, after bowing in gratitude, was to call their relatives and friends, urging them to come and pay their respects to the city god. Consequently, the news of the city god's miraculous efficacy spread throughout Jiangning City. Although not everyone believed in the existence of deities, many citizens who had encountered strange events rushed to the city god temple upon receiving the news. In the city god's abode, Qin Feng raised his hand, and the city god seal materialized in his palm. Listening to the faint sounds of anguished cries, he waved his left hand, causing a wraith to emerge from the city god seal. It was Wang Ming. At this moment, under the searing flames of karma within the city god seal, Wang Ming was on the brink of death. The moment he flew out, his face was filled with indescribable astonishment. Yet, upon seeing the figure before him, he could not help but tremble, immediately kneeling on the ground, too fearful even to plead for mercy. Qin Feng sat in an imposing chair, his expression stern as he inquired, "How did you learn of the possession?" Wang Ming knelt, not daring to raise his head, trembling as he replied, "It was information relayed within the organization. I am unsure how they discovered this matter, that I merely came in hopes of securing an opportunity for myself." Qin Feng furrowed his brows. "What organization? Clarify." Wang Ming took a breath, cautiously responding, "The organization I joined is called Tianxie. Although I have been with them for many years, I still know little about it. Tasks are communicated through special means, and members do not meet. Once completed, rewards are left in designated locations. The only thing I know is that the organizer of Tianxie is a spirit master known as the Thousand-Faced One." Hearing this, Qin Feng's frown deepened. How long had he been in this world? Even many in Jiangning were unaware of his manifestation. How could such an organization take notice? This matter was undoubtedly complex. Who could be orchestrating this? Subsequently, Qin Feng summoned several other spirit masters, but similarly, they could not provide any specific information, as wild spirit masters received their news from various channels and had no connections to one another. Realizing he could not extract further details, Qin Feng lost interest in questioning and set the matter aside. He then returned all the wraiths to the city god seal, and with a gesture of his left hand, a golden character, condensed from the power of faith, swiftly entered the city god seal.in. The next moment, the seal floated in midair, spinning rapidly. Faintly, a light shimmered.in, but a brief moment. The cries and wails emanating from the seal ceased, and a series of figures, their expression somewhat numbed, emerged from the city god seal, standing before Qin Feng in unison. These were the techniques Qin Feng had learned from the city god's tome, the art of spirit refinement. The so-called art of spirit refinement involves cleansing the sins of malevolent spirits through the power of faith. Even the most nefarious of wraiths, after purification, can be reduced to mere consciousness devoid of malice, making them entirely submissive to his control. This batch of spirit masters and vengeful spirits possessed considerable strength, perfectly suited to fill the vacancies among his spirit emissaries. Observing the somewhat dazed wraiths, Qin Feng spoke, "I bestow upon you the position of spirit emissary." As soon as the words fell, beams of golden light emanated from the city god seal, imprinting a character of authority upon each wraith's forehead, which then vanished one by one. The newly appointed spirit emissaries knelt on one knee, clasping their fists. "Thank you, city god." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, summoning the Black and White Impermanence. Unlike the earlier manifestations, the Black and White Impermanence provided by the system exhibited lively expressions, clearly possessing consciousness. The 2 figures, one black and one white, knelt before Qin Feng in unison. "We pay our respects to the city god." Qin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Black and White Impermanence, these spirit emissaries are entrusted to you. From this day forth, you shall lead them to patrol the vicinity of the city god temple, exterminating all malevolent spirits." "Understood," the 2 replied in unison. Before departing with the group of spirit emissaries.at that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Qin Feng's ears. "You have not checked in today. Would you like to check in?" Check in. Upon successfully checking in, he received the skill of exorcism. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly examining the explanation on the system panel. After a moment, he understood that exorcism served to protect individuals from the harassment of malevolent spirits. Qin Feng stroked his chin, feeling somewhat perplexed. As a city god, why would he require such a skill? Wasn't he rather superfluous? Shaking his head, Qin Feng dismissed further thoughts and made his way to the prayer pavilion. He picked up the wish book and casually began to flip through its pages. As he read the numerous pleas for safety inscribed within, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although the exorcism technique held no utility for him, it could prove invaluable for ordinary individuals. Indeed, he was the city god, yet he could not constantly attend to the requests of every supplicant. While the wish book recorded the wishes of those who prayed, what if a malevolent spirit were to appear? If he could employ the exorcism technique to aid these faithful souls, would that not be a means of offering protection to the supplicants? But how could he enable ordinary people to wield such power? Lost in contemplation, he was abruptly interrupted by the clamor of voices. City God, please bless my entire family with peace. City God, my grandson is leaving Jiangning tomorrow. I hope you can ensure his safety. Huh? Qin Feng was taken aback, noticing a significant increase in the number of people today. With a thought, he swiftly returned to the statue and looked down, only to find citizens of varied attire crowding within the main hall of the city god temple. A smile crept upon his face. This was splendid news. The more devotees he had, the greater his power of belief. Hastening his ascension to the 7th grade merit golden body, raising his gaze slowly towards the distance, he observed that numerous citizens were queuing outside the temple as well. At that moment, he noticed villagers such as Ma Xinrong and Wang Dazhu huddled together, whispering, "The incense offerings at the city god temple are flourishing. This is truly wonderful. Surely, in the future, the number of visitors will only increase." Suddenly, one voice piped up. "However, with so many people coming, we might need someone to help manage things." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into hesitation. It wasn't that they were unwilling to assist, but they had their own farming duties, and even if they shirked those, someone had to tend to their households. How could they possibly spend all day here watching over things? Noticing the silence among the crowd, Wang Dazhu furrowed his brow and spoke up. "I understand that everyone has their struggles. As the village chief, I am willing to help the city god manage the temple." Hearing this, Qin Feng began to ponder. Wang Dazhu was his first fervent believer, and his willingness to assist in temple management filled him with confidence. However, even as village chief with a modest fortune, spending every day at the city god temple would deplete his resources. How would he support his family? Suddenly, a light of inspiration sparked within him. Wasn't he just lamenting over how to utilize the exorcism technique? Now, a solution had presented itself. With this thought, Qin Feng extended his hand and lightly tapped Wang Dazhu's forehead, directly invoking the dream entry technique. As the villagers sighed in relief at Wang Dazhu's earlier statement, they were taken aback the next instant when he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this scene, the villagers were bewildered and rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Village chief, don't scare us. Quick, take him to the hospital." Amidst the flurry, the dazed Wang Du suddenly heard a commanding voice. "Village chief Wang Dazhu." Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in white mist, facing a figure radiating resplendent golden light, with authoritative eyes fixed upon him. The city god? Startled, Wang Dazhu immediately knelt before the figure. Qin Feng, observing him, softened his tone. "Wang Dazhu, do you wish to become the temple steward of the city god temple?" Wang Dazhu, invigorated, cautiously replied, "I am willing. I am most willing." In the next moment, a resonant voice echoed in his ears. "Good, from this day forth. Each day you shall take a stack of yellow paper and offer it on the incense altar before closing the temple. The following day, you will use the method I impart to you to create safety charms that may be sold, but each charm may only be charged 1 yuan as incense money. Do you understand?" Wang Dazhu, his face alight with excitement, repeatedly bowed his head. "I understand. I understand." Moments later, several villagers who were rushing Wang Dazhu to the hospital suddenly noticed him opening his eyes. They quickly laid him flat on the ground. "Village chief, you're awake. Uncle Dazhu, are you all right?" Hearing their voices, Wang Dazhu snapped back to awareness and, in an instant, jumped up with exhilaration. However, he quickly tempered his excitement and addressed the villagers. "Gather all the villagers." 10 minutes later, all the villagers of Jixiang village had assembled at the village entrance, gazing at Wang Dazhu with confusion. At that moment, Wang Dazhu spoke. "Just now, the city god entrusted me with a dream, teaching me how to create safety charms, and he has permitted me to sell them. Although we may only charge 1 yuan in incense money for each charm. Do you understand what this means?" Before the villagers could process this, Wang Dazhu, suppressing his excitement, continued, "It means that as long as we collect money within reason, the city god will not hold it against us, while most would typically think of profiting from the production of safety charms." Wang Dazhu was different than the village chief. His thoughts immediately turned to a development plan for the entire village. Someone gasped, their face turning crimson. Village chief, do you mean? Wang Daju smiled broadly. As you can see, the number of visitors to pay respects to the city god has increased, and it will only grow. However, the journey from Jiangning takes over an hour, and by the time they arrive with offerings, they will be cold. My suggestion is that we can establish a few farmstay businesses, offering affordable prices for everyone's convenience, and we can earn some money too. In the past, he would have never dared to think this way for fear of incurring the city god's wrath. But now that the city god had permitted him to sell safety charms, it indicated that he did not mind them profiting from the temple. Thus, opening several farmstay businesses would surely not provoke any ire. Upon hearing this, the other villagers began to respond as well, excitement bubbling forth. Village chief, that's a great idea. With so many people coming, surely there will be lines for worship, and by noon, they will be hungry. Business for the farmstays will surely thrive. I think we should not only open farmstays but also a few incense and candle shops. There will certainly be demand. Hearing the villagers' enthusiasm, Wang Daju chuckled. All right, but we must first allocate responsibilities for what types of businesses to open. Erlinzi, Peizi, and Ernyo, your wives are excellent cooks. Let's start with the farmstays and see how it goes. Uncle Lu Xiong and Erdongzi, your households are in the toughest condition, so we will prioritize getting the incense and candle shop up and running. Others, do not be anxious. Rest assured, as the number of visitors continues to rise, our business will be endless. The villagers eagerly waved their hands, saying, Whatever you say, village chief, we will follow your lead. Wang Daju nodded. But suddenly his expression turned serious. However, everyone must remember one thing. We must never exploit the city god's name for personal gain. Rest assured, village chief, we would never dare. Indeed, if the city god were to take offense, we could not bear the consequences. We are grateful to the city god for providing us with a means to make a living. How could we betray him? 3 days later, news spread far and wide that one could obtain safety charms at the city god temple, attracting numerous devotees who came solely to acquire one. Observing the increasing crowd at the temple, Qin Feng smiled quietly to himself. He had refrained from imparting the exorcism technique directly to Wang Daju because, being an ordinary person, he lacked divine power and could not wield it. Instead, he had shared merely the method for crafting the safety charms. Yet the yellow paper on the incense altar, having been blessed with the exorcism technique, was no longer ordinary. At that moment, 2 middle-aged women entered the city god temple. One of them lit incense candles and placed them in the enormous censer before kneeling on a nearby mat. With hands clasped before her chest, she silently prayed. I, Wang Meiqi, have relied solely on my daughter, Yao Na, since my husband passed away. My greatest concern is for her well-being. Yet I never anticipated she would follow in her father's footsteps. I seek nothing else but the city god's blessing for my daughter to remain safe. Upon concluding her prayers, Wang Meiqi respectfully bowed 3 times on the mat, and at that very moment, her voice reached Qin Feng's ears. Yao Na. Qin Feng suddenly recalled the figure he had seen outside the city god temple on several occasions. That girl must be Yao Na, he thought, feeling a flicker of recognition. An official ghost tamer, yet she bore him no ill will, thus he had not paid her much attention. While mulling over this, a crisp notification from the system chimed in his ear. You have not checked in today. Would you like to do so? Sign in. Sign in successful. You have obtained a volume of the Ghost Evil Compendium. With a flick of his mind, a gray-blue ancient tome materialized in his hand. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a myriad of illustrations. Small annotations detailed the classifications and strengths of various ghost evils, all meticulously noted. Quite intriguing. Qin Feng's gaze shifted slightly as he began to examine it closely. Although he had encountered malevolent spirits before, he was not well versed in the higher echelons of ghostly evils, and the compendium documented precisely what he urgently needed to know. After some investigation, he discovered that this compendium served not only as a record but also held a crucial function. It could harness the power of ghost evils to condense spiritual artifacts. The so-called spiritual artifacts are what common folk refer to as magical treasures. For instance, the city god seal in Qin Feng's possession is a type of spiritual artifact, according to the annotations in the compendium. There are 4 grades of spiritual artifacts: mortal, earth, heaven, and divine. The city god seal, though formidable in appearance, only reaches the earth grade. Furthermore, the compendium indicates that the grade of the spiritual artifact condensed depends on the ghost's strength. If a ghost possesses limited capabilities, the resulting artifact will also be of a low grade, typically mortal. However, if a ghost has exceptional qualities, it may yield a growth-type spiritual artifact, which could potentially evolve into Earth or Heaven-grade artifacts in the future. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Spiritual artifacts are also a manifestation of strength. Although the City God Seal is powerful, it is not a growth-type artifact, which precludes it from ever becoming a Heaven-grade artifact. If he could utilize the Ghost Evil Compendium to condense a growth-type artifact, then as his own power surged, the artifact might also evolve further, ultimately achieving the true Heaven grade. Heaven grade artifacts are genuine treasures, far surpassing the City God Seal in value. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng refrained from immediately beginning the condensation process. The first attempt at creating a personal spiritual artifact certainly warranted caution. Should it turn out to be a mere mortal-grade artifact, it would hold no value for him whatsoever. He glanced down at Wang Meiqi, noticing that after completing her bows, she had approached a woman to request a safety talisman from Wang Dazhu. Before making her way out of the City God Temple, recalling Wang Meiqi's earlier words, the image of Yao Na surfaced in Qin Feng's mind, that if he remembered correctly, the ghost within Yao Na was no ordinary spirit, but rather a particularly powerful malevolent ghost, the mother and child Xia. This type of malevolent ghost comes in two forms. One involves the deliberate torment of a full-term pregnant woman, instilling resentment, and subsequently, through a unique method, sealing the ghostly essence of the child within her womb, resulting in the formation of the mother and child Xia. Once this occurs, it transforms into a corpse Xia. The other form arises when the fetus dies in utero, leading to the pregnant woman dying in anguish, thus becoming a soul Xia. The ghost within Yao Na corresponds to the latter type. While it is significantly weaker than the mother and child Xia, its status as a stillborn grants it potential for growth. However, given Yao Na's current strength, she cannot yet fully unleash the power of the mother and child Xia. With this in mind, Qin Feng flipped to the page detailing the mother and child Xia in the Ghost Evil Compendium, forming a seal with his left hand. A wisp of black mist floated from the illustration of the mother and child Xia, coalescing in Qin Feng's palm that he then pointed toward Wang Meiqi, who was about to depart. Whoosh, a stream of black mist swiftly entered the safety talisman in Wang Meiqi's hand. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Let us use you as my test subject. In this era plagued by ghostly evils, the best form of protection for a ghost tamer is not merely to seek safety, but to possess formidable strength. Spiritual artifacts can similarly aid ghost tamers in enhancing their power. By doing this, he would not only help Wang Meiqi fulfill her wish, but also have the opportunity to see what kind of personal spiritual artifact he could create. It was a perfect win-win situation. That evening, Wang Meiqi prepared a sumptuous meal and knocked on Yao Na's door. Na, hurry up and come eat. Yao Na rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched before rising to wash up. As a ghost tamer, she possessed more energy than the average person and was endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet she remained human and could not go without rest and food for 24 hours. Moreover, the majority of a ghost tamer's work occurs at night, with only a handful of ghostly evils daring to appear during the day. Such occurrences were relatively rare in Jiangning City in the past. However, recently, ghostly disturbances had become increasingly frequent, prompting the Jiangning Division to implement rotating shifts to ensure that ghost tamers could respond promptly should any incidents arise. In addition to the rotating shifts, a mobile team was established. Their second division served as the mobile unit, ready to respond at any time. Her primary responsibility was to ensure adequate sleep when not on duty, having changed into her clothes. Yao Na approached the dining table, her appetite piqued by the sight of the abundant dishes. Ghost tamers expend their own vitality to nurture ghosts within them, necessitating a substantial intake of nourishment. The more they consume, the more nutrients transform into vitality, which is absorbed by the ghosts. In a mere moment, the once lavish spread had been reduced to a chaotic mess, observing her daughter gulping down her food. Wang Meiqi felt a pang of concern. Na, eat more slowly. If it's not enough, I'll make you more. Yao Na swallowed her mouthful and smiled. No need, Mom. I'm about to burst, just as she finished speaking. Her communicator buzzed with a call, calling the second division. Please proceed immediately to Jiangning's second hospital. Received, Yao Na replied, promptly setting down her utensils and making her way to the door while calling back to Wang Meiqi. Mom, there's a situation at the bureau. I have to go to work. Before Yao Na could step out, Wang Meiqi hurriedly followed, shoving the safety talisman she had obtained from the City God Temple into Yao Na's hand. Here. Take this. I specifically requested it from the City God Temple today. Yao Na looked at the talisman in her hand, a mix of amusement and exasperation crossing her face. Mom, you should keep this talisman for yourself. I can take care of myself. She was acutely aware of the city god's existence. However, with the Bureau issuing directives, she could not disregard protocol and had deliberately let slip some information to encourage her mother to seek the city god as protection. After all, she often had to go out, leaving little time to care for home. Her only concern was for her mother, yet she never expected that her mother would actually request a safety talisman for her. As for the talisman, she had no doubts. With the city god present, no one dared to cause trouble at the temple. However, such a talisman would only be effective against ordinary wandering souls or vengeful spirits. For someone like her, a ghost tamer, if trouble were to arise, she would be confronted with third-grade malevolent ghosts, rendering the talisman utterly useless. Hearing this, Wang Meiqi's expression turned stern. "Keep it safe. Do not let me worry." Just as Yao Na opened her mouth to retort, a sudden urgent call crackled through her earpiece, causing her to swallow her words. "All right, Mom. Don't fret about me. Just be careful at home, and if anything happens, make sure to call me." After offering her reassurance, Yao Na tucked the talisman into her pocket and hurriedly dashed downstairs. Watching this scene, Wang Meiqi let out a deep sigh, her eyes clouded with concern once more. When would this life of uncertainty come to an end? She withdrew her gaze, clasped her hands together in silent supplication, and began to pray in her heart. May the city god bestow his blessings. Jiangning Second Hospital.as Yao Na arrived at the hospital entrance and joined her team. She immediately sensed the pervasive and oppressive aura of malevolence that enveloped the surroundings. Hospitals have always been notorious hotspots for supernatural occurrences, as they are places where death is a daily visitor, making them prime locations for the accumulation of ghostly energy. She turned to her deputy captain, Lu Ming, and inquired in a grave tone. "Please elaborate on the specifics." Lu Ming handed Yao Na a dossier, his brow furrowed in concern. The first incident involved a fatality, which was handled by the 8th Division led by Lu Hongwei. This occurred on the day you went to their AID at 3 o'clock in the morning. A pregnant patient was brutally murdered in her hospital bed. Investigations revealed that it was the work of a malevolent spirit. Under Lu Hongwei's pursuit, they swiftly eradicated the entity, believing the matter to be resolved. However, last night, another middle-aged woman was killed in a manner strikingly similar to that of the pregnant patient. Consequently, the case was handed back to the 8th Division. This morning, while they were investigating, a tragic incident unfolded in the operating room, resulting in the deaths of a doctor and 2 nurses, along with the woman undergoing surgery. The circumstances mirrored those of the previous victim. Lu Hongwei suspects that a vengeful spirit is at play and has referred the case to our 2nd Division. As Yao Na listened intently to Lu Ming's account, she perused the materials in her hands. The dossier contained images of the 6 victims, each visage distorted, their eyes reduced to hollow voids, their faces marred with blood. Each victim bore a gaping wound in their abdomen, with entrails grotesquely exposed. The brutality of their deaths was harrowing. Yao Na furrowed her brow and asked, "Have there been any leads on the perpetrator's whereabouts?" Lu Ming shook his head. "None. The spirit is cunning." By the time Lu Hongwei and his team arrived at the operating room, it had already concealed itself. The hospital has since implemented emergency measures to mitigate further casualties. However, Lu Hongwei's investigation uncovered that a doctor had previously committed suicide due to a medical dispute. He suspects that this doctor may very well be the vengeful spirit. Yao Na flipped through the pages of the dossier until she found a particularly clear photograph. It depicted a young doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, clad in a white coat, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Beside the image were the words, "He Dongjun." What was the reason for his downfall? She inquired. It said that he had a disagreement with a female patient he was responsible for, leading her to commit suicide by jumping from a building. The patient's family accused He Dongjun of misconduct. Since the death occurred over 24 hours prior, no evidence could be collected from the patient's body, leaving him without recourse for defense. Tio minimized the scandal. The hospital dismissed him. He Dongjun claimed he was wronged and ultimately leaped from the rooftop. Yao Na nodded, concluding that he was undoubtedly a vengeful spirit. Most malevolent entities lack intelligence and rarely act during the day, driven solely by instinctual hatred and resentment. However, vengeful spirits possess a higher degree of awareness that He Dongjun, having been wronged and subsequently taking his own life, would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment, increasing the likelihood of his transformation into a vengeful spirit. Among the 6 victims, only one was male, the others were all female. The gruesome nature of their deaths, coupled with the absence of any connections between them, indicated that the primary target was indeed women. The male doctor appeared to be an unfortunate casualty. However, He Dongjun had vanished after the murders, suggesting a notable level of cunning and likely intermediate strength. Naturally, These were mere conjectures in need of further validation that if He Dongjun was indeed the murderer, his motive would be revenge, which significantly decreased the chances of his leaving the hospital premises. Yao Na swiftly made her assessment and addressed Lu Ming and the others. Let's proceed inside for a closer examination. Stay close to me. This vengeful spirit is formidable. Understood. They responded in unison, cautiously following Yao Na into the hospital. Instantly, the temperature plummeted by nearly 10 degrees, and despite the brightly lit surroundings, an eerie chill permeated the air. Yao Na immediately activated her ghost eye technique that in an instant, her dark pupils vanished, leaving her eyes a stark white. Yet, through her gaze, the entire hospital underwent a dramatic transformation. Black ghostly energy swirled around her, yet the area was devoid of even the most basic wandering spirits or resentful souls. Yao Na furrowed her brow and murmured, "Something feels amiss." Everyone exercised caution. Lu Ming and the others fell silent. Drawing closer to Yao Na, acutely aware that the hospital's atmosphere was decidedly abnormal, although the hospital was one of their primary monitoring locations frequently patrolled by their department. It was hard to comprehend how not a single wandering spirit lingered in a place notorious for supernatural phenomena. Yao Na and her team meticulously searched the first floor but found no trace of the vengeful spirit. They continued their search through the second, third, and up to the fifth floor, yet encountered no signs of its presence. Not even a wandering soul. Yao Na rubbed her furrowed brow. Their search method was far too slow, and while ghost tamers could harness ghostly powers, their abilities were limited. This senseless expenditure of energy was exceedingly wasteful. This approach was untenable. Resolving to expedite their efforts, she turned to Lu Ming and asked, "Where is He Dongjun's office?" "The 8th floor. Additionally, the deceased female patient was also located on the 8th floor. "Let us head straight to the 8th floor." Yao Na decisively led her team into the elevator, ascending to the 8th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Yao Na immediately sensed a marked increase in the density of ghostly energy on this level. In the next moment, a piercing voice echoed in her ears. "Woman, damned woman. If it weren't for you, I would not have been wronged. You all deserve to die." The furious, shrill voice felt as if it penetrated her very eardrums, causing Lu Ming and the others to instinctively cover their ears while scanning the area warily. Stepping out of the elevator, they looked up to find a figure at the end of the corridor, He Dongjun. Garbed in a white coat, his expression ominous. Suddenly, the lights on the 8th floor flickered erratically before bursting with a resounding crashed "Gah! I will kill you." The shrill scream sent a shiver down Yao Na's spine. She extended her arms forward, her nails visibly elongating, glimmering with a cold sheen in the moonlight streaming in from the windows, appearing razor-sharp. This was her second ability acquired after advancing to Grade B, Ghost Claws. However, in the next instant, He Dongjun's figure inexplicably appeared before Yao Na. The team's expressions shifted in alarm. Quick, too fast, they could scarcely perceive his speed. "This is bad. His strength has reached the advanced level," someone exclaimed in the darkness. Yao Na's face paled. Before she could contemplate further, she saw He Dongjun's arm lunging toward her. She hastily raised her hands to shield herself, even as a Grade B advanced. She possessed combat capability, but the pressing concern was that she could not discern the speed of her opponent. Damn it! Yao Na gritted her teeth, bracing for the impending pain when suddenly, a scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Looking up, she noticed He Dongjun stumbling back several meters, a look of sheer terror on his face as he turned to flee. Yet, just as he prepared to escape, a brilliant golden light erupted from Yao Na. Radiant and blinding. The warmth of the light was reminiscent of a gentle winter sun, soothing and invigorating. But upon striking He Dongjun, it acted like oil on flames, causing him to emit a sizzling sound as wisps of smoke curled from his head and body. In the blink of an eye, several charred black holes appeared on He Dongjun's ghostly form. Ping and Fu. Yao Na stared in astonishment at the golden light, which encased a triangular yellow talisman. The very amulet her mother had previously procured for her from the city god temple, renowned for its protective blessings. "What is this?" Lu Ming and his companions gazed at Ping and Fu, their faces etched with bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed by the nature of Ping and Fu, and the profound intimidation it seemed to exert over He Dongjun. As the group lingered in stunned silence, a sudden roar pierced the air. "Ah, damn it, what is this thing? Get away!" He Dongjun, enduring the pain coursing through his body, swatted fiercely at the Ping and Fu hovering midair, with a resounding slap. Ping and Fu plummeted to the ground, a crack appearing on the talisman. In that fleeting moment, a dark mist surged forth and invaded Yao Na's body. Instantly, Yao Na sensed the restless stirrings of the spirit within her. Alarm surged through her. Was she on the brink of losing control? No, this was entirely different from the violent agitation experienced during the unsealing. She felt no anger or consuming emotions, but rather a painful wailing from the spirit within her. As if something was extracting its essence, panic gripped Yao Na. What on earth was happening? Captain, are you all right? Lu Ming and his companions retreated a step, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Yao Na. Motionless, they sensed a sudden surge of powerful spectral energy erupting from her, a harbinger of potential chaos. Despite rigorous training, the likelihood of a spirit master losing control remained low, yet it was not outside the realm of possibility. Prolonged overexertion of spectral energy, coupled with extreme fatigue, could lead to a backlash from the spirit within, necessitating that spirit masters rest after completing their missions. However, Yao Na should not be in such a predicament. She had only recently ascended to grade B. It was inconceivable that she would suddenly lose control. Both her mental state and her previous usage of spectral energy did not meet the conditions for such a breakdown. How could this transpire? Lu Ming was at a loss. What he did understand was that the threat posed by He Dongjun had not yet been neutralized. Should Yao Na also spiral out of control, their entire second team would likely face annihilation. Meanwhile, far away at the city goddess residence, Qin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distance, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that Yao Na would encounter a crisis so swiftly. With Ping and Fu shattered, the aura on the ghostly evil compendium was now exposed, and the spirit energy contained within would incite greed in malevolent spirits, if that malevolent entity remained alive. Yao Na would undoubtedly be in peril. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, his figure vanished. At the same time, He Dongjun, who had intended to flee, could not resist the alluring pull of the spectral energy he sensed and greedily inhaled it, his eyes turning crimson. Yet, there was a flicker of trepidation in his gaze. The golden light surrounding him instilled a profound sense of danger. He was certain that had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have been obliterated. Yet, the allure of the spectral energy was irresistible. He could feel that by consuming it, his strength would amplify, granting him the power to escape the hospital and exact vengeance upon those who wronged him. He yearned to devour that woman. He had to consume her. Silently, He Dongjun crept closer to Yao Na, pausing momentarily, then crouched like a cat, his blood-red eyes fixed intently upon her. Yao Na sensed an overwhelming threat. But her greater fear lay in the tumult within her own body. Soon, she realized that the continual extraction of spectral energy had rendered her spirit exceedingly weak enough for her to regain complete control. In an untested state, she surged directly to the advanced stage of Grade B. Her terror morphed into profound exhilaration. However, before she could revel in her triumph, she confronted a horrifying reality. With the significant depletion of her spectral energy, even her newly attained Grade B prowess could not be fully mobilized. She couldn't even summon the strength she previously wielded at the intermediate Grade B level. Killing He Dongjun was simply out of the question. What should she do? Yao Na gritted her teeth, her expression unchanged, yet her heart raced with anxiety. She knew she could not allow He Dongjun to perceive any hint of her predicament, lest their entire second team perish. Yet, if this continued, her situation would inevitably be exposed. What could she do? Summoning assistance was out of the question. Ping and Fu was gone. What options remained? At that moment, she suddenly noticed the vast amounts of extracted spectral energy coalescing into a mass around her, causing the surrounding air to distort. It was as if something was continuously siphoning energy, like a tempest ravaging the space around her. Alarmed, Lu Ming and his companions retreated to the elevator door. Frozen in place, Yao Na remained rooted, observing as the dark spectral energy did not expand but rather compressed into a small black gemstone, roughly the size of an EGG.INA flash. The black gemstone began to levitate. Spinning rapidly, within mere seconds, it transformed into a figure, a woman clad in a robe, her face hauntingly beautiful, yet her prominently swollen belly was grotesquely sliced open, revealing the head of an infant wearing a sinister grin. Yao Na's eyes widened in shock. The woman was none other than her own spirit, Gu Meng. In life, Gu Meng hailed from a well-off family and married into a less fortunate one. But during her pregnancy, she inadvertently encountered her husband in a compromising situation with another woman. In the ensuing argument, she was pushed down the stairs, resulting in the death of her unborn child. To conceal this crime, her husband buried her alive while she was still drawing breath. Thus, they became a vengeful pair of mother and child. Yao Na knew all this because Gu Ming had disclosed it to her. While she felt immense sympathy for Gu Ming's plight, she also remembered the first rule of spirit masters. Never trust the spirits within you, no matter how virtuous a person might have been in life. Once transformed into a vengeful spirit, they could not be benevolent. Their words and actions were merely instruments of deception, intended to evoke sympathy and to seize the opportunity to retaliate. Yao Na was utterly confounded as to why the extracted spectral energy had coalesced into a statue of Gu Ming. She could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the black figure. Suddenly, it struck her, a spiritual artifact. In the next moment, she watched as the floating statue plummeted to the ground. She instinctively caught it, feeling an icy chill radiate from it, as if it were exuding a constant wave of cold. Yet, within the depths of her being, a tenuous connection formed with it. Could it truly be a spiritual artifact? Yao Na held her breath, her gaze fixed on the gemstone in her hand, disbelief filling her eyes. She had never imagined that she would inadvertently materialize a spiritual artifact, and not just any artifact, but one forged from her own soul. How could this be possible? Yet, at that moment, she had no time to ponder the artifact in her grasp, for she noticed He Dongjun stirring nearby. He Dongjun, crouched low, suddenly lunged towards her, arms outstretched. Just as he was about to make contact, Yao Na propelled herself off the wall, launching herself like a projectile down the corridor. Although she could not wield the full power of the advanced grade B, her body had transformed post-ascension. Her spiritual awareness, speed, and strength had all more than doubled. She could discern He Dongjun's every move with clarity. The only thing she lacked was power. Yao Na glanced down at the gemstone in her hand. A flicker of determination in her eyes, she transferred a wisp of spectral energy into the gemstone. However, there was no response. How could this be? Her expression tightened as she looked up, only to find He Dongjun's crimson eyes glaring at her from not far away. Panic surged within her as she swiftly dodged He Dongjun and sprinted away, intensifying her effort to channel spectral energy into the artifact. This was her only hope. Suddenly, Yao Na felt the gemstone radiating a chilling aura, as though it sought to freeze her hand solid. Yet she clung tightly to the artifact, her eyes alight with joy. It was responding. Just then, an enraged roar erupted from behind her. I will devour you. I shall consume you all. He Dongjun's scarlet eyes fixated menacingly on Yao Na. His failed attempts left him in a state of profound frustration. He could no longer afford to wait, the essence of the spirit. He was determined to seize even a fragment of it. An overwhelming desire eclipsed any concerns he had about the dangers of devouring. Boom! His body suddenly surged, escalating from an ordinary human height to the ceiling. Where it finally halted, his entire physique had doubled in size. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. Boom! The surrounding malevolent energy was all drawn into his mouth, as a tempest raged through the hospital corridor, causing the doors of adjacent rooms to rattle violently. Creak. Tables, chairs, and beds from every room began to shift towards He Dongjun. Even Lu Ming and his companions felt the immense suction, gripping the nearby railings tightly to resist the pull. Crack. The sound of breaking metal echoed from the railing on the wall. No. Help me, team leader Lu. Save me, a terrified team member cried out, yet his body was uncontrollably drawn toward He Dongjun. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. But before he could reach out, he heard the railing snap once more. Crack. Lu Ming watched helplessly as the remaining railings were torn apart, and one by one, the team members, including himself, were pulled toward He Dongjun's gaping mouth. Was this the end? Lu Ming thought in despair. He had just been relieved that Yao Na had not lost control, yet in the blink of an eye, events had spiraled to this extent. An advanced B-grade malevolent spirit, they were utterly powerless against it. Even Yao Na could not save them. Suddenly, the tremendous suction ceased, and Lu Ming paused for a moment before scrambling to his feet. In the next instant, he saw He Dongjun frozen in place, encased in a layer of ice, resembling a colossal ice pillar, emanating an intense chill. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering ice rang out clearly, and in the next moment, Lu Ming observed fissures rapidly spreading from He Dongjun's legs, forming a spiderweb of cracks across his body. Boom! He Dongjun's form shattered into countless ice shards, crashing to the ground, while a wisp of black mist escaped from the fragments, merging into a dark statue. Standing before that statue was Yao Na. At this moment, the black statue floated before Yao Na's chest, spinning incessantly. What is that? Lu Ming gazed in horror at the black statue. Feeling the icy chill radiating from it, cold, the frigid sensation engulfed him, as if he were plummeting into an abyss, rendering him powerless to struggle. The other team members also looked on with expressions of dread at the dark statue. They sensed the bone-chilling cold, which threatened to freeze them solid. The next moment, bang! Yao Na, clutching the black statue, collapsed to the ground. The others, whose limbs had grown rigid with cold, felt the temperature around them normalize. And the icy sensation vanished entirely. Team Yao! Team Yao! Damn it! Team Yao has fainted. Quickly take her back to the bureau. In midair, Qin Feng watched as Lu Ming and the others carried Yao Na out of the hospital before retracting his gaze. Wearing a contemplative expression, utilizing the sudden burst of cold to freeze the spirit body. Is this the function of Yao Na's innate spiritual artifact? No, that was not ordinary cold. It was a drop of netherworld water condensed from immense malevolent energy. Emitting an unearthly chill that the spirit body could not withstand, it froze them completely. However, mortal-level spiritual artifacts cannot sustain netherworld water, as they cannot resist the cold it emanates and would shatter to dust. Only earth-grade spiritual artifacts can serve as vessels for netherworld water. The jade statue Yao Na held clearly did not reach earth-grade, yet it managed to contain the netherworld water, indicating it possessed the nascent form of an earth-grade spiritual artifact. This implies that Yao Na's innate spiritual artifact is a growth-type artifact. Qin Feng's eyes brightened that he never anticipated that the first experiment would allow Yao Na to directly coalesce a growth-type artifact. What about himself? Unlike spirit controllers, he could not harness the malevolent energy within his body to form a spiritual artifact, yet he was not human but a ghostly deity. As one who achieved divinity through his ghostly form. He could undoubtedly draw upon his own power to forge a true innate spiritual artifact. While spirit controllers can utilize malevolence to coalesce their innate artifacts, it is not through their own strength, but rather borrowed power. Akin to having a relay station. This means Yao Na herself cannot fully unleash the power of the innate spiritual artifact in her hands. Just like earlier, she fainted due to insufficient malevolent energy. But he was different. The innate spiritual artifact he creates with his own power would not only have a higher fusion rate, but would also be capable of unleashing 100% of its might. It would be far superior to the innate artifacts wielded by spirit controllers. With this thought, Qin Feng became exhilarated. If Yao Na, a B-grade spirit controller, could coalesce such a growth-type artifact, his potential surely could not be inferior to the malevolence within Yao Na. What kind of artifact could he manifest? He would soon find out. At the Jiangning branch, Yao Na slowly opened her eyes to see a group of people gathered around her. Zhao Qingming, Xiao Mei, and Minister Qin from the provincial headquarters. Startled, she quickly regained her composure, relieved to find the black statue still in her possession. Struggling to sit up, she noticed the concerned expressions on her companions' faces. Yao Na, lie down. The doctor said you fainted due to excessive use of malevolent energy. You need to rest well. Xiao Mei urged, frowning. Sister Qiao, I'm fine. Yao Na gratefully glanced at Xiao Mei, managing to sit up and lean against the headboard. She scanned the eager faces of her companions and extended her hand, still gripping the black statue, out from under the covers. Then, she opened her palm and spoke. You all came for this, didn't you? Instantly, Yao Na's words pierced through their intentions, leaving everyone somewhat embarrassed. Ordinarily, they would wait for her to recover from her fainting spell before inquiring about the matter. However, the significance of this event was too monumental. As soon as they heard Lu Ming's report, they could hardly contain their eagerness to rush over. But in the next moment, all feelings of embarrassment vanished as they fixated on the black statue in Yao Na's hand. Their eyes shimmering with excitement, especially Minister Qin, whose gaze burned with intensity as if he would leap forward at any moment. Spiritual artifacts are exceedingly rare. There are fewer than 10 known in all of Huaxia, all discovered within ancient ruins. Due to their immense value, special applications are required for all spiritual artifacts. Only in urgent situations, with the applicant having made significant contributions to the state, can one hope to obtain such artifacts. This is an unavoidable reality. The loss of a spiritual artifact would be a grave blow to the nation. Although their research team had attempted to create spiritual artifacts, the results were dismal. They could barely contend with ordinary malevolent spirits, but against advanced malevolent spirits, their effectiveness diminished significantly. They could only interfere with a spirit's actions to a certain extent or weaken its power. However, when facing high-level malevolent spirits, such influence waned considerably. Only true spiritual artifacts could accomplish such feats. Minister Qin's eyes remained glued to the artifact in Yao Na's hand. Holding his breath, he sensed that the artifact contained a trace of spiritual energy. Distinctly different from malevolent energy, a unique essence altogether, he was certain this was indeed a genuine spiritual artifact. Slowly and cautiously, Qin extended his trembling right hand, but soon realized the impropriety of his actions and quickly retracted it. With eyes brimming with excitement, he looked at Yuna and asked, "Yuna, can you tell me where this spiritual artifact came from?" Yuna took a deep breath and replied, "It was coalesced from the malevolent spirit within me." Coalesced? Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, and in the next moment, he grasped Yuna's arm. "How did you condense it? No, how did you achieve this?" Qin Ming's words tumbled out in confusion. He truly had not anticipated such an answer. He had assumed that Yuna had accidentally stumbled upon some relic or had acquired it through some other means. However, he never expected that it was formed from the ghost within Yuna. How could this be possible? He had never encountered such a precedent. Upon hearing Qin Ming's inquiry, the others glanced nervously at Yuna. If the method to condense spiritual tools was within their grasp, could all of them, as ghost tamers, also obtain such spiritual tools? Yuna felt a flicker of panic under their scrutinizing gazes. After a moment of careful recollection, she asserted, "To be precise, it's not me. But because of Ping and Fu." Ping and Fu? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, a hint of bewilderment gleaming in their eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Qingming presented a tattered yellow talisman before Yuna. "Is this what you mean?" This was submitted by Lu Ming, who had reported the circumstances at the time. However, compared to the shock of the spiritual tool, they had temporarily set aside the matter of Ping and Fu. For the significance of the spiritual tool was simply too immense. Yet he had not expected that this spiritual tool was actually related to Ping and Fu. Yuna nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It is this very Ping and Fu." Soon, Yuna recounted the events from earlier. In truth, when she first condensed the spiritual tool, she had not linked these two elements together, but upon reflecting on everything in detail, she realized that this Ping and Fu was the key. After listening to Yuna's words, everyone was plunged into profound shock. The Ping and Fu obtained from the Qinhuang Temple not only had the power to intimidate high-level B-grade evil spirits, but it could also enable ghost tamers to condense spiritual tools. My heavens, the potency of this Ping and Fu was truly formidable. Suddenly, everyone held their breath, their faces alight with excitement. If this were indeed the case, could they also condense their own spiritual tools if they were to acquire Ping and Fu? Zhu Lian abruptly turned to Zhao Qingming. "Director Zhao, we must swiftly organize a group to seek Ping and Fu from the Qinhuang Temple." Zhao Qingming was about to nod in agreement when Qin Ming's expression suddenly grew serious. "No. Yuna's Ping and Fu was an accidental acquisition that fortuitously led to the obtaining of her personal spiritual tool. However, if we go to seek Ping and Fu, it would be a blatant demand from the Qinhuang. We still have yet to discern the temperament of the Qinhuang. Should we provoke him, we could find ourselves in dire trouble. Who wouldn't he desire a spiritual tool? He did as well. Yet, according to ancient texts, although deities are devoid of human emotions, their tempers and dispositions vary greatly. Some deities are benevolent and willing to bestow blessings upon mortals, while others are irascible and decisive in their judgments. There are even those who are utterly indifferent to human life." Although he was unsure of the Qinhuang's character, the past incidents involving rogue ghost tamers indicated that while the Qinhuang was willing to protect his followers, he would not tolerate any transgressions against his boundaries. Hence, their actions would undoubtedly offend the Qinhuang. At that point, not only would they lose the chance for Ping and Fu and spiritual tools, but the entire Jiangning branch would be plunged into significant peril. Qin Ming's words fell like a cold splash of water over everyone. The more they learned about the Qinhuang's deeds, the more they recognized his true terror. The Qinhuang protected his followers, not them, the ghost tamers. Zhao Qiming furrowed his brow in response to Qin Ming. "Minister Qin, what do you suggest we do?" Qin Ming paced the room for a moment before lifting his gaze to Zhao Qiming. "Director Zhao, we must not disclose the matter of Ping and Fu to anyone. We can subtly promote the efficacy of Ping and Fu to the outside world. This way, many people, including the relatives of some ghost tamers, will surely seek blessings from the Qinhuang Temple. If anyone obtains Ping and Fu, they should first present it to me for research. Additionally, we can arrange for some individuals to use it and observe if they too can condense their personal spiritual tools." Zhao Qingming began to grasp Qin Ming's intent. Although Yao Na had condensed her personal spiritual tool, it could still be a matter of chance, and not everyone would possess such fortunate luck. He nodded. "All right, I will arrange for this immediately." At that moment, Qin Ming turned to Yao Na. Glancing at the black statue in her hand, in an authoritative tone, he commanded, "Yao Na, your personal spiritual tool still belongs to you. But for the time being, you must cooperate with me in my research. Upon hearing this, Yao Na exhaled slightly, straightened her posture, and saluted with a military gesture. Yes, in the Qin Wang's residence. Qin Feng did not immediately commence the condensation of the spiritual tool. Instead, he sat in his study, gazing at the Qin Wang seal and the illustrated compendium of evil spirits on his desk, his brow slightly furrowed. Not enough. Although there was already a successful precedent, he needed to exercise caution. After all, his goal was not merely a simple growth-type spiritual tool, but one that could advance to the divine tier in the future. Thus, upon his return, he meticulously studied the illustrated compendium of evil spirits. He discovered that the crux of condensing a spiritual tool using the compendium lay in the wisp of ghostly energy contained within it. Without this ghostly energy, no amount of ghostly aura could lead to success. This realization sparked a bold idea within him: to use the illustrated compendium of evil spirits as a foundation, drawing upon the ghostly energy from the Chenghuang seal, and merging it with his own bodily strength to condense a new personal spiritual tool. Once successfully condensed, such a personal spiritual tool would undoubtedly surpass one formed solely from ghostly energy and would hold greater potential to evolve into a divine tier growth-type tool. Of course, this approach did come with a drawback. Utilizing the illustrated compendium of evil spirits as a foundation would mean he could no longer use it to condense new spiritual tools in the future. However, for Qin Feng, this drawback held little significance. No number of spiritual tools could compare to a divine tier one. Based on this, Qin Feng decided to take a gamble. If he failed, he would merely lose the illustrated compendium of evil spirits. But he still possessed the Chenghuang seal as a foundational spiritual tool. However, should he succeed, he would acquire a genuine weapon of mass destruction. Just as he prepared to begin, he realized he was missing something. What could it be? Rubbing his chin, Qin Feng fell into deep contemplation. Using the illustrated compendium of evil spirits as a foundation was primarily due to the ghostly energy, but if he extracted the ghostly energy, the entire compendium would become worthless, failing to achieve the foundational effect. Suddenly, a new thought sparked in Qin Feng's mind. What if he infused the corresponding ghost into the respective illustrations within the compendium? What transformation would the illustrated compendium of evil spirits undergo? There was only one way to find out. With a thought, Qin Feng materialized in the vast prison of the Chenghuang's residence in the next moment. A cacophony of wailing ghosts echoed in his ears. "Let me out! Damn it! I will kill you! Kill all of you!" Here, he had specifically established a place to confine malevolent spirits, although he had previously captured a batch of Yin officials. In an era overrun by evil spirits, their numbers were far from sufficient. Therefore, he instructed the Black and White Impermanence to eliminate the weaker evil spirits and capture all the formidable ones. Continuing to fill the vacancies of the Yin officials, slaying ghost with ghost was the true path. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the spirits fell silent, retreating into the corners, their eyes filled with dread. Qin Feng's gaze swept around the room before settling on a pale-faced man. A noose hanging from his neck, the hanging ghost. "You." Qin Feng raised his left hand, and the illustrated compendium of evil spirits appeared in his grasp. He flipped to the page of the hanging ghost and beckoned to it. The hanging ghost in the prison transformed into a wisp of green smoke and soared into the illustrated compendium of evil spirits. In an instant, a radiant light coursed through the compendium. Releasing a faint wisp of ghostly energy, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with joy. It was indeed effective. Just as he had surmised, the ghostly energy could be extracted, and it could also be absorbed through the power of ghosts. At the moment the ghost merged within, the illustrated compendium of evil spirits seemed to awaken, and the ghostly energy began to diffuse. This meant that he could integrate a multitude of ghosts into the illustrated compendium of evil spirits. Seizing the moment when the ghostly energy permeated the air to establish a foundation, he raised his head and cast a glance around. His eyes reddened, as if on the verge of being engulfed by malevolent spirits. Suppressing his excitement, he refrained from acting immediately. With the recent influx of devotees, he was not far from advancing to the 7th grade of merit, the golden body. After his ascension, he would condense his innate spiritual weapon, undoubtedly becoming stronger. In the following days, news of the city god temple's peace talismans dispelling evil spread throughout Jiangning City. More citizens flocked to the temple to obtain their peace talismans. A queue, resembling a dragon, extended from dawn until dusk in front of the city god temple. However, the number of talismans was limited, leading to an overwhelming demand. This news eventually reached the ears of Jiangning's wealthiest merchant, Guo Yanjun. Guo Yanjun was involved in the medicinal herb industry, but not with ordinary herbs. He processed human placentas into a product known as Zichis, selling it to affluent merchants across the nation. Despite his success in this line of work, Guo Yanjun did not believe in ghosts or deities. However, during this period, he had encountered numerous strange occurrences. For several consecutive nights, he was too afraid to sleep. And despite hiring monks and Taoists to perform rituals for him, nothing seemed to help. Upon hearing of the efficacy of the peace talismans at the city god temple, Guo Yanjun wasted no time and brought his entourage to the temple early the next morning. After disembarking, he surveyed the long line ahead, furrowing his brow before instructing his bodyguard, dressed in a black suit, to clear the way. Yes, boss, the lead bodyguard acknowledged as he and a dozen others charged forward. Scattering the orderly line, this action stirred up a hornet's nest. The citizens standing in line erupted in discontent. Hey, who do you think you are? What do you want? Don't you know this is the city god temple? Do you understand the rules? The bodyguards disregarded the citizens' grievances, quickly forming two lines to block the previously waiting devotees. They respectfully gestured towards Guo Yanjun to proceed. Guo Yanjun nodded slightly and strode towards the city god temple. At this moment, the crowd began to notice him, and a hush fell over them. As Guo Yanjun swaggered by, a young man could not help but voice, even if he is the wealthiest merchant, he should still wait in line, right? The next moment, he was pulled back by someone beside him. Sho, keep your voice down. I heard someone offended Guo Yanjun before, and the next day, they had their legs broken and now walk with a limp. The young man, skeptical, replied softly, you mean Guo Yanjun did that? He may be wealthy, but would he dare be so lawless? The person beside him did not respond but cast a wary glance at Guo Yanjun's back. Once Guo Yanjun had moved on, he sighed and shook his head. What's the big deal about hitting someone? Just a few days ago, didn't a woman jump into the river? That wasn't a suicide. She was driven to it by Guo Yanjun. As this revelation spread, the surrounding citizens gathered closer, unable to refrain from chiming in. Is that true? I know about this. The family has been causing a ruckus at the police station for days, but without evidence, it just fizzled out. Goodness, Guo Yanjun is so arrogant. Is no one going to do anything about it? Afraid? His connections are too solid. Inside the city god temple, Wang Dezhu had just handed a peace talisman to a middle-aged woman when he heard a commotion at the entrance. Make way. Make way. Wang Dezhu frowned and looked up towards the door, where several burly young men in black were pushing through the crowd, surrounding a rotund middle-aged man as they entered. His face hardened. And he admonished, who dares to cause a ruckus in front of the city god temple? Guo Yanjun glanced at Wang Dezhu and, noticing the peace talismans on the table, spoke, Are you the one in charge here? I want all the peace talismans. Time was precious to him. He had no patience for idle banter. Besides, whether the peace talismans were effective could only be determined by their use. If they could help him rid himself of those vile entities, he would not hesitate to spend tens of millions to rebuild the city god temple. However, if they proved ineffective, bowing to a mud statue would be nothing short of absurdity. Wang Dezhu's expression darkened. Impudent. I do not care who you are. This is the city god temple, and you shall not act recklessly. Guo Yanjun frowned and exchanged glances with his bodyguard. The bodyguard understood Guo Yanjun's intent and promptly brought forth a large box. Placing it with a thud on Wang Dezhu's table, he opened the box, revealing it to be filled to the brim with cash, laid bare before the astonished onlookers. Goodness, that must be at least 100,000. No less than 500,000, I reckon. The crowd, witnessing Guo Yanjun's lavish display, turned pale, their hearts stirred by the fortune that it seemed they would leave empty-handed today, all because Guo Yanjun was wealthy. Wang Dezhu, however, was infuriated, his face flushed with anger. The city god had instructed him to charge only 1 yuan for each peace talisman, absolutely no more. Regardless of how much money was offered, he dared not take it. Guo Yanjun was not just insulting him. He was desecrating the city god. With a resounding slap, Wang Dezhu shut the box, glaring at Guo Yanjun. Take your filthy money and leave the city god temple. He was well aware of Guo Yanjun's reputation. Had it been elsewhere, he might have felt hesitant to offend him. But this was the city god temple, where he had the support of the deity. Why should he fear? Seeing Wang Dezhu's blatant disrespect, Guo Yanjun's expression soured. Yet, recalling the voices that had haunted him all night, he shuddered and looked at Wang Dezhu again, saying, What price do you seek? Name it. In this world, everything had a price. There was nothing that money could not buy. This manager was merely a peasant. How could he have ever seen such wealth? He was just trying to capitalize on the situation. Guo Yanjun had encountered many such individuals. But who was he? He had never been extorted before, and once he resolved his issues, he would ensure this man paid for his insolence. Wang Dazhu scoffed. Guoyanjun, I know you possess great wealth, but no matter how much you offer, you shall not purchase a single peace talisman from me today. Not today, nor ever. The city god is watching, and your disrespect will surely bring you punishment. Guoyanjun's arrogance and disdain for the city god made it impossible for Wang Dazhu to acquiesce. Upon hearing Wang Dazhu's words, the previously hesitant crowd straightened their backs, emboldened. Well said? Disrespecting the city god? How could the deity ever protect you? Just wait for your misfortune. Peace talismans are earned through sincerity, not bought with money. Get out of here and do not tarnish the city god's temple. As the voices of the crowd rose, Guoyanjun's expression darkened to the extreme that he scanned the crowd, silently marking those who had stirred trouble. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and gestured to his bodyguards, commanding, take all the peace talismans away. Upon hearing this, Wang Dazhu's expression shifted, and he glared at Guoyanjun, shouting, how dare you? This is the city god temple, to steal peace talismans when you cannot buy them. Why wouldn't I dare? Guoyanjun sneered. Noticing his bodyguards had not moved, he frowned and barked, why are you still standing there? Hearing the order, the bodyguards exchanged glances, torn, although they did not hold much faith in the city god. They had encountered strange events while following Guoyanjun. What if the deity truly possessed power? Yet, if they did not act, their jobs would be at risk. With that thought in mind, the dozen bodyguards gritted their teeth and charged towards Wang Dazhu's table. At that moment, the surrounding devotees reacted, their bodies trembling with fury. This is truly lawless. Stop them. We cannot let them steal the peace talismans, Guoyanjun. Do you think you can act so recklessly in broad daylight and that no one will intervene? However, these devotees were merely ordinary individuals, utterly no match for the trained bodyguards that in a matter of moments. Several were sent tumbling to the ground. The bodyguard at the forefront forcefully shoved Wang Dazhu aside and seized the ping and fu from the table. This scene did not escape Qin Feng's notice. When Guoyanjun appeared before the city god temple, he had already sensed the commotion outside, his presence merging with the clay statue. Utilizing his ability to observe the aura, he discerned a dark energy lingering between Guoyanjun's brows. Moreover, phantoms were seen wandering outside the temple, seemingly drawn towards Guoyanjun. Just moments ago, he had overheard numerous discussions revealing that Guoyanjun was no virtuous man. Even so, he had not anticipated such audacity from him, directly attempting to seize the ping and fu. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he subtly gestured towards the ping and fu in the bodyguard's grasp. In an instant, the ping and fu that had just been claimed transformed into a puddle of yellow liquid. How could this be? The bodyguard stared in horror at his hands, now drenched in the yellow fluid. It was gone. All of it vanished, as if the ping and fu had disintegrated. Witnessing this, the surrounding devotees erupted with excitement. The city god has manifested his power. They cannot take the ping and fu. The city god will not allow it. Hearing their words, Guoyanjun's complexion drained of color. Could it be that the city god truly exists? No. He refused to believe it. Guoyanjun charged towards the table, seizing the remaining ping and fu, only for it to likewise dissolve into yellow water, slipping through his fingers. How could this be possible? Guoyanjun's eyes widened in disbelief, yet at that moment, a wave of fear began to wash over him. If the city god had truly manifested, did that mean all his recent actions had been observed? This is it. He was truly facing dire consequences. Cold sweat streamed down Guoyanjun's forehead, saturating his back. He fell to his knees, terror-stricken, exclaiming, "City god, I was wrong. I beg you, help me." In that instant, Guoyanjun's previous arrogance had completely evaporated, leaving only fear in its wake. The next moment, a sharp voice rang in his ears, having offended the city god. What good is regret now? Get out. Do not sully the city goddess' sight. Wang Dazhu's face was a mask of fury as he waved his hand. Everyone, drive him out. Get out. Hurry and leave. The crowd, already displeased with Guoyanjun, felt emboldened by the city goddess backing, their courage swelling. They brandished their fists, forcibly expelling Guoyanjun and his bodyguards from the temple. The dozen or so bodyguards, left dumbfounded by the earlier spectacle, neglected Guoyanjun, scrambling away from the city god temple before remembering their employer, each rushing to him. "Boss, are you all right?" Guoyanjun, livid with rage, shouted, "Useless. You're all useless." He kicked the nearest bodyguard and then flung open the car door to get in, just as his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, Guoyanjun jolted, regaining his composure, with a forced smile. He answered, "Mr. Huang. What is it? Where's the shipment?" "Mr. Huang, As you know, we just had an incident, and the supply chain has been disrupted. Rest assured, in a couple of days, I will ensure the goods are delivered." The voice on the other end was laced with dissatisfaction. "Tomorrow. It must arrive by tomorrow at the latest." "Yes, yes." After hanging up, Guiyanjun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Mr. Huang, whose full name was Huang'an, had an unclear background, but what he did know was that Huang'an was connected to a real power player, someone he could not afford to offend. Moreover, Zichi was part of an illicit trade, strictly prohibited by the state. Even he could only sell it covertly. Huang'an routinely purchased a batch from him each month, and it was this relationship that had enabled Guiyanjun to become the wealthiest man in Jiangning over the years. If he were to offend Huang'an, not only would that connection sever, but he would also find it impossible to survive in Jiangning. Meanwhile, within the city god temple, Qin Feng observed as several malevolent spirits entered Guiyanjun's vehicle before retracting his gaze. Had Guiyanjun been a master of spirits, he could have easily subdued him just now, but as he was merely an ordinary man, intervening would have been beneath him. Nevertheless, even if he chose to ignore it, in this world, such nefarious characters would inevitably attract spirits. Guiyanjun would certainly not survive the night. Qin Feng chose not to dwell on this further and instead looked down at the devotees within the temple. He noticed that as each devotee bowed and prayed, strands of pure belief energy began to emanate from the offerings, yellow paper, and incense sticks. Although many had come to pay their respects in recent days, most were only half convinced. This had hindered his progress. However, after the earlier incident, the worshippers truly believed in his existence, and the energy of their faith had become markedly purer. 9998, 9999, 1000. Once the final strand of belief energy fused into Qin Feng's body, he felt the chaotic merit golden body technique within him surge into action. Subsequently, a soft golden light enveloped his skin, gradually solidifying. Crack! A faint sound resonated as the shackles of the unseen were shattered. And in the next moment, Qin Feng noticed the golden light melding with his skin, as though a delicate layer of golden foil had been applied to his entire body. The 7th grade merit golden body achieved. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, a wave of excitement coursing through him as his thoughts shifted, and he found himself once more in the dungeons of the city god's residence. Raising his left hand, the ghostly tome materialized in his grasp. With a casual flick, hundreds of malevolent spirits instantly transformed into wisps of blue smoke. Merging into the ghostly tome, the tome radiated with a pulsating brilliance. Sensing the aura of the spirits wafting forth, Qin Feng settled down, raising his right hand as the city god's seal floated into his palm. Guided by his intent, strands of pure ghostly energy surged forth, entwining with the spirit energy permeating the air, enveloping the entire ghostly tome. At that moment, Qin Feng initiated the chaotic merit golden body technique once more, and a faint golden light glimmered around him. Threads of soft golden radiance streamed from his fingertips, intertwining with the black ghostly energy and spirit energy. Instantly, those three distinct auras began to merge, resembling a colossal black hole voraciously devouring the ghostly power and the energy within him. As he felt the immense pulling force, a surge of pain radiated from within. Sweat beads began to form on his forehead. Drip, drip, cold sweat fell to the ground. Yet, Qin Feng gritted his teeth in silence, watching as the golden and black energies gradually fused into a shimmering golden black light that enveloped the ghostly tome. Excitement illuminated his face. Suddenly, the ghostly tome levitated from his hand, spinning rapidly as if being polished by the light, transforming from a book into the shape of a token. In the next moment, the radiance retracted, and the token ceased its rotation, plummeting to the ground. With a flicker of thought, Qin Feng summoned the token back to his palm. It felt chillingly cold to the touch, akin to ice. What is this? Qin Feng scrutinized the black golden token in his hand, which bore no inscriptions, merely intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, he could discern that these were not mere designs, but rather a series of grotesque faces, seemingly struggling to escape the confines of the token. Quietly, he rotated the technique within him, infusing a hint of merit energy into the token. Whoosh! A faint glow emanated from the token. Qin Feng closed his eyes, continuously channeling his virtuous energy into the token while probing its function. After nearly a minute, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a burning light within them. The token served but one purpose: to command. Of course, at present, this token was merely a primary-grade spirit artifact, capable of commanding only those malevolent spirits of the same cultivation level. Its degree of control over different malevolent entities varied. However, this token was a growth-type spirit artifact. Once it reached the celestial tier, It could even command spirits of a higher cultivation level. Qin Feng gently caressed the token in his hand, his expression filled with excitement. Let us name you the Spirit Command Token. As soon as he uttered these words, the token's glow intensified, as if rejoicing in celebration. The light flickered and vanished, leaving 3 characters etched upon the token. Spirit Command Token. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Stowing the token away, TO evolved into a celestial-grade spirit artifact. It required nurturing. Moreover, the Spirit Command Token was formed from 3 distinct energies. Similarly, to advance, it necessitated an abundance of nether energy, ghostly energy, and virtuous power. Shaking his head, Qin Feng temporarily set the Spirit Command Token aside, directing his gaze toward the system panel. Although his virtuous body had ascended to the 7th rank, his official title remained unchanged. He was still the city god. This was primarily due to his foundation being the corporeal form of the city god. To transcend this level, mere faith power would not suffice. He needed virtuous power. During this period, the system had also rewarded him with various items for his daily logins, such as the augmentation of fortune and augmentation of longevity spells, as well as underworld enforcers like the Ox Head and Horseface. However, the probability of obtaining treasures through daily sign-ins was rather low. To acquire truly valuable items, he would need to rely on special sign-ins. He needed to seek opportunities. The following morning, news broke that Guoyanjun, the wealthiest businessman in Jiangning City, had met with a sudden demise at his villa, seizing the headlines of major news outlets. Instantly, it captured the attention of the entire city. Many citizens expressed their approval of Guoyanjun's death, declaring it a just end and a source of great relief. However, those who had previously visited the city god temple, having witnessed the earlier events, became increasingly convinced that this was divine retribution, a notion that quickly spread throughout Jiangning City. This frightened some unscrupulous merchants into hiding within their homes. Nevertheless, a greater number of citizens flocked to the city god temple, seeking blessings for peace and safety, rendering the scene before the temple even more grandiose. At the Jiangning branch bureau, in the conference room, Bang, Zhao Qiming gazed at the detailed documents concerning Guoyanjun's death and the various charges against him. Unable to restrain himself from slamming his hand down on the table in fury. How audacious of Guoyanjun! Kidnapping women and colluding with hospitals to sell human placentas as Purple River. Why was no one addressing this before? Are the people in the police department merely idle? Originally, such matters concerning ordinary citizens did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Special Events Management Bureau. However, since Guoyanjun had not died a natural death but had been slain by malevolent spirits, the case naturally fell into their hands. While they typically disregarded the deceased's previous circumstances and only focused on eliminating the malevolent spirits, the involvement of the city god and the notion of divine punishment prompted him to instruct his subordinates to investigate further. Little did he expect that this inquiry would reveal shocking truths right beneath their noses. Someone had been engaging in such despicable activities. Colluding with hospitals to steal and sell human placentas was one thing, but Guoyanjun had even ventured into the human trafficking business, imprisoning girls in rooms and finding people to violate them. When the time came for childbirth, he would take the placenta, and any unwanted infants, particularly those with disabilities, would be drowned. Was this the behavior of a human being? Xiao Mei's cold visage displayed her outrage. Director Zhao, although these matters do not fall under our purview, I must insist that we thoroughly investigate this case. It undoubtedly involves a highly extensive industrial chain that I cannot ascertain whether high-ranking officials are implicated. But this issue cannot simply be resolved by the death of Guoyanjun. Zhao Qiming nodded solemnly and replied, I will report this matter to my superiors, requesting that the police department and our bureau collaborate on the investigation. Not a single person involved in this affair shall escape. After speaking, he turned to Julian, the head of the action department. What is the situation at the villa? Have you clarified whether there is any connection to the city god? Julian furrowed his brow and responded, We have identified the spirits in the villa. They are merely a few novice vengeful spirits, and should pose no further threat to others, according to rumors. We have also conducted inquiries, and numerous citizens witnessed that Guoyanjun indeed showed disrespect towards the city god and failed to obtain a blessing for peace, but there is no evidence to substantiate the claim of divine retribution. Zhao Qingming nodded slightly. Divine retribution was likely nothing more than a rumor. It was not surprising that Guoyanjun, having committed such heinous acts, would attract vengeful spirits. However, he did not intend to clarify this matter. For the notion of divine retribution could serve to restrain some evildoers in this world, Human hearts are far more terrifying than vengeful spirits. Zhao Qingming reined in his thoughts and looked once more at Xiao Mei. During this period, have you made any progress while assisting Minister Chun in his research? Xiao Mei frowned and replied, Minister Chun has extracted only a minute amount of energy from the blessings we provided, but has yet to ascertain the nature of this energy that he suspects it to be the legendary divine power. Subsequently, we dispatched personnel to monitor some of the team members carrying the blessings. Once activated, the malevolent spirits beneath the vengeful spirits dissipate, and they exert a deterrent effect on the vengeful spirits, aiding the team members in completing their tasks. However, up to this point, no one has successfully condensed a new spirit artifact. After hearing Xiao Mei's report, Zhao Qiming frowned in contemplation. The absence of any progress regarding spirit artifacts implied that although Yao Na's earlier success in condensing a spirit artifact was related to the blessings, it was likely merely a coincidence. This also indicated that their aspirations to harness the blessings to condense spirit artifacts were unrealistic. Faced with this outcome, Zhao Qiming felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he understood that spirit artifacts were elusive and could not be forced. It could only be deemed as Yao Na's fortune. Reflecting on Yao Na, Zhao Qiming inquired, how has Yao Na been faring lately? Xiao Mei responded, she has initially grasped the usage of spirit artifacts, ensuring that she does not completely exhaust her ghostly energy while using them only once a day. Minister Qin is currently assisting her in researching whether the energy of the spirit artifact can be sealed, allowing for phased unlocking in accordance with different levels of malevolent spirits. Zhao Qingming nodded. Let her continue collaborating with Minister Chun. At the same moment, upon receiving the news of Guo Yanjun's demise, Huang'an hastily arrived at a villa situated on the hillside of Qinshui Bay. As he approached the entrance, he was met with a chilling aura that enveloped him, causing the temperature around him to plummet several degrees and raising goosebumps on his arms. Clenching his hands, he bent low, nervously addressing the door. Guo Yanjun is dead. The supply. Before he could finish, a sudden sound startled him. Looking up, he saw the previously closed villa door swing open abruptly. The interior was shrouded in darkness, sending a shiver down his spine as he felt a sense of foreboding, as if a monstrous entity with its mouth agape sought to consume him. Huang'an, drenched in cold sweat, quickly bowed and said, I will ensure that the latest supply is delivered promptly. No, within 2 days. Bang! The villa door slammed shut. Huang'an dared not rise immediately. He remained in place for a prolonged moment until his legs grew numb, at which point he slowly began to move away. Once he reached his car, he loosened his tie and took deep breaths. Soon after, he slammed his palm onto the steering wheel, emitting a long honk. With a face full of frustration, he cursed, that Guo Yanjun. How unfortunate to die at such a time. Engaging in such dealings, one cannot avoid interactions with malevolent spirits. Unlike Guo Yanjun, I was fully aware from the start. What divine retribution? Merely a rumor. He had visited the place where Guo Yanjun resided, only to find a few malevolent spirits causing havoc. Initially, Guo Yanjun's fate was of no concern to him, but dying at this juncture was indeed catastrophic. Huang'an gripped the steering wheel with intensity, his brow furrowed in distress. 2 days. He had to procure sufficient infants and zichi within that time frame. Otherwise, his demise was inevitable. Yet, with the current atmosphere so tense outside, where could he possibly source his supplies? In the villa, a woman clad in a red qipao stood by the window, her gaze lingering on Huang'an as he drove away before she withdrew her attention and glided gracefully to a rocking chair. Reclining upon it was a young woman, her face etched with terror as she watched the woman kneel beside her, a frigid hand gently caressing her prominently swollen belly. Unable to contain herself, she screamed, Don't touch me. Who are you? What do you want? Let me out. My parents will surely bring the police to find me. Her name was Yang Yuzhu, 21 years old, a child of wealth. However, her parents were perpetually absorbed in their business affairs, neglecting her entirely. Consequently, she often stayed out late, indulging in nightlife with friends. Yet that fateful day, a nightmare had befallen her. She remained oblivious to how she had been brought to this villa, but she had witnessed the woman cut open the belly of another girl, subsequently sewing a black orb into her abdomen. Each day, this woman fed her strange substances and caressed her belly, with every touch eliciting excruciating pain from within. She yearned to tear open her own belly to extract whatever was inside. Though she had contemplated escape, she found herself trapped in this room, too terrified to approach the window, for the mere touch of sunlight seared her skin, akin to a burn. In that dark chamber, she lost all sense of time. Fear gripped her heart, and she understood that her parents would not come to her rescue. Her habitual late nights had long since become the norm, and they likely hadn't noticed her absence. The woman in the red qipao placed a finger to her lips and whispered softly, "Shoo, don't make a sound, be ye good." Upon hearing that soothing voice, Yang Yuzhu felt a chill run down her spine. It was as though her mouth had been sealed, allowing only muffled cries to escape. Tears streamed from her eyes. With each stroke from the woman, the agony in her belly intensified, as though something were desperately trying to break free. At that moment, a gentle whisper reached her ears. "Soon, my darling, you will be able to come out, and then we can be together forever." In the ensuing 2 days, a joint investigation by the police and the Special Time Management Bureau led to the unearthing of a significant network tied to Zichi. They even discovered a staggering sum of 50 million at the residence of a deputy director of the police department. The police chief, incensed, promptly detained the deputy for questioning. That afternoon, in the Jiangning branch, Xiaomei approached Zhao Qiming's office and placed a dossier on his desk. "This is the list of those we have apprehended thus far. We have coordinated with police departments nationwide to investigate buyers from other provinces and cities. It turns out the human placentas supplied to Guoyanjun originated from Jiangning's Second People's Hospital. The director has been arrested, yet we have not extracted further information. However, Yao Na informed me that during a previous mission, she discovered that aside from He Jundong, there were no other supernatural entities at Jiangning's Second People's Hospital. Upon learning this, I found it peculiar and conducted further inquiries, only to uncover a man named Huangan, who is not only connected to this hospital, but is also Guoyanjun's primary supplier. He purchases substantial quantities of zichi and infants regularly, presenting himself merely as the head of medical equipment. But we have identified another layer to his identity." Xiao Mei's expression grew grave. "He is a ghost master." Zhao Qingming's face darkened. "Are you certain?" Xiao Mei nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. Our agents discovered instruments for storing ghostly energy in Huang's residence, leading us to suspect that a ghost master is orchestrating these events from the shadows." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiming furrowed his brow. He swiftly perused the dossier, his expression growing increasingly grim. The large-scale procurement of infants and zichi persisted for 3 years. What could Huang possibly be plotting? Although he remained uncertain of Huang's intentions, the involvement of a ghost master indicated that matters were anything but simple. Zhao Qingming inquired, "Where is Huang?" Xiaomei frowned. "He has yet to be apprehended. His employees claim he has traveled out of town, but we have tracked his whereabouts to Lin City." Zhao Qiming sprang to his feet. "Relay my orders immediately. Every available resource must be mobilized to capture Huang." Yes, at that very moment, a weary middle-aged couple entered the city god temple. The woman arranged offerings on the incense table while silently burning yellow paper beside it. The man lit incense sticks and placed them in the burner before kneeling on a mat, silently beseeching, "I, Yang Yihui, have a daughter, Yang Yuzhu, who went missing a month ago. Despite our reports to the police, we have found no trace of her. City God, I know I have been an inadequate father, and I acknowledge my shortcomings. I implore you to help me find my daughter." Initially, her disappearance had not raised alarm for the couple. They assumed Yang Yuzhu was merely indulging in leisure. It was only a week later that they sensed something amiss. But inquiries among her friends yielded no leads. In a state of desperation, they reported her missing to the authorities, yet a month had passed without any news. They scoured Jiangning and even nearby provinces, but to no avail, leading them to seek the city goddess' aid. After completing their respectful bows, the woman grasped her husband's arm as they exited, her voice laced with concern. "Old Yang, do you truly believe the city god can help us find our daughter?" Yang Yihui reassured her with a firm pat on her hand. Without a doubt, their conversation reached Qin Feng's ears. His interest piqued. He had been troubled by how to trigger a special sign-in opportunity. Thus, he paid considerable attention to the wishes of petitioners. However, most requests were mundane pleas for safety. A request for locating a missing person was a first. He wondered if it would be sufficient to activate the special sign-in. With a thought, Qin Feng seized control of the information within Jiangning's jurisdiction, yet he found no trace of Yang Yuzhu. How perplexing. He furrowed his brow. Although he had not been promoted, he was well aware of all occurrences within his jurisdiction. Thus, there were only 2 possibilities. Either she was outside his jurisdiction or she had already perished. Resolving to investigate further, Qin Feng summoned by Wu Chang, who knelt respectfully before him. "City God," Qin Feng instructed, "investigate whether there are any wandering souls of Yang Yuzhu within Jiangning." Yes, in Jiangning's precinct. Xiaomei and Zhu Lian led the elite teams of ghost masters, preparing for an intercity operation to capture Huang, and their understanding of Huang and's true power was limited. Yet his substantial purchases of Zichi and infants indicated that he was no ordinary ghost master. For the sake of caution, they mobilized all 3 elite squads. However, just as they were set to depart, they were taken aback to discover that Huang and S vehicle had inexplicably returned to Jiangning. Upon receiving the communication, Xiao Mei's icy demeanor shifted to one of confusion. Is Huang and deliberately attempting to mislead us? They are able to trace Huang and's movements, but only through vehicle or satellite surveillance. However, without his appearance, real-time tracking remains elusive. Now, with Huang and's vehicle reappearing in Jiangning City, she cannot help but harbor doubts about whether he is truly present in the car. Beside her, Zhu Lian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Not necessarily that I suspect he has intentionally returned to Jiangning City. Consider this. The infant and the Zish River he acquired could not have been transported out of Jiangning City, indicating that his lair remains within the city. His sudden outing may not imply knowledge of our discovery regarding his identity as a ghost master. Thus his return is not surprising." Xiao Mei shook her head. "This doesn't add up. Even if he is unaware of our findings concerning his identity as a ghost master. The Guoyanjun case involves numerous people, and various media outlets have reported on it. He couldn't possibly be completely uninformed. As long as we make contact, we can ascertain his identity as a ghost master. Why would he choose to return now?" Suddenly interjecting, Yao Na suggested, "Perhaps he was compelled to return." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Mei and Zhu Lian's expression shifted simultaneously. Clearly, Huang should not be returning at this time unless, as Yao Na suggested, he had no choice but to do so. If that were the case, things could become troublesome, for the Huang invisible on the surface might merely be a puppet. With other ghost masters lurking behind him, a fleeting thought crossed Zhu Lian's mind, and he spoke solemnly, "Let us not jump to conclusions. Our priority is to confirm whether the individual in the vehicle is indeed Huang, and I will contact the Special Management Bureau in Lin City to investigate the situation there while we continue pursuing Huang and's vehicle. Regardless of who is in the car, we must apprehend them first." Xiao Mei nodded, her expression serious. Although she was leading this case, Zhu Lian, as the head of the operations department, was better suited to orchestrate such a large-scale operation. Huang and's circumstances and abilities were unclear. However, his ability to remain undetected in Jiangning City for so long suggested he was likely a B-level ghost master. If that were the case, it would be wise not to disperse their forces. For the true mastermind had yet to reveal themselves. Virum, the 3 SUVs sped along the highway, the pursuit of Huang and leading them into increasingly desolate surroundings, heightening the vigilance of Xiao Mei. Zhu Lian and their companions in the distance. Zhu Lian spotted a Mercedes racing around a bend ahead. He spoke into the communicator. "Vehicle sighted. The target is heading towards Qingshui Bay. I will lead Team 1 and Team 2 in a direct pursuit. Xiao Mei, you take Team 2 via the back roads to intercept Huang and proceed with caution." Upon receiving the orders, Xiao Mei abruptly swerved the steering wheel to the right and pressed down on the accelerator. Boom! The SUV kicked up a cloud of dust as it charged down a narrow path. Meanwhile, Huang, desperately racing towards the villa, glanced up and spotted 2 vehicles trailing closely behind in his rearview mirror. "Damn it, it's the authorities." His expression changed as he slammed his foot on the accelerator, increasing his speed. Whoosh! The Mercedes and the SUV chased each other along the winding roads of Qishui Bay. Huang gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the gas pedal. Boom! The Mercedes surged forward as if ready to take flight. Suddenly, Huang saw an SUV barreling out from a side road, blocking the highway ahead. He frowned, glancing at the villa barely visible in the distance. Yet he did not slow down. Instead, he charged straight towards the SUV. Witnessing this, Xiao Mei's pupils constricted as she shouted, "Jump out!" Without hesitation, Yao Na and the others leaped from the vehicle. In the next moment, they witnessed the Mercedes collide with the SUV. Boom! With a deafening crash, the SUV was sent flying several meters away. The Mercedes had crumpled, yet the vehicle continued on, hurtling towards the villa halfway up the mountain. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Mei caught sight of the figure inside the car. It was indeed Huang and confirmed. "It's Huang and continue the pursuit. Proceed with caution. We are almost there." Acknowledged. As Xiao Mei relayed the information through the communicator, she led Yao Na and the others in pursuit. In the next instant, her rapidly moving form split in two, yet in the blink of an eye, the missing half was restored into a complete being. This was her fusion ability, Blood Clone. Of course, as a B-level advanced Ghost Master, such a clone was not merely a simple division of 1 into 2. It doubled her strength, speed, and perception. Moreover, her blood clone possessed the ability to be controlled. After employing her blood clone, Xiao Mei's speed greatly outpaced Yao Na and the others, and soon, the speeding Mercedes reappeared within her line of sight, glancing in the rearview mirror at the pursuing figures. Huang'an raised his head towards the villa that loomed closer. A cold smile crept across his lips. Almost there, he released the accelerator and slammed on the brakes. Bang! The vehicle did not stop immediately but crashed into a massive iron railing. Smoke billowing from the impact. Huang'an, unfazed by the wrecked Mercedes, seized a large box beside him, flung open the car door, and stepped out as he glanced up at the two Xiao Meis who had swiftly closed in. And in the next moment, his skin began to crack, resembling weathered limestone, rendering his entire exterior as hard as rock. Huang'an stomped his feet and threw a punch towards the Xiao Mei on his left. B-level advanced Ghost Master, the left Xiao Mei's pupils constricted, but in an instant, she transformed into a stream of crimson liquid, swiftly wrapping around his arm. Just then, the right Xiao Mei delivered a swift kick to Huang'an's face. Bang! Huang'an's body hurtled like a projectile, crashing against the villa's entrance, the box in his hand shattering upon impact. Instantly, it split in two, revealing two lifeless infant bodies and blood-soaked tissue materials, the human placenta for the Zish River yet to be formed. Huang'an's expression shifted alarmingly. That it's over. Terror filled his eyes, and the next moment, a soft voice whispered in his ear, "You have sullied my possessions." The gentle voice, akin to a whisper, caressed the air like a light breeze. Yet it sent chills down Huang'an's spine. He quickly knelt and crouched on the ground, trembling as he addressed the villa's entrance. "I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I truly understand my mistakes." Seeing Huang'an's behavior, Xiao Mei, who had initially aimed to apprehend him, was taken aback, stepping back a few paces. In that moment when the voice resonated, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman clad in a red qipao. Her feet adorned with red high heels, a vision of beauty akin to a painting. Yet such a voice instilled profound fear in the B-level advanced Huang'an. Who on earth is this woman? Suddenly, she recalled Yao Na's earlier words. It seemed Huang'an truly had not wanted to escape but was compelled to return. A-level Ghost Master. In that instant, Xiao Mei deduced that the Ghost Master within the villa undoubtedly possessed A-level strength. Moreover, this individual was certainly not a novice at A-level. Upon reaching A-level, a Ghost Master's inner demon undergoes a qualitative transformation due to the 4th-tier Demon General S level. However, the most significant distinction between an A-level and a B-level Ghost Master lies not only in the exponential increase in power, speed, and perception, but also in the possession of a demon domain upon reaching A-level, resulting in a qualitative change. Within the demon domain, even the most grievous injuries can heal rapidly, unless one is struck down in a single blow. Thus, A-level Ghost Masters are referred to as pseudo-immortal. Xiao Mei was convinced that the individual was not a novice at A-level because, upon reaching intermediate strength, A-level Ghost Masters acquired a new ability: complete control over Ghost Masters or demon entities. Certainly, depending on the varying strengths of the controllers, the number of entities they can manage also differs. The higher the level of the spirit summoner, the more challenging it becomes to exert control. However, the true terror of such abilities lies in the capacity to absorb the powers of those being controlled, amalgamating their abilities into a wholly new form. This capability is referred to as divine arts. It is highly probable that Huang'an is one of the spirit summoners under the adversary's influence at this moment. Yao Na and her companions, along with Zhu Lian leading the 1st and 3rd squads, had also arrived before the villa, one after the other. Witnessing the bizarre scene before them, everyone was filled with trepidation, hesitant to act rashly. Sensing the approach of others, Xiao Mei's two forms swiftly merged into one and retreated beside Zhu Lian, quickly informing him, "The mastermind is within the villa, an A-level spirit summoner, though their precise strength remains uncertain for now." Zhu Lian narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Leave her to me." You all swiftly apprehend Huang'an. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle voice echoed once more, "You are not behaving well. Go, entertain them thoroughly." With a rustle, the villa's door swung open. Inside, no light was visible. However, a man and a woman emerged from the entrance. The two stood rigidly at the threshold, their eyes devoid of any sparkle. Kneeling at the entrance, Huang'an stared intently at the two figures, his gaze filled with an indescribable fear. His dread did not stem from the possibility of an attack from these two, but rather from the terrifying prospect of becoming a soulless puppet, akin to them, unable to live as a human any longer. Observing this scene, Zhu Lian and the others also grew pale. Judging from the aura emanating from these two, they had already reached the level of A-grade junior spirit summoners. The woman's ability to control A-grade summoners hinted at her own formidable power. Could she have attained A-grade senior status? Sizzle, white flames ignited around Zhu Lian, resembling a colossal fireball that blazed fiercely. In an instant, everyone felt the temperature plummet sharply, as if it had descended below freezing, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. This flame was no ordinary fire, it was spiritual fire. He turned to Qiao Mei beside him. Request immediate support from the director. Yes? Qiao Mei nodded slightly, swiftly leading everyone back 100 meters, then pressed a button on the badge at her chest. Just as she was about to call for reinforcements, a cacophony erupted in her earpiece. This is bad. The communication has been cut off. Damn it. Zhu Lian's expression changed. He clenched his fists and said to Qiao Mei, "You take them and retreat immediately. I will hold them back." Although his abilities were somewhat unique, enabling him to contend with these two A-grade summoners, he could only delay them for a limited time. With the communication severed, they had no support at all. There was also a woman behind them who appeared to be an A-grade senior summoner. If they did not withdraw now, they risked total annihilation. No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Lian slapped the ground with his right hand, igniting a cluster of flames on the hard concrete. Whoosh! The flames swiftly spread towards the villa. In the blink of an eye, the two figures that had just appeared were engulfed by the white flames. Spiritual fire ghostly arts. Seeing Zhu Lian unleash the ghostly arts, Qiao Mei wasted no time and led everyone in retreat. Engaging with A-grade spirit summoners was beyond the capability of ordinary team members. They had to withdraw and urgently seek assistance from their headquarters. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, followed by a tinkling laughter like silver bells. Hee hee. Within mere seconds, shadows began to converge towards the villa. And in the blink of an eye, a multitude of clawing specters surrounded Qiao Mei and her team. Breakthrough. Qiao Mei commanded, and everyone simultaneously unleashed their fused abilities, rapidly attacking the surrounding specters. Yao Na grasped the statue hanging around her neck, exuding a bone-chilling aura. In an instant, 3 junior specters that had just encircled her were frozen into ice blocks. Crash! They fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. However, the very next moment, more specters surged towards Yao Na, their eyes blood-red, driven mad by the laughter, charging at her as if they feared no death. The others fared no better as more and more specters flooded in. Each one they defeated was swiftly replaced by a throng of others. The battle seemed endless. Zhu Lian also noticed the situation behind him. He was about to intervene when the two figures engulfed in spiritual fire moved. Whoosh! The two figures swiftly surrounded Zhu Lian from either side. As he beheld the male and female figures, their bodies bore extensive burns, yet they appeared utterly oblivious to the pain, causing his pupils to constrict. Spiritual fire primarily targets the soul, not the flesh. Yet these two exhibited no reaction. This implied that they were not human at all, but rather puppets. In that fleeting moment of realization, the flames enveloping Zhu Lian flared brilliantly, transforming into a striking red hue, as if painting the entire sky crimson. This was his second ability after fusion, blazing flame. If spiritual fire was aimed at the soul, then this blazing flame specifically targeted the physical form. Even if they were puppets, without their bodies, how could they wield ghostly arts? Huang'an, witnessing the two figures that had morphed into flames still lunging toward Zhu Lian, felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly lowered his head, hastily gathering the previous box and retreating into a corner. He had no desire to fight, let alone to die. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he found himself in a dark room, facing a pair of red high-heeled shoes. It was that woman, Yenro. Huang'an swallowed nervously, trembling as he raised the box before him. Yenro, true to her name, was gentle and beautiful, her voice soft and melodious. When he first met her, he had been enchanted by her appearance, willing to do anything for her. However, on that fateful day, he discovered that this woman had long been corrupted by the malevolent spirit within, becoming mere fodder for the ghost. She was no spirit summoner, she was a genuine ghost general. He wished to escape, but he realized he had unwittingly fallen under her control the moment he entertained any thoughts of flight. An excruciating pain surged from deep within his soul, rendering him miserable. Each time he regained consciousness, he found himself back in this villa. There was no escape for him. At that moment, a soft whisper reached his ears. "Feed her." Huang'an jolted, glancing at Yang Yuzhu, who was struggling in a rocking chair, unable to speak. Gritting his teeth, he quickly approached the chair. He opened the box and extracted a bloody human placenta with one hand. He pried open Yang Yuzhu's mouth, while the other thrust the placenta inside. Yang Yuju's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. The metallic taste in her mouth made her want to vomit, yet a childlike voice echoed in her mind. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Under the influence of that voice, Yang Yuju's eyes gradually glazed over, and her mouth began to move. Crunch, crunch. The relentless sound of chewing sent a shiver down Huang's spine, his right hand trembling incessantly as he repeatedly forced the contents of the box into Yang Yuju's mouth. In an instant, only 2 frigid corpses of infants remained within the box. It was then that Yin Ro approached stealthily, reaching into the box and capturing a soul trapped within one of the infants' bodies through a peculiar method. She then placed her outstretched hand above Yang Yuju's abdomen. That soulless entity instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist, burrowing into Yang Yuju's navel. That a tumultuous pain surged within her, causing Yang Yuju to writhe uncontrollably. Muffled sounds escaping her lips. At that moment, a piercing wail of an infant echoed. Yinro's eyes burned with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon Yang Yuju's belly, exclaiming, Huangyan, did you hear that? It's the sound of my precious child. Can you hear it? We are on the brink of success. Are you not elated? Huangyan instinctively recoiled, fear etched across his face as he stared at Yang Yuju's abdomen. It was over. The ghostly infant was about to be born. This was a creature that had consumed the essence of thousands of infants and countless human lives. Once born, it would undoubtedly be of the ghost general caliber. Yet he understood that Yin Ro's ambitions extended far beyond this. She intended to merge with the ghost infant and ascend to the rank of ghost king. At the very moment the infant's cries resounded, Zhu Lian, Xiao Mei, and others suddenly felt a tremendous surge of ghostly energy rising from the villa. In an instant, the black mist coalesced into a dense mass, looming ominously like dark clouds overhead. Faintly, a blood-red hue spread, as if the very air was saturated with the stench of blood, causing their stomachs to churn violently. What was happening? Zhu Lian gazed towards the villa, his expression fraught with uncertainty. An overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him. He sensed that something terrifying was about to be born. The intensity of this feeling compelled him to consider fleeing. He was an A-grade ghost master. And even upon learning of that woman's existence, he had never felt such a profound sense of danger. What could this horrifying entity be? Suddenly, a baby's cry pierced his ears. Wah! The sound was strikingly clear. In that instant, Zhu Lian finally connected the dots. A ghost infant. So that woman had been nurturing a ghost infant. This was no ordinary ghost infant to elicit such a visceral response. Infants, human placentas. Each clue flitted through his mind until a thought struck him. Pinnacle of ghost generals. If that ghost infant were indeed at the pinnacle of ghost generals, combined with that woman, they would form a formidable duo. Unlike the dormant maternal spirit within Yao Na, this mother-son duo could separate and unite at will. If that woman transformed herself into a corpse spirit, she could reabsorb the ghost infant back into her being, ascending to ghost king. Damn it. They must be stopped. Zhu Lian clenched his jaw, his fear reaching a fever pitch. The reason that woman had not appeared was that the ghost infant was on the verge of birth, allowing her 2 puppets to delay them. He knew that once the mother-son duo merged and ascended to ghost king, even the Jiangning branch's rescue would be futile. At that point, the entire Jiangning city would transform into a purgatory. In a flash, Zhu Lian abandoned the 2 puppets entangling him and charged towards the villa. However, the door, devoid of light, seemed to possess an invisible barrier that repelled him with a loud thud. In the next moment, the 2 puppets, now reduced to skeletal remains, lunged at him once more. A chill enveloped Zhu Lian's heart. It was over. They could not be stopped. At that same moment, Qin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze towards the southeast direction of the Chenghuang temple. He beheld a blood-tinged, ghostly energy enveloping the sky. Raising an eyebrow. A ghost general. That location was precisely on the edge of his territory. Otherwise, he would not have been oblivious to the presence of a ghost general. Previously, he had lamented the lack of opportunity to trigger a special sign-in. But now it had presented itself. If it had been before, he would have been unable to step beyond his territory. However, since becoming the true Chenghuang, his domain no longer constrained him. Fortune favored the prepared. With a thought, Qin Feng appeared above the villa in an instant, sweeping his gaze over the ghostly entities and puppets locked in combat with the ghost masters before swiftly focusing on the interior of the villa. There he spotted a young woman clad in white, her complexion pale but her belly conspicuously swollen. Yang Yuju? Qin Feng had not anticipated that the daughter sought after by Yang Yihui and his wife would appear here. What a fortuitous coincidence. Suddenly, The stitches on Yang Yuju's abdomen tore apart, and an infant's arm emerged from within her. The arm was as translucent as black jade. Yet at that moment, Qin Feng witnessed the flesh and blood on Yang Yuju's face and body withering at a visible rate. Qin Feng's expression shifted. This ghost infant exuded a formidable aura that if allowed to manifest, Yang Yuju would surely be drained to a husk. But Yang Yuju could not perish. With a mere thought, Qin Feng raised his right hand, pointing his index finger towards Yang Yuju's belly, and in the next heartbeat, the newly emerged arm recoiled sharply at that instant. A faint golden light enveloped Yang Yuju's abdomen, restoring some color to her pallid form. While a heart-wrenching wail of an infant rang out, "Who is it?" Yin Ro, previously ablaze with fervor, suddenly narrowed her pupils, her gaze alert as she looked skyward. She had not sensed the arrival of another, indicating that this person was far from ordinary. In the next moment, she beheld a figure suspended in the air, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a flowing black robe, his calm gaze fixed upon her. Seemingly piercing through her very essence, the surge of danger surged within Yen Ro as she realized she could not discern the extent of his power. With a swift motion, she waved her hand, and in an instant, all light around the villa vanished. The ghost trap of shadows. The ghost trap would consume all surrounding light, forming a prison-like domain that utilized spatial distortion to ensnare individuals within its confines, rendering escape impossible. If she could ascend to Ghost King, the entirety of Jiangning would be enveloped in her ghost trap, transforming into a hellish realm. Alas, she had yet to succeed. Her current ghost trap could only encompass the area surrounding the villa. Just a little more. If she could successfully merge with the ghost infant and ascend to Ghost King, regardless of who the intruder was or how powerful, they would stand no chance against her. She would not allow anyone to thwart her plans. And just as Yen Ro made her move, all the ghost masters were plunged into darkness. What is happening? Why can I see nothing? A chorus of panicked screams and cries erupted. Deprived of their sight, they were blinded to their surroundings, unable to discern whether they were amidst humans or spirits. Yet this dark, ghostly domain felt like paradise to the ghostly entities. Ghostly beings required no light, no eyes, to keenly sense their prey. The ghost trap? This is the ghost trap. Do not panic. Everyone, huddle together. With a resounding roar, Zhu Lian struck the ground once more that a cluster of flames ignited, seemingly becoming a beacon of hope in the eyes of the crowd. Yet, in the next instant, with a soft puff, they were extinguished entirely. Zhu Lian's expression changed abruptly. His palm struck the ground repeatedly, but to no avail. Not even a flicker of flame could be kindled. His ghostly powers were restrained. Although the other ghost tamers were unaware of the dire situation, they sensed that their predicament was far from optimistic, even as they huddled closer to their companions. They felt no warmth. Only the cacophony of wails and ghostly cries filled their ears, accompanied by the anguished screams of their allies. However, their wildly swinging fists struck nothing but air. Fear spread like wildfire among them. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared before their eyes, warm yet dazzlingly bright. Zhu Lian's throat constricted as his gaze fixated on the golden glow. Soon, he discerned that the radiant light enveloped a figure, which rapidly expanded and erupted in a resplendent brilliance. The once darkened world was illuminated anew. In that moment, they realized that the previous villa and courtyard had vanished, replaced by a grand edifice. Imposing and solemn, a massive plaque bore the bold, swirling characters, Chenghuang Fu, Chenghuang. This is bad, flee. Quick, escape. Upon glimpsing the Chenghuang Fu, the once ferocious ghosts, now devoid of their puppet's control, were suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. They recalled the rumors of how more than 30 malevolent spirits had vanished overnight near the Chenghuang temple. The existence of the Chenghuang was no mere myth. In an instant, all the ghosts appeared terrified. Without hesitation, they bolted in every direction, yet in the next moment, the foremost specters exploded violently, not even letting out a scream before dissipating into tendrils of black smoke that merged with the Chenghuang temple. Witnessing this scene, every ghost halted in their tracks, trembling as if shaken by a sieve, too frightened to take another step forward. At this juncture, all the ghost tamers gazed intently at the Chenghuang Fu, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Chenghuang. It is the Chenghuang Yi. We are saved. One of the ghost tamers exclaimed joyously. Marvelous. The Chenghuang Yi has manifested. My prayers have been answered. May the Chenghuang Yi grant us protection. One by one, the ghost tamers fell to their knees, facing the ominous Chenghuang residence, their eyes brimming with hope. All the fear that had enveloped their hearts dissipated, for they had found salvation. Zhu Lian could scarcely believe that In this moment of crisis, the Chenghuang would suddenly reveal its presence. Merely the appearance of the Chenghuang Fu had severed the A-level puppet's control over the malevolent spirits, instilling fear in all who attempted to flee. Just how powerful is the Chenghuang? He could not fathom, but he knew that the strength of the Chenghuang was beyond the imagination of an A-level ghost tamer like himself. Terrifying. Suddenly, a gentle voice pierced through the air. Chenghuang. Yin Ro, clad in a red qipao, furrowed her brow as she surveyed her surroundings. Everything before her was but an illusion. The Chenghuang Fu was a mere fade, and they had not left the villa at all. This was simply the trickery of that young man's ghostly powers. There were no deities in this world. Yet, she could not comprehend why she felt the absence of the ghostly infant within Yang Yuzhu. Even the connection between herself and the ghostly infant appeared to weaken. Yin Ro narrowed her eyes and swiftly reached for Yang Yuzhu's abdomen, her red nails transforming mid-air into sharp daggers. They plunged forcefully into Yang Yuzhu's flesh. Yang Yuzhu instinctively let out a piercing scream. The flicker of hope that had ignited in her heart was extinguished in an instant, leaving her wide. Bloodshot eyes filled solely with terror and despair. However, the excruciating pain she had anticipated never came. What is happening? The same question echoed in Yin Ro's mind as she gazed at her nails embedded in Yang Yuzhu's abdomen, only to find it shielded by a layer of faint golden light, rendering her claws incapable of penetrating. Impossible! Yin Ro stared incredulously at her right hand, but the next moment, she realized her hand was frozen mid-air. Unable to move an inch further, simultaneously, a voice rang in her ears. Ghostly decree. Ghostly decree. A black token suddenly materialized in mid-air, bursting forth with golden light. In the next instant, it coalesced into a character that swiftly embedded itself into Yin Ro's forehead. She felt her rigid body regain its flexibility, only to hear an undeniable command. Release the control over the puppets. In that instant, Yin Ro raised her right hand and snapped her fingers towards the two puppets. Crack! The two specters' ghostly energies surged back into her body, and moments later, the two already charred and decayed puppets collapsed lifelessly to the ground, quickly dissolving into puddles of muck. This spectacle left everyone wide-eyed and utterly astonished. The woman truly complied with the command. Good heavens! Is this the power of the Chenghuang? Even A-level advanced ghost tamers cannot defy his orders. This is simply terrifying. Yet, the most shocked of all was Yin Ro. The immense effort she had invested in transforming these two A-level ghost tamers into puppets made it unfathomable for her to willingly sever her own limbs and dissolve them. Yet, the moment that command resonated, her body felt as though it were no longer under her control. What on earth is happening? Kill him! The voice rang out once more. Huangyan, standing nearby, turned to Yin Ro in horror. No. Don't kill me. Yin Ro, you cannot obey his orders. Snap out of it. However, Yin Ro was utterly incapable of exerting control over herself at that moment. Whoosh! Her sharp, elongated nails lunged toward Huangyan. His face paled as he quickly retreated 2 steps. The next second, his skin cracked, resembling massive boulders rising to engulf his entire being, and he retaliated with a punch aimed at Yin Ro's arm. Bang! His massive fist collided with her slender arm, sending Yin Ro's outstretched hand crashing to the side. Yet, Huangyan wasted no time and sprinted away into the distance. He was oblivious as to why Yin Ro had so readily submitted to the Chenghuang's command. But he understood that she was now beyond escape from the Chenghuang's grasp. If he lingered any longer, she would indeed kill him. But how could someone of Huangyan's caliber hope to flee? Swoosh! The sound of nails piercing flesh echoed. Those razor-sharp claws sank into Huangyan's back, gripping a pulsating, crimson heart, which erupted from his chest. Thump, thump. Huangyan looked down at the heart in his hand. Watching its frantic rhythm, his gaze gradually losing focus. Bang! Huangyan's bloodied corpse collapsed to the ground. Silence enveloped the crowd, leaving only a profound sense of shock in its wake. Is this the true power of the Chenghuang? Yin Ro gazed at her blood-soaked right hand, her eyes filled with terror. Dead. She had just killed all her subordinates with her own hands. Drip, drip, drops of cold sweat and blood slid from the tips of Yin Ro's fingers, as if reminding her of the horrific events that had just transpired. The cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Even now, she remained unable to regain control. Only deep-seated fear lingered in her heart. Next, it would be her own turn. At that moment, Qin Feng toyed with the ghostly decree in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. With the Chenghuang seal in hand, even high-ranking ghost generals could be slain directly. However, he merely wished to test the power of this ghostly decree. Now, the experiment had nearly run its course that it was time to conclude. As for this ghost general, he could indeed be taken back for refinement and serve as a henchman. With a thought, Qin Feng instantly floated above the city god's mansion that he gazed down at Yin Ro and bellowed, "Impudent demon, usurping a human form and slaughtering so many innocent infants. Such deeds are intolerable in this world." Upon finishing his words, he raised his right hand, and the city god's seal materialized. A smooth glow swirled around the seal, and Yin Ro felt an immense suction force emanating from the depths of her soul. "No!" Yin Ro let out a piercing scream, the agony from her soul causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Bang! The body that Yin Ro had long occupied suddenly collapsed to the ground, beginning to decay at a visibly accelerated pace. However, the haunting scream did not cease, continuing to echo in the ears of the onlookers, causing each ghost master to shiver and kneel in reverence, too fearful to cast another glance at Qin Feng. Such was the divine presence, the sacred entity not to be defiled. Qin Feng retracted the city god's seal and gently beckoned towards the already unconscious Yang Yuzhu. In an instant, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the grand city god's mansion disappeared as well, yet the kneeling crowd remained motionless. After an indeterminate period, Zhu Lian finally noticed the surroundings had transformed. Upon raising his head, he was astonished to find himself still before that villa. Where was the city god's mansion? Where was the city god? But when he beheld Yin Ro's lifeless body, a chill ran down his spine. Everything that had just transpired was indeed real. At this moment, the other ghost masters snapped out of their stupor, buzzing with excitement. Was that truly the city god? Am I dreaming? Did I really witness the city god's true form? It was the city god. I've seen the records. That was the city god's true manifestation. Xiao Mei, her eyes brimming with excitement, fixated on the spot where Qin Feng had just vanished, having reviewed that material countless times. She was utterly convinced that the young man they had just seen was indeed the city god himself. The power of the city god was undeniably awe-inspiring, yet he had not harmed them. Rather, he had saved them. Why then should they be afraid? Suddenly, Zhu Lian's voice pierced her thoughts. The pregnant woman has been taken by the city god. Xiao Mei's heart sank. If the pregnant woman had been taken by the city god, it meant the ghost infant had also been taken. What of that innocent girl? Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Zhu Lian and resolutely said, "The city god would never harm that girl. We must return and report this matter." Zhu Lian nodded slightly, but inwardly he gasped in trepidation. Minister Qin's earlier warning had been correct. An entity capable of commanding even ghost generals was certainly not something they could casually approach. Through this incident, he realized the city god's power was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. Meanwhile, upon returning to the true city god's mansion, Qin Feng was greeted by the crisp notification from the system. Ding. Prevented the birth of the Ghost King, resolved the crisis in Jiangning City, triggering a special sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Upon successful sign-in, he was bestowed with 100 strands of merit power. With excitement, Qin Feng raised his gaze, only to be met with a thunderous roar. Following closely, a large mass of purple clouds floated in from the east, descending upon the city god's temple in an instant. Qin Feng closed his eyes, reveling in the aura of merit, feeling his soul continuously strengthening and expanding in the refining process. The merit golden body was on the verge of another breakthrough. Qin Feng fervently activated the chaotic merit golden body technique, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his form. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full 3 minutes passed before all the merit power was absorbed. With a whoosh, the golden light surrounding Qin Feng suddenly retracted, and with a crack, his skin, encased like gold foil, burst open, revealing spiderweb-like fissures across his entire body. Crack, another soft sound echoed as a shard fell to the ground, exposing firm muscle beneath. The muscles appeared ordinary, yet only Qin Feng understood that they were forged from an indestructible 6th-grade merit golden body. Swish. Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, beams of divine light radiating from them. He looked eagerly at the system panel, witnessing a complete transformation. His official rank and foundation shifted from city god to head of the heavenly monitoring division to as the head of a division. Qin Feng commanded countless souls, wielding power comparable to that of the heavenly court. Although he was merely the head of a division, he would oversee millions of souls, effectively acting as a proxy for the heavenly underworld and supervising the mortal realm from this day forth. With a thought, Qin Feng discovered his jurisdiction had expanded once more, encompassing not only all of Jiangning City, but also 2 surrounding cities. Yet in the next moment, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. While his territory had indeed grown, he lacked sufficient personnel to establish a comprehensive management system for the underworld. How could he manage it all alone? It seemed he would need to recruit more followers. Quickly dismissing these thoughts, Qin Feng understood that both recruitment and the establishment of the underworld's management system could not be accomplished overnight. His gaze shifted to Yang Yuzhu, who lay on the ground. Already deep in slumber, though her expression remained somewhat contorted. Clearly, the ghost infant within her continued to siphon her life force. Had he not sealed it earlier, it likely would have already burst forth. Extending his right hand, Qin Feng lightly tapped his finger on Yang Yuzhu's forehead. In the next moment, a faint golden light illuminated the area. This was not a power of faith, but rather a strand of merit power that Qin Feng had condensed. Yang Yuzhu's condition was dire. She had already lost a significant portion of her life force to the ghost infant, and with the impending birth, she was on the brink of being completely drained. In such circumstances, removing the ghost infant would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Only the nurturing power of merit could potentially rejuvenate Yang Yuzhu and offer her a chance at survival, although Qin Feng too was in need of merit power. Having just advanced to a 6th grade merit golden body, he could not expect rapid promotion. Moreover, saving Yang Yuzhu might trigger a new special sign-in, which was of utmost importance to him at this moment. Soon, the golden light on Yang Yuzhu's forehead coalesced into a droplet of golden liquid, which seeped into her brow. It spread throughout her body like a drop in a pond. In an instant, Yang Yuzhu radiated a soft golden glow, her previously withered skin regaining its luster, and the pained, twisted expression on her face gradually relaxed. Yet her rounded belly still hinted at the presence of the ghost infant. Qin Feng extended his right hand, gesturing over Yang Yuzhu's abdomen, and the golden light instantly concentrated at her midsection before plunging into her belly. In the blink of an eye, a massive black sphere shot into Qin Feng's hand. While Yang Yuzhu's belly visibly shrank, the profuse wounds on her abdomen vanished without a trace. Qin Feng examined the sphere in his grasp and found within it a ghost infant, its body resembling black jade. With wide eyes fixed on him, filled with an indescribable fear, was he to refine it into a ghostly servant? Qin Feng's gaze shifted. This ghost infant had likely consumed the essence of numerous infants and humans. And even before its birth, it had reached the pinnacle of A-grade strength. Were it not for the divine decree and city god's seal, he might not have been able to contend with this ghost infant. If he were to refine it into a ghostly servant, while its malevolent aura would be purged, its intelligence would remain trapped at the ghost infant stage, unable to evolve further. Such a waste. Just as he pondered, the system's clear voice chimed in. Ding! Rescued a person and captured a ghost infant, triggering a special sign-in. Would you like to sign in? A smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. Although it was not triggered by a search, saving a life had equally activated the special sign-in. This merit power was certainly worthwhile. Sign in. Upon successful sign-in, he received the Ghost Infant Contract and the Ghost Infant Nurturing Guide. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Does this system possess the ability to read minds? How could it possibly know what he was thinking? Soon after, a glimmer of joy appeared in Qin Feng's gaze. If the ghost infant could indeed grow, it would undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. This was certainly a fortuitous development. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng chose to accept in an instant. A slightly yellowed piece of paper and a thin ancient scroll materialized in his hands. He set the scroll aside and turned his attention to the yellowed paper. It bore some peculiar symbols. Yet to Qin Feng, they transformed into a contract. Furthermore, it detailed the method of sealing, for this paper was not merely a simple agreement. It was a soul contract, which is an accord made with a ghost. Once signed, would inscribe a mark upon the soul of the ghost, and to violate it would mean utter obliteration of one's spirit. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded slightly, raising his right hand to levitate the ghost infant. Then, adhering to the instructions on the soul contract, he formed a seal with both hands. In that moment, the yellowed paper suddenly morphed into a swirling mass of black mist, gradually coalescing into a character for contract, which then soared into the luminous sphere containing the ghost infant. In an instant, the ghost infant's eyes momentarily glazed over, only to regain clarity shortly thereafter. The expression in its eyes towards Qin Feng transformed into one of affection. Pouting its tiny lips, it emitted cooing sounds, its little arm reaching out within the sphere as if yearning for an embrace. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng dispelled the golden light enveloping the ghost infant. The next second, the ghost infant leaped into Qin Feng's arms, its small hands clutching his clothing tightly, erupting into peals of delighted laughter. Qin Feng gazed at the ghost infant with a peculiar expression. A soul contract has managed to wash away the malevolent aura surrounding it? Or perhaps it was because he was the infant's master, which elicited such a response. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Having never been in a romantic relationship throughout his life, was he now expected to raise a child? Wasn't that rather excessive? He hastily picked up the ancient scroll beside him and flipped through it quickly, eager to discover any expedited methods to hasten the ghost infant's growth. In the Jiangning branch office, within the conference room, after listening to the reports from Qiao Mei and Zhu Lian, Zhao Qingming and Ning Ming appeared utterly dazed. Their minds filled with shock. They had not anticipated that a mere case involving Gui Yanjun would unravel such a vast and significant matter. If the ghost general truly merged with the ghost infant, the entirety of Jiangning would undoubtedly become a realm of death. Fortunately, the city god had intervened. Nearby, Qinming gazed at Xiao Mei and Zhu Lian with fervent eyes, unable to restrain himself from asking once more, "Is what you just said true? The words manifest reality? Truly, the words manifest reality?" Repeating the phrase twice reflected Qinming's overwhelming excitement. The ability to manifest reality was a genuine supernatural power. Even a ghost king would not possess such an ability. Perhaps the city god had transcended the SS level and reached an even higher realm. Zhu Lian had already recovered from his shock. He nodded slightly and then remarked, "However, it seems that at that moment, the city god was able to achieve this with the aid of a token." Upon hearing this, Qinming was momentarily taken aback. That a token? Could it be a spiritual artifact? After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke up. "If it truly is a spiritual artifact, its level might exceed S-class, as we have never encountered such a spiritual artifact in Huaxia." Unlike the classification of spiritual artifacts that Qin Feng was familiar with, the Special Management Bureau categorizes them into 4 levels: C, B, A, and S. Typically, spiritual artifacts discovered from ruins tend to be somewhat damaged, resulting in varying degrees of potency. The lowest C-class artifacts are often considered destroyed. With minimal residual energy, if one cannot find a suitable source of energy to replenish it, using it even once may lead to its complete destruction. Such artifacts are generally reserved for research purposes. Higher-level artifacts are classified based on their power and lethality, yet only S-class artifacts can inflict significant harm upon ghost generals. Even with a ghostly camouflage, one cannot evade the consequences. However, at the Ghost King level, the being is nearly invincible, making it exceedingly difficult to slay. Even S-class artifacts would not prove to be particularly effective. Of course, each type of artifact serves different purposes. For instance, the token in the city god's possession belongs to the control category of artifacts, possessing absolute control over ghost generals. This implies that this artifact is at least S-class. Yet, even S-class artifacts had never been discovered before, particularly those capable of achieving absolute control. Thus, based on his assessment, it undoubtedly exceeds S-class. As Qinming spoke, the others in the room fell into a contemplative silence, given that Huaxia had never encountered an artifact above S-class. The true strength of the token in the city god's possession was beyond even Qinming's ability to ascertain. However, the power demonstrated by the city god thus far was already astonishing. After a brief pause, Qinming's voice broke the silence, his expression extremely serious. "This matter must not be disclosed." Zhao Qingming's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He understood that Qinming was concerned about potential covetous eyes on the city god's treasure. After all, this was not without precedent. Why had Wang Ming and others appeared near the city god temple? What had provoked the ire of the city god? Although they were not entirely clear on the entire sequence of events, they recognized that these individuals were undoubtedly targeting the city god. If word got out that the token in the city god's possession could control ghost generals, how could one not be tempted, despite the city god's current display of strength, which rendered him unconcerned about such petty individuals? A surge of ghostly malevolence and ghost tamers could undoubtedly incite chaos in Jiangning. Maintaining strict confidentiality was not merely to protect the city god, but to safeguard themselves. He turned to Qiao Mei and Zhu Lian, speaking with utmost seriousness. "This matter is entrusted to you." "Understood." At that moment, Qinming continued. "Through our research over the past period, we have gained a fundamental understanding of the efficacy of Ping and Fu. It possesses formidable lethality against weaker ghostly malevolence, and additionally, it exerts a strong deterrent effect on high-level malevolent spirits. However, there has been no progress in the matter of condensing spiritual artifacts, indicating that Yao Na's ability to condense a spiritual artifact was merely coincidental. Although we have yet to achieve the condensation of spiritual artifacts, Ping and Fu still holds significant value for ordinary individuals and general ghost tamers. If it could be widely promoted, it would undoubtedly reduce unnecessary casualties. Moreover, based on the city goddess attitude over this period, it seems he harbors no malice towards humanity, which is advantageous for us. He looked up at Zhao Qingming, continuing, Director Zhao, I wish for you to accompany me back to the provincial bureau to report on recent events. Although the city god is a divine being, he is not disconnected from the official channels. According to ancient texts, the city god is recognized by the government, and if they could provide the city god with proper acknowledgement and establish a certain rapport, even collaboration could ensue. This would be immensely beneficial for Huaxia. Given the city goddess' current disposition, we might attempt a preliminary engagement. However, securing official recognition for the city god is not a decision that I, as the head of the research department, can make unilaterally. We must await the higher-ups' guidance. Nevertheless, while the situation in Huaxia remains relatively stable, there have been instances of unrest abroad, and the circumstances are rather murky. With many foreign ghost tamers infiltrating Huaxia, clandestinely plotting, several incidents of ghostly unrest have been orchestrated by these foreign ghost tamers. As far as I know, the higher-ups have already dealt with some foreign ghost tamers. Yet a few have managed to hide too deeply and remain undetected. I do not believe there exists any rationale for the higher-ups to refuse. Zhao Qiming hesitated for a moment. Not only was he the director of the Jiangning branch, but he also held the position of chief inspector of the southeastern district of Jiangdu, as the sole A-class pinnacle ghost tamer in the entire southeastern district. He was among the few thousand individuals across Huaxia who had achieved such a level. While it may seem like a significant number, given the multitude of provinces and cities nationwide, it was far from sufficient. More importantly, the majority of those who reached such a level were concentrated in the capital. The capital was a crucial hub for Huaxia. It absolutely must not falter. In the Jiangdu prefecture, the number of A-level peak demon tamers is quite limited. In contrast, the malevolent spirits in Jiangdu are more numerous and formidable. Consequently, the majority of A-level peak demon tamers remain stationed in the provincial capital. To address this, Jiangdu has been divided into 4 major districts, each overseen by a peak A-level demon tamer to prevent any sudden uprisings. Should support from the provincial capital fail to arrive in time, generally, those in command are not permitted to leave their posts lightly. Recently, occurrences of malevolent spirit disturbances have surged, with demon generals already emerging. How could he leave at such a time? Qinming discerned Zhao Qingming's apprehensions and gently patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. With the city god present, who would dare to cause trouble in Jiangning? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingming visibly relaxed. However, after a moment's reflection, he still felt uneasy and turned to Zhu Lian and the others. After I depart, Zhu Lian will take command if a crisis arises. Seek the city god's assistance. Understood. The following morning, as Wang Dazhu arrived at the city god temple, he was greeted by a throng gathered at the entrance. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. In recent days, news of the city god manifesting and granting peace and blessings had circulated widely, resulting in an increasing number of citizens visiting the temple. Many from neighboring towns and counties had even come specifically to witness whether the city god truly possessed the rumored powers. Some had encountered strange occurrences and sought the city goddess protection. With the growing influx of worshippers, several families that had opened incense and candle shops, as well as agritourism ventures, found their businesses flourishing. Overwhelmed with customers, the villagers also began to establish their own agritourism and incense shops. Presently, Jixiang village exuded an air of vibrant prosperity, with a future that promised even greater flourishing. Wang Dazhu hastened to the temple doors and, upon opening them, was taken aback to find a girl lying in the center of the temple hall, her clothes appearing tattered. This city god temple had been locked from the outside. Where had this young girl come from? He quickly approached and gently patted Yang Yuzhu's cheek, stirring her from her slumber. Disoriented, she glanced around. Where am I? Wang Dazhu, his eyes filled with suspicion, replied. Little girl, this is the city god temple. How did you end up here? Why am I here? Yang Yuzhu struggled to recall, but no memories surfaced that it felt as if she had forgotten something crucial to it that moment. The villagers of Jixiang and other worshippers encircled them, chattering excitedly. "Little girl, what is your name? Where do you live? Is this girl daft? Why isn't she responding? Village chief, should we call the police?" Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment pierced through the crowd. "Yuzhu. Is that really you?" Yang Yihui rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He never imagined that his daughter, missing for over a month, would appear here. Upon seeing young Yuzhu, his wife rushed forward, kneeling and tightly embracing her. "Yuzhu, where have you been all this time? Do you have any idea how worried we have been?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Drops of warm tears fell incessantly onto Yang Yuzhu's hands, snapping her out of her daze. She broke into heart-wrenching sobs. "Mom, I'm so sorry. I promise I will never stay out all night again. That I truly understand my mistake." Yang Yuzhu's tears flowed freely, as if she sought to cry out all the grievances within her heart. Even though Qin Feng had erased that segment of Yang Yuzhu's memory, the ingrained fear remained, a truth that could only be resolved over time. Yang Yihui rushed over, but instead of embracing his wife and daughter, he wiped his eyes and knelt on the mat. "Thank you, city god, for bringing our daughter back. Thank you, city god." He bowed repeatedly, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. The surrounding crowd was left astonished by the scene. So, this girl did not appear here by mere chance. She had been returned by the city god. The city god has manifested. Wang Dazhu's loud proclamation instantly roused those nearby. With a thud, the crowd knelt, echoing his gestures of reverence. At that moment, Yang Yihui's wife wiped her tears and quickly pulled her daughter closer. "Yuzhu, quickly bow to the city god. If it weren't for the city god as protection, we would still be lost as to when we could find you." Yang Yuzhu was compelled to kneel. As she raised her head, she beheld the statue of the city god. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in golden light appeared in her mind, his eyes identical to those of the statue. "The city god saved me," Yang Yuzhu exclaimed. This proclamation only deepened the conviction of those surrounding her. Yang Yihui, suddenly turning to Yang Yuzhu, asked excitedly, "Yuzhu, you saw the city god?" Yang Yuzhu nodded affirmatively. "I saw those eyes." Upon hearing this, Yang Yihui held his breath in astonishment. What merit had he to invoke the city god's personal intervention to rescue his daughter? No, merely bowing in gratitude would not suffice. That he stood and looked at Wang Dazhu, taking a deep breath. "Excuse me, are you the person in charge of the city god temple?" Wang Dazhu smiled and responded, "I am Wang Dazhu, the village chief of Jixiang village, and also the caretaker of the city god temple. However, I don't consider myself the person in charge. I merely help keep watch over the temple." Yang Yihui nodded slightly. "Hello. Village chief. My name is Yang Yihui, but I would like to donate 500,000 to repair the city god temple. I wonder if I could entrust this task to you." "How much?" Wang Dazhu's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Yang Yihui would donate such a substantial sum to the temple. 500,000. That could nearly fund the construction of a new temple. Yang Yihui continued, "The city god helped me find my daughter, and I am immensely grateful. Even if I were to exhaust my wealth, I could never repay the city god's kindness. This 500,000 is but a small token. I hope the city god won't take offense." Wang Dazhu took a deep breath. Good heavens, just 500,000. And Yang Yihui truly is a person of considerable means. In truth, while the city god temple was not small in scale, it had fallen into disrepair over the years due to neglect. Now, with someone willing to fund repairs, he was more than willing to accept. Once Jixiang village prospered, they could raise funds to build an even grander temple for the city god. However, the site for the new temple could not be chosen arbitrarily. It required consultation with the city god. He nodded to Yang Yihui. "Leave this matter to me." This exchange reached Qin Feng's ears, and he cast a glance at Yang Yihui and the others through the void, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Yang Yihui demonstrated a commendable sense of gratitude. He turned to the little one clinging to his arm, his expression tinged with exasperation. "Little Meatball, sit still." The nickname Little Meatball was one he had affectionately given the ghost infant. Although the ghost infant was somewhat dark in complexion, to Qin Feng it was no different from any other baby, just a plump little bundle of joy. The little meatball whined, releasing Qin Feng's arm, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Yet, Qin Feng seemed oblivious, casually channeling a strand of belief power he had just acquired into the little meatball's body. In an instant, a wisp of black mist emerged from the little meatball's head. This was not ghostly energy, but rather a malevolent aura, After studying the nurturing strategy for ghost infants, he had discovered that the ghost infants' attachment to him stemmed primarily from their contract. Yet the inherent resentment had not been fully dispelled. To eradicate this negativity, it needed to be cleansed with incense offerings. The little meatball pouted, tears brimming in its eyes, yet under Qin Feng's watchful gaze, it refrained from crying out loud. Moments later, after being purified by the incense offerings, the ghost infant's skin had lightened considerably. In just a couple more days, it would be nearly restored. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction as he gazed at the pitiful little creature, gently lifting its chin with his finger. Very well. Once your temper subsides, we shall venture out to play. The little creature joyfully wrapped its arms around Qin Feng's arm, but a series of delightful giggles echoed within the city god's mansion, imbuing the otherwise desolate abode with a touch of liveliness. Hearing the laughter resonate through the halls, a smile graced Qin Feng's face. Although the little creature was rather clingy, upon further observation, he found it quite endearing. Moreover, with the presence of this little one, the city god's residence felt less empty. Yet, it still wasn't enough. It seemed that the idea of enhancing the underworld's governance could be expedited. With this thought, Qin Feng shifted his gaze from the little creature. Where are the black and white impermanents? In an instant, two figures, one black and one white, appeared before him. Kneeling on one knee, we pay our respects to the Lord. Qin Feng nodded slightly and inquired, how many evil spirits have you captured recently? The white impermanence clasped his fists and replied, in response to the Lord, we have thoroughly purged all evil spirits near Jixiang village, capturing a total of 127, of which 32 were malevolent spirits, the remainder being feeble little ghosts, all confined within the prison. Upon hearing such figures, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Due to the varying sizes of territories, the underworld is similarly divided. Smaller jurisdictions are categorized into 3 divisions, while others can be classified into 7, 8, 24, or even 36 or 72 divisions. Currently, his jurisdiction encompasses merely 3 cities, which, while not insignificant, is hardly extensive. Moreover, as his territory continues to expand, his official rank rises accordingly. In the future, he will require an increasing number of personnel. Presently, with the addition of the feeble little ghosts, the total is still just over 100. A figure that is decidedly insufficient to fully enhance the underworld system. He needs to capture more evil spirits to serve as emissaries. With this in mind, Qin Feng declared, Niu Tu and Ma Mian. No sooner had his words fallen than the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the resounding footsteps, 2 tall and formidable figures strode into the room. One was clad in dark green armor, wielding a trident, with a bull-headed visage, fierce and adorned with bristling white fur. The other donned purple armor, brandishing a spear, resembling a horse with a mane that stood on end, exuding a fearsome aura. We pay our respects to the Lord. Niu Tu and Ma Mian knelt on one knee, their voices resonating like a thunderous bell. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Rise and speak. Upon hearing this, the 4 stood simultaneously. Though black and white impermanence stood in front, they were still dwarfed by the imposing figures of Niu Tu and Ma Mian, who loomed like mountains. Qin Feng continued, Niu Tu and Ma Mian, from this day forth, lead all emissaries to capture every evil spirit within the jurisdiction, centered around Jiangning City. Black and white impermanence, I bestow upon you both the city goddess seals. Your task is to transform all captured spirits into emissaries. In unison, the 4 responded, we shall faithfully obey the Lord's command. At the Jiangning branch, in stark contrast to the previously tense atmosphere, the majority of personnel had relaxed over the past 2 days, with some even engaging in idle chatter within the office. In the operations command room, Ning Ming sat on the sofa, a puzzled expression on his face as he looked at Zhu Lian. It's been 2 days. Why hasn't Director Zhao returned? What do you think the higher-up stance is towards the city god? Zhu Lian took a sip from his teacup, sneering, I suspect some are beginning to feel apprehensive. Upon hearing this, Ning Ming's pupils constricted. Them. The city god was a deity, a savior capable of delivering them from peril. Yet for some, the city god posed a significant threat. If there were truly no more evil spirits in this world, what purpose would the ghost masters serve? It was inevitable that some might harbor selfish motives. Director Zhao was likely detained for this very reason. Have you noticed how much quieter Jiangning has become lately? Ning Ming quickly shifted the topic, aware that the higher-ups' thoughts were beyond their comprehension. Regardless of the decisions made by their superiors, he merely hoped they would not find themselves opposing the city god. Zhu Lian remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't a quieter environment better?" "Of course it is." But Ning Ming cast an odd glance at Zhu Lian. Previously, evil spirits were in such turmoil, and now, all of a sudden, it has quieted down. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I fear this calm may be concealing a brewing storm." Zhu Lian waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. Our tranquility is due to the city god." "Huh?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Ming's eyes that I heard that the girl who was pregnant with a ghost infant was returned home. But aside from that, the city god seems to have been rather inactive lately. "Doesn't he?" Zhu Lian settled beside Ning Ming and whispered, "I've recently heard numerous rumors. It said that 2 fearsome ghost deities have captured all the evil spirits in Jiangning." "Ghost deities?" Ning Ming frowned. "Indeed. Have you heard of Niu Tu and Ma Mian?" His expression brightened suddenly. "Are you suggesting that the city god dispatched them to capture all the evil spirits in Jiangning?" Zhu Lian nodded, then shook his head. "It cannot be confirmed yet, as these are merely rumors. No one in the bureau has witnessed it firsthand, but I am convinced it is certainly related to the city god." Upon hearing this, Ning Ming inhaled sharply. "If Niu Tu and Ma Mian truly made an appearance, could it signify a new development in the resurgence of mythology?" Excitement swelled within him. Although the city goddess protection ensured Jiangning's safety, countless souls across China remained ensnared in torment. If mythology were to fully revive, could it herald a swift restoration of clarity for the nation? Suddenly, a frantic voice crackled through the earpiece, calling Minister Ning. "A ghost general is wreaking havoc in Heishanshi, requesting assistance." Ning Ming sprang to his feet. "Connect me to Heishanshi Communications." "Yes." The communicator buzzed with chaotic sounds before another anxious female voice emerged. "I am Huaxia, head of the liaison department in Heishanshi. I need to know the specifics of your situation." The voice on the communicator grew increasingly urgent. "In Yonghe County, a peak-level ghost general has appeared, along with 3 junior ghost generals. Nearly 1,000 people are now trapped within the enemy's ghost den, which is continuously expanding and showing signs of advancement. We require immediate support." Hearing this, Ning Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Signs of advancement. This was indeed troublesome. After ending the communication, Ning Ming quickly relayed the situation, his demeanor grave as he looked at Zhu Lian. "What should we do now?" Zhu Lian's expression turned serious as he clenched his hands slightly. Heishanshi was a city on the southeastern edge of Jiangdu County, situated between Jiangning and 2 other cities, making Jiangning the closest city for rescue. With Director Zhao's level peak strength, he could swiftly reach Heishanshi to delay the enemy's advancement. However, Director Zhao was absent. Given Heishanshi's distance from the provincial capital, even an S-level ghost master would require at least an hour to arrive. The lives of those 1,000 souls were at grave risk. If the enemy were to complete their advancement, not just Yonghe County, but the entire Heishanshi would face dire peril. Although they could reach Heishanshi from Jiangning in just half an hour, their branch's current strength was utterly inadequate to confront this crisis. What should they do? Zhu Lian rapidly assessed the situation in his mind and solemnly proposed, "Perhaps we should seek the city goddess assistance." Clearly, Zhu Lian would not rashly settle on a single course of action. While seeking the city goddess help would be the quickest option, there was no certainty that the city god would comply with their request. Thus, they needed to prepare for both possibilities. Seeking aid from the provincial bureau while simultaneously appealing to the city god. Both actions must proceed concurrently. After all, this situation concerned not only the lives of those 1,000 individuals, but the lives of hundreds of thousands in Yonghe County and millions in Heishanshi. Absolutely must not allow that ghost general to achieve promotion. Otherwise, Huaxia will gain yet another realm of ghostly malevolence. Currently, however, there lies another pressing issue before them. Who will seek assistance from the city god? A fleeting thought crossed Zhu Lian's mind. Yet he had no time to ponder extensively. He turned directly to Ning Ming and commanded, "You must immediately send a distress signal to the provincial bureau. I will accompany Qiao Mei to the city god temple to seek aid." Understood. 10 minutes later, a helicopter descended onto a clearing near the city god temple. The powerful rotors continued to whirl as Zhu Lian and Qiao Mei leapt from the aircraft, making their way swiftly toward the temple. Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived outside the city god temple, only to find it surrounded by construction workers clad in hard hats, transporting cement and wooden planks in and out. A sign stood at the entrance, forbidding entry. "The city god temple is under renovation." Qiao Mei paused, realizing they might be barred from entering. However, Zhu Lian was not concerned with such details, given it was daytime. The presence of ordinary worshippers would only hinder their mission. He took a few steps back, assessing the two surrounding walls of the temple. Noticing that the rear wall was unguarded, he declared, "Let us enter from that side." Xiaomei hesitated. Could we offend the city god? At this juncture, they could not afford such worries. They would have to apologize to the city god afterward. Zhu Lian urged urgently, propelling himself forward to vault over the temple wall. They were not ordinary individuals, but ghost tamers. With their speed, it would be difficult for common folk to detect them. Of course, the safest approach would have been to utilize the ghostly deception technique. Yet this was the city god's domain, and employing such a tactic could easily be perceived as provocation. How could they expect to seek assistance then? Upon witnessing Zhu Lian leap over the wall, Xiaomei gritted her teeth and followed suit. The city god temple consisted of an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. Despite the renovations, the statue of the city god remained in place, allowing the workers to focus on repairing the outer walls first, leaving the inner courtyard for last. Consequently, Zhu Lian and Xiaomei entered the temple without being noticed by the workers, gazing up at the imposing statue. Zhu Lian felt a knot of anxiety in his throat. Since the Special Management Bureau strictly prohibited ghost tamers from approaching the city god temple, this was his first visit, and the visage of the young man resurfaced in his mind. He shivered involuntarily and hastily lowered his head. Lighting an incense stick from the offerings on the altar, he respectfully knelt upon the mat. "O great city god, I am Zhu Lian from the Special Management Bureau's Action Department. We have trespassed by climbing the wall, and we humbly beseech your forgiveness, as we are faced with an urgent matter." Zhu Lian's voice resonated in Qin Feng's ears. In truth, Qin Feng had already taken note of the two individuals since the helicopter landed near the temple. However, they posed no threat to him, and he remained unconcerned. He simply wished to observe their intentions for visiting the city god temple. Qin Feng stroked his chin, a peak-level ghost general from Huaxia. This ghost general poses little threat to me. Yet, if they call for help, it would be somewhat undignified for me to reveal myself that I am no one's lackey. Nonetheless, this situation might trigger a special event, potentially yielding a surge of merit. Such opportunities were rare and should not be squandered. Perhaps I could send a subordinate. But who would I send? The bullhead and horseface are only at the A-level intermediate, lacking sufficient strength. Although the Black and White Impermanence have attained A-level peak strength after acquiring their true forms, they are bound by the territories they govern. Thus, if I tasked any of my underlings to venture beyond my domain, their abilities would diminish significantly. The farther they strayed, the greater the reduction. That if a weaker underling were to venture too far, they could very well be obliterated, though the Black and White Impermanence would not perish. Huaxia lies outside their territory. Should they go, would it not merely serve to provide sustenance to that peak-level ghost general? Suddenly, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the small, plump figure seated nearby. After 3 days of incense offerings, the small creature's appearance had transformed from a deep black to a rosy hue. Aside from its 10 inky black fingernails and its dark, featureless eyes, it resembled an ordinary infant, adorably clad in a red belly band. Unlike the Black and White Impermanence, which were bound to their territorial duties, this small creature was merely his ghost pet, not a deity of the Bureau. Therefore, it was not subject to territorial restrictions. With this in mind, a smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. "Little meatball, would you like to go out for some fresh air?" The small creature blinked its large eyes, tugging at Qin Feng's sleeve while emitting a series of coos. Despite its lack of expression, Qin Feng could sense the creature's excitement. Although the malevolent aura had been largely cleansed from Little Meatball, it would require an abundance of ghostly energy to ascend in rank. Should Little Meatball manage to devour that peak-level ghost general, it could very well become a ghost king. However, Little Meatball was currently only at A-level peak, making the task of consuming that ghost general far from simple. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng retrieved the city god seal. With a focused thought, he condensed a thread of spiritual awareness in his hand and lightly tapped it upon the seal, establishing a faint connection. Then, he conjured a red cord, tying the city god seal around Little Meatball's neck. As his ghost pet, he felt no apprehension in entrusting the seal to Little Meatball. As for the ghostly command, being his life-bound artifact, even if Little Meatball were to possess it, it would be of little use. The reason he affixed a thread of spiritual awareness to the city god seal was due to its status as a terrestrial-grade artifact, which could easily attract covetous eyes, and Little Meatball, lacking a fully developed intellect, required supervision. Little Meatball clutched the city god seal with both hands, curiosity illuminating its face, seemingly enamored. Qin Feng pointed at the seal and smiled. Little Meatball. Accompany those two to a certain location. Eliminate the ghost general there. If you find yourself in danger, use the seal to strike them. Little Meatball looked up at Qin Feng, blinking its large eyes. Before hopping down from the chair, wiggling its little legs, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Inside the city god temple, Xiao Mei knelt respectfully beside Zhu Lian, bowing thrice before the statue of the city god. Yet she noted that the deity remained unresponsive, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. Previously, the city god had manifested on multiple occasions, even saving their lives, yet they had never come to pay homage. Now, in their time of need, would the city god be inclined to assist them? Meanwhile, Zhu Lian was equally troubled. Truth be told, they had no right to demand anything from the city god. The citizens of Haitianshire were not the city goddess devotees. And whether or not the deity chose to intervene was entirely at its discretion. However, if the city god withheld assistance, the toll on Haitianshire could be catastrophic. Should they try again? Suddenly, Zhu Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. Before them, a small figure materialized within the temple, scampering towards them on tiny legs that a ghostly infant. Zhu Lian's mind raced back to the pregnant woman taken away by the city god. Could this be the very ghostly infant from before? Little Meatball, with its dark, oversized eyes, scrutinized Zhu Lian for a prolonged moment, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Abruptly, it leapt onto Xiao Mei, wrapping its arms tightly around her, erupting into a fit of giggles. However, the sound that reached Xiao Mei's ears sent shivers down her spine, her hair standing on end. She remained frozen in place, too terrified to move. This ghostly infant was a peak-level ghost general. If it truly intended to harm her, she would have no chance to escape. Xiao Mei swallowed hard, nervously glancing at Zhu Lian beside her. It was then that Zhu Lian snapped back to reality. Pondering for a moment before speaking, could it be that the city god has sent us assistance? Xiao Mei lowered her gaze to the ghostly infant and, upon noticing no unusual behavior from the child, whispered, "What should we do now? What can we do?" Zhu Lian forced a bitter smile, replying, "What else can we do? We can't possibly let this ghostly infant venture to Haitian City alone, can we? Thank you." Lord City God, with a respectful bow to the statue of the city god, Zhu Lian turned to Xiao Mei and declared, "Let us escort the ghostly infant to Haitian City," cautiously cradling the ghostly child. Xiao Mei rose to her feet. Despite the infant's gentle demeanor, her heart remained suspended in anxiety. Though it was her first encounter with a ghostly infant, she had not forgotten the ominous aura and bloodshed that had enveloped the villa that day. Such a well-behaved infant was hardly a reassuring sign. Why then had this ghostly child chosen to cling to her? This scene had not gone unnoticed by Qin Feng. Little rascal. He couldn't help but mutter with a chuckle. A hint of envy gleaming in his eyes in an instant. However, those thoughts were cast aside, replaced by a flicker of anticipation. Might this endeavor grant him some merit? At that moment, at the provincial headquarters of Jiangdu County, a crucial meeting was underway, centered on a singular topic: whether to establish a closer collaboration with the city god. They had deliberated for 2 full days on this matter, yet no resolution had been reached. Suddenly, the meeting was interrupted. Li Xinjin, hearing the urgent communication through the intercom, wore a grave expression as he surveyed the assembly. Just now, Jiangning City sent an emergency plea for help. A peak-level ghost general has appeared in Haitian City, showing signs of advancement. Zhanyu, you must head to Haitian City at once to provide support. Zhao Qingming returned to Jiangning City to oversee operations, remaining vigilant against potential upheavals in other cities. Zhanyu, the head of the action department at the provincial headquarters, and one of the few S-level ghost tamers, affirmed, "Understood." Their voices rang out in unison, and in the blink of an eye, 2 figures vanished from the meeting room. Although a peak-level ghost general was formidable, it could not inflict widespread destruction in a short time. However, the Ghost King was an entirely different threat. A powerful Ghost King could obliterate a city with a population of millions with a mere flick of its hand. Even a novice Ghost King could wreak considerable havoc, a danger that the provincial headquarters could not afford to ignore. In Yonghe County of Haitian City, a dark cloud loomed ominously over the Yongxin shopping center and the surrounding residential area. Intermittently flashing with the signs of thunder, sinister ghostly figures flitted through the air, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions. Ha ha ha. The chilling laughter echoed in the ears of the citizens trapped in the ghostly snare, causing them to huddle together in fear. Inside the shopping center, the emergence of the ghost general had shattered all the light fixtures. Though the illumination was extinguished, faint rays of light still filtered through the glass windows, revealing the chaotic state of the mall. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder erupted, momentarily illuminating the space before plunging it into darkness once more. Mom, I'm scared. A child's innocent voice trembled. Don't be afraid. Mommy's here. Mommy will always stay by your side. Lu Ru, though gripped by overwhelming fear, clung tightly to her child, her voice quivering as she offered comfort. Wailing began to resonate, a haunting symphony of despair, leaving no one aware of whether the cries belonged to adults or children. In that moment, each individual was engulfed in profound terror. If only they could wish this to be but a nightmare. Enough noise. Silence. A sharp rebuke accompanied by the fierce gaze of a blue-faced ghost general sent shivers through the crowd, prompting them to clamp their mouths shut, stifling their cries. Lu Ru, too, pressed her hands firmly over her child's mouth, her teeth clenched in fear. Suddenly, she felt her body lifted into the air. Looking up, she beheld a massive head, its indigo skin terrifying, with long fangs protruding from its maw. Those bell-like red eyes were fixed upon her. A scream escaped her lips, but instinctively, she hurled her child into the crowd. Mom. The little girl managed to cry before a middle-aged man beside her covered her mouth. Don't scream. If you do, they'll kill you. They'll kill us all. Though the middle-aged man silenced the girl, the blue-faced ghost general had already noticed. He cast a cold glance at the trembling individuals huddled on the ground, revealing a cruel smile. Don't worry. None of you will escape. With that, the blue-faced ghost general casually seized another person, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared atop the Yongxin shopping center. A sweeping glance revealed a pale-faced man, his countenance marred by deep fissures, with no bones visible, only cracks oozing black mist. He was the peak-level ghost general, Tiangui. Tiangui was not his true name, but rather a nickname. Unlike other malevolent spirits, Tiangui was not merely a ghost, but rather a ghost general born from the amalgamation of countless vengeful souls and malicious thoughts. Before Tiangui knelt 3 pairs of men and women. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 couples shriveled at a visible pace. No. Please, someone help me. I beg you, spare me. The desperate screams abruptly ceased as the 3 pairs collapsed to the ground, transformed into desiccated corpses. Witnessing this, the blue-faced ghost general hastily approached, tossing Lu Ru and the man he had just captured before Tiangui. Boss, you're taking too long to absorb. I have a great idea. Oh, what idea? Tiangui regarded the blue-faced ghost general with unexpected interest. While he could consume human essence, the quantity he could absorb at one time was limited. Otherwise, the entire building's occupants would have been drained long ago. He was eager to ascend to the status of a ghost king, for the arrival of a powerful ghost tamer would spell disaster for him. The blue-faced ghost general revealed a cruel smile. Let me, in a woo. The corpse ghost, extract the essence from these people first, and then you can directly consume it. What do you think? Upon hearing this, excitement sparkled in Tiangui's eyes. If he could consume the essence directly, it would be far quicker than from individual bodies. That would expedite his elevation to Ghost King. Good. You immediately inform a Wu and the corpse ghost. Not far from the Yongxin shopping center, dozens of ghost tamers from Haiyan City anxiously observed the unfolding chaos. Director El Hui clenched his fists tightly. Since learning of the incident, he had rushed to Yonghe County. However, his strength was merely at the intermediate A level, rendering him unable to contend with the peak-level ghost general. Even if the 3 novice ghost generals joined forces, he would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, he had to maintain order and could not act recklessly. El Hui couldn't help but ask the ghost tamer beside him once more, what is the situation inside the Yongxin shopping center? The ghost tamer, named Wang Yuan, possessed a similar ability to ghost eyes, enabling him to see everything unfolding within the Yongxin building. Another 6 people have died. Wang Yuan's voice trembled slightly. He despised his ability to witness the events while being utterly powerless to intervene. That's 6 more. Together with the 54 who perished earlier, that makes a total of 60 lives lost. Damn it. Why are these ghost generals here? The ghost tamers ground their teeth in anger, their frustration palpable. 60 lives lost. These were someone's mothers, fathers, and children. This was not merely 60 individuals. It was the annihilation of 60 families. How could they not be enraged? Yet, their fury was compounded by their helplessness. Had they possessed the strength of a peak-level A-class, they would never have allowed these ghost generals to rampage here. El Hui was equally consumed by rage. Yet, he managed to retain his composure. It was not that he did not wish to rescue, but rather that it was impossible to do so. Sending more people in now would only lead to further casualties. Suppressing the anger within him, He turned to the various ghost tamers and urged, "Do not act impulsively. We can only await reinforcements." Reinforcements. A solemn silence fell upon the ghost tamers, who had just learned that Director Zhao of Jiangning City had gone to the provincial capital. But when would help from the provincial capital arrive? By that time, not only those trapped in the ghost lair but the entire Yonghe County, and perhaps even they themselves, might be doomed. Suddenly, a thunderous whirring sound of a helicopter echoed from afar. El Hui and the others instinctively looked up to see a military helicopter emblazoned with the emblem of Jiangning City approaching, growing larger as it drew near. Jiangning City? El Hui's eyes narrowed in confusion. Wasn't Director Zhao at the provincial capital? Who else could possibly come to their aid? Uncertain, El Hui hastily gestured towards the sky and instructed all the ghost tamers to step aside. The helicopter zoomed over their heads and landed on the rooftop of a building. Almost immediately, Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei jumped down from the aircraft. Xiao Mei, cradling a squirming ghost infant in her arms, gazed curiously at the surrounding ghost babies and suddenly found them rather endearing. Her fear dissipated somewhat. This must be due to the city god, she mused, though she was unsure how the city god had accomplished this. As she pondered, she hurriedly approached El Hui with the ghost infant and Zhu Lian. El Hui glanced at Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei, his expression one of surprise. "What brings you here?" El Hui was well aware of Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei's capabilities, yet even with their arrival, the current situation remained unchanged. Zhu Lian surveyed the ominous cloud enveloping the ghost lair, his expression grave as he spoke. "Director L, we are here to escort the ghost infant as reinforcements. What is the current situation?" Upon hearing this, El Hui finally took note of the infant in Xiao Mei's arms. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him that a peak-level ghost general? Good heavens, where did these two find such support? Swallowing hard, El Hui pointed at the ghost infant, his voice tinged with anxiety. This ghost infant, although it possesses immense power, it is still a ghost general. Can they truly control it? Julian instantly understood El Hui's concern and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to worry. This ghost infant is a helper sent by the city god." The city god? El Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the city god temple was not located in Haiyan City, there were numerous rumors about the city god within the city, such as the efficacy of peace and blessings, and the city god manifesting divine power. As the director of Haiyan City, he also knew an insider secret. Not long ago, Jiangning City had apprehended a dozen wanted criminals in a single night. He was aware of Jiangning City's capabilities. Although Director Zhao was personally overseeing matters, it was utterly unrealistic to capture so many wanted criminals, including several classified as his level, in just one night. Yet now, Zhu Lian was informing him that they had brought a ghost infant sent by the city god as reinforcements. Could it be that the previous events were all connected to the city god? If that were the case, and this ghost infant had reached peak level strength, how formidable was the city god? Observing El Hui's dazed expression, Zhu Lian grew anxious. "Director L, I will explain the matter regarding the city god in due course. But right now, saving lives is our priority." It was only then that El Hui regained his senses, hastily affirming, Yes, saving lives is paramount." He quickly recounted the situation inside, after listening to El Hui's account. Zhu Lian's expression softened slightly. While there had been some casualties, it was an unavoidable circumstance, and they had arrived as swiftly as possible. However, given the current state of affairs, it would take some time for that peak-level ghost general to ascend, which was advantageous for them. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Not good. They have gathered everyone on the rooftop." Wang Yuan exclaimed. In an instant, both El Hui and Zhu Lian's faces changed. Gathering everyone on the rooftop. Were they planning to execute them all? Zhu Lian spoke urgently. "Director L, there is no time to deliberate further. My suggestion is for you and me to take the ghost infant inside while the other ghost tamers assess the situation. What do you think?" El Hui nodded in agreement. "No problem. Although the ghost infant is a peak-level ghost general, it cannot simultaneously contend with for ghost generals that we must assist in delaying them." With El Hui's consent, Zhu Lian turned to Xiao Mei, preparing to take the little bundle, but the ghost infant turned its face away in disdain, showing no inclination to cooperate. Zhu Lian stood there, his expression stiff. He was an A-level ghost tamer and was being rejected. Just then, Xiao Mei spoke up. "I will go in with you." Zhu Lian's face faltered. Xiao Mei was not yet a peak A-level ghost tamer and was hardly a match for a ghost general. What would happen if something went awry? In the next moment, Xiao Mei's voice rang out again. "No need to overthink it. I am a ghost tamer as well, and I have a role to play in vanquishing malevolent spirits. There are still many vengeful ghosts in the ghost lair. I can assist. Zhu Lian glanced at the ghost infant, which was tightly clutching Qiao Mei's sleeve, and could only nod helplessly. All right, but be cautious and do not overexert yourself. Understood. On the rooftop of Yongxin Mall, a plump man knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to the blue-faced ghost general, pleading, I will pay you. I will give you whatever you want. Please, do not kill me. The blue-faced ghost general seized the man by the neck and hurled him into the crowd. Bang! Many fell to the ground upon impact. I can't take it anymore, a young man shouted in fury. Rising to confront the blue-faced ghost general, however, he was swiftly seized by the neck. The blue-faced ghost general opened its mouth wide and inhaled violently. In less than 2 seconds, the young man was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Witnessing this, those who had been crying out for mercy fell silent, their legs trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. Thanks to the blue-faced ghost's suggestion, Lu Ru, who had been brought to the rooftop, temporarily escaped disaster. She too was hurled into the crowd by the blue-faced ghost general. Yet, she clenched her teeth, refraining from cries, as she quickly searched through the throng for her daughter and held her tightly. Do not cry. Mommy is here. Lu Ru softly comforted her, but when she looked up, she was met with faces filled with despair. Her heart sank. What on earth was happening in this world? Why were there so many monsters and demons? Her daughter was only 6 years old. Was there no one to save them? Hot tears streamed down Lu Ru's cheeks as despair enveloped her heart. The blue-faced ghost general surveyed the crowd, which was weeping and wailing, and grinned broadly as he strode over to the Tiangui. Boss, all is prepared. We can begin. Just as Tiangui was about to nod, his pupils suddenly constricted. There are ghost tamers infiltrating the ghost lair. The blue-faced ghost general's expression shifted. Was support from the ghost tamers finally arriving? In the next moment, Tiangui's voice rang out again. Qing Mian, Shigui, go intercept them. Ah Wu, you assist me in completing my ascension swiftly. Yes, boss. Qing Mian and Shigui vanished in an instant. They understood that only when Tiangui ascended to Ghost King could they hope to claim dominion over this territory and take a step closer to becoming true Ghost Kings, transforming this realm into a paradise for malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, upon entering Tiangui's ghost lair, Zhu Lian and the others heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings with utmost caution. In midair, a multitude of ghostly figures revealed their ghastly visages, issuing chilling, sinister laughter. There were easily over 100. Even Xiao Mei felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of so many vengeful spirits. In the next moment, she felt the ghost infant nuzzle against her chest. As if to assure her of its protection, the tension in her nerves eased slightly, and a smile graced her lips. Yet, this smile quickly froze on her face, replaced by gravity. The blue-faced ghost general and Shigui had arrived. Suddenly, she felt the ghostly infant in her arms writhing, and in the next moment, her embrace was empty as the ghostly infant lunged directly at the green-faced ghost general. The small, plump creature's hollow eyes fixated intently on the green-faced ghost general, shimmering with a gleeful excitement, as if it had spotted its prey. With a swift motion, the small creature clung to the right arm of the green-faced ghost general and bit down fiercely. In a brutal tug, with a sickening sound, the entire right arm of the green-faced ghost general was torn off, and within mere moments, the dismembered limb was swallowed whole. A piercing scream erupted from the green-faced ghost general, whose wide, coppery eyes were filled with terror, a pain emanating from the depths of his very soul. A peak-level ghost general. Damn it, this ghostly infant intended to consume him. He had to flee. However, before he could react, the small creature leaped onto the neck of the green-faced ghost general, sinking its teeth into the indigo skin. The sound of tearing flesh and anguished cries echoed as, in the blink of an eye, the green-faced ghost general was shredded into several pieces, having had no chance to resist against a creature of such formidable strength. That moment, silence enveloped the scene, leaving only the sound of chewing reverberating in the air. Julien and his companions shuddered in unison. The brutality was overwhelming. They had encountered ghost generals before, but those beings, being pseudo-immortal, could recover swiftly from even the gravest injuries. Thus, slaying a ghost general was an arduous task. Yet, they could never have anticipated that a ghostly infant would employ such a method, devouring the green-faced ghost general whole. In that instant, even the malevolent spirit hovering above trembled, bolting in every direction, fear evident in its eyes. Not daring to linger for even a moment, Dai Ti turned tail and fled towards the rooftop, crying out, "Boss, save me." The terrified cries jolted Julian and his companions from their stupor. Liu Hui's expression shifted. I will hold him off. You take the ghostly infant to find that peak-level ghost general. Understood, Julian replied, raising his gaze towards the rooftop. There, the sky demon paid no heed to the cries for help from the malevolent spirit. Instead, it suddenly opened its gaping maw, drawing in the crowd with a ferocious suction. Julian's face paled. No, upon hearing Julian's shout, the small creature tilted its head to glance at the malevolent spirit, then reluctantly averted its gaze, its short legs wriggling slightly. In an instant, it surged towards the rooftop. In mere flashes, it had already positioned itself above the rooftop, its hollow eyes fixated on the sky demon. A renewed spark of excitement illuminating its face as it prepared to pounce, the sky demon's expression shifted, a hint of wariness appearing in its eyes. It had sensed the demise of the green-faced ghost general. However, this ghostly infant was a peak-level ghost general. To eliminate the ghostly infant, it would require a breakthrough to Ghost King status. Otherwise, should the ghostly infant entangle with it, and if the summoner's reinforcements arrived, all its prior plans would unravel. With a snap of its fingers, the sky demon summoned forth a rumbling thunderstorm. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the small creature. The small creature twisted its body at an impossibly strange angle, narrowly evading the lightning strike. The thunder crashed against the rooftop, creating a massive crater in the solid concrete. In the next moment, the small creature opened its mouth, emitting a wail, and soon after, a chilling chorus of cries echoed from all directions. From every corner of the rooftop, multiple copies of the small creature scuttled towards the sky demon. Witnessing this grotesque scene, the citizens collectively shuddered, feeling goosebumps rise across their skin, their scalps tingling with dread. The sky demon's pupils constricted, and it shouted to Au beside it. Au, help me hold him off. I'm so close, just a little more, and I can ascend to Ghost King. Just a little more. The sky demon was not afraid of the ghostly infant. As a peak-level ghost general, it believed the infant was not necessarily its match. However, entangling with the ghostly infant was of no benefit to it. Ascending to Ghost King status was paramount. At the moment the roar erupted, a woman with long, flowing black hair sprang into action. Dressed in a flowing white robe, her long hair obscured her face, rendering her features indistinct. As her form floated into the air, her black hair elongated gracefully, resembling tendrils swirling through the ether. In the next moment, her strands transformed into sharp, spiked projectiles, raining down upon the multitude of small creatures on the rooftop. One strand pierced through the body of a small creature, but in an instant, that creature dissipated into a wisp of vapor. Vanishing into thin air, the hair struck the concrete rooftop, leaving a deep crater the width of a finger. Julian, witnessing this scene, suddenly shouted, "Your opponent is me." In the next heartbeat, white flames ignited around Julian, and he slammed his right hand down onto the ground. With a hissing sound, the previously retreating hair burst into flames. In an instant, the flames rapidly spread to the tips of the hair, reducing the once formidable strands to ashes in the blink of an eye. A scream echoed as Awe felt a searing pain in the depths of its soul. Even as a junior ghost general, it quickly restored the severed hair, yet the pain lingered. This was the true power of the soul-burning fire. Hearing Awe's cry, the small creature tilted its head to regard Awe, then cast a disdainful glance at Julian. As if to imply that Julian was meddling, Julian's expression soured. He knew well that this junior ghost general was no match for the ghostly infant. However, the people on the rooftop were in desperate need of rescue, and the ghostly infant could not afford to waste time with this junior ghost general. With a firm gesture, he pointed at the sky demon, then at the trembling citizens nearby. I cannot defeat that one. But if you eliminate him, all these people will be saved. Although the small creature could not fully grasp Julian's intent, it nevertheless shifted its gaze towards the sky demon. Its hollow eyes seemed to shimmer with anticipation. Devour. A vague syllable resonated as the small creature propelled itself towards the sky demon with fervor. Simultaneously, the chorus of wails erupted anew, as each tiny replica of the creature scuttled forward with an unsettling energy, their cries imbued with an indescribable excitement. The sky demon, witnessing this spectacle, was forced to abandon its pursuit of the ordinary people's essence. Raising its cracked right arm high above its head, thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds above descended further, and countless blue-violet lightning bolts flickered within the clouds, crackling with energy. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with lightnings, striking down towards the rapidly advancing small creatures. With a deafening crash, dozens of the small creatures were obliterated in an instant. A faint sound rang in the air, and from the main body of the small creature, wisps of smoke began to rise, followed by a cry filled with fury, "Wah!" Within the realm of the diminutive meatball's myriad infantile specters, the replicas were not mere phantoms, but rather entities birthed from the division of the ghostly form, each possessing a primary A-grade offensive capability. However, their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Their defenses were alarmingly frail. Should they be vanquished, they would inflict harm upon the original. The recent onslaught of the celestial demon's lightning had obliterated dozens of these replicas. Leaving the meatball with minor injuries, though not severe, it stoked a deep ire within. The meatball remained resolute, recalling Qin Feng's words to devour all the ghost generals. Yet, the terrifying lightning still instilled a sense of caution within it. With a restless wriggle of its short legs, the meatball hastily yanked the city god seal from its neck and, with a vigorous swing of its tiny arms, hurled it towards the celestial demon. Whoosh! The city god seal, released from the meatball's grasp, did not strike the celestial demon directly, but instead hovered mid-air. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the sealed in the blink of an eye. The ghostly aura upon the platform receded like a tide. The golden light shone with unparalleled brilliance, yet upon touching the people, it felt akin to the warm embrace of winter sunlight, comforting yet not scorching. Gradually, the golden radiance coalesced into an ethereal silhouette. The citizens gazed at the golden figure suspended in the air, their throats constricting, a flicker of hope igniting amidst their despair, for they sensed that this golden apparition, like the sun, dispelled the fears that haunted their hearts. Someone tremulously inquired, "Is that the city god manifesting?" Zhu Lian swallowed hard, collapsing to his knees, prostrating himself on the ground, too awestruck to raise his head. In the blink of an eye, the city god could manifest from 1,000 miles away. The might of the city god was unfathomable. The citizens, once lost in confusion, quickly transformed their bewilderment into fervent reverence. Bowing towards the golden apparition, a deity has come to rescue them. The city god, the celestial demon scoffed, dismissing the golden figure as mere illusion, sensing no tangible aura. What deities could possibly exist in this world? Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed, "Bold fiend, having slaughtered the innocent, today I shall rend your flesh to pieces." Boom! A tremendous force erupted from the city god seal. Instantly, the celestial demon felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon it, rendering it immobile. Impossible! A cry of disbelief escaped the celestial demon's lips as it stared, horrified, at the golden figure above. Its eyes widening in terror, Dai realized it could not move. Why was it rendered motionless by the mere utterance of that apparition? Wasn't it a peak ghost general? Could it truly be the city god? No, it was not the figure, but the imposing black seal. Cursed be that artifact. The ethereal figure was but a fragment of Qin Feng's consciousness, previously embedded within the city god seal. Through this fragment, he could oversee all happenings in this locale. With a focused thought, Qin Feng's voice resonated in the meatball's mind. "Meatball, go consume him." The meatball's face lit up with excitement once more. It waved its diminutive arms, and in an instant, replicas of the meatball from all directions clambered onto the celestial demon, opening their mouths wide. Rows of sharp teeth descended mercilessly. The air was filled with chilling screams as the celestial demon felt excruciating agony emanating from its very soul. Yet, it could not move, helplessly enduring as the meatball gradually devoured it. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. The only sounds were the harrowing cries and the unnerving crunching echoing through the air. After an indeterminate period, the screams ceased. The crowd then noticed that the ominous clouds above had dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky and white clouds, with warm sunlight cascading down upon them, banishing all shadows of dread. "Are we saved? Wah, I'm not dead. I'm still alive. It was the city god who saved us." Excited voices erupted as citizens knelt, fervently bowing towards the golden figure above. As they felt waves of faith energy merging into their beings. Qin Feng focused his will. The golden apparition in the sky dissipated. The city god seal returned to the meatball's grasp, a red cord fastening itself around its neck. In the next moment, the meatball's gaze turned towards Awu, its short legs propelling it forward. The trembling Awu, possessing only the strength of a junior ghost general, was paralyzed with fear from the preceding spectacle, unable to react before the meatball bit into it. "Ah!" The piercing wail echoed once more. Upon hearing the cry, the already grievously injured corpse demon shuddered, eyes wide with terror, body quaking uncontrollably. In the next moment, the corpse demon felt a weight upon its back. Something crawling onto its neck. The corpse demon could not even muster a scream before the meatball tore it apart, voraciously devouring it. Crunch, crunch. The incessant sound of chewing sent shivers down the spines of Lu Hui and the recently arrived Zhu Lian and Xiao Na, who clenched their fists tightly, too afraid to breathe. After finishing the corpse demon, the meatball patted its belly with satisfaction, letting out a burp. Burp. Subsequently, it joyously scampered around in midair, emitting a series of delighted giggles. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Lian and the others wiped the cold sweat from their brows, exhaling in relief. Suddenly, the meatball halted in the air, its hollow eyes turning a vivid crimson. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from the meatball, coalescing into a dark cloud that shrouded the blue sky once more. Faintly, blood-like hues permeated the black cloud. Oh no, the ghost infant is about to ascend, Lu Hui shouted, his eyes brimming with profound concern. Having just dealt with the peak ghost general, now the ghost infant was on the verge of becoming a ghost king. What were they to do? Though he trusted that the city god harbored no malicious intent. For the city god was divine, the ghost infant was still a ghost. Should it become a ghost king, who could predict whether it would spiral out of control? Zhu Lian and Xiao Na's expressions similarly shifted. Zhu Lian clenched his fist, speaking earnestly. It will be fine. Since the city god can manifest from afar, he must be fully aware of everything here. The ghost infant will not lose control, despite his words. When he gazed upon the ghost infant's crimson eyes, his heart leapt into his throat. Should the ghost infant truly lose control, all their prior efforts would be in vain, and Haitianshire would remain ensnared in calamity. Their only hope rested with the city god. Qin Feng had also taken note of the meatball's unusual behavior. Originally a peak ghost general, the meatball was nearing a pivotal moment, having reached the threshold of ascension after devouring the celestial demon. Thus, it was not surprising that after consuming the corpse demon and a Wu, it would naturally break through. Once the meatball advanced to Ghost King, it would become his greatest ally, with the binding contract in place. The likelihood of the meatball losing control was non-existent. However, the accumulation of malevolent energy from devouring so many ghost generals necessitated purification through the power of incense. Qin Feng's thoughts remained unknown to Zhu Lian and the others, as well as to the approaching Zhan Yu. Gazing at the ominous aura enveloping the sky, Zhan Yu's pupils constricted. He hadn't anticipated arriving too late. The peak ghost general had indeed broken through. Hurry, we must accelerate our pace. Otherwise, who knows how many lives will be lost. He urged himself to quicken his speed. Yes, on the rooftop of the Yongxin Mall, the citizens surveyed the sky thick with black clouds. Their eyes once again filled with terror, unable to suppress their screams. What is happening? Didn't those ghostly evils perish? How can this be? We beseech the city god for protection. We beseech the city god for protection. Lu Ru suppressed the terror swirling within her, clutching her child tightly. Though her body could not help but tremble, suddenly, the little girl in Lu Ru's arms exclaimed, "Mama, isn't that the baby who saved us before? He is the messenger of the city god and will not harm us." With wide, innocent eyes, she pointed at the small, floating figure in the AIR.AT. That moment, the crowd realized that the commotion had been caused by the little creature. Remembering how it had torn apart the ghost general to save them, the previously panicked crowd gradually calmed down, gathering the courage to gaze at the small being. The little creature, suspended in midair, had its eyes tightly closed, enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy, as if in a deep slumber. Yet, it was evident that its body had expanded significantly, resembling an inflated ball, while its skin had transformed from a delicate pink to a deep, pure black. Boom, the little creature's swollen form suddenly contracted, only to expand and compress again in a continuous cycle. With each compression, its skin became increasingly translucent, gradually shimmering with a lustrous sheen, resembling a finely crafted crystal doll made of exquisite jade. Swish! The little creature opened its eyes, the crimson hue fading away to reveal two black voids. Having ascended to the rank of a ghost king, the small being's strength had surged, and its intelligence had also been enhanced. Although it felt an overwhelming power capable of annihilating everyone present, it understood that its master was Qin Feng and that it must not harm others indiscriminately. Its gaze swept over the onlookers. Curiosity etched on its face. However, at that very moment, the citizens felt an invisible weight pressing down upon them, suffocating them with its intensity. Thud. One by one, the citizens knelt to the ground, not out of fear, but due to the immense pressure that made their legs tremble uncontrollably, rendering them unable to stand. This was the unique aura of dominance that followed the ascension to Ghost King under normal circumstances. Such pressure could be reined in, but despite the little creature's heightened intelligence, its mentality remained that of an infant under 1 year old, completely oblivious to the effects it was exerting in the face of this overwhelming pressure. Even the two A-grade ghost tamers, Zhu Lian and LV Hui, found themselves unable to rise, collapsing to the ground. Yet, in that moment, they collectively sighed in relief, grateful that the ghost infant had not spiraled out of control. Suddenly, the formidable pressure dissipated. Zhu Lian looked up, only to find that the small creature had vanished from midair. His eyes darted around in a frantic search, but the little being was nowhere to be seen. This was bad. The ghost infant had escaped. Zhu Lian's expression shifted dramatically. What would he say to the city god now? Meanwhile, within the city god's residence, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his study when a crisp notification from the system rang in his ears. Ding. Crisis in Haitian City resolved. Special sign-in initiated. Do you wish to sign in? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Sign in. Sign in successful. You have received 500 strands of merit power. You have obtained the Book of Life and Death. You have acquired the Book of Good and Evil. The series of notifications left Qin Feng exhilarated. He had not anticipated such significant rewards this time. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed, and Qin Feng looked up to see a massive purple cloud drifting in from the east. Significantly larger than the previous clouds, descending upon the city god temple in the blink of an eye, that a cascade of purple light poured down. Stepping forward, Qin Feng found himself atop the city god residence, eagerly meeting the purple light. Soon, his entire being was enveloped by the purple light, and under the warm embrace of merit power, his spirit felt an unprecedented comfort. In an instant, Qin Feng sensed his soul expanding and strengthening. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative position, closed his eyes, and swiftly activated the chaotic merit golden body technique. Actively absorbing the merit-powered INA flash, radiant golden light erupted from his body. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng finally absorbed all 500 strands of merit-powered IN. The next moment, the golden light on his body suddenly retracted, all drawn into his being. Opening his eyes, he gazed at his firm skin and bulging muscles, a slight smile gracing his lips. The further one progressed in cultivating the golden body of merit, the more merit power was required, while 500 strands were not enough to elevate him beyond the 5th rank. He could feel his strength advancing. According to the classification of ghost tamers, he had now reached the intermediate level of S rank. Furthermore, under the tempering of merit power, his soul had become 10% stronger. While that may seem modest, soul cultivation was significantly more challenging than physical cultivation. Additionally, the chaotic merit golden body technique focused solely on the physical form. Neglecting the soul. It seemed he needed to find more merit power. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng harbored a suspicion. While special events could trigger special sign-ins, not every special sign-in yielded merit power. Furthermore, all 3 of these extraordinary sign-ins were related to saving lives. He could deduce that saving others earned greater rewards, as he had not only rescued thousands trapped in ghostly realms, but had also indirectly resolved the crisis in Haitian City. Therefore, the rewards were correspondingly greater. Shaking his head, Qin Feng temporarily set aside thoughts of acquiring merit power, recognizing that such opportunities were rare and could only be awaited. He exhaled deeply, returning to his study. His gaze swept across the system panel. His right hand outstretched, claimed the Book of Life and Death, and the Book of Good and Evil. Swish, 2 ancient blue-covered books appeared in his hand, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the robust characters inscribed on the covers, Book of Life and Death. Just from the name, Qin Feng understood its purpose. Among the 3 celestial tomes, Heavenly Book of the Divine List, Earthly Book of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and Human Book of the Book of Life and Death, the latter primarily recorded the birth dates, death times, and lifespans of individuals within the mortal realm. Beyond mere record-keeping, the Book of Life and Death was also a heavenly tier spiritual artifact, indestructible. Altering it could cost a life. Of course, any changes to the Book of Life and Death must be approached with caution, as they would invoke the consequences of the altered individual and provoke heavenly retribution. Setting the Book of Life and Death aside, Qin Feng turned his attention to the Book of Good and Evil. Flipping through a few pages, he quickly grasped its function. It primarily documented the good and evil deeds of individuals throughout their lives, serving as the basis for rewarding virtue and punishing vice. Qin Feng's gaze flickered with intrigue. With the Book of Life and Death and the Book of Good and Evil, the foundational system of the underworld could be activated. However, he was still lacking a judge. Clapping the Book of Good and Evil shut, Qin Feng resolved to establish the basic underworld system first. He would take on the role of the judge himself. In Yonghe County, Haitian City, after LV Hui instructed all ghost tamers to disperse and reassure the crowd. He quickly followed Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei in search of the ghost infant. However, after scouring every corner of Yonghe County, the three found no trace of the ghost infant, having searched everywhere. It seemed the ghost infant had already left Yonghe County. What should they do now? Sweat streamed down LV Hui's forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. Even though the ghost infant had not lost control, it was still a ghost king, akin to a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it might explode? Hearing this, Zhu Lian could only manage a wry smile. Even if the ghost infant remained composed, it was still an absolute danger to ordinary people. Moreover, this was the helper he had sought from the city god. How could they face the city god if they failed to retrieve the ghost infant? Yet, with such vastness in Huaxia, who could possibly know where the ghost infant has vanished? Where could they search? At this moment, Xiao Mei spoke up. Could it be that the ghost infant has already returned to Jiangning? Upon hearing this, Lu Hui and Zhu Lian were momentarily taken aback. Return to Jiangning? It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. After all, the city god temple is located in Jiangning. And since the ghost infant was dispatched by the city god, it would be entirely reasonable for it to return directly after completing its mission. Zhu Lian pondered for a moment before turning to Lu Hui and suggesting, Director Lu, why don't you continue searching within Haitianshire, while Xiao Mei and I head back to Jiangning and see if we can locate the ghost infant? Lu Hui nodded in resignation. It seems we have no other choice. No sooner had he spoken than a figure suddenly landed before the three of them. They looked up to see the grave expression of Zhan Yu, who promptly bowed respectfully. Minister Zhan. Zhan Yu scanned the surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. Previously, the ominous aura had been unmistakably indicative of the emergence of a ghost king. He had even prepared himself for a bloodbath in Zhonghe County, anticipating total devastation. Yet now, everything appeared normal. Some ghost tamers were methodically organizing ordinary citizens, erasing their memories, while others were swiftly dispersing the onlookers. Where was the ghost king? He could not help but inquire, where is the ghost king? In response to Zhan Yu's question, Lu Hui replied anxiously, the ghost king has fled. What? Zhan Yu's expression changed dramatically. The ghost king has fled? What nonsense! The appearance of a ghost king would not cause even a modicum of harm. And now Zhu Lian was telling him that the ghost king had escaped? How could that be? However, Zhu Lian quickly realized that Lu Hui and Minister Zhan were not speaking of the same matter and hurriedly explained the situation. After hearing Zhu Lian's account, Zhan Yu gasped, his voice strained as he asked, so, the ghost king you just mentioned, is it the ghost infant sent by the city god? Zhu Lian nodded, indeed, once again receiving confirmation. Zhan Yu was overwhelmed with shock. He had not anticipated that Zhu Lian and the others would seek assistance from the city god, nor did he expect the city god to dispatch aid. Even more alarming was the fact that the ghost infant under the city god's command had already attained the strength of a ghost king, yet remained under control during its advancement. How formidable must the city god be? Zhan Yu suddenly felt how absurd his earlier suggestion had been, and he was thankful that Minister Li had intervened at the time. Otherwise, had they provoked the city god, the entire Jiangfu County would surely be reduced to ruins. He took a deep breath and said to Zhu Lian, I will accompany you in searching for the ghost infant. Certainly. Anha City is the nearest city to Jiangning in the entire southeastern region and serves as a necessary waypoint for travel from Haitianshire to Jiangning. As evening approached, the setting sun cast its golden hue upon the white clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle of rosy clouds. Gradually, the clouds and red glow dispersed with the wind, ushering in the night. In the wilderness, a Mercedes-Benz was parked, where a couple was passionately kissing. Suddenly, they felt the surrounding air drop sharply, a chill sweeping over their heads and faces, as if they had abruptly entered a frigid winter. Achoo! The middle-aged man sneezed, looking up to see a dark head pressed against the passenger window, hollow eyes fixated on them. A ghost. A terrified scream erupted, and the middle-aged man shut his eyes, fainting on the spot. The young woman instinctively turned her head and was met with the sight of the small, round figure on the window. Her body went rigid with fear, and she immediately closed her eyes. Trembling as she screamed, Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I will never seduce a married man again. The continuous cries reached the small figure's ears, yet it remained perplexed, tilting its head. In the next moment, The small figure kicked its legs and floated into the air, curiously observing its surroundings, then quickly scampered forward with tiny legs. Before long, the small figure appeared in the city of Huaxia, instantly captivated by the colorful neon lights and bustling streets. It joyfully bounded through the air, jumping onto windows and into rooms, exploring with unreserved curiosity. That night, Anha City's precinct was in chaos. The communication lines in the liaison room were incessantly buzzing with requests for assistance. The precinct chief, Duan Chongjun, was thoroughly exasperated. If it were just one or two sightings of ghosts, he could have handled it with the help of a mentalist ghost tamer, but now he was utterly clueless as to how many people had encountered ghosts. Moreover, many had posted about the incidents online. In this era of explosive information, news spread too quickly for him to contain it, leaving him in a predicament of monumental proportions. Suddenly, 3 figures landed before Duan Chongjun, and upon recognizing them, he was taken aback. Minister Zhan, Julien, Xiaomei, what brings you here? Having been in pursuit of the small figure, Zhan Yu, Julien, and Xiaomei had not returned to Jiangning by helicopter, as they could not ascertain whether the small figure had indeed returned there. Instead, they informed Zhao Qingming, who was stationed in Jiangning, to search for the small figure's whereabouts. They made their way toward Jiangning while meticulously scouting along the route. Thus, upon arriving in Anha City, they headed straight for the Special Incident Management Bureau, hoping to uncover some clues. Zhan Yu surveyed the busy operators around them and solemnly asked, "Has anything unusual occurred in Anha City today?" Upon hearing this, Duan Chongjun wore a troubled expression. Yes, Minister Zhan. I don't know what is happening tonight, but there are reports of hauntings everywhere, and our bureau is utterly understaffed. Zhan Yu's expression hardened. Are there any casualties? Duan Chongjun hesitated for a moment before responding. Not so far, but the news is already spread online. Duan Chongjun's face turned awkward. After all, this situation had arisen in Anha City, and it was their responsibility to handle it. However, with the limited resources of their precinct, they were utterly incapable of managing the crisis. If officials from the provincial capital arrived, he would have to quickly extricate himself from the situation. Otherwise, if it escalated further, he would surely be deemed derelict in his duties. Zhan Yu turned to Zhu Lian and Xiaomei. What are your thoughts? Zhu Lian contemplated briefly before replying, I suspect it is likely the ghost infant. It has recently advanced to ghost king status, but its mentality should still resemble that of a child. Only a ghost king's speed could account for the widespread reports of hauntings, yet it should remain under the city god's control. Hence no harm has been inflicted. Zhan Yu nodded in agreement with Zhu Lian's assessment. He turned to Duan Chongjun and inquired, where have the recent hauntings occurred? Duan Chongjun remained in a state of bewilderment. A ghost king, the city god, good heavens, was there something wrong with his hearing? The mention of the city god had circulated in Anha City before, but he had paid little heed to it at the time. Now, from what Minister Zhan and the others were implying, the city god not only existed, but could also fully control the ghost king. How powerful must the city god be? Duan, are you with us? Zhan Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He understood Duan Chongjun's confusion and shock, but there was no time to explain further. They needed to find the ghost infant as swiftly as possible to ensure their safety. Duan Chongjun finally regained his composure, realizing that the recent hauntings were not the work of ordinary spirits but the doing of a ghost king. Anxiety surged within him as he swallowed hard. On Beiyang Road. Take us there. Understood. On a bustling street of food stalls near Beiyang Road, small carts adorned with light bulbs emitted fragrant steam, enticing pedestrians to stop and sit on plastic stools. Lively conversations filled the air. A young woman, holding the hand of a 6-year-old girl, paused at a stall. One portion of spicy hot pot to go, please. Upon concluding her words, the young woman released the small girl's hand and retrieved her phone to make a payment via QR code. The little girl blinked her large, curious eyes, surveying her surroundings with innocent wonder. Suddenly feeling a chill in her hand, she turned only to discover that her lollipop had vanished. She took a couple of steps forward, quickly becoming enveloped by the throngs of pedestrians, which pushed her toward a narrow alley. That moment, a middle-aged woman appeared, clutching a lollipop, her gaze fixed on the girl with an enticing expression. Would you like a lollipop, dear? She inquired. The little girl took a few steps back, timidly replying, my mother said I shouldn't eat anything from strangers. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman cast a wary glance around. Then, with a broad smile, she asked, what is your name, little one? Where is your mother? My name is Wang Yingying. The girl responded, turning her head to look behind her. only to find that the young woman had vanished, leaving only hurried passers-by in her wake. Fearfully, she called out, "Mom." However, barely uttering the word, a large hand swiftly covered her mouth. Wang Yingying struggled desperately, tears of terror streaming down her cheeks. Yet, she was soon lifted into the arms of the middle-aged woman, who tightly covered her mouth as she hurried into the alley. Upon emerging from the alley, they encountered a van, where a middle-aged man stood waiting. This man, surnamed Wu, was nicknamed Wu Datu, known as the most notorious trafficker in Anha City. The woman accompanying him was his wife, Hu Xinshu, primarily responsible for luring children. Wu Datu, cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced at the girl in Hu Xinshu's arms, frowning as he remarked, "A girl? Not worth much." Hu Xinshu retorted, "Enough. The police have been vigilant lately. Catching one child in a night is better than nothing. Let's move quickly." Wu Data flicked away his cigarette, but swiftly opened the van door, and once Hu Xinshu entered with Wang Yingying, he pressed down on the accelerator, speeding away. This scene was witnessed by a small creature lurking atop the alley, who licked his lollipop and tilted his head in confusion. Suddenly, with a determined expression, he dashed forward. The van raced along the road, soon arriving at a bustling urban village, Xinghua Village, within Anha City. This urban village was far from secluded. It was teeming with people, even more lively than the city center. However, the mingling crowds provided an ideal cover for a trafficker like Wu Datu. Moments later, the van turned haphazardly and parked in front of a relatively secluded residential building. Wu Data exited and opened the back door, allowing Hu Xinshu to descend, finally releasing her grip on Wang Yingying's mouth. Instantly freed, Wang Yingying burst into tears, crying, "Mommy, I want my mommy." Her tears soaked her clothing as her small limbs thrashed in distress. Hu Xinshu barked fiercely, "What are you crying for? Your mother is gone. You must not weep." This only intensified Wang Yingying's sobs. Wu Datu, visibly irritated, ordered, "Hurry and put her inside. Her wailing is unbearable. Enough, enough. We'll sell them tomorrow, and then it will be peaceful." Hu Xinshu, while speaking, swiftly moved a few steps forward, cradling Wang Yingying in one arm, while opening the door with the other. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of 10 or so children huddled in the corner. The oldest among them was merely 6 or 7 years old, while the youngest was only 2 or 3, each child appearing listless and pale, as if they had not eaten in days. Their bodies bore numerous red marks, clearly having endured harsh treatment. Yet, upon hearing Wang Yingying's cries, all the children could not help but join in, lamenting, "Mommy, I want my mommy." "Enough, silence," a sharp voice commanded, as a 30-year-old man in the room cracked a whip across the back of a small boy. The boy yelped as a vivid red mark appeared on his arm. Witnessing this, Hu Xinshu quickly set Wang Yingying aside and seized the whip from the man's hand, admonishing, "Ahui, don't strike them. If they get damaged, they won't fetch a good price." Only then did Ahui cease his actions, preparing to retract the whip. Suddenly, he felt a chilling drop in temperature and shivered, turning to Hu Xinshu. "Do you feel cold?" Hu Xinshu hugged her arms tightly, her lips trembling, equally perplexed. In the next instant, a black figure plummeted from the ceiling. Hu Xinshu caught sight of hollow eyes fixated on her. Emitting a terrified scream, "Ah, a ghost!" Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Hui, terrified, shut his eyes. Trembling uncontrollably, he attempted to flee but found himself unable, as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, compelling him to kneel. "Don't come near, don't come near," he cried out in panic, which caught Wu Data's attention outside. His expression shifted as he rushed into the room, only to find Hui on the ground, eyes shut tight, trembling and muttering incoherently. "Ghost, ghost." Hu Xinshu lay unconscious on the floor. "Ghost?" Wu Data furrowed his brow, scanning the room, but aside from the terrified children, saw nothing amiss. He approached Hui and slapped him across the face, demanding, "What nonsense are you spouting? There are no ghosts here." Hui, covering his face, slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. "No ghosts? Was that just an illusion?" He glanced up at Wu Datu, only to widen his eyes in horror, trembling as he pointed at Wu Datu's head. "Ghost, ghost." Wu Data frowned deeply, looking upwards, and beheld a pitch-black infant floating mid-air, its hollow eyes locked onto him. Instantly, Wu Datu's scalp prickled with fear as a chill coursed down his spine, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Thud! The immense pressure forced Wu Datu to his knees. The small creature hovering in the air observed the whip in Hui's hand, flicking his finger, causing it to soar into his grasp. With a casual wave, he struck Hui. Hui cried out in agony, collapsing to the floor with a bloody gash appearing on his face, hot blood streaming down. The small creature, gleefully swinging his tiny fists, laughed as if discovering a delightful game, landing another blow on Ahui, who, being merely a mortal, could not withstand the wrath of a ghost king. This strike wrenched Ahui's soul from his body, leaving it a quivering mass, its face contorted in unimaginable anguish. Although Wu Datu could not see Ahui's soul, the sight of Ahui's lifeless form and his vacant, wide eyes filled him with dread. As the whip returned to the small creature, Wu Datu quivered, pleading, "Please, don't kill me." Thwack! The crack of the whip reverberated, and Wu Datu felt a searing pain emanating from the depths of his soul, as if he were being roasted alive upon a pyre. Before the piercing scream could dissipate, Wu Datu's spirit was forcibly extracted from his body. At that moment, the small, rotund figure shifted its gaze towards Hu Shushin, who had long since awakened, though the agonizing wails had rendered her unable to open her eyes. Crack! The sound of the whip caused Hu Shushin to convulse, emitting a scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Just as the small figure prepared to strike again, a voice echoed within its mind, "Do not harm her." Every action of the small figure was under the watchful eye of Qin Feng. Though the small figure was somewhat mischievous, it had not inflicted harm nor stirred any significant trouble, so Qin Feng chose to overlook its antics. However, earlier, the small figure had taken a lollipop from a little girl, which inadvertently led to the girl being abducted by a human trafficker. This was indeed a fault of the small figure, who had intended to intervene but had chased after the trafficker before he could voice his concerns. He merely wished to observe what the small figure would do. After all, Anha's city was within his jurisdiction, and the traffickers could not hope to escape. He had not anticipated that the small figure would rise against injustice, directly slaying 2 traffickers. Naturally, Qin Feng harbored deep disdain for such individuals, especially upon witnessing the battered children, which stirred a sense of anger within him. Thus, he refrained from stopping the small figure. The reason he forbade it from killing the middle-aged woman was due to the secluded nature of the dwelling. Should the traffickers perish, their demise would likely go unnoticed. However, with so many children present, what if they fled and were lost? The small figure, upon being halted by Qin Feng, tilted its head, discarded the small whip, and in the next instant, it landed before Wang Yingying. Observing the weeping Wang Yingying, the small figure placed the lollipop into her hand and gently patted her head, murmuring a garbled phrase, "Good girl. Don't cry." Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng's eyes twitched. He mused on how the small figure could be so kind-hearted, only to realize it was merely a ploy to win over the girl. Sitting within the city goddess residence, Qin Feng couldn't help but cover his face. Genuinely feeling embarrassed, he shook his head, pretending to forget the events that had transpired, and focused his divine awareness through the city goddess seal, directing it towards Hu Shushin. Having deceived so many children, Hu Shushin certainly could not escape unscathed. With a thought, a wave of black, ghostly energy emanated from the seal and penetrated her forehead. The previously writhing Hu Shushin suddenly opened her eyes wide, rising from the ground, her gaze blank as she walked towards the door. Exiting the dwelling, she continued forward until reaching one of the busiest streets in the urban village, where she suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud. Raising her hands, she slapped her own face while crying out, "I have trafficked children. I am not human. I deserve to die. I beg for the city goddess forgiveness." Feeling the stinging pain on her face, Hu Shushin gained clarity, yet she was unable to control herself, forced to kneel upon the ground, incessantly striking her own face and repeatedly shouting her confession. Terror had gripped her heart to its utmost, tears streaming down her cheeks, but all that answered her were the resounding slaps of her own hands. Her bizarre behavior soon drew a crowd. What is this person doing? A trafficker. Didn't the news just report on these traffickers? Someone call the police. My goodness, is this punishment from the city god? Many individuals began recording videos on their phones, while others directly contacted the authorities. In no time, the wailing of sirens heralded the arrival of several officers in a police car. Upon alighting, the officers were taken aback by the sight of Hu Shushin, who was kneeling and slapping her own face, their hearts pounding with unease. Yet, upon hearing her words, their pupils constricted in shock. A trafficker. Anha's city had witnessed numerous child abduction cases recently. They had been searching for a week without any leads on the traffickers. Little did they expect that a trafficker would be hiding in this bustling urban village. If this middle-aged woman was indeed a trafficker, where were the children who had been abducted? One officer, his face pale with urgency, shouted, "Does anyone recognize her? Do you know where she lives?" In the next moment, a young man in the crowd called out, "I've seen her before. She seems to live in the dwelling up ahead. Follow me." Within moments, the young man led several officers to the front of the dwelling, followed by a throng of curious onlookers eager to see if a trafficker had indeed been apprehended. Upon entering, the officers discovered Wu Datu and Ah Hui lying lifeless on the ground. In a corner, a group of children huddled together, trembling in fear, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Suddenly, a panicked voice pierced the air. "They're all dead." An officer preparing to arrest Wu Datu and Ah Hui stumbled back in horror. The two men bore only minor external injuries, yet they showed no signs of life. Recalling Hu Shuxin's earlier strange behavior, the officer could not help but wonder, could it truly be the manifestation of the city god? Hearing this, the lead officer's pupils dilated. Immediately evacuate the children, seal off the scene, and call for backup. Although the case was solved, the circumstances were too bizarre for them to handle alone. Within minutes, the officers carried each child out and cordoned off the area, but the previous officer's words had already reached the ears of the observing crowd. Could it really be the city god's manifestation? Arana City doesn't even have a city god temple. Where could a city god come from? Oh, Jiangning City has a city god, right? I heard their city god is very effective. I didn't believe it before. But now I must go pay my respects tomorrow. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the small rotund figure twisted its little legs and vanished in an instant, only to reappear within the city goddess residence the next moment. It tossed aside the souls of Wu Datu and Ah Hui and, with a spring in its step, leaped into Qin Feng's embrace, nuzzling against his arm as if seeking praise. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a crisp chime resonated in his ears. Ding! Punishment of human traffickers. Rescue of abducted children. Triggering special sign-in. Would you like to sign in? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes. He had not anticipated that such a casual act would trigger a special sign-in. It seemed he ought to perform more good deeds. Sign-in. The sign-in was successful. He received a celestial measuring tool. A celestial measuring tool? What could that be? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, claim, as soon as he spoke. A thunderous roar erupted from the overcast sky above the city goddess residence, and in an instant, a brilliant silver light descended from the heavens, dazzling like the Milky Way. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the celestial measuring tool had yet to land in his hands, he could already sense a tremendous power emanating from it. Whoosh! Qin Feng's figure vanished from the study, only to reappear atop the city goddess residence. Reaching out, he grasped the celestial measuring tool, which transformed into a shimmering object inscribed with starlight, landing in his right hand, measuring the heavens above for malevolent energies, and the earth below for the span of life and death. Qin Feng murmured softly, a brilliant golden light suddenly radiating from him, as if he were a true deity. That a profound aura emanated from the celestial measuring tool, seemingly capable of suppressing all malevolent spirits across the realms. What a remarkable treasure! Qin Feng lovingly caressed the celestial measuring tool in his grasp. Although the ghost command was powerful, it required growth and was a control-type spiritual artifact, while this celestial measuring tool was different. It was a heavenly-grade offensive artifact, even stronger than the city goddess seal. Suddenly, he felt a tremor coursing through his legs. When he glanced down, he discovered the little cherub clinging tightly to his calf. Shivering uncontrollably, with a swift motion, Qin Feng scooped up the little one and cradled him in his arms. The cherub grasped Qin Feng's clothing with all his might, yet could not suppress his curiosity as he gazed toward the celestial measuring rod. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. After roaming outside for a day, the aura of malice is so palpable. You need a thorough cleansing. With that, he returned to the study. Little cherub in TOW.IT was then that Qin Feng noticed Wu Daitu and Ah Hui, whom the cherub had brought back at that moment. The two specters huddled together, too frightened to make a move. That I nearly forgot about you. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Good and evil are rewarded accordingly. Do not think that death absolves you of punishment. Let us commence the first trial for the Celestial Monitoring Office. In Anha City, Duan Chongjun, accompanied by Zhan Yu and others, arrived near Beiyang Road. However, after searching for quite some time, they still could not find any trace of the little cherub. Zhan Yu, sensing the atmosphere, spoke gravely. I detect no traces of ghostly energy here. It appears the ghost infant has already departed. Upon hearing this, Duan Chongjun grew anxious. Where do we search now? That ghost infant is a ghost king. What if something goes awry? Suddenly, his communicator crackled to life. Director Duan, there has been an incident in Xinghua village. What happened? Moments later, Duan Chongjun hung up the communicator and turned to Zhan Yu and the others, saying, 2 human traffickers have been killed over in Xinghua village, and 1 has gone mad. This incident may be related to the ghost infant. Lead us there. Certainly. On the way, Duan Chongjun recounted Hu Xinshu's strange behavior to Zhan Yu and the others, which took them by surprise. Though the ghost infant possessed intelligence, it was still a ghost king. How could it possibly refrain from killing, let alone prompting Hu Xinshu to perform such acts to alert the outside world? Could it be that the city god intervened, though they harbored doubts? The 4 swiftly arrived at the residential quarters. They felt no sympathy for the deceased human traffickers. Such individuals had harmed countless children and devastated many families. They were truly deserving of their fate. Subsequently, Julien swiftly examined the 2 corpses and inspected the surrounding area of the residence. Upon returning, he addressed the others. The lash marks on these 2 are not fatal, yet they do bear traces of ghostly energy, indicating the ghost infant's involvement. However, these marks seem more like a punishment. I suspect they were inflicted at the behest of the city god, implying that the ghost infant's movements have been under the city god's control all along. Zhan Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. While the ghost infant may be willful, it has yet to harm the innocent. According to ancient texts, the city god is a solar deity, tasked with punishing the wicked and upholding justice. It is not surprising that the ghost infant was instructed to punish human traffickers. That I wonder if this is mere coincidence or a deliberate act. Julien was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the city god's jurisdiction has expanded to the surrounding cities? Xiao Mei's eyes widened in realization. During this period, Minister Chen had been stationed at the Jiangning branch, and they had learned much about the city god. The city god is a local guardian spirit, meaning his jurisdiction is limited, protecting only the locality of Jiangning.I and other regions. Even if the city god wished to intervene, he would be powerless. Thus, the city god's appearance in Haiyan City had left them astounded. If he were to operate outside his jurisdiction, no matter how powerful the city god was, he could not oversee every occurrence in an entire city. How could he send the ghost infant to specifically punish human traffickers to save lives? Unless the entirety of Anha City had fallen under the city god's dominion, allowing him to sweep away all these traffickers through the ghost infant. What does this imply? It suggests that the city god's jurisdiction could indeed expand. Currently, the city god may only protect Jiangning and Anha City, but in the future, he may even extend his protection over all of Huaxia. This is undoubtedly a monumental discovery. Zhan Yu took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. This remains a hypothesis, and we cannot ascertain its validity just yet. Perhaps it was merely a chance encounter with the ghost infant. After a pause, he continued, let's set this matter aside for now. As it stands, our previous assumptions appear correct. The ghost infant is indeed returning to Jiangning. However, we cannot confirm whether the ghost infant has returned to the city god's temple, while its movements may be under the city god's control. The ghost infant is still a ghost king that I believe it would be prudent for us to return to Jiangning to verify, to prevent any further unforeseen incidents. Understood. Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei nodded in agreement. Hastening to follow Zhan Yu out of the residence.at that moment, Duan Chongjun, left behind in the residential quarters, seemed to finally grasp the discussion's implications. His face flushed with excitement. If what Minister Zhan and the others proposed were true, could the city god's protection also extend to them in the future? What a splendid development. Such a stroke of fortune. With the city god's formidable powers, who would dare cause disturbances in Anha City? Duan Chongjun inhaled deeply, only to look up and find that Zhan Yu and the others had vanished. He hurried outside the residence, but still could not spot them. Oh dear, what to do now? Duan Chongjun slapped his forehead, his expression once again clouded with worry. The deaths of 2 human traffickers were inconsequential, but the night's tumult, ghostly disturbances, and the city god manifesting would surely spread like wildfire online. Anha City was destined to become renowned. At the city god's mansion, Qin Feng did not rush to hold court and pass judgment on Wu Daitu and Ah Hui. Instead, he stood in the city god's mansion, gazing down at the magnificent structure. His eyes flickered. In recent days, numerous vengeful spirits had been captured by the Oxhead and Horseface and transformed into Yin officials. Now that they had become Yin officials, they could no longer remain in the cells but were to reside in accommodations designated for Yin officials. Consequently, the once desolate city god's mansion now felt considerably crowded. more Yin officials were bound to arrive. As the Yin department system improved, not only Yin officials, but also wandering souls of the deceased would eventually enter. Given the current scale of the city god's mansion, it was evidently insufficient. The entire city god's mansion required enhancements. With a wave of his hand, a tremendous roar echoed as the ground beneath the city god's mansion began to tremble as the earth rumbled. Massive stones emerged from the soil, coalescing into a mountain that lifted the city god's mansion into the air. In the next instant, clouds and mist enveloped the mansion, swirling around it like gossamer, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Another resonant boom resounded as grand structures materialized out of thin air. Settling upon the flat ground at the mountain's base, the torrent of black, ghostly energies surged forth, surrounding these buildings. Solemn and austere, they presented a stark contrast to the city god's mansion atop the mountain, effectively separating the mansion from the adjacent architectural complex. Observing this scene, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With another wave of his hand, the inscription on the city god's plaque transformed into Celestial Monitoring Office. Within the newly established buildings, the plaques of 7 structures were also renewed, inscribed with Yin-Yang Office, Rapid Reporting Office, Inspection Office, Good Deeds Office, Evil Punishment Office, Soul Collection Office, and Wealth Accumulation Office. The 7 offices were established. Although the 7 offices had been created, Qin Feng understood that most of them were merely for show. The primary issue lay in the lack of deities. While he did not lack ordinary Yin officials, deities were not mere Yin officials. They were the overseers of Yin officials, fundamentally different from those previously transformed. Deities possessed intelligence and distinct temperaments, enjoyed incense and merit, and were capable of cultivation. They were not mere instruments. Currently, apart from relying on the system's sign-ins, he had another method: rewarding good deeds. He could grant official titles to the deceased who had performed meritorious acts in life. However, in this perilous era, it was unrealistic to reward titles to ordinary individuals after death who lacked power. Those who could transform into vengeful spirits often committed more wrongs than good. Finding deceased individuals who possessed both strength and merit was exceedingly rare. Qin Feng shook his head, quickly dismissing these thoughts, and announced, "Everyone, heed my orders." As soon as the words fell, the enigmatic figures of the Black and White Impermanence, accompanied by a cadre of slightly dazed Yin messengers, drifted forth from the heavenly monitoring office. They alighted upon the clearing at the foot of the mountain, whereupon they collectively knelt on one knee, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the Lord of the office." Qin Feng proclaimed in a resonant voice, "From this day forth, Black Impermanence shall lead 50 Yin messengers to oversee the office of soul collection, while White Impermanence shall command another 50 to manage the office of wealth accumulation, tasked with gathering the paper money and ingots burned by the faithful and distributing them among the Yin messengers. Furthermore, the 2 of you shall continue your duties in the refinement of the Yin messengers." A flicker of excitement crossed the grim visages of Black and White Impermanence. They promptly replied with utmost respect, "Yes, Neo too shall temporarily oversee the office of punishment for evil, enforcing the law, while Ma Mian shall manage the office of rapid reporting, ensuring timely communication. Additionally, the 2 of you shall lead the remaining Yin messengers in capturing wandering souls to fill the vacancies." Yes, the thunderous affirmation had scarcely resonated when Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned grave. The office of punishment for evil is now in session. With a resounding crash, the souls of Wu Datu and Hui were flung into the grand hall. Wu Datu furtively raised his gaze, only to behold a row of malevolent Yin messengers flanking either side of the hall. And a towering figure with a bull's head and large eyes emanating a ghostly glow fixated upon him. Wu Datu yelped in terror, hastily bowing his head, begging for mercy as he knocked his forehead upon the ground. "I know I was wrong. Please don't strike me again. I beg you, spare me." Beside him, Hui trembled, too fearful to lift his head. He was utterly bewildered by this ghastly place, questioning the existence of such a terrifying realm. Was this truly the legendary hell? Suddenly, Qin Feng's figure materialized before the judge's table, holding the ledger of virtues and sins. With a mere thought, the pages turned of their own accord, swiftly landing on the account of Wu Datu's life. The page was densely filled with his misdeeds. Wu Cheng, a resident of Taohua Village, Dongzhou, age 25, fled to Donghe County after injuring someone in a brawl. At 26, he was imprisoned for 3 years for theft. At 29, he partnered in robbery and escaped to Jiangfu County. At 30, he lured a child, causing injury and disability, forcing the child to be, e.g. T31. He abducted a child for profit, and within the year, abducted 3 more for the same purpose. Qin Feng's rage intensified with each line he read. Wu Cheng, now 35, had already been responsible for the abduction of over 100 children, and that Li Hui was no better. Besides his abductions, he had previously tortured 2 children to death. Bang! Qin Feng struck the judge's block with his right hand, commanding fiercely, "Niu Tu, these 2 are beyond redemption. They shall be punished with 50 years of thunder lashes." Wu Datu and Hui trembled in fear, immediately wailing, "No, please don't hit me. Have mercy. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong." Niu Tu disregarded their pleas, leading them away with 2 messengers into the dungeons of the Office of Punishment for Evil. Soon, agonizing screams echoed throughout the hall. Despite the tormenting cries, Qin Feng's countenance remained unchanged. Were it not for the fact that the underworld had not yet reached 18 levels of hell, these 2 would undoubtedly be subjected to the frying pan daily. However, given the limited circumstances, this crude method would have to suffice. Suddenly, a crisp notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Special sign-in triggered by punishing evil. Would you like to sign in? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes. Sign in successful. You have acquired the soul refinement pool of the netherworld. 2 large question marks appeared in Qin Feng's mind as he swiftly examined the system panel, quickly grasping the purpose of the soul refinement pool: to temper the soul. The soul is the most vulnerable aspect of a person. A powerful soul not only facilitates a quicker comprehension of cultivation techniques, but also eliminates one's weaknesses. If the soul is sufficiently strong, it can transform one's consciousness into a means of attack. The ability to manifest one's words into reality is a manifestation of a formidable soul. However, unlike the physical body, methods of soul cultivation are scarce, and refinement proves exceedingly challenging. For ordinary spirits, lacking a physical form and possessing only a soul signifies their defenses are incredibly fragile. As for him, due to cultivating the golden body of virtue, he did not face this issue. Nevertheless, if he encountered malevolent spirits specifically adept at countering the soul, he would still suffer significant losses at the same level. This had always been a source of great concern for him. He had never anticipated that the special sign-in triggered by punishing evil would yield such a treasure. What about rewarding virtue? Could that also trigger a new special sign-in? Lost in thought, Qin Feng suddenly felt a warmth emanating from within his robes. The Book of Life and Death. His gaze flickered as he retrieved the Book of Life and Death from his bosom. To his astonishment, it shimmered with a radiant light, flipping open with a rustle, revealing a previously blank page now inscribed with the following text: Yu Cheng, B-grade spirit tamer, resident of Lianhua community in Jiangning City, aged 47, passed away at midnight tonight. Upon reading this line, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Midnight? Wasn't that merely an hour away? Yet, during this time, the malevolent spirits in Jiangning City had nearly all been captured. How could a spirit tamer suddenly perish if it was unrelated to the malevolent spirits? What could be the cause? Qin Feng furrowed his brows, falling into contemplation. It is said that humans possess yang energy, while spirits are comprised solely of yin energy. The 2 cannot coexist. Prolonged interactions with spirits would inevitably lead to the depletion of one's yang energy, and in severe cases, even death. Though he was uncertain how the spirit tamer managed to accommodate spirits within his body, the inherent nature of malevolent spirits posed a threat. Living in the body for extended periods would certainly have consequences. However, given that the spirit tamer could integrate with the malevolent spirit's abilities and wield them, while he might not be immortal like the spirits, he certainly shouldn't suffer from shortened lifespan. How could this Yu Cheng, at the age of 47, have met his demise? Qin Feng focused his thoughts, and the ledger of virtues and sins turned of its own accord, quickly landing on the page detailing Yu Cheng's life. Yu Cheng, a resident of Jiangning City. Throughout his life, he has slain 347 malevolent spirits, vanquished 53 fierce spirits, and saved 1,054 lives, known for his integrity and frequent accomplishments. At 30, he sustained injuries from a self-immolating spirit while saving a family of 3, leaving him with lasting health issues. At 32, while rescuing a 6-year-old girl, he was nearly overwhelmed by a fierce spirit. After a moment, Qin Feng raised his head. The ledger documented numerous accounts of Yu Cheng's life. It was undeniable that Yu Cheng had shown remarkable tenacity. enduring the corruption of spirit energy while bravely battling malevolent spirits. Suffering multiple injuries, how could he not have exacerbated his conditions? No wonder he met such an early fate. Perhaps this was his destiny. However, considering Jixiang's valiant efforts in slaying so many malevolent spirits and saving countless lives, he certainly deserved a reward. Coincidentally, he had been lamenting his inability to find someone worthy of reward. Wasn't this a fortuitous opportunity? If this rewarding of virtue could also trigger a special sign-in, he would reap great benefits. With a thought, Qin Feng stowed away the ledger of virtues and sins, as well as the book of life and death, then vanished from sight, only to reappear in the grand hall of the Office of Soul Collection an instant later. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Black Impermanence promptly knelt on one knee, offering a respectful salute. "We pay our respects to the Lord of the Office." Qin Feng nodded slightly and addressed him. "Take a few messengers and go to Lianhua community to bring back the soul of Jixiang. This individual has merits and shall be rewarded." "Yes," Black Impermanence replied with cupped hands, then selected two messengers to depart the Office of Soul Collection. At that moment, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the system panel. With some time to spare, he could indeed explore the capabilities of the soul refinement pool and ascertain the extent of its effects on the soul. Meanwhile, Zhanyu, Zhu Lian, and Xiao Mei had just arrived at the entrance of the city god temple. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no trace of the ghostly infant, nor any other hauntings. Could the ghostly infant have returned directly to the city god temple? Zhu Lian cast a glance at the nearby city god temple before turning his attention back to Zhanyu and Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei nodded and remarked, "I have just been in contact with the director. There have been no reports of hauntings in Jiangning that I believe it might be due to that previous incident, where the ghostly infant was summoned back by the city god." Upon hearing their conjectures, Zhanyu pondered for a moment, preparing to speak when suddenly, a chilling wind swept through. The surrounding trees swayed ominously, producing a rustling sound, and under the pale moonlight, they appeared as clawing, ghostly figures, eerily sinister. The three felt a shiver run down their spines and instinctively turned their gazes towards the city god temple. Before them, a gray mist billowed forth from the temple, and abruptly, three figures materialized outside. The foremost figure donned a black robe and a tall hat, his visage fierce and menacing. He was the Black Wuchang. Could this truly be the legendary Black Wuchang? A gasp escaped Zhu Lian's lips as he fixated on the mournful staff and soul-binding chain in the hands of the Black Wuchang. He had previously heard of the existence of the ox head and horseface, but had never encountered the Black and White Wuchang. According to Minister Qin, the Black Wuchang belonged to the realm of deities. Could it be that the resurgence of myth had accelerated? At that moment, the Black Wuchang also noticed the trio, his icy gaze sweeping over their faces, assessing whether these sudden intruders posed any threat. In an instant, Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Zhanyu, as an S-class ghost master, remained relatively unfazed. Though his pupils constricted sharply at a high-ranking ghost general, this fearsome Black Wuchang was, in fact, a peak ghost general. Moreover, the two sinister figures flanking him were all high-level malevolent spirits, with the addition of the previously encountered ghostly infant. Such power could easily sweep across the entirety of Jiangning. He was uncertain how many such ghost generals and malevolent spirits served the city god, but based on the current display of strength, it was sufficient to instill dread in the provincial headquarters, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg revealed by the city god. Although Zhanyu had been previously shaken by the ghostly infant's power, the appearance of the Black Wuchang and his two spectral companions left him trembling with unease. As formidable as the city god was, he was still merely a deity, even if the city god had transcended the S-class, reaching a level comparable to that of a local ghost emperor. It was not entirely impossible for the ghost masters of Huaxia to devise a countermeasure, provided they pooled all their resources. A ghost emperor, as a sovereign lord, could, with a mere flick of his hand, annihilate not just a city but even obliterate a small nation. The threat posed by a ghost emperor was indeed terrifying. However, Huaxia possessed its own trump cards, albeit these cards were not easily deployed, for there existed threats beyond mere malevolence, including foreign enemies. Yet now, the city god not only commanded subordinates, but each was of considerable strength. This fundamentally altered the nature of the situation. Should the city god position himself in opposition to them, it would undoubtedly represent a colossal threat to all of Huaxia. for no one knew the true extent of the city goddess' power. Nor did anyone comprehend the depth of his resources. The Black Wuchang, sensing no immediate threat from the trio, swiftly withdrew his gaze and, accompanied by the spectral figures, passed by them, continuing towards the direction of Lianhua community. Once the silhouette of the Black Wuchang gradually faded from view, Zhang Yu and the others finally relaxed their taut nerves. Qiao Mei exhaled softly, only to furrow her brow and inquire, "What do you think they intend to do?" Hearing this, Zhu Lian also knitted his brows. After a moment of careful consideration, he spoke slowly. The recent tranquility in Jiangning suggests there should be no reason for ghost generals to intervene, if I recall correctly. Minister Chun mentioned that the Black and White Wuchang serve as soul collectors, primarily responsible for claiming lives and souls. Could it be? Zhu Lian's eyes widened in sudden realization as he turned to Zhang Yu. Eager to confirm his suspicions, Zhang Yu's expression tightened. "Let us follow them." All right. The scene outside the city god temple also caught the attention of Qin Feng, though he paid it little mind. Life and death are fated. Riches and honor are determined by destiny. Once one's time is up, no amount of effort can prolong it. The next moment, Qin Feng dismissed the matter from his mind, his gaze shifting to the towering mountains. As he gracefully leaped, landing lightly in a hollow not far from the left side of the monitoring department, the hollow, roughly 100 square meters in size, was perfectly suited to serve as a receptacle for the soul refining pool. Receive. As soon as the command left his lips, a tempest erupted. The clouds and mist swirling around the mountains surged violently, roaring and rushing towards the hollow, coalescing into a mass of white vapor. In the blink of an eye, the cloud transformed as though doused in ink, becoming pitch black. Faintly, blue and purple lightning flickered intermittently. Suddenly, torrents of black water cascaded from the sky, filling the hollow in mere seconds. In an instant, the black clouds dispersed, and it was as if nothing had transpired. Only the dark, deep pool remained within the hollow. The mist once again enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the black pool. Even so, Qin Feng felt the chilling aura emanating from the pool, as if a terrifying presence lurked beneath its surface. It felt less like a soul-refining pool and more akin to the abyss of the 9 underworlds. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng gently leaped, plunging into the depths of the soul-refining pool. Splash! The black waters erupted in a small splash before quickly returning to tranquility, submerged in the dark waters. Qin Feng found himself enveloped, with only his head above the surface. However, the next moment, he felt an icy chill assault him, freezing his very soul. Soon after, a series of needle-like pains pierced through him. Not as physical agony but directly affecting his spirit. This torment was not continuous but intermittent, yet with each resurgence, the pain seemed to intensify. Within just a few breaths, Qin Feng's face contorted in agony. Despite his resilience to pain, he could not suppress a gasp as he inhaled sharply. The cool air seemed to alleviate the pain momentarily, but in less than a second, he felt his soul being torn apart by an invisible hand. Relentlessly kneaded and battered. Gritting his teeth tightly, Qin Feng felt beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, yet before they could fall into the pool, they solidified into ice pellets. Bang! The ice pellets erupted instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. Yet, with each kneading, Qin Feng sensed his soul growing stronger, and the formerly twisted features of his face began to reflect a hint of excitement. What thrilled him even more was that as his soul underwent this tempering, the chaotic merit golden body technique began to operate autonomously within him. He was on the cusp of breaking through from the 5th rank, and this opportunity might just propel him forward. With his eyes tightly shut, a smile crept onto his lips. Continue. In Lianhua community, within an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment, a woman in her 30s sat anxiously at the bedside, gazing at the pallid face of Yu Cheng lying on the bed. She clasped his hand tightly, her expression fraught with concern as she implored the nearby ghost master. "Yu Hai, please help me persuade him. Old Yu is being so stubborn. He refuses to go to the hospital." She was Zhou Fei, Yu Cheng's wife, and also a ghost master. Having married in their middle age and considering their unique circumstances, they chose not to have children, wishing only to spend their lives together. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yu Cheng's health had deteriorated over the past 2 years? Despite the special considerations from his department, his lingering ailments remained unaddressed, forcing him to recuperate at home. Hearing her words, the young Yu Hai could not help but interject. "Team leader Yu, your condition is concerning. You should really listen to Sister Zhou and see a doctor." Yu Cheng raised his trembling hand and gently waved it. "No need. I know my own body. Going to the hospital won't help. I just need some rest." As he spoke, he cast a reproachful glance at Zhou Fei, Fei, why did you bring Yu Hai here when the department is on high alert today? Yu Hai hastily remarked. Captain Yu, do not overthink it. The director has sent me to assess your condition and asked me to convey that due to the unusual circumstances today, the entire bureau is on high alert. And he is unable to visit you in person. I hope you do not take offense. Once this matter is resolved, he will certainly come to see you personally. Jixiang managed to squeeze out a faint smile despite his pale complexion. The director is indeed considerate, but alas, I cannot fight alongside everyone any longer. As he spoke, his voice grew softer. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing erupted from him. With each cough, wisps of dark energy escaped him. That was the aura of the otherworldly. Jixiang's face instantly flushed to deep crimson. Yu Hai rushed forward, patting Jixiang's back anxiously. Captain Yu, please focus on your recovery. I assure you, you will stand shoulder to shoulder with us in battle again. Yu Hai's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he clenched his jaw, refusing to let them fall. Jixiang was the captain of their 5th squad. Ever since Yu Hai had joined the Jiangning Bureau, he had followed Jixiang, who always charged to the front in times of danger. Were it not for Jixiang, Yu Hai would have long since lost his life. Yet, it was precisely because Jixiang had risked everything to save them that he now lay bedridden at such a young age. Yu Hai could hardly bear to witness Jixiang's suffering so greatly. Suddenly, Jixiang's breathing became rapid. His complexion shifted to a deep purplish hue, yet his gaze appeared somewhat vacant. He struggled to part his lips, attempting to utter something, but only garbled syllables emerged. Zhou Fei, Yu Hai, quickly, call the hospital. Zhou Fei's expression was frantic, yet she held onto Jixiang's hand tightly. While Yu Hai swiftly pulled out his phone. Sensing that Jixiang's vitality was swiftly waning, it seemed that this time, his end was truly near. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the room, causing the temperature to plummet to freezing. The frigid air enveloped them, provoking involuntary shivers. An otherworldly presence was approaching. In an instant, Zhou Fei and Yu Hai felt the hairs on their necks stand on end. They exchanged a glance and swiftly positioned themselves in front of Jixiang, their eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. A faint sound echoed, the clock striking 12. The next moment, the menacing figure of He Wuchang, accompanied by 2 spectral agents, emerged through the wall, casting a cold, disdainful gaze upon Zhou Fei and Yu Hai. In that moment, both felt their scalps tingle, and they involuntarily trembled. A ghostly general had appeared in Jiangning. How could this be possible? Zhou Fei clenched her teeth. Although she was merely a mid-tier B-class ghost master, she was still superior to Yu Hai, who was a high-tier C-class. She understood that it was imperative to notify the Bureau immediately. Otherwise, their demise would not be the only consequence. However, before she could take any action, He Wuchang's gaze pierced through them, landing on the bedridden Jixiang, calling out, Jixiang. Zhou Fei's heart sank. She quickly turned to look behind her, only to find that Jixiang's face had drained of all color, and he could no longer be sensed breathing. Jixiang. Another call echoed. That voice seemed to carry a spell, causing ripples to form in the surrounding AI. Yu Hai's hands clenched tightly, but an overwhelming fear surged within him, paralyzing his ability to move. Suddenly, a shadow rose from Jixiang's form. With a dazed look, it exuded a chilling aura, yet its face bore an uncanny resemblance to Jixiang's, his very soul. What is happening? Jixiang appeared bewildered as he glanced at his own hands. But in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him, and he was swiftly drawn before He Wuchang. Gazing into the fierce visage, he trembled uncontrollably. Peak-level Ghost General, come with us. Upon He Wuchang's command, Jixiang found his feet moving involuntarily, his expression filled with shock. Where are you taking me? To the underworld. The underworld? Zhou Fei was unfamiliar with this place, nor did she comprehend why these malevolent spirits had manifested. Yet, she knew one thing. She could not allow this ghost general to take Jixiang's soul. Enduring the intense fear in her heart, she mustered all her strength and lunged toward Jixiang. However, she grasped at air. Bang! Zhou Fei tumbled heavily to the ground, and when she looked up, the fearsome ghost general, the vengeful spirit, and Jixiang's soul had all vanished. Jixiang, a heart-wrenching cry erupted. The next moment, the door burst open with a loud bang, and Zhan Yu, Zhu Lian, and Xiao Mei rushed in to avoid provoking He Wuchang. They had refrained from getting too close earlier and had lost sight of him after he entered the Lianhua community. Then, they heard Zhou Fei's voice as the head of the operations department. Zhu Lian was all too familiar with Zhou Fei's voice, so without a second thought, he charged in. Seeing Zhou Fei weeping on the floor, Zhu Lian's expression shifted dramatically. Captain Zhou, what has happened? Quick, a peak ghost general just captured Yu Cheng's soul. Minister Zhu, you must save him. Zhou Fei clung to her last thread of hope, her eyes igniting with determination. Heavenly Wu Cheng? Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei were taken aback, and without hesitation, they sprinted toward the door. Zhang Yu's expression grew serious. What could He Wu Cheng want with Yu Cheng's soul? Could it truly be a matter of soul collection? Regardless, they needed to clarify the situation. The three of them dashed out of the community, yet found no trace of He Wu Cheng. They pressed on, hastening toward the city god temple. Upon reaching the vicinity of the temple, they finally glimpsed He Wu Cheng's figure, along with Yu Cheng following closely behind the two spectral agents. Zhang Yu extended his hands, gripping Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei's shoulders, and in the next instant, the three of them vanished, reappearing a short distance before He Wu Cheng. How dare you obstruct the soul collection of a ghost general? A fierce roar rang out. He Wu Cheng raised his right hand, the soul-collecting chain coiling around his arm glimmering ominously, his icy gaze sweeping over the trio. But in that instant, the sound of bells echoed, and a cold wind surged, causing the temperature to plummet. Dark, ghostly energy rushed forth, transforming the surroundings and transporting the three into another realm. Endless cold assailed them, as if trying to drag them into a black abyss. In an instant, the distance between them and He Wu Cheng widened. The abyss of ghostly desolation. Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei's expressions changed, readying to unleash their ghostly powers, but Zhang Yu stopped them. Do not act rashly. We should refrain from provoking the city god. Hearing this, both were taken aback, in their fervor to aid Yu Cheng. They had nearly forgotten that He Wu Cheng was a subordinate of the city god. They were now perilously close to the temple, and should they confront He Wu Cheng, they risked being misunderstood by the city god, which would lead to significant trouble. At that moment, Zhang Yu turned to He Wu Cheng in the distance. Clasping his hands together, I am Zhang Yu, the head of the Jiangfu District Operations Department, and Yu Cheng's superior. We mean no offense. We merely wish to inquire where you intend to take Yu Cheng. He Wu Cheng's gaze settled upon Zhang Yu's face. Under that frigid scrutiny, even Zhang Yu felt a chill run down his spine, yet he maintained his composure, fixing his gaze steadily upon He Wu Cheng. Though He Wu Cheng possessed peak-level ghostly power, Zhang Yu was not without his own strength. He was merely cautious of the city god, refraining from making a move. He Wu Cheng was well aware of Zhang Yu's capabilities. Although the latter appeared unthreatening, the vigilance in He Wu Cheng's eyes did not wane in the slightest. He had no desire to botch his first assignment. We are tasked by the command of the Lord of the Monitoring Heaven Division to escort Yu Cheng back to the underworld. The Lord has decreed that this individual has rendered meritorious service and shall be rewarded. Considering your guardianship of the mortal realm, I shall not hold today's disturbances against you. However, should you attempt to obstruct us again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The cold, indifferent voice of He Wu Cheng echoed, and in an instant, the surroundings reverted to their original state, the dark aura dissipating like receding tides. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and his companions stood frozen, stunned into silence. What had they just heard? The Lord? Was it not the city god residing in the city god temple, but rather the Lord of the Monitoring Heaven Division? Or perhaps, aside from the city god, the Lord of the Monitoring Heaven Division had also awakened? According to ancient texts, among the ranks of the underworld, the 3 grades of 709 were deemed inferior, typically serving as clerks. Even a 7th-grade city god merely governed a city or county. The 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, however, represented the middle tier of the underworld. The Lord of the Monitoring Heaven Division held a 6th-grade position. With greater authority and power than that of a city god, Zhang Yu inhaled sharply, only to raise his gaze and discover that the figures of He Wu Cheng and his companions had vanished. It was evident they had departed with Yu Cheng to report back. Suddenly, Yu Cheng! A cry rang out as Zhu Lian could no longer contain himself. Kneeling before the city god temple, his eyes reddened. Despite currently holding a higher rank than Yu Cheng, he had entered the Jiangning division far later. Yu Cheng was not only his comrade, but also his former captain. Had it not been for Yu Cheng's previous injuries and lingering aftermath, the position of Minister of the Action Department would not have fallen to him. But he deeply respected this old captain. Yet, he was powerless to prevent Yu Cheng's abduction, and that feeling of helplessness was profoundly distressing. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Mei's eyes also glistened with tears. Over the years, the comrades they had lost extended far beyond just Yu Cheng. Far too many had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield against malevolent spirits. The number was staggering. If possible, They would prefer to live in an ordinary world, free from the threats of evil spirits and the sacrifices of comrades. She approached Zhu Lian, crouching beside him, her slender left hand resting gently on his shoulder. Perhaps Yu Cheng's departure is not such a dire occurrence. Zhan Yu stepped forward, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the city god temple. In a solemn tone, he remarked, "Indeed, upon entering, I noticed that Yu Cheng's physical state was gravely depleted. He should not have perished unjustly. His soul was merely taken by He Wuchang, and as he mentioned earlier, Yu Cheng has earned merit and will be rewarded. I believe he may accompany us in a different form." Zhu Lian suddenly turned to Zhan Yu. "Are you suggesting he will not vanish? When a person dies, they may turn into a wandering soul. Similarly, when a spirit master perishes, they too become a wandering soul, as they harbor no resentment and thus do not transform into true malevolent spirits. However, their souls gradually lose power and will fade away over time, typically within 7 days. Consequently, the Special Management Bureau has explored various methods, even establishing a special task force for this matter, from the perspective of the Bureau's upper echelons. Since there exist malevolent spirits that thrive in this world, why not allow these spirit masters to continue existing in a manner akin to malevolent spirits? If spirit masters could exist like malevolent spirits, it could serve as an additional force for the Special Management Bureau to continue combating evil. Unfortunately, the research team has attempted numerous approaches, yet they have not discovered any means to retain these spirit masters. Once the resentment within a spirit master is ignited, transforming them into true malevolent spirits, they would become utterly uncontrollable, more dangerous than typical malevolent spirits, and must be slain by their own hands. Ultimately, the research team concluded that of all the malevolent spirits in this world, only a small fraction transform into vengeful spirits upon death, while the vast majority originate from another realm. The nature of that realm remains unclear to Zhu Lian at his current rank. However, the notion of transforming spirit masters into beings akin to malevolent spirits was abandoned. Yet now, Zhu Lian glimpsed another glimmer of hope. If Yu Cheng would not disappear, did that imply that in the future, should any spirit master sacrifice themselves, their souls would not vanish either? Zhu Lian clenched his fists tightly, his expression fervent as he gazed at Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu continued to stare at the city god temple. Yet a flicker of excitement appeared on his face that he nodded affirmatively. It must be so. Just as Yu Cheng followed He Wuchang into the city god temple, a black portal abruptly manifested before him. This portal hovered in midair, its darkness more profound than the surrounding gloom, yet its edges twinkled with silvery light. Even from a distance, a chilling aura emanated from within, sending shivers down one's spine. Yu Cheng instinctively took 2 steps back, anxiously swallowing. "Enter," He Wuchang's grave voice commanded. In the next moment, Yu Cheng felt a push on his back, followed by a wave of intense dizziness that made his heart race. However, this sensation lasted but a few seconds, and soon he felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground once more. Instantly, the ghostly energy surged towards him, mingled with a pure, ethereal essence that filled his nostrils. As this ethereal essence entered his abdomen, it transformed into a refreshing wave that coursed through his body, replenishing his waning strength and leaving him elated. "What is this?" Yu Cheng opened his eyes in excitement. Upon looking up, he beheld under the dim sky magnificent edifices towering high, their green tiles and red walls surrounded by swirling black, ghostly energy, creating a fearsome atmosphere. In the distance, a mountain peak pierced the clouds, and beneath its wispy white mist, a grand structure could be faintly discerned, standing atop the summit like a slumbering white dragon, exuding an aura of terror, yet seemingly poised to awaken and survey the entire city at any moment. Yu Cheng stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding with astonishment. Is this the underworld spoken of by He Wuchang? Previously, he had been unaware of what the underworld truly was, mistaking it for some ghostly trap. But now he understood that the underworld was not a trap at all. It was a unique realm. In that moment, Yu Cheng longed to document everything he saw, eager to inform his colleagues and all spirit masters in the division that the city god temple concealed a world, a realm where malevolent spirits could thrive. This was utterly shocking and terrifying. Suddenly, He Wuchang's voice interrupted his thoughts. "I shall first take you to the good deeds division. The Lord will summon you shortly." Yu Cheng was startled by He Wuchang's words. He looked at the fearsome visage of He Wuchang and nervously asked, "Esteemed sir, I have a question to inquire. My name is Fan Wujiao. You may call me Brother Fan." Feel free to ask any questions directly." As He Wuchang continued forward, he turned his head to glance at the following Yucheng, a hint of kindness softening his fierce countenance. Were it anyone else, even at the command of the Lord, he would conduct himself strictly in accordance with duty. However, Yucheng's loyalty and righteousness resonated with him, and he did not mind clarifying matters for him. Encouraged by this, Yucheng mustered the courage to ask, "Brother Fan, you previously mentioned that I have rendered meritorious service and that the Lord wishes to reward me. What does that entail?" He Wuchang explained, "In your lifetime, you vanquished malevolent spirits and saved many lives, accumulating considerable merit. Today, as your mortal life has come to an end, the Lord has commanded me to bring you back. As for the specifics of your reward, that will depend on the Lord's intentions. However, there is a current shortage of personnel in the underworld, and you will undoubtedly become one of our colleagues in the future." Yucheng glanced back at the two somewhat dazed Inchai behind him, a sudden jolt of realization striking him. Could it be that the Lord intends to transform him into such a Inchai? If he were to lose his consciousness entirely, he might as well cease to exist. He Wuchang noticed Yucheng's gaze and chuckled. "You are not like them. These Inchai are malevolent spirits and spirit masters who have committed numerous wrongs. Upon capture, they are transformed into Inchai, retaining only basic awareness without any autonomy. As for you, once the Lord bestows his favor, you will don the official robes imbued with the merit of incense offerings, becoming an object of veneration." Venerated? Yueching abruptly inhaled, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could he truly ascend to the realm of deities? Just as Yueching was engulfed in shock, a voice echoed beside him. "It is time. Step inside the soul refinement pool of the underworld." The once placid waters began to churn violently, as if brought to a boil. Within the pool, Qin Feng was enveloped in a layer of golden foil, resembling a deity, suppressing evil, with a soft crack. The golden layer instantaneously became riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, followed by fragments cascading into the obsidian waters, dissolving in an instant. The merits of his golden body had surged from the 5th rank. In a flash, Qin Feng's eyes sprang open, a fleeting glimmer of divine light illuminating them before retreating into calmness. Yet, his gaze resembled the vast cosmos. Exuding an aura of ancient profundity, Qin Feng leaped lightly, sending a spray of water into the air, yet he landed gracefully on a nearby path. His black robe remaining entirely dry, he glanced at the now tranquil waters of the pool, a tinge of regret in his eyes. After an hour of tempering, his soul had doubled in strength, and his prowess had ascended from mid-S rank to high-S rank. The pinnacle was now but a step away. However, to traverse this final threshold, mere cultivation of the merit golden body would not suffice. He needed to further enhance his soul. Regrettably, after this round of tempering, the soul refinement pool of the underworld had diminished in efficacy for him. It was not that he had exhausted its energy, but rather that his soul had become remarkably resilient after repeated refinements, rendering the pool's utility almost negligible. To elevate his soul further, he would need to devise alternative methods. Yet, soul refinement was inherently challenging, and with his current soul being significantly stronger than before, the endeavor had become even more daunting, unless he could acquire treasures of greater caliber than the soul refinement pool. Qin Feng refrained from dwelling on this notion, for treasures were often serendipitous rather than sought after. Nevertheless, the soul refinement pool should not be wasted. While its impact on him was limited, it still held considerable refining potential for figures like Heibai Wuchang. Ghostly deities, lacking corporeal forms, could only cultivate through the power of incense, a slow process indeed. However, utilizing the soul refinement pool would directly cultivate their ghostly bodies. Heibai Wuchang and others were not only his subordinates but also embodiments of his strength. Their enhancement would undoubtedly benefit him. With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. The strength of Nyodo and Mei Mian was somewhat lacking. They would require time to ascend to the rank of Ghost King. Yet Heibai Wuchang had already reached the pinnacle of Ghost Generals. If they could be refined through the soul refinement pool, a breakthrough should be attainable. Thus, he would gain 2 formidable generals. Suddenly, Qin Feng's gaze shifted. Yuecheng had arrived, the Hall of Rewards. Yuecheng sat anxiously in a chair, glancing at the nearby dozen or so dazed messengers, before turning his attention to the black-cloaked figure seated opposite him. Heibai Wuchang held a large black seal in his hand, his left hand forming incantations as anguished cries resounded from the seal. No, please spare me. I beg you, have mercy. In an instant, Yueqing felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly averted his gaze, suppressing the questions that rose to his lips, continuing to wait nervously for the arrival of the Lord. Suddenly, he sensed a cold presence creeping up from behind him. Before he could react, he felt a heavy weight pressing against his neck, as if something was breathing upon him. In that moment, every hair on Yueqing's body stood on end and he froze, too terrified to move. Yet his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a black head resting on his shoulder. That instant, a pair of dark, hollow eyes fixed upon him. The Ghost King? Yueqing's heart raced, for he had only been a B-rank ghost master in life. Having encountered only the most formidable of ghostly evils, which were merely ghost generals. He had heard tales of ghost kings, yet had never laid eyes upon one. The mere thought of such a being, capable of shattering his soul with a single blow, resting upon him sent waves of fear through him. In the next moment, a playful voice chimed in, "Little meatball, do not frighten brother you." Yueqing suddenly felt the pressure ease from his neck. He then beheld a figure clad in white, adorned with a tall hat, entering the room. Another peak-level ghost general? Yueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Just in his line of sight, a ghost king, 2 peak-level ghost generals, and a multitude of formidable messengers stood before him. Such power was enough to instill terror, and the Lord had yet to make an appearance. Heaven above, just how terrifying was the strength of the entire underworld? At that moment, Heibai Wuchang, cradling the little meatball, approached and sat beside Yueqing with a cheerful demeanor. "Brother Yu, I am Xia Baian." Yueqing replied in trepidation, "Greetings, Brother Xia." Heibai Wuchang smiled reassuringly. "Brother Yu, there is no need for anxiety. My little brother is not fond of conversation. Since this is your first visit to the underworld, you must have many questions, but fret not. You will gradually come to understand. Rest assured, the Lord is very benevolent. You have accumulated a significant amount of merit in your previous life. The Lord will surely reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Yueqing felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept through the room. In a flash, Qin Feng materialized in the Hall of Rewards, his black robe cascading down like an unyielding pillar, his countenance as radiant as jade, yet exuding an indescribable authority. "I pay my respects to the Lord." Heibai Wuchang and the assembly of messengers knelt in unison. Yueqing, however, stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Lord, this was unmistakably the city god, as the captain of the Ghost Master Squad in the Jiangning branch. He had once perused documents pertaining to the city god, and the photograph within those files bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure before him. The terrifying reality was that he could not discern the other's strength. Qin Feng's soul had grown significantly more powerful, making it impossible for anyone to easily ascertain his abilities, unless, of course, the other possessed strength surpassing his own, or a soul even more formidable. The moment Qin Feng appeared, the little meatball leapt into his arms. For the little meatball, the underworld was rather dull. Should Qin Feng ignore him, he would scamper about, sometimes seeking out Heibai Wuchang and Yodomamian. However, due to their contractual bond, he preferred to cling to Qin Feng. Qin Feng cast a doting glance at the little meatball before shifting his gaze to Yueqing's face. The instant their eyes met, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yueqing. Thud! His legs trembled, and he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. A divine being. Merely a glance was enough to render him incapable of bearing it. Was this the power of a deity? Terrifying. Qin Feng regarded the trembling Yueqing on the floor and lifted his right hand. With a swish, the Black City God seal materialized in his palm. "Yueqing, you saved the lives of over 1,000 souls in your previous life. Merits deserve reward. Today, I appoint you as a messenger and grant you 10 low-level messengers, temporarily responsible for the affairs of the inspection division, to assist the virtuous and rectify the wronged. Should you perform well, further rewards will be forthcoming." The hall resonated with Qin Feng's voice. In the next moment, radiance emanated from the city god seal. A golden light floated forth, coalescing into the words messenger, which then entered Yueqing's brow. Though all messengers bore the same title, there existed distinctions among them. Those previously transformed from formidable ghosts were merely the lowest tier of ghost soldiers. They lacked intelligence and could not enhance their strength. However, Yueqing was different as a man of merit. He was to be treated distinctly. Yet, given Yueqing's prior achievements and strength, he was not yet suited to oversee the inspection division. Elevating him precipitously to the position of chief would be inappropriate. He would have to prove his worth through future deeds. In the fleeting moment when the golden light vanished into his forehead, Yueqing felt an extraordinary force coalesce within him, solidifying his ethereal form. Suddenly, the garments adorning his body transformed into an official's robe, forged from the essence of incense, capable not only of absorbing such energies, but also endowed with formidable defensive properties. Hurry and pay your respects to the Lord of the Underworld. The reminder from Bai Wuchang jolted Yucheng back to reality. His face lit up with excitement as he promptly bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord." In his heart, he was certain that the city god was indeed the Lord of the Underworld. Perhaps it was due to the Lord's decision to conceal his true identity from the world, or for reasons unknown, that he chose to reveal himself in the guise of the city god. However, Yucheng had often heard of the city god's past deeds. He had vanquished numerous malevolent spirits and had saved the lives of many ghost tamers from the Jiangning Bureau. The Lord was undeniably a benevolent deity. To serve under him was the greatest honor of his life. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood atop a mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, the sky transformed dramatically, dark clouds swirling as thunder rumbled ominously. The once solid earth suddenly shifted, morphing into a vast pit spanning 100 meters, from which a jet-black spring gushed forth, cascading down the mountainside. Before long, the entire pit was filled in that moment, regardless of whether it was the Black and White Wuchang, Yucheng, or even the bull-headed and horse-faced beings, all departed from their duties. Gazing upward toward the mountain, below the peak, a faint ghostly light flickered, as if enchanted, beckoning them closer. The surrounding aura of the underworld thickened significantly. Black Wuchang's eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, as if the long stagnant barriers within him had loosened. In the next moment, Qin Feng's voice resonated in their ears. "This is the soul refining pool of the underworld, capable of tempering your ghostly forms and accelerating your cultivation. Black Wuchang, White Wuchang, Bullhead, Horseface, and Yucheng, you 5 may enter the soul refining pool for a single tempering session. Do not be greedy." Qin Feng's authoritative voice echoed throughout the realm of the dead. The expressions of Bai Wuchang and the others turned fervent, and they hastily knelt, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord, for your generous gift." After a moment, they lifted their heads, all eyes shimmering with fervor as they gazed toward the soul refining pool. Xia Bian took a deep breath and turned to Yucheng. "Brother Yu, let us go together. This is a reward bestowed by the Lord." "Certainly." Watching as the Black and White Wuchang led Yucheng swiftly toward the soul refining pool, Qin Feng retracted his gaze, his form flickering back to the headquarters of the monitoring division. At that moment, the system's crisp voice sounded in Qin Feng's ear. "Ding! Special sign-in for meritorious rewards activated. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. You have obtained the Divine Soul Cultivation Manual." Qin Feng's eyes brightened with joy. How fortuitous. This system seems to know precisely what he lacks. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the small meatball cradled in his arms. Thud, under Qin Feng's watchful gaze. The small meatball landed squarely in the soul refining pool. Instantly, a chorus of astonished cries erupted. "Little meatball, why are you playing tricks again?" A smile grazed Qin Feng's lips as he withdrew his gaze. Focusing his thoughts, claim. In an instant, an ancient bamboo slip materialized in his hand. Qin Feng gently opened the slip, only to find it devoid of any writing. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a powerful pull drawing him in. Struggling momentarily, he realized he had been transported to an unfamiliar realm. Wails of despair echoed around him. Shadows of darkness swirled in the vicinity, swiftly coalescing into fearsome spirits that lunged toward Qin Feng one after another. He raised his hand to strike at one of the spirits. Bang! A headless ghost, drenched in blood, was instantly shattered, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke that mingled with the surroundings. Yet, the other spirits showed no sign of fear. Continuing their relentless assault, swoosh, a red-clad spirit's sharp claws left a gash on Qin Feng's arm, a gruesome wound that appeared horrifying yet yielded no blood. "What is this?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow. With his 5th-grade merit body, even a ghost general should not be able to harm him, let alone a mere ghost king. How could he be injured by a spirit? Suddenly, realization struck him. It was not his physical form that was present in this peculiar space, but rather his soul. Though he was indeed a ghostly deity, unlike Bai Wuchang and the others, his merit body focused more on physical fortification than on soul cultivation. Without the protection of his merit body, his soul was exceedingly fragile. Even after earlier tempering and enhancement, it remained significantly weaker than his current abilities, and lacking any form of defense, it was indeed vulnerable to injury. With this understanding, a flicker of vigilance appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Although he recognized that the system meant him no harm, merely using this method to strengthen his soul, he was acutely aware that once his soul sustained injuries, healing would be exceedingly difficult. It was prudent to exercise caution at the Jiangning Bureau. Upon returning, Zhan Yu and his companions encountered Zhou Fei, Yu Hai, Zhao Qingming, and all the ghost tamers of the Jiangning Bureau awaiting them at the entrance. The moment she spotted them, Zhou Fei rushed forward anxiously, gripping Zhu Lian's arm tightly. "Where is Yu Cheng? Did you not find him?" Zhu Lian inhaled deeply, responding gravely, "We found him, but he has been taken away." The revelation shocked everyone. Taken away? Wasn't it said that the threat was merely a ghost general? With Minister Zhan, an S-grade ghost tamer, present, how could Yu Cheng possibly be captured? Zhou Fei's eyes rolled back as she faltered, nearly collapsing, but the others quickly steadied her, helping her sit on a nearby step. Once she regained her composure, Zhou Fei gritted her teeth and pushed away the supportive arms, declaring, "I must go rescue him." Hearing this, the surrounding ghost tamers erupted in outrage. "That I will go too. Count me in. With Yu Cheng's numerous contributions, how can we allow him to fall into the hands of a ghost general?" As the ghost tamer's eyes blazed with determination, clamoring to rescue Yu Cheng, Zhu Lian hurriedly intervened. "Everyone, please remain calm. Yu Cheng was taken by the city god's subordinates. This may not be a bad thing for him." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. The city god? Why would he take Yu Cheng? Zhao Qingming stepped forward, inquiring, "What exactly is going on?" Before Zhu Lian could respond, Zhan Yu interjected, "Director Zhao, this matter isn't suitable for discussion here. I've already informed the provincial bureau. We should wait for their arrival to elaborate." Zhao Qingming was taken aback. Why would Yu Cheng's abduction warrant the attention of the provincial bureau? What had transpired? Despite his myriad questions, he restrained himself and nodded solemnly, "Understood." As the trio awaited the provincial bureau's arrival, they remained oblivious to the fact that 3 rogue ghost tamers had stealthily infiltrated Jiangning City. Although follow-up measures had been taken in Haitian City, the sheer number of witnesses had been overwhelming, and the online revelations concerning Anning City had drawn significant attention. The city god, deities, and ghost kings had piqued the interest of certain factions. Their sole purpose for arriving in Jiangning City was one: to investigate. In a villa, a middle-aged man around 40 sits on the sofa. A long scar, reminiscent of a knife's edge, runs from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, earning him the moniker Scarface. Scarface gazes across the sofa at a man and a woman seated opposite him. The man sits rigidly, his entire body tense, with only the whites of his eyes visible. However, Scarface knows that this man is not human but rather a puppet crafted from a human form. The whereabouts of the original entity remain a mystery to him. Beside him, the woman wears a smile that exudes seduction, appearing quite alluring. Nonetheless, Scarface harbors no interest in her, for she is known as the Black Widow, a creature that feeds on the essence of others to nurture the spirits within her. Yet, these are not merely ordinary individuals. They are spirit tamers. Scarface shifts his gaze away, crossing his arms as he leans back against the sofa. In a low voice, he inquires, "How do you intend to conduct the investigation?" "Investigation? Is it necessary? Why not simply go to the city god temple tomorrow and uncover the truth?" A sultry voice responds, as the Black Widow rests her chin on her hand, casting a flirtatious glance at Scarface. Scarface furrows his brow, retorting, "Go to the city god temple. Let us not forget how Wang Ming disappeared. The organization has sent us merely to clarify this matter. If you are not afraid of death, you may venture to the temple alone." Suddenly, a voice, ethereal and ambiguous in gender, emanates from the puppet's lips. "Why not let my puppet attempt it?" Scarface contemplates for a moment, then replies, "No, that would easily alert our foes. And I have heard that an S-level spirit tamer is also in Jiangning. If they discover us, it would be detrimental." "Scarface, if we fear everything, what is the point of the investigation?" "I say, as long as the city god is male, he cannot escape my grasp," the Black Widow asserts, her fingers dancing as a wicked smile graces her lips. Investigation. If she could seize control of the city god, what need would there be for concern about the celestial spirits? Rather than relinquishing information to others, it would be wiser to seize the city god while the opportunity presents itself. Scarface emits a cold laugh, yet his eyes betray no hint of disdain. For the Black Widow's true skill lies not in attack, but in seduction. He has previously witnessed an A-level spirit tamer willingly offering his own heart to her, which has only heightened his wariness of her. He fears that a moment of inattention could lead him into her web. Isn't the city god quite potent? If chaos erupts in Jiangning, perhaps we shall finally behold the city god. The ethereal voice resounds once more, causing both Scarface and the Black Widow to narrow their eyes in unison. Jiangning is on the brink of chaos. As the news reached the provincial headquarters, it sent shockwaves through the entire organization. That night, high-ranking officials like Li Xinjin and Chun Ming arrived at the Jiangning branch to eye in the conference room. After listening to the accounts of Zhan Yu, Zhu Lian, and Xiao Mei, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Ming took a deep breath, a flush creeping onto his face as he stammered. So, what you are implying is that Yueqing may very well become a realm of spirits. Zhan Yu's expression turned solemn. This is merely our conjecture. It may be true, or it may not. Although he was internally convinced of a 90% likelihood that Yueqing could re-emerge as a subordinate of the Celestial Monitoring Division. They had yet to witness it firsthand, thus could not draw definitive conclusions. Did He Wuchang divulge any further information about the Celestial Monitoring Division leader? Li Xinjin's voice suddenly broke the tension. His expression grave as he gazed at the others. In comparison, he deemed the Celestial Monitoring Division leader far more significant than the situation in Yueqing, while their research on the city god had yielded little progress. The sudden emergence of the Celestial Monitoring Division leader was far more concerning, as they possessed no relevant information whatsoever. Zhan Yu shook his head, sighing. No, He Wuchang only mentioned acting upon the orders of the leader. By the time I wished to inquire further, they had already entered the city god temple. Upon hearing this, Li Xinjin frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. Tap, tap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the conference room. With the attendees exchanging glances, none daring to interrupt Li Xinjin's train of thought. After a moment, he turned to Qin Ming and asked, Minister Chun, what is your perspective on this matter? Qin Ming frowned slightly, contemplating before responding slowly. Based on our current understanding, the leader of the Celestial Monitoring Division should reside within the Netherworld. He Wuchang's return with Yueqing to the city god temple indicates that this Netherworld exists within the temple. Moreover, He Wuchang's appearance has already proven that the spirits are not solely represented by the city god. The leader of the Celestial Monitoring Division may have awakened prior, with the city god merely acting as his earthly representative. Upon hearing such a conclusion, the expressions of all present grew grave. If the city god they had once revered was merely a proxy for the Celestial Monitoring Division leader, how formidable must that leader be? The key issue was that this Celestial Monitoring Division leader was shrouded in mystery. Had it not been for Yueqing's exposure, they might still remain oblivious to the existence of this leader. Suddenly, Zhao Qingming interjected. If the city god is indeed a proxy for the Celestial Monitoring Division leader, then the city god's previous assistance to us may have been in alignment with the leader's intentions. This suggests that the leader harbors no malice towards us. I propose that we take advantage of the recent events involving the spirit child to publicly acknowledge the existence of the city god and convey goodwill to the Celestial Monitoring Division leader. As he spoke, Zhao Qingming raised his gaze towards Li Xinjin. Previously, he and Chun Ming had suggested this to the headquarters, but the proposal had ultimately failed to yield results, and Minister Li had not voiced his stance either. Now, regardless of whether Chun Ming's hypothesis was accurate, the strength the Celestial Monitoring Division leader had already demonstrated marked them as an entity they could not afford to provoke. Given this, why not leverage the city god's assistance to strengthen their relationship with the leader? Deities must be respected, yet they also shield those beneath them. That if they could gain the Celestial Monitoring Division leader's favor, perhaps Jiangfu County might soon return to clarity, would it not? Feeling Zhao Qingming's gaze upon him, Li Xinjin let out a deep sigh. He then spoke with a solemn expression. No. Zhao Qingming's countenance stiffened, yet he could not help but ask, Minister Li, why not? Li Xinjin replied gravely, this matter appears deceptively simple. But you seem to overlook one critical detail. The city god temple is located in Jiangning. What do you mean? Have you considered the immense implications if we officially acknowledge the existence of the city god? Before Zhao Qingming could respond, Li Xinjin continued, while most ordinary citizens are unaware of the existence of malevolent spirits, and those who have encountered them have been dealt with swiftly, the public acknowledgement of the city god's existence would also imply the acknowledgement of these spirits. In the future, if ordinary people encounter spirits, will they seek assistance from the police? No, they will turn directly to the city god. At this point, Li Xinjin refrained from elaborating further. However, everyone understood his meaning. The revelation of the city god would effectively serve as an indirect acknowledgement of the existence of malevolent spirits, likely inciting panic among ordinary residents. If that were to occur, it would spell significant trouble. Seeking the aid of deities is undoubtedly a positive endeavor, one that could alleviate the burdens on the spirit tamers. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that the city god temple is situated in Jiangning. Countless people would flock to Jiangning seeking the city god's assistance, leading to internal strife. That would be the true calamity. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, solemnly stating, "I concur with Minister Li's perspective. Publicly confirming the existence of the city god may also attract rogue spirit tamers. While I do not believe they pose a threat to deities, these rogue spirit tamers could indeed threaten Jiangning. Additionally, it is best to keep any information regarding the Celestial Monitoring Division leader confidential." Indeed, Li Xinjin agreed, turning to Chun Ming. "Minister Chun, we must return to the headquarters shortly. You will remain in Jiangning to continue your covert investigations. Should any developments arise, notify us promptly." "Understood." In the netherworld, the Oxhead and Horseface broke through to a new level. Achieving the pinnacle of ghost generals, both the Black and White Impermanences advanced in tandem. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy erupted into the sky, darkening the heavens above the mountaintop. Boom! A terrifying aura radiated forth, causing even the dim-witted spirits to tremble, the oppressive force of the Ghost King instilling fear that rendered their legs weak. Thud, thud, one by one. The spectral officials knelt upon the ground. A hearty laughter echoed through the air as He Wuchang soared forth from the depths of the pond, his expression brimming with excitement. In the next moment, Bai Wuchang also leaped from the water's surface, casting a glance at Yu Cheng with a smile, remarking, "Indeed, you have advanced as well." Yu Cheng offered a bashful smile. Yet within him surged an indescribable exhilaration to in life. He had labored tirelessly, yet had never attained the rank of an A-class spirit master. Now, in death, he had instead achieved the status of a ghost general. What merit had he possessed to receive such a reward from the master? With such trust bestowed upon him, he must repay the master in kind. Contemplating this, Yu Cheng turned to Bai Wuchang and inquired, "Previously, the master instructed me to temporarily oversee the inspection department to clear the names of the wronged. I am uncertain how I should proceed." Bai Wuchang replied with a smile. "The reason malevolent spirits become such is due to the grudges they harbor. However, there exist some spirits of ill intent who were virtuous in life and do not harm others posthumously. They may have suffered great injustices during their lifetimes. Your task is to punish the true evildoers and rectify their grievances. Once the resentment dissipates, these spirits will revert to wandering souls." Yu Cheng pondered this notion that in the eyes of the official spirit masters, all malevolent spirits were deemed harmful entities that must be eradicated. He had not anticipated such distinctions within the realm of the underworld, which starkly contrasted with the practices of the spirit masters. Nevertheless, he found this approach more befitting for himself, for he believed that some individuals could be more repugnant than ghosts. At that moment, Bai Wuchang glanced at the figures of Nyodo and Mamian beside him. Addressing Yu Cheng, "Nyodo and Mamian are responsible for apprehending malevolent spirits. You shall accompany Nyodo to Jiangning City." After a brief pause, he added, "However, you must remember that you are now deceased. The realms of Yin and Yang are distinct." Yu Cheng's pupils constricted slightly, yet he clasped his fists and replied, "Understood." Before long, two figures materialized before the city god temple. Yu Cheng observed the imposing figure beside him, swallowing nervously as he queried, "It is daytime. Shall we truly proceed so boldly?" Although the temple was still undergoing repairs, the prior online reports had drawn many citizens to pay their respects. Even though Wang Dezhu and other villagers had attempted to disperse the crowd, pedestrians continued to flow incessantly before the temple. "Do not worry. The realms of Yin and Yang are separate. Ordinary individuals typically cannot perceive us." Nyodo's gruff voice resonated. He cast a glance at the dozen or so spectral officials behind him and commanded, "Keep up." In the next instant, he seized Yu Cheng's official robe and, in a flash, they appeared on a distant path away from the city god temple. Normally, spectral officials would not venture out during the day. Yet this world was different. Due to the rampant malevolent spirits, the ghostly aura permeated the realm of the living, freeing the spectral officials from the constraints of day and night. A grand procession advanced towards Jiangning City. In a short while, they arrived at Jiangning City. Gazing upon the familiar streets, Yu Cheng was filled with sentiment, yet he did not lose sight of his responsibilities. He quickly scanned the surroundings and spoke. "Brother Nyo, it seems there are no malevolent spirits nearby. Nyoto nodded slightly. During this period, we have nearly apprehended all the malevolent spirits in Jiangning. Some have already retreated, and we can utilize the spirit-seeking plate to locate them. Qin Feng had daily signed in to receive various weapons and commonly used equipment, which he had hastily donated to the Treasury Department. However, these weapons differed from the spiritual tools possessed by He Wuchang and by Wuchang. Being merely ordinary blades, spears, and chains employed by the spectral officials, the spirit-seeking plate, as its name implies, served the primary function of locating malevolent spirits akin to a locator device, and was among the commonly used equipment of spectral officials. Having said this, Nyoto produced the spirit-seeking plate from his waist and began to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered from the plate. Nyoto glanced to the left. This way, let us go. The procession swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, heading directly towards the direction indicated by the spirit-seeking plate, causing passers-by to feel a chilling breeze. Yet upon looking back, they saw nothing amiss. Soon, the group vanished into the throngs of people. As the day wore on, Yucheng adapted to his new role. Although a small portion of malevolent spirits had died wrongfully, upon transforming into vengeful spirits, they had nearly all lost their rationality, deriving pleasure from murder and the consumption of human essence. Most of these tasks were undertaken by the lower-ranking spectral officials, while his responsibilities in the inspection department felt more like a nominal position. As night fell, Nyoto spoke. Return to the city god temple. Mamien will lead the spectral officials to continue the hunt. Yucheng glanced back at the chain-bound malevolent spirits and was about to nod when suddenly, the spirit-seeking plate in his hand began to glow at a malevolent spirit, an advanced, vengeful spirit. Nyoto's deep voice resonated as he observed the increasingly frantic flickering of light on the spirit-seeking plate. A hint of confusion surfacing in his eyes. According to the plate's indication, he sensed no dense malevolent aura. This should not signify the emergence of an advanced, vengeful spirit. The primary distinction between a vengeful spirit and a lesser malevolent spirit lies in the act of killing. The more one kills, the heavier the malevolent aura they accumulate. However, lower-tier spirits such as fierce ghosts and phantoms, while harmful, would also accumulate malevolent aura, but to a far lesser extent than vengeful spirits. Let us investigate. Nyoto's heavy footsteps led him in the direction indicated by the spirit-seeking plate, and Yucheng swiftly followed suit. 1 minute later, the two arrived in a dark and narrow alley. Despite the dim moonlight, they could discern a shadowy figure lingering within the alley. If sensing the arrival of Yucheng and the others, the figure prepared to flee. Umph! A cold snort pierced the air as Nyoto slammed his dual-ended fork against the ground. Bang! The clash of metal against earth produced a sharp sound. In the next moment, the bells affixed to the dual-ended fork suddenly chimed. Ding-ling. In that instant, the eerie sound of the bells rendered the figure, which had been poised to escape, frozen in place, unable to move. Yucheng and the spectral officials hurried forward, only to discover that the figure was a woman, strikingly beautiful. Yet her hollow eye sockets and the ghostly aura emanating from her unmistakably revealed her as a vengeful spirit. The spectral officials shackled her hands with chains, and the once terrified spirit suddenly let out a shrill scream. I only wish to see my child. I have never harmed anyone. You killed me. Why must you force me? Why? Never harmed anyone. Yucheng's interest was piqued. In the next moment, he witnessed the spirit's hair swirl wildly, her fingernails elongating rapidly, becoming extraordinarily sharp. A mournful wind swept through, echoing her wails throughout the alley. The spirit's razor-sharp nails lunged towards a nearby spectral official. Swoosh! The sharp claws pierced through the official's body, and a plume of dark mist escaped from his mouth. Humph! A heavy grunt sounded as Nyoto appeared before the spirit in the blink of an eye. Thrusting his dual-ended fork toward her, swoosh! The fork plunged into the spirit's abdomen, and a surge of black mist erupted from her, causing her to collapse to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Yucheng no time to intervene. Wait! A cry of alarm rang out. Before the bull-headed could draw his twin forks, Yucheng had already positioned himself before the female ghost. Even a high-ranking vengeful spirit could never hope to match a ghost general, let alone the fact that the bull-headed was currently at his peak strength. The earlier actions of the female ghost had evidently provoked him. Should the bull-headed exert himself, the female ghost would surely face utter annihilation. The bull-headed frowned slightly, yet he came to a halt. With a casual wave of his hand, the twin forks vanished from the female ghost's grasp and reappeared in his OWN.AT that moment. Yucheng turned his gaze towards the female ghost, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, and with a grave expression, he spoke. I am an inspector under the command of the Master of the Celestial Bureau. If you have grievances to voice, I shall advocate for you. However, should you dare to deceive me, compounded with your previous offense of injuring a Inkai, the fate awaiting you will not be obliteration, but rather a fiery demise. The once faint female ghost struggled to open her eyes, kneeling on the ground in desperation, and began to weep uncontrollably. "Do, my lord, I have died an unjust death. Please help me. I have never harmed anyone. I was wronged." Through her tearful recounting, Jixiang learned that the female ghost was named Wang Shui, her husband was Zhang Yi, and they had a 1-year-old child, a picture of a blissful family. Their financial situation had been decent, but 6 months prior, Zhang Yi had been struck by a hit-and-run driver. With no surveillance footage available, the perpetrator had evaded capture. Wang Shui had exhausted her savings and incurred substantial debts to barely keep Zhang Yi alive. Yet due to spinal injuries, the subsequent medical expenses soared. Wang Shui did not abandon him. Instead, she sought every means to gather funds for his recovery. That a week ago, Wang Shui had been deceived by Zhang Yi's friend Pei Heng into going to a KTV as a companion singer. That very night, she had been intoxicated and raped by a man named Lu Dehai. Upon regaining consciousness and attempting to report the crime, she was accidentally suffocated to death by Lu Dehai. Ultimately, the two of them buried her in the outskirts of the burial site. Wang Shui had overheard their conversation, but it turned out that Lu Dehai had long coveted her and had deliberately orchestrated the accident that injured Zhang Yi. After violating Wang Shui, he believed she would endure the humiliation for the sake of her reputation, never expecting her to possess such a fierce spirit, which left him in a panic. The overwhelming resentment transformed Wang Shui into a high-level vengeful spirit. Upon understanding the circumstances, Jixiang's face darkened with rage. He could hardly believe such events transpired in Jiangning City. These two were utterly despicable. Yet soon, he composed himself and inquired of Wang Shui. According to your account, Lu Dehai and Pei Heng are responsible for your demise. Why do you not seek revenge upon them? Vengeful spirits do not act without restraint. Moreover, given Wang Shui's profound grievances, how could she possibly let Lu Dehai and Pei Heng go unpunished? This was entirely illogical. Wang Shui grit her teeth in fury, declaring, I yearn to kill them, but I do not know where Lu Dehai found a master. That person is formidable. Not only can I not kill Lu Dehai and Pei Heng, but I was also injured by that master before it a master. Jixiang furrowed his brow. Such masters were hardly existent in this world. Could it be that a ghost tamer was masquerading? The likelihood of this was high, as some rogue ghost tamers would specifically assist wealthy individuals in capturing spirits, even going so far as to stage hauntings for profit. He had heard of many such occurrences. Not wishing to dwell further on this, Jixiang turned to the bull-headed beside him. Brother Bull, what do you think? The bull-headed nodded slightly. This is your jurisdiction. I shall accompany you. Very well. In Jiangning City, at the luxurious private room of the Jinzun KTV, Lu Dehai cautiously addressed a middle-aged man clad in a black tang suit seated on the sofa. Master, I thank you for your assistance these past few days. When do you believe you can capture that female ghost? The middle-aged man, known as Luo Huai, frowned slightly and sighed. That female ghost is no ordinary vengeful spirit. Capturing her will pose considerable difficulty, and I may suffer significant injuries in the process. He was a B-rank high-level ghost tamer. He had not lied. If he were to engage Wang Shui in battle, even if he succeeded in capturing her, he would undoubtedly be gravely wounded. He was here to seek profit, not to sacrifice himself. The reason he remained was merely to take advantage of this incident to earn a little more money. Whether these two scoundrels would be killed by the female ghost was of no concern to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Dehai quickly exchanged glances with Pei Heng, who immediately handed him a small silver case. Lu Dehai placed the case on the table, opening it as he said, Master, here are 500,000, a token of appreciation for your hard work. If you can assist me in capturing that female ghost, I shall pay you another 1,000,000. As the case opened, stacks of crisp bills were neatly arranged within. Lu Dehai felt no remorse. Life was worth more than money. He could hardly imagine that Wang Shui would not find peace even in death. During this time, he had truly been terrified. As long as Wang Shui did not pursue him for his life, he would willingly part with any amount of money. Luo Huai's eyes brightened at the sight of the money. The payment was secured. As for the promised amount, while he was tempted, he was more concerned about his own safety. Luo Huai maintained a facade of indifference, sighing with a hint of reluctance, since Boss Lu is so sincere. I will have to capture that vengeful spirit. Even if I am injured, Liu Dahai and Pei Heng both breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a chill swept in from all directions, causing the temperature in the private room to plummet. The frigid aura enveloped the three men as if they had been transported to a winter's day. Wisps of white mist seeped in from the door. Moments later, the bull-headed and Yu Cheng, accompanied by Wang Shui and several Inkai, materialized through the walls and entered the private room. With a thud, the bull-headed's heavy footsteps resonated, striking terror into the hearts of Liu Dahai and Pei Heng. Raising the hairs on their bodies, the ghostly figures had arrived. Terrified screams echoed in Luo Huai's ears. His pupils constricted. A ghost general. Damn it. How could that vengeful spirit procure such formidable assistance? Grabbing the case from the table, Luo Huai prepared to flee with the money to In. The next moment, a light yet crisp sound rang out, followed by an eerie chime. Ding-ling. In an instant, Luo Huai found himself frozen in place. Horrified as he gazed at the bull-headed's menacing visage, his scalp prickling with fear, he could not move. At that moment, Yu Cheng approached the cowering Liu Dahai and Pei Heng, bellowing, "Liu Dahai, you conspired to murder Wang Shui and orchestrated the accident that injured Zhang Yi. Do you confess? Pei Heng, you lured her and buried the corpse, aiding and abetting. Do you confess? It was all Liu Dahai's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Don't pin this on me." Pei Heng's panicked voice immediately cast all blame upon Liu Dahai. Liu Dahai trembled with rage. "Pei Heng, all the ideas were yours. If it weren't for you, how could I have injured Zhang Yi? You are the one to blame." In their overwhelming fear, the two began to grapple with one another, desperate to avoid death. "How dare you?" A sharp rebuke suddenly rang out, as Yu Cheng's face darkened upon confirming the situation. "Today, I am acting under the orders of the master to seek justice for Wang Shui. You two have committed heinous crimes, and your sins are unforgivable. Only death can atone for them." As his words fell, Yu Cheng struck out at the two. Bang. They were both instantly killed. As their souls emerged from their bodies, they were shackled by the two Inkai. Yu Cheng then turned his gaze towards Luo Huai. Luo Huai was drenched in cold sweat. How could he, a B-rank ghost tamer, possibly contend with two ghost generals? He realized that Liu Dahai had truly led him to ruin. Thud. Luo Huai collapsed to his knees. Terror etched on his face as he pleaded, "I was wrong. I should not have aided the wicked. I only sought profit. I do not want this money anymore. Please spare me." Faced with Luo Huai's pleas for mercy, Yu Cheng furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. Unlike Liu Dahai and Pei Heng, Luo Huai, despite being a ghost master, had merely injured Wang Shui in this incident, which did not constitute a heinous crime. As for whether he had committed other offenses, Yu Cheng was uncertain. It would be unreasonable to simply execute Luo Huai. Wouldn't it? He turned to the side to look at Nyo too, preparing to inquire. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was flung open, followed by an exclamation filled with surprise. "Yu Cheng?" Zhou Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Their small team had been patrolling in the vicinity when they sensed the presence of ghostly energy and rushed over, but she never expected to encounter Yu Cheng here. However, more than surprise, her heart swelled with excitement. Yu Cheng was still alive. Zhou Fei took a swift step forward, hoping to embrace Yu Cheng. In the next moment, she saw Yu Cheng retreating 2 steps. She froze in place, trembling as she uttered, "You, the realms of Yin and Yang are separate." Yu Cheng sighed, feeling equally exhilarated in the face of Zhou Fei, yet he remained acutely aware of Xie Baiyan's words. The realms of Yin and Yang are distinct. He was dead now. Even though he could meet Zhou Fei, the ghostly energy emanating from him would only harm her. "I am not afraid," Zhou Fei declared, stepping forward to tightly embrace Yu Cheng. Her eyes reddening with tears. In an instant, she felt a chilling presence, as if it might freeze her entirely. Yet she clung to Yu Cheng, refusing to let go. The realms of Yin and Yang are indeed distinct. Even though Zhou Fei was a ghost master, she could not violate such rules. Moreover, Yu Cheng was a ghost general. The ghostly energy radiating from him was far beyond what an ordinary B-level ghost master like Zhou Fei could withstand. It was solely due to her unique status as a ghost master that she was able to touch Yu Cheng. What is the purpose of this? A sigh echoed once more. Zhou Fei suddenly felt emptiness in her embrace. Looking up, she saw Yu Cheng standing at the far end of the room. That moment, a series of rapid footsteps echoed as several ghost masters, who had hurried in after Zhou Fei, widened their eyes in shock upon seeing Yu Cheng. Their faces displayed sheer excitement. "A junior ghost general?" a voice exclaimed. Not only did the newly arrived ghost masters realize it, but even Zhou Fei herself was taken aback to discover that Yu Cheng had already ascended to the rank of Ghost General. Their eyes bulged in astonishment, mouths agape in disbelief. They were all aware of Yu Cheng's strength, advanced B-level, but they also understood that the leap from advanced B-level to A-level was exceedingly arduous. Yet, in just a few days, Yu Cheng had achieved a status that rivaled A-level Ghost Masters. This was truly astonishing. Team Leader Yu, what exactly is happening? Yu Hai could not help but ask. The contents of the meeting involving Zhan Yu had not been disclosed, leaving Yu Hai and Zhou Fei in the dark about the speculations above. Ever since the day Yu Cheng was taken away, Yu Hai had felt a sense of unease. Now, seeing Yu Cheng, he could no longer hold back his questions. Uncertain if he could share his circumstances, Yu Cheng glanced at Niu Tu, whose presence the others finally noticed. Instantly, a collective gasp filled the air. A senior ghost general. Niu Tu's gaze sharpened. According to the rules, we are not permitted to interact with the living, but your situation is exceptional. You may reminisce with them, but this shall be the only occasion. It will not happen again. As his grave voice faded, Niu Tu and the other emissaries, along with Wang Shui, vanished from sight. Only then did Yu Cheng turn to the stunned group. I am well, thanks to the grace of the Lord of the Underworld. I have been promoted to Ghost General, and the Lord has also appointed me as an emissary, allowing me to oversee the Justice Department, aiding the virtuous and rectifying wrongs. In the future, I will continue to walk among the living. But as you just heard, I cannot maintain close contact with you. Taking a deep breath, he continued, rest assured, the Lord is a benevolent deity. Although I have become an emissary, I will still fight alongside you. The Lord? Zhou Fei gazed at Yu Cheng, her eyes filled with confusion. Who is the Lord? Yu Cheng's eyes reflected a hint of reverence. The Lord is the city god, a divine being whose strength is unfathomable. The power of the underworld is beyond your imagination. Be cautious and do not oppose the Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Tu's somber voice echoed in Yu Cheng's mind. It is time to return. I must take my leave now. This ghost master is in your hands. Take good care of him, and I will keep watch over you from the shadows. Yu Cheng spoke rapidly before vanishing from sight. An anxious call from Yu Cheng rang out as Zhou Fei rushed out of the KTV, scanning her surroundings, but finding no trace of him. Shortly after, Yu Hai and the others emerged with Luo Huai. Luo Huai did not flee, or rather, he dared not escape, for in the presence of Zhou Fei and the others, he felt a glimmer of hope for survival. While Yu Hai approached Zhou Fei, speaking softly, Team Leader Zhou. Yu Cheng has not vanished. He has become an emissary. This is good news. Ever since Yu Cheng's death, Zhou Fei had assumed his position as the leader of the 5th squad. She stood still for a long time. And after a moment, she finally regained her composure. Yu Hai, you stay behind to secure the scene and investigate the circumstances. I must return immediately to report to the director. Understood. After Zhou Fei departed, Yu Cheng in the distance redirected his gaze to Wang Shui, who, at that moment, had shed her resentment, and the pervasive dark energy surrounding her had dissipated significantly. Her once hollow eye sockets now displayed distinct black and white pupils. Thank you, my lord, for vindicating me. Wang Shui knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head toward Niu Tu and Yu Cheng, pleading, my lord, may I return to see my husband and child once more? Go. But remember, the realms of Yin and Yang are separate. Do not contact them. Otherwise, you will only bring harm upon them. Yu Cheng waved his hand and turned to follow Niu Tu and the others toward the city god temple. The vindication was complete. For wandering souls to transform back into vengeful spirits was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, as wandering souls lacked any offensive capabilities, the emissaries typically did not retrieve them for the underworld, often choosing to ignore them. All wandering souls would eventually dissipate. It was merely a matter of time. Wang Shui had lingered in the world for a considerable duration, leaving her with only a single night. Yu Cheng, moved by Wang Shui's deep affection, had only cautioned her as for Zhang Yi's situation. That was a matter of the living realm, beyond his jurisdiction. However, he trusted that the Jiangning branch would handle it appropriately. On the way back, Yu Cheng gazed toward the Jiangning branch. Regarding the matters of the underworld, he dared not speak too freely. However, the longer he remained in the underworld, the more he was awed by its terrifying power. He only hoped that the higher-ups would heed his warning. Do not make any erroneous decisions. At the Jiangning branch, Zhao Qingming, having just finished Zhou Fei's report, hurriedly dashed to Chen Ming's temporary research room. Bang! The door to the research room burst open, startling Qin Ming, who had been engrossed in studying ancient texts. What is happening? Minister Chun, Yu Cheng has appeared. He has truly become an emissary, Zhao Qingming exclaimed, his words tumbling over each other in excitement. Yu Cheng had become an emissary, confirming Zhang Yu's previous speculation. This meant that henceforth, when ghost masters died, they would not simply vanish. Instead, they would continue to fight alongside them in a different form. Qin Ming sprang to his feet, hastily approaching Zhao Qingming, gripping his arms tightly, and in a trembling voice asked, "Did Yu Cheng mention any news about the Lord of the Celestial Supervisory Office? There exists the realm of the underworld. What precisely was mentioned about it earlier?" Zhao Qingming felt as if his arm were about to be crushed by Qin Ming, in a state of urgency. He exclaimed, "Indeed, Yu Cheng stated that the city god is the master of the underworld and also mentioned that the power of the underworld is exceedingly formidable, cautioning us never to oppose the master." Qin Ming was taken aback. Releasing his grip on Zhao Qiming's arm, he muttered repeatedly, "The city god is the master of the underworld. The master? How could that be? No, that is not right." Suddenly, Qin Ming appeared to have uncovered an astonishing secret. His eyes radiating a fervent light. "I understand now. I comprehend." Zhao Qingming looked utterly bewildered. Clearly, Minister Chun had previously made an erroneous assumption. The city god is not merely a representative of the master of the underworld. They are one and the same. This implies that within the city god temple resides a singular deity, the master of the underworld, who manifests in the mortal realm under the guise of the city god. Although the conjecture was somewhat flawed, it was ultimately a boon for them. For in comparison to the enigmatic master, they possessed a greater understanding of the city god. Therefore, they felt more at ease. Did they not? Yet, witnessing the exhilaration etched across Qin Ming's face, Zhao Qiming could not suppress his curiosity. "Minister Qin, what have you come to know?" Abruptly, Qin Ming lifted his gaze to Zhao Qiming, his voice brimming with excitement as he declared, "When we hear that the city god is the master of the underworld, we instinctively assume they are the same deity. However, only through meticulous study of ancient texts can one grasp that the city god and the master of the underworld hold entirely different offices. They cannot possibly be the same entity. The master of the underworld possesses a higher rank than the city god, and even if he were to awaken, it would be impossible for him to do so within the city god temple." "Do you grasp the implications of this?" Zhao Qingming's breath hitched, and he trembled as he articulated, "Are you suggesting that the city god is the master of the underworld because he has been promoted?" "Precisely," Qin Ming affirmed. "Now the question arises, who elevated the city god?" Qin Ming's eyes sparkled as he spoke rapidly. "Only deities can bestow ranks upon spirits, and among the deities, those capable of promoting the city god include the 10 Yama kings, the 5 ghost emperors, the emperor of Fengdu, and the heavenly emperor of benevolent virtue, who governs the life and death of all things in the world. According to ancient records, each of these beings is a formidable entity." "Who could it be?" Qin Ming murmured, as if he had succumbed to a frenzied state at that moment. Zhao Qingming's face flushed crimson, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. According to Qin Ming's speculations, there existed an even more terrifying presence behind the master of the underworld. He suddenly felt immense relief that they had not allowed anyone to recklessly approach the city god temple. And he was even more grateful that they had never offended the city god, or, one might say, the current master of the underworld. The power of the master of the underworld was already unfathomable. If there lay an even greater terror behind him, it would likely be beyond the capacity of even the forces of the capital to withstand. Zhao Qiming inhaled deeply several times, yet his heart remained in turmoil. For the magnitude of this revelation was too great. Suddenly, a question surged in his mind that he hastily turned to Qin Ming, his trembling hands clenched tightly as he inquired, "Minister Qin, if your hypothesis holds, then why has this terrifying entity not manifested in the world? If such a formidable being truly exists, how could the spirits and malevolent entities dare to act with such audacity? This does not add up." Qin Ming's pupils constricted sharply. It seemed he had emerged from his frenzied state. Regaining his composure, furrowing his brow, he pondered briefly before slowly replying, "There are 2 possibilities. One is that this deity has not fully awakened but can still communicate with the underworld denizens. The other possibility," suddenly, Qin Ming raised his gaze to Zhao Qingming. "You must be aware that the previously disclosed information from the research group in the capital indicated that most of the powerful malevolent spirits in this world actually originate from another dimension, known as the 4 years, The research group has been investigating this. Although specific details have not been fully revealed, it is clear that the malevolent spirits from this are subject to certain restrictions and cannot enter our realm at will. But who has imposed such limitations? Zhao Qingming's pupils dilated. Is it the deities? Qinming's expression turned grave. I have studied the history from 150 years ago repeatedly. Yet I discovered a gap in the records. There is no documentation of how the deities vanished. However, since their disappearance, malevolent spirits have begun to wreak havoc upon the world, and I suspect that a great battle occurred back then. A war of spirits. A war of spirits. Zhao Qiming jolted, his ears perked up. Qinming's countenance became more serious than ever as he continued. Due to this conflict, both the deities and the malevolent spirits from the suffered heavy losses. Although the deities fell into slumber, they still imposed certain restrictions upon them. Consequently, only weaker malevolent spirits have been able to enter our world. For instance, the currently most powerful SSS-class spirit, the Nine Spirits, was merely a weak ghost in the past, but humanity lacked the strength to resist back then, allowing the Nine Spirits to grow unchecked. Over the past 2 years, the frequent uprisings of malevolent spirits may indicate that the restrictions of the are nearing their end. While some deities have awakened, not all have returned to consciousness. They might be seeking to seal the, or perhaps lying in wait to confront the malevolent spirits therein, or they may already be secretly resisting them. At this point, Qinming let out a deep sigh. The information at hand was woefully insufficient, and these were merely conjectures, impossible to verify. Nevertheless, these revelations stirred a tempest within Zhao Qingming's heart. To think that the malevolent spirits could inflict such devastation upon the deities was truly terrifying. Should the restrictions of the dissipate, it would spell an unprecedented calamity for all humanity, indeed, a catastrophe of monumental proportions. How could humanity respond? The deities, Zhao Qiming felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. The resurgence of myth. The deities were their sole beacon of hope. The underworld, the master of the underworld. Suddenly, Qin Feng, seated in his chair, opened his eyes. Even though his spirit had returned, he could still vividly feel the agony of his soul being torn apart. Clearly, the injuries sustained during the spiritual cultivation technique had not been entirely eradicated. In the realm of spiritual cultivation, the malevolent spirits showed no fear, and their strength only seemed to grow, making it impossible for him, despite his formidable power, to avoid injury. With a breath, Qin Feng exhaled softly, bracing against the pain as he assessed his body. Instantly, a look of excitement illuminated his fatigued visage. His spiritual strength had progressed from the initial stage of a ghost general to the intermediate stage. At last, he had crossed that small threshold and reached the pinnacle of S-class. Suddenly, a crisp notification chimed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! For the sake of Wang Xueping's injustice, to punish the wicked. A special sign-in has been triggered. Would you like to sign in? Qin Feng paused for a moment, and then a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He was unclear about who Wang Xue was. But judging by the notion of rectifying injustice, it must have been orchestrated by Jixiang. What thrilled him was not merely the activation of a special sign-in, but rather that after helping to absolve a ghost, Jixiang could also trigger this special sign-in for him. What did this signify? It meant that as long as his subordinates, the underworld agents, undertook tasks, he had the potential to trigger a special sign-in. This was akin to a guaranteed victory. Of course, Qin Feng was also aware that such special sign-ins were likely not always attainable, as previously, when the Black and White Impermanence, as well as the ox head and horse face, patrolled, they had never triggered one that certain restrictions must surely apply. Sign in. Upon successfully signing in, he received the title of Night Wanderer. Qin Feng's expression brightened. The Night Wanderer, originally named Lu, is a fearsome deity who observes the moral fabric of humanity both during the day and night, and is one of the 10 commanders. Despite the recent addition of Jixiang, the management personnel within the underworld remained woefully insufficient. Qin Feng had only established 7 departments. There was still much ground to cover. Claim. No sooner had Qin Feng uttered the word than a colossal figure descended before him. Boom! The figure towered at a height of 3 meters, with long hair cascading down, fierce eyes glaring, exuding an aura of incredible menace. Clad in a flowing black official robe, a red belt adorned with a wooden plaque hung from his waist, inscribed with 2 ancient characters. Night Patrol, I pay my respects to the Lord. The Night Wanderer knelt on one knee, clasping his fists together. With a resounding thud, the ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit. Qin Feng's pupils constricted slightly, although the Night Wanderer was a lesser deity. Ranking below the Day Wanderer, his presence was akin to that of a low-level ghost king, truly deserving of his position as the third among the 10 great Qin commanders. Night Wanderer, I bestow upon you 100 Qin messengers. From this day forth, you shall oversee the night patrols within your jurisdiction and govern the Wraith Office. Obey the Lord's decree. The Night Wanderer respectfully clasped his fist in gratitude. Qin Feng nodded slightly, gesturing towards a plaque on a building at the foot of the mountain, where 3 large characters suddenly materialized. Wraith Office, proceed to your office. Yes. The Night Wanderer rose and strode towards the exit. Thud. Thud. Each step left an enormous footprint. Qin Feng chuckled softly, waving his hand. The ground that had been crushed by the Night Wanderer's weight restored itself in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, sensing that Jixiang and Niu too had returned to the Qin realm, he stood up and walked to the door, calling out, Jixiang, you have done well this time. I grant you an additional 40 Qin messengers to command the inspection office. Qin Feng's voice echoed throughout the Qin realm. Just returned to the Qin realm. Jixiang hurriedly knelt and bowed towards the mountain. Thank you, Lord. Yet he was filled with immense astonishment, drenched in cold sweat. How could the Lord know everything he had done outside? Fortunately, he had refrained from uttering anything reckless, for if the Lord had misunderstood him, it would have been troublesome. Congratulations, you brother, Niu Tu said with a slight bow, showing no trace of jealousy over Jixiang's promotion. His position held no merit in his eyes. After all, how could he command the punishment office? Thank you, Niu brother. Jixiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, excitement flooding his face, just as he prepared to rise. Qin Feng's voice rang out once more. From this day forward, Niu Tu and Ma Mian, your duties will be to patrol during the day within your jurisdiction, while the Night Wanderer will handle the night patrols, continuing to capture malevolent spirits to fill the vacancies of Qin messengers. Night Wanderer? Jixiang was taken aback, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Having spent a day with Niu Tu, he found his courage bolstered and inquired about why he had never heard of them before, only to discover they were awakened by the Lord. However, he had never heard Niu Tu mention the Night Wanderer. Could it be that yet another deity had awakened? As he contemplated, a thunderous sound of footsteps approached from afar. Thud, thud, thud. Jixiang looked up to see a giant approaching, its countenance fearsome and intimidating. Instantly, he held his breath. Another low-level ghost king, including the ghost infant and the Black and White Impermanence. There were now 4 ghost kings in the entire Qin realm. Jixiang had thought the previous encounters had sufficiently shocked him, but now he realized that the deeper his understanding of the Qin realm, the more terrifying it became. He gazed towards the distant mountain, filled with profound reverence. Would the Lord awaken all the ghostly deities? Qin Feng was unaware of Jixiang's thoughts. His decision to place Jixiang in charge of the inspection office was merely to encourage him to work harder for the sake of the wronged, to help him trigger special sign-ins more frequently. Just as he intended to shift his gaze, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Peering across the Qin realm towards Jiangning City, it seemed the malevolent spirits in Jiangning City had not diminished significantly. As his jurisdiction, he was naturally aware of any occurrences there. However, unless he paid particular attention to someone, he couldn't discern what was truly happening, for the information he could obtain was limited to current events. He could not monitor every individual in Jiangning City. Yet, the problem now was that despite Niu Tu and Ma Mian capturing numerous malevolent spirits, the number in Jiangning had not significantly decreased. The lack of reduction indicated but one thing: the malevolent spirits had increased. This was unacceptable. Qin Feng scanned the area. Wherever his gaze fell, there were only low-level vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts, with no sign of any formidable malevolent spirits. Could it be an illusion? Qin Feng shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Regardless of whether it was an illusion, if any malevolent spirits dared to cause trouble, it would be akin to seeking their own demise. For these low-level malevolent spirits, the Night Wanderer, Niu Tu, and Ma Mian could easily handle them. He had no need to expend energy on such weak entities. Cultivation was the priority. He wished to break through to the 5th rank, to ascend to the next level, which required immense merit power, and acquiring merit power was no easy feat. However, he could continue cultivating his divine soul. Although his divine soul had grown significantly stronger than before, it was still far from sufficient. Naturally, as he progressed, the cultivation of his divine soul would become increasingly challenging, and breakthroughs would not be as easily attained. Qin Feng stepped back to the table and sat down, picking up the bamboo slip containing the divine soul cultivation method placed before him. He gently unfurled it. A powerful allure drew him back into that special space once again. In the following days, the renovation of the city god temple was not yet complete, but it had not dampened the enthusiasm of the citizens. Not only were the faithful from Jiangning City present, but many had also traveled from surrounding cities. Wang Dazhu, left with no choice, had to lead the villagers to maintain order, allowing them to burn incense and bow outside while selling blessings for peace. As a result, the crowd only grew larger, leading to congestion. Wang Dazhu calculated the budget and found there were still ample funds remaining, so he hired a large number of workers to expedite the renovation process. Within a few days, although the renovation was not finished, the entire city god temple underwent a tremendous transformation. The outer walls had been repaired, and under the skillful hands of the painters, traditional watercolor paintings gradually emerged on the white walls. The previously dilapidated doors and windows, as well as the uneven cement ground in the courtyard, were all mended. In less than a week, it would be nearly complete and ready for reopening. Qin Feng was naturally aware of the situation outside. While cultivating his divine soul was crucial, he could not neglect the training of his merit body. Having just advanced, his merit body was far from reaching a bottleneck. He needed to absorb the power of belief and continue cultivating his merit body using the Chaos Merit Body Cultivation Method. Therefore, every night, Qin Feng would set aside some time to convert the power of belief and apply exorcism techniques to the blessings for peace. However, he still spent the majority of his time cultivating his divine soul in that special space. In this unique space, spirits of greater strength would be dispatched based on the strength of his divine soul, while they would not send spirits capable of directly killing Qin Feng's divine soul. The speed of his cultivation was noticeably slower than before. On this day, the previously leisurely Jiangning division suddenly became bustling with activity. The Fifth Avenue reported a ghostly attack, which had been repelled by the blessings for peace. The 8th Division was immediately dispatched for support. In Tianan Village, a family of 3 had been murdered, suspected to be the work of a fierce ghost. The 5th Division was to investigate immediately. In the cultural community, there was an outbreak of ghostly energy. The 3rd Division was to investigate promptly, whether it was a murder case or an outbreak of ghostly energy. Zhao Qingming and others sensed an unusual significance. In the conference room, Zhao Qingming looked gravely at Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei. 2 ghost tamers have gone missing. You two should go investigate. I have a feeling this matter may be peculiar. Zhu Lian and Xiao Mei nodded slightly. They had heard about Yu Cheng's situation, and thus were well aware that the Lord had been secretly dispatching messengers to assist in capturing malevolent spirits, which had led to a significant reduction in Jiangning's malevolent spirits. However, these spirits seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Now, with official ghost tamers going missing, this matter was clearly not simple. They needed to ascertain quickly whether it was the work of ghosts or if someone was stirring trouble. Aside from the Jiangning branch, the other locales of Nyodo and Yuecheng have also detected unusual occurrences. Recently, it seems we have apprehended an increasing number of spirits. The somber voice emerged, and a flicker of confusion appeared in the large copper eyes of Nyodo. The duo of Nyodo and Meimian had been capturing spirits in Jiangning City for quite some time. Although many malevolent entities had been frightened into hiding, guided by the spirit-seeking talisman, these malevolent beings had nowhere to flee. The lurking sinister spirits had mostly been captured. Consequently, they turned their attention to the neighboring cities for further apprehensions. Yet, only a few days had passed, and upon their return to patrol Jiangning City, they discovered a sudden surge in malevolent entities. Although these were merely low-level fierce spirits, they understood that such an increase in malevolent beings was not without reason. Meimian, standing nearby, shook his massive head. His eyes filled with bewilderment. It seemed that the other 2 cities had not experienced such a phenomenon, only Jiangning City. Upon hearing this, Jixiang furrowed his brow. As a former team leader of the Jiangning branch, he possessed a deeper understanding of the situation in Jiangning City. Compared to Anha City and Tainan City, Jiangning City was somewhat larger and served as a vital transportation hub, thus hosting a greater number of malevolent spirits than the other 2 cities. In recent years, the activity of these malevolent beings had intensified. Jiangning City had witnessed the emergence of numerous powerful malevolent spirits. However, the Jiangning branch also had a considerable number of spirit tamers, who had eradicated countless malevolent entities over the past 2 years, maintaining a largely peaceful state in Jiangning. The sudden emergence of so many malevolent beings was evidently abnormal. He felt an unsettling sense of foreboding and couldn't help but voice his concern. Should we report this to the chief? Nyodo shook his enormous head. The chief is currently in seclusion for cultivation. Since we have not yet detected any anomalies, it would be best not to disturb the chief. After a pause, he added, with the night wanderer present, there should be no major issues. Let us remain vigilant and communicate any findings. Jixiang nodded slightly, casting a glance at the sky, which was gradually shrouded in twilight. The remnants of the setting sun were as crimson as blood. Suddenly, his unease deepened. Yet, upon recalling the junior spirit king known as the Night Wanderer, his heart was steadied. Though formidable, spirit kings were rarely encountered. And when they did appear, they typically resided in provincial capitals in Jiangning City. Who could possibly rival the Night Wanderer? Within a villa, a young man knelt on the floor, gazing at the Black Widow with an expression of obsession. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, as long as you are willing to be with me. I will give you everything. What if I desire your heart? The Black Widow replied with a seductive smile, extending a dagger to the young man. He accepted the dagger, and a sudden frenzy flickered across his face as he plunged it violently into his own heart. Splat! The dagger pierced through his chest, and blood gushed forth. Yet, the young man did not perish. Instead, he gradually tore open his chest, thrusting a hand inside and yanking forcefully. The sound of organs tearing echoed. The young man held up a bright red heart, presenting it before the Black Widow. Witnessing this scene, Scarface could no longer contain himself. Black Widow, don't you ever tire of this routine? He wasn't sympathetic towards the spirit tamers. Rather, he was weary of witnessing the same spectacle day after day. The Black Widow toyed with the blood-soaked heart, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her lips. How could I tire of it? I absolutely adore hearts. With that, she sank her teeth into the heart. In an instant, blood sprayed onto the sofa. Scarface turned his face away in disgust. Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters. It has been days, yet the city god has not appeared. What are your plans? Although the city god has not shown, we have still made gains, capturing 2 peak-level spirit generals, 1 junior spirit general, and seemingly another junior spirit king. The Black Widow licked the blood from her lips. As if savoring an exquisite delicacy, Scarface frowned. Yet we still know nothing about the city god. Suddenly, perhaps Jiangning is still not chaotic enough, an ethereal voice echoed. Scarface turned to the puppet, narrowing his eyes slightly. Currently, the provincial capital's personnel had departed, leaving only a head of research. They had little to fear. Now that the city god has 2 spirit kings under his command, it suggests that the possibility of them seizing control directly is slim. However, our focus this time is on investigation. That we simply need to draw out the city god, correct? When shall we act? Tonight shall suffice. The ethereal voice resonated throughout the villa, yet the 3 figures within vanished, leaving behind a corpse with its chest cavity exposed, lying in a pool of blood. Nightfall descended, and a radiant full moon hung over Jiangning City. The gentle moonlight spilled forth, yet it was hardly noticeable amidst the flickering neon lights and bright street lamps. The streets of the city center buzzed with various popular melodies, and the throngs of pedestrians created a cacophony, rendering the night even more lively than the day, for the true nightlife was only just beginning. Suddenly, the bright moon was shrouded by dark clouds, and the twinkling stars dimmed. A peculiar chill swept through, causing the pedestrians on the street to shiver as they huddled their necks. What is happening? Why is there such a cold wind in the middle of summer? Could it be a ghost? In this day and age, where could a ghost possibly come from? Wang Yu, you must have been listening to too many tales about the city god and taken them to heart. Exactly. With today's special effects, anything is possible. Some people deliberately stage such events for attention. Enough of this. Let's hurry to Mike's bar. I've arranged to meet several girls tonight. Whether or not we succeed depends on you all. A few young men at the street corner laughed as they made their way to Mike's bar. Wang Yu followed behind, feeling an inexplicable unease, as though a cold wind was continually creeping down his neck. Nervously, he turned to glance behind him. There, beneath the distant streetlight, a black mist began to swirl, and shadowy figures emerged, their vacant eyes and grotesque faces instilling terror. Bang! 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 One by one, street lamps exploded, plunging the entire street into darkness. Only a sliver of weak moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow on the ground, revealing countless malevolent spirits emanating a chilling green light, clawing and howling. Whoa! Ha! Come join me. Hurry! I want to kill you all. The eerie cries of spirits echoed, their roars and howls intertwining, as if attempting to drag them down into hell. Ghosts! A terrified scream pierced the air. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos. Ghosts! There are ghosts! Ah, no! Don't come any closer. Run. The sounds of screams and roars echoed in a chaotic symphony. An overwhelming wave of malevolent spirits surged forth, sending ordinary citizens into a frenzy of panic. Fear and terror spread like wildfire. Gripping Wang Yu, who trembled uncontrollably, hastily retracting his head as he turned, he beheld a blood-soaked figure emerging from the shadows, now hovering ominously before several young men. Those youths stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling in sheer terror. "It's a trick, merely an illusion," one youth murmured, his wide eyes betraying his dread. The grotesque visage, smeared with blood, glimmered with an unsettling excitement as it suddenly grasped the throat of the muttering youth. With a gaping maw, it inhaled deeply. No. The terrified screams erupted from the youth's mouth, yet wisps of white smoke swiftly escaped from his orifices, drawn into the specter's ravenous form that in a heartbeat. The young man transformed into a lifeless husk. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, a chorus of agonized shrieks erupted as the remaining youths, faces contorted with fear, scattered in all directions. Wang Yu yearned to flee, yet his trembling legs rendered him immobile. Suddenly, a hand radiating a ghostly light settled upon his shoulder. Wang Yu's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his brow, falling to the floor beneath him. His heart raced, lodged in his throat, as his voice faltered, morphing into a terrified scream. "Ah!" At that moment, a faint golden light manifested upon Wang Yu's chest, its warmth dispelling the icy dread that enveloped him. In the next instant, the golden glow surged, and an object shot forth from Wang Yu's body, hovering before him. Ping and Fu. Excitement lit up Wang Yu's face. He could scarcely believe that the talisman he had sought in the city god temple, out of sheer cowardice, would now save his life. That it appeared the city god truly possessed divine power. Bathed in the golden radiance of the Ping and Fu, the ghostly hand on Wang Yu's shoulder began to emit wisps of green smoke. Hissing ominously, in the blink of an eye, a gaping hole was burned into the spectral hand. A piercing wail erupted from the ghoul, its pale visage filled with terror, but before it could retract its hand, the golden light enveloped it, instantly reducing it to ashes. Witnessing this, Wang Yu shouted in exhilaration, "Ping and Fu, the talisman from the city god temple can vanquish ghosts." In an instant, amidst the chaos, many in the crowd retrieved their own Ping and Fu. A brilliant golden light erupted, dispelling the surrounding malevolence and quelling some of the weaker spirits. However, while the Ping and Fu proved effective against lesser spirits, it had little impact against the frenzied, malevolent ghosts, inciting them to greater madness. With a series of resounding thuds, the floating talismans were swatted from the air by the furious specters, shattering upon impact and extinguishing their golden glow. Darkness reigned once more, plunging the crowd into renewed panic as they beheld the malevolent spirits glowing with an eerie green light, trembling in fear as they huddled together. Who would come to their rescue? The onslaught of malevolent spirits drew the attention of the Jiangning police station. Urgent call. Hundreds of malevolent spirits have appeared near Tianhe Avenue. At least 10 fatalities reported. Immediate assistance required. Urgent call. Hundreds of vengeful spirits sighted near Yuling Park. At least 20 casualties. Urgent support needed. Urgent call. Nearly 1,000 vengeful spirits have emerged in the city center. At least 100 fatalities. Immediate assistance required. Urgent call. Urgent call. Ghost generals are manifesting at Jiangning First Hospital. Casualties currently unknown. Urgent support needed. The incessant calls for help flooded the communication devices, leaving all ghost hunters scrambling to respond to the various crisis locations. The rising death toll clenched Zhao Qingming's fists tightly, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. A ghost tide. A horde of spirits has descended, plunging Jiangning into chaos. With a resounding crash, Zhao Qingming's fist struck the desk, his face flushed with anger. Damn it. He was uncertain of the circumstances leading to this ghost tide, but he understood that it could not have erupted spontaneously. Someone was undoubtedly orchestrating this calamity. Yet he was acutely aware that the Jiangning police station had only a few thousand ghost hunters, their abilities varying greatly, rendering them incapable of swiftly exterminating these malevolent spirits. Even he, a peak level ghost hunter, could not provide assistance to every location. Summon the head of the monitoring division. Zhao Qingming's eyes suddenly brightened. In the face of Jiangning's turmoil, the head of the monitoring division would surely intervene. With their intervention, peace could be swiftly restored. Just as he contemplated this, a resounding crash interrupted his thoughts. The office door burst open, and Ning Ming rushed in, Panic etched across his features. Director, it's bad. The second hospital is engulfed in ghostly energy. A ghost king is about to be born. A ghost king is about to be born? Zhao Qingming's expression shifted dramatically. If a ghost king were to emerge, the casualties would be catastrophic, endangering the entire city of Jiangning, though he had faith in the head of the monitoring division's capabilities. He knew that the ascension of a ghost general required the consumption of vast amounts of life force, leading to even greater devastation in Jiangning. He had to act quickly to prevent it. I will provide assistance. You must rush to the city god temple for help. With that, Zhao Qingming vanished in an instant. Upon hearing the mention of the city god temple, a glimmer of hope ignited in Ning Ming's eyes. He swiftly turned and dashed toward the exit. However, as soon as he stepped outside the building, he was met with a throng of malevolent spirits, their ghostly forms swirling ominously, closing in on the Jiangning police station. The chilling wails of spirits filled the air, and a cold wind swept through, enveloping the building in a dense fog of ghostly energy, plunging the temperature to freezing. Witnessing this scene, Ning Ming felt his scalp prickle and his face turn pale. Although he was a high-ranking B-level ghost hunter, he was not capable of exterminating all these spirits, let alone make his way to the city god for help, with so many malevolent spirits surrounding the Jiangning police station. Other areas would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. It was over. Jiangning was truly doomed. Simultaneously, Zhao Qingming, having exited the Jiangning police station, found himself encircled by the malevolent spirits that he furrowed his brow and slammed his hands onto the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the once solid concrete transformed into soft earth, a torrent of dark, ghostly energy surging from below, morphing into 5 towering spectral tigers. Though conjured from ghostly energy, their fangs appeared as solid as steel. Ghostly 5 tigers roared to the heavens. One spectral tiger roared, lunging at a nearby vengeful spirit. The sharp fangs tore through the spirit's form, reducing it to countless fragments. In an instant, the remnants dissolved into wisps of black, ghostly energy, dispersing into the surroundings. Under the relentless assault of the 5 spectral tigers, a path quickly cleared before Zhao Qingming, yet his expression bore no trace of relief. Instead, he was gripped by an unprecedented gravity. With a firm stance, he sprinted towards Jiangning's second hospital, protected by the spectral tigers. Along the way, the echoes of terrified screams and desperate cries filled Zhao Qingming's ears, but he pressed on without hesitation. For he understood that saving these individuals meant the survival of Jiangning itself. What should have been a 3-minute journey took him a full 15 minutes, as the sheer number of malevolent spirits was overwhelming. Ghost tides had occurred before in Huaxia, yet such a sudden eruption was exceedingly rare. Without external assistance, Jiangning would find it difficult to endure this ghost tide. Zhao Qingming stood not far from the second hospital of Jiangning City. As he looked up, he was met with a sky thick with ominous shadows, the entire hospital building shrouded in a dark, ghostly aura, while malevolent spirits swirled densely in the air around him. The chilling laughter of the spirits echoed like sharp blades clashing against metal, a sound utterly grating and spine-chilling. Zhao Qingming's expression turned grave. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Director Zhao, hurry to the rooftop. We need you." Wrapped in white flames, Zhu Lian rushed towards the hospital, leaving a trail of spirit fire that scorched the encroaching malevolent entities into ashes. Yet, in the next moment, Zhu Lian found himself once again surrounded by the spirits, even the brilliant spirit flames dimming in intensity. Witnessing this, Zhao Qingming clenched his fists, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Although Zhu Lian possessed unique abilities, the power of the spirits was not limitless. Once he became fatigued, he would face not only the threats of the surrounding spirits but also the backlash from his own energy. At that point, even Zhu Lian would be in peril. He gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding against offering support, for halting the advancement of the Ghost General was the most pressing matter at hand. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Qingming's fist struck the ground. 4 fierce tigers morphed into black mist, floating and swirling in the air, gradually forming a series of suspended steps. Immediately, Zhao Qingming propelled himself onto the remaining tiger. The tiger let out a low growl, leaping forth and swiftly traversing the steps, soon delivering Zhao Qingming to the hospital rooftop. "Don't kill me. Help." The piercing screams filled Zhao Qingming's ears, and as he looked up, he witnessed malevolent spirits grasping living beings, voraciously siphoning their vital essence. Among them were 2 towering figures, their arms tightly interlocked, faces bearing a striking resemblance, twisted into cruel smiles. "Not good. The twin ghost generals. Zhao Qingming's complexion paled, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. The twin ghost generals appeared to be physically connected, yet they could separate and unite at will. In essence, there were not one, but two peak-level ghost generals. Most terrifyingly, the twin ghost generals shared a mental connection. When one fed, both benefited. With his A-level peak strength, Zhao Qiming could at most delay one peak-level ghost general, but should the other one satiate its hunger, they would both ascend to greater heights. Achieving the status of twin ghost kings, with a roar, a tiger lunged at the twin ghost generals, seemingly poised to disrupt their ritual. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of malevolence erupted, scattering the advancing tiger into wisps of dark mist. Quickly devour it. Ha! We are about to ascend. The derisive laughter of the twin ghost generals echoed, their actions remaining relentless, not even glancing at Zhao Qingming as if he posed no threat whatsoever. Zhao Qingming's pupils constricted. The two peak-level ghost generals were on the brink of ascension. In 10 minutes, or perhaps even less than 5, they would undoubtedly succeed. At that point, two formidable ghost kings would emerge, and they would be utterly powerless to resist. What should he do? Just then, a fierce voice boomed from the heavens. Bold fiends, daring to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, seeking death. At the instant the voice resonated, the air atop the rooftop seemed to freeze. Even the twin ghost generals appeared momentarily paralyzed, unable to draw in another breath of essence from the man and woman they had ensnared. Who? In the next moment, a colossal figure descended before the twin ghost generals, causing the entire hospital to tremble. Beneath the giant's feet, two deep craters formed, and had the rooftop not been sufficiently reinforced, his feet would have shattered through to the lower levels. The newcomer was none other than the Night Wanderer. Gazing at the towering 3-meter-tall giant, Zhao Qingming's initial fear transformed into exhilaration. Was this the reinforcement sent by the chief of the celestial supervisors? Jiangning City had been saved. In stark contrast to Zhao Qiming's elation, the Night Wanderer bore an expression of fierce anger. Night patrols were his responsibility, yet he oversaw 3 cities, not just Jiangning. However, due to the proximity of Jiangning, he would typically patrol Anha City and Ningping City before finally returning to Jiangning for inspection. Yet, he had not anticipated such chaos erupting in Jiangning during his patrol of Anha City. This was a dereliction of duty. With each heavy footfall, the Night Wanderer advanced towards the twin ghost generals, leaving massive footprints in his wake. The hospital quaked with every step, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Zhao Qingming's heart raced. Many were still trapped within the hospital building, and if it were to collapse, countless lives would be lost. Suddenly, the giant's footsteps halted. The Night Wanderer had approached within close proximity to the twin ghost generals, abruptly extending his 2-meter-long arm and seizing them in his grasp. Ghost Kings, the once crimson eyes of the twin ghost generals regained a semblance of clarity, quickly replaced by a look of terror. Their shared consciousness amplified their fear. While it was a remarkable feat to reach the level of ghost general, it did not render them invincible. No matter how powerful a ghost general, they were still just that, ghost generals. Before a ghost king, they had no means of resistance. Should they perish, it would be a true obliteration, rendering all their previous efforts futile. No, please, spare us. We will leave at once. The twin ghost generals writhed and screamed helplessly within the giant's grip. In the next moment, the Night Wanderer bit off one of the ghost general's heads, his stark white teeth glistening ominously, sending chills down the spine. Crunch, crunch, the sounds of chewing echoed from the Night Wanderer's mouth, devoid of blood or any trace of ghostly energy. The remaining ghost general's eyes widened, filled with terror, yet in the next instant, his head too was severed by the Night Wanderer's jaws. Boom, an immense pressure radiated from the Night Wanderer, plunging the scene into a profound silence. The wailing spirits ceased their cries, their awakened eyes brimming with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was the true Ghost King, a being capable of obliterating an entire city with a mere flick of the wrist. The overwhelming aura compelled them to kneel in reverence, stripping them of any will to resist. That moment, Nyoto and Mamien, accompanied by a host of underworld agents, arrived at the scene. Although they had rushed here the moment they discovered the chaos in Jiangning City, they had ultimately arrived too late. Evil spirits wreaking havoc, immediate execution. The somber voice reverberated as Nyoto's twin forks plunged into the head of a fierce ghost. Sizzle, the ghost dissipated into black smoke without uttering a single cry. The previously stunned spirits jolted awake, trembling as they fled in all directions. Beside them, Mamian surveyed the surroundings with a cold glare. Humph! With a furious snarl, Mamian's spear swept through the air, unleashing a deep blue radiance that burst forth. The sound of piercing air erupted, as the sharp tips of the guns gleamed with a cold light, severing the malevolent spirits in half. The shrill cries of anguish echoed incessantly. The dismembered specters, left with only half their bodies, continued to struggle in their desperate bid for escape. Yet, amidst the chaos, bang, 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 each half-bodied wretch exploded like fireworks, instantly transforming into swirling clouds of dark malevolence, in that fleeting moment of the bull-headed and horse-faced entity's assault. Jixiang unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Several fleeing vengeful spirits were instantly toppled to the ground. Before they could even attempt to rise, Jixiang struck again. Boom! 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 Each blow seemed to narrate the boundless fury simmering within Jixiang's heart. Jiangning City was the place he had vowed to protect throughout his life. Here resided his family, his brothers, and the ordinary citizens he once shielded. Yet now, they were being slaughtered by these wicked apparitions. How could he not be enraged? Boom! The solid concrete ground was battered into deep craters, while those unfortunate spirits trapped within these pits perpetually exuded dark vapors, ultimately dissipating into wisps of shadowy smoke. Behind them, the grim reapers drew their blades, cleaving downward at the surrounding malevolence. In that instant, shimmering blades of light erupted forth, swoosh. One by one, the vengeful spirits were cleft and twained in a mere minute's time. A vast area surrounding the hospital had been purged. Witnessing this scene, the spirit tamers engaged in battle against the malevolent beings felt reinvigorated, as if they had been administered a potent tonic. Kill, annihilate these wretched beasts. The battle cries reverberated through the air. The spirit tamers wiped away the tears brimming in their eyes and charged towards the horde of malevolence, with the city god present. Jiangning City would not perish. Yet, the number of wicked spirits was overwhelming. Far too many. Even with all the grim reapers mobilized alongside thousands of spirit tamers, they could not gain the upper hand against the tens of thousands of malevolent entities. Although the Night Wanderer was a demon king with the power to shake the heavens, he could not unleash his full might, for the strength of a demon king was too terrifying. A single strike could potentially lead to the annihilation of all of Jiangning City. He could only swiftly eliminate the malevolence in one area before darting to another, continuing his onslaught. The glimmer of blades and the shadow of firearms intertwined relentlessly. Under the tireless assault of the spirit tamers and grim reapers, a significant portion of Jiangning City finally regained its tranquility. Just as the dawn of victory seemed to beckon, suddenly, boom, a terrifying wave of malevolence surged from the outskirts of Jiangning City. And even at a considerable distance, all could sense the formidable pressure emanating from it. The Demon King? Zhao Qingming's pupils constricted. This was not merely a peak-level demon general on the verge of a breakthrough, but a true demon king. Though the head of the Monitoring Sky Division had dispatched a demon king for aid, the residual shockwaves from the clash of two demon kings were beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. Was Jiangning City truly doomed to destruction? Meanwhile, the Night Wanderer, who had just vanquished a cluster of vengeful spirits, also raised his gaze towards the outskirts. A junior demon king. A trace of solemnity flickered across the Night Wanderer's fierce visage. He was a harbinger of doom. Even a junior demon king would not pose a challenge to him, yet he understood that should he unleash his full power, the entire Jiangning City would suffer. What should he do? Just a second of hesitation passed before he vanished in an instant. He must first subdue that demon king. In the eastern outskirts of Jiangning City, a pallid man floated in the air, his body resembling a desiccated corpse, enveloped in creased skin. Yet his lips were a striking crimson, akin to fresh blood. He was none other than the Blood King. The Blood King gazed down upon Jiangning City, where towering buildings loomed, surrounded by feeble malevolent spirits flitting about, emitting eerie, terrifying laughter. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, boom, a powerful pressure erupted from the Blood King. The laughter ceased abruptly. Thud, thud, one by one. The malevolent spirits plummeted to the ground, their faces stricken with terror as they knelt in abject submission, trembling under the immense weight of the pressure, their legs seemingly leaden, rendering them unable to flee. The Blood King cast a cold glance at the surrounding spirits. A mocking smile curling his crimson lips, he slightly raised his right hand and gave a gentle downward motion. Boom! A deluge of red blood poured from the heavens like a torrential downpour. Swoosh! The rapidly descending blood converged into a stream, ensnaring the malevolent spirits. In the blink of an eye, they evaporated like mist, transforming into wisps of dark malevolence. The malevolence did not dissipate but continued to amalgamate within the stream. Shortly thereafter, the stream rapidly swelled, twisting and spiraling like serpentine rivers, the vivid red hue painfully glaring. The blood spread outward, soon rising to a height of 1 meter, infiltrating the surrounding residential buildings, corroding the once sturdy walls and glass as if they had been ravaged. Inside a one-bedroom apartment, a young man cowered in a corner, shivering with fear, when he suddenly felt a searing heat emanating from beneath his feet. He glanced down, and his eyes widened in horror. Blood! It was everywhere. A sea of red. The blood surged from beneath the young man's feet, rapidly climbing to his knees, the burning sensation akin to being scorched. A piercing scream erupted, accompanied by the acrid stench of charred flesh as excruciating pain shot through his legs. The young man attempted to leap away from the crimson flood, but the blood seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly coiling around him. Where the blood encircled, wisps of green smoke began to rise. Swoosh, swoosh. The young man's body was rapidly eroded by the blood, reducing him to mere remnants that melded into the sanguine tide. Fearful, trembling screams echoed from the surrounding residential buildings, yet the Blood King's lips blossomed with a vibrant hue. His eyes sparkling with excitement. He gently closed his eyes, greedily inhaling the scent of terror, a look of indulgence gracing his features. Suddenly, the torrential downpour of blood seemed to freeze in midair, suspended and unable to touch the ground. The blood that had infiltrated the residential area, now devoid of its source, swiftly retreated to the earth, gradually permeating into the concrete, leaving behind dark red stains. Whoosh! The Blood King abruptly opened his eyes wide. Gazing into the distance, there, a colossal figure was rapidly advancing towards him, emitting an overwhelming aura. It could be none other than the Junior Demon King. The Blood King squinted. He had not anticipated encountering another Demon King here. Demon Kings possess domains, and generally, entering another's domain is viewed as a provocation. However, Jiangning City was a lawless territory, which meant that the first to arrive would seize the advantage. Humph, you think you can compete with me? A cold scoff escaped his lips as the Blood King violently waved his right hand. Boom! The once frozen blood rain cascaded down again. But in the next moment, the Blood King found himself engulfed in darkness. The surrounding structures vanishing, leaving only an abyss of black. In this darkness, not a glimmer of light remained. Even the Blood King, who had no visual obstructions in the dark, could see nothing but the void. It was as if all light had been swallowed into the depths of this profound darkness. This was the domain of the Night Wanderer, the abyss of the Dark Night. How audacious! This realm is under the jurisdiction of the Monitoring Sky Division. How dare these mere demon kings intrude and seek death? A resounding shout pierced the air as the formidable figure of the Night Wanderer appeared in the realm of darkness, resembling a specter. Swiftly, he soared towards the Blood King, immediately reaching out to seize the latter's head. However, the anticipated sound of a crunch did not resonate. Instead, the head he grasped transformed into a pool of crimson liquid, rapidly dissolving into a puddle. Subsequently, the red liquid coiled around the Night Wanderer's arm. Sizzle! The corrosive blood instantaneously burned a large hole into the Night Wanderer's robust arm. The blood spread rapidly across his body. Humph! With a grunt of fury, the Night Wanderer's arm restored itself in the blink of an eye, while the blood seemed to solidify. Unable to advance further, the Night Wanderer retaliated by capturing the blood in his hand and promptly thrusting it into his mouth. In an instant, a gaping hole manifested in his enormous maw as the blood flowed down into his belly. Waves of searing heat forced the Night Wanderer to grimace. Suddenly, his abdomen was pierced, a gaping hole erupting from which black, ghostly energy poured forth. The blood that had been swallowed earlier began to seep out, reconstituting the Blood King, albeit with a shade paler than before. The Blood King was injured, yet he remained unfazed, for the Night Wanderer was wounded too. Crack! A soft sound echoed in the darkness. At that moment, a thumb-sized black hole appeared in a distant part of the realm of darkness, allowing wisps of faint light to penetrate and restoring the Blood King's sight. Allow me to demonstrate my ghostly blood prison. The Blood King's boisterous laughter rang out as he raised his hand, letting a drop of red blood fall. Plop! The instant it touched the ground, the red liquid suddenly expanded outward, transforming into a colossal blood pool, into which the Blood King melded. The entire realm of darkness was bathed in crimson light. Whoosh! Pale arms emerged from the blood pool, reaching out to grasp the floating Night Wanderer, attempting to drag him into the depths of the sanguine abyss. The flicker of disdain crossed the Night Wanderer's eyes as he leaped directly into the blood pool. Sizzle, sizzle, black smoke billowed from his body. Yet he suddenly opened his mouth wide, drawing in a fierce breath towards the blood pool, as the red liquid was relentlessly absorbed into his belly, creating gaping holes in his abdomen. However, before the blood could escape, it was already restored. The Blood King, feeling the drain of his power, quickly vacated the blood pool, reconstituting his form, his expression grim. The Night Wanderer's countenance was equally unpleasing. Had it not been for his apprehension regarding the citizens of Jiangning City, he would not have needed to exchange injuries to contain the Blood King here. Nevertheless, given the current situation, the Blood King's strength appeared lackluster. Even with this method, no matter how swiftly he recovered, he would eventually be consumed entirely. Just then, a tremendous surge of ghostly energy erupted from the western outskirts of Jiangning City, denser than that of the eastern outskirts. The Night Wanderer's pupils constricted. Another Ghost King? Gazing at the vast expanse of ghostly energy, the Night Wanderer's expression turned grave. If it were merely one Ghost King, he could manage, provided that Jiangning City remained unharmed. However, two would overwhelm him, and more importantly, the Ghost King was in the west. If he rushed there, what would become of this place? Suddenly, a voice reached the Night Wanderer's ears. Swiftly resolve this. We shall handle the west. Upon finishing, Wuchang tossed a small, fleshy creature downwards from his shoulder, then hurriedly followed Wuchang towards the western outskirts. Initially, the two had not intended to intervene, for the city god temple must remain secure. With the master in seclusion, they could not allow anyone to intrude upon the city god temple and disturb his cultivation. However, the emergence of two Ghost Kings compelled them to realize the gravity of the situation. Forcing their involvement, thud, the small creature landed in the Night Wanderer's embrace, clutching his attire, its hollow eyes seemingly filled with confusion, incessantly twisting its neck to survey the surroundings. Little meatball? A glimmer of excitement flickered across the Night Wanderer's face. The small creature was also a Ghost King, and their combined efforts would surely lead to the rapid demise of the Blood King. Though the Night Wanderer was a fierce deity, he could not help but feel a sense of affection towards the plump little creature. A beloved mascot of the underworld. Little meatball, I'll take the lead. You find an opportunity, the Night Wanderer began, but before he could finish, he felt an emptiness in his arms. The little creature, eyes wide with excitement, dashed towards the Blood King, its short legs propelling it forward. Another Ghost King? The Blood King's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming exceedingly serious. Although both were Ghost Kings, the strength of the ghostly infant clearly surpassed many other Ghost Kings. And he sensed that this infant was on the brink of breaking through to an intermediate Ghost King level. Surrounded by two formidable Ghost Kings, even he could not withstand it. Flee. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind as the Blood King made a hasty escape from the realm of darkness. At that moment, the little creature bit into the Blood King's thigh, tearing away a patch of desiccated flesh. A sharp pain shot through the Blood King's leg. He attempted to transform into blood, but found his transformation abilities seemingly rendered ineffective. It had no effect whatsoever. Wail. The shrill cries of the ghostly infant echoed around. The Blood King's scalp prickled. He desperately tried to shake off the little creature clinging to his leg, but it seemed glued to him. The Blood King hastily extended his right hand to strike the little creature. Impudent. A fierce voice resonated as the Night Wanderer suddenly appeared beside the Blood King, seizing his right hand and yanking it forcefully. Sizzle. The Blood King's right hand was torn away by the Night Wanderer. A gleam of delight crossed the Night Wanderer's face. The most challenging aspect of confronting the Blood King was his ability to transform into blood, which harbored corrosive power that even he could not defend against. However, the little creature had managed to hold the Blood King in place. This must be the new ability the little creature acquired upon advancing to Ghost King. He mused. Though uncertain, he was convinced that the Blood King's demise was imminent. In the western outskirts of Jiangning City, Zhao Qingming led Zhu Lian and other ghost tamers into the fray. The overwhelming ghostly energy had obscured the bright moon above, yet the group could still discern the eerie green light enveloping the entire forest. They could not hear the wails of the ghosts. Rustle. The shadows of the trees danced around them, resembling numerous clawing specters, maintaining an atmosphere of profound eeriness. Zhao Qingming's face was a mask of despair. He had initially felt relief that the Ghost King in the eastern outskirts had been contained by the Ghost King dispatched by the city god, preventing significant damage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, another Ghost King had emerged in the western outskirts. Damn it! Zhao Qingming clenched his teeth. even as the overwhelming pressure caused his legs to tremble. Nevertheless, he held his posture firm. Meanwhile, the ghost tamers around him knelt to the ground, including Zhu Lian, who could no longer withstand the tremors and succumbed to his knees. Crackle, the sound of chattering teeth filled the air. Yet no one turned to flee. They were ghost tamers. Even if they were no match for the Ghost King, or even if they were merely offering themselves as sustenance, they could not retreat. For behind them lay Jiangning City, where their families, friends, and countless innocent citizens resided. Suddenly, a series of eerie cackles echoed through the in an instant. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. As goosebumps erupted across their bodies that moment, a figure unexpectedly materialized above the treetops. A woman whose skin bore no semblance of wholeness. Her decaying flesh seemed on the verge of falling away, exposing dark crimson tissue beneath. She was aptly named the Corruption King. The Corruption King gazed down upon the ghost tamers, a slight smirk gracing her lips as her rotting arm waved languidly. "Go forth, my children." The moment her words fell, a tempestuous wind surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding trees began to thrash wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Trees tore themselves from the earth, their roots thrashing about as they sprinted forth. Their trunks twisting like vines, rapidly elongating and thrashing through the air towards the ghost tamers. Whoosh! A ghost tamer was swept into the it's just an illusion. This is all just an illusion. Zhao Qingming bellowed, desperately attempting to rouse everyone from their stupor. But this was the Corruption King's realm of malevolence. In this domain, the mere seed of doubt could manifest all illusions into grim reality. The trees could indeed kill. Lu Yong, caught aloft, understood that this was not real. Yet the palpable sensation forced him to question. Lu Yong's eyes widened as he struggled to free himself from the grasp of the tree trunk. But he beheld his own skin withering at an alarming rate. No, please. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him. He had evidently succumbed to the horrors before him. In mere blinks, Lu Yong transformed into a putrid corpse. Lu Yong, the anguished cry reverberated through the air, as Zhao Qingming clenched his fists, as if on the verge of crushing them. His eyes, ablaze with fury, reflected his profound sorrow. Lu Yong, the captain of the third squad. A B-rank intermediate ghost tamer, he was only 30 years old, recently married, and yet he had fallen in such a futile sacrifice. Zhao Qingming's heart ached with despair, but he had no trump card. Ordinary ghost tamers could forcibly unseal the ghosts within them to elevate their power. However, at his level, unsealing was not as simple as a desire. The ghost within him was of peak-level ghost general status. Ghost kings, each one a terror in their own right, posed a monumental risk to integrate into one's being. But it was not that others were unwilling to take the risk. The number of ghost kings controlled by the Special Management Bureau was simply limited. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding ghost tamers were thrown into a frenzy, their eyes wide with terror. No, don't come near. One by one, the ghost tamers were pulled into the air, unable to differentiate between illusion and reality. Suddenly, a chilling bell tone rang out, soon followed by an ear-piercing clang. In that instant, the trees that had been thrashing halted their movements. Thud, thud. One by one, the ghost tamers fell to the ground, rubbing their eyes. Realizing that the forest remained unchanged and had not moved at all, it was merely an illusion, someone murmured, but the corpses sprawled on the ground seemed to affirm that those were all too real. The Corruption King furrowed her brow slightly and waved her hand once more. Not only did the trees around them writhe, but even the stones nearby revealed ghastly visages. Whoosh! Two figures, one black and one white, descended before the crowd. Ding, ding. The eerie and jarring bell tones alternated, and the surrounding trees and stones reverted to their original forms. Black and White Impermanence. Zhao Qingming's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with a deep sense of shock. Hadn't it been said that Black and White Impermanence were merely peak-level ghost generals? When had they ascended to the status of ghost kings? If combined with the previous ghost kings and ghost infants, wouldn't that mean the Monitoring Bureau was home to for great ghost kings? The realization sent shockwaves through the other ghost tamers. In the next moment, their shock transformed into exuberance, with the presence of Black and White Impermanence. They were saved. Black and White Impermanence paid no heed to the surrounding ghost tamers. Instead, they simultaneously looked up at the figure in the air. You vile wretch, this is the domain of the Monitoring Bureau's chief. How dare you act with such impunity? A sharp rebuke rang out as the Black Impermanence cast a cold glance at the Corruption King. Immediately, he raised his right hand, the soul-binding chain coiled around his arm shimmering ominously. In a flash, it lunged forth like a serpent baring its fangs, wrapping around the Corruption King. Whoosh! The soul-binding chain swiftly ensnared the Corruption King. "Is that all you're capable of? I expected much more from you." A mocking laughter escaped the Corruption King as her decaying form trembled lightly. In an instant, writhing white worms emerged from her rotting flesh, swiftly crawling onto the soul-binding chain, transforming its pristine hue into a rusted red. It was as if it had succumbed to decay. Crack! A faint sound resonated as the soul-binding chain shattered into fragments. Subsequently, a flurry of rustling sounds erupted as numerous thumb-sized pits appeared in the soil surrounding Black and White Impermanence. And a swarm of white worms emerged, crawling towards their legs. Unrepentant, a growl of indignation echoed as the furious Black Impermanence vigorously shook the mourning staff in his hand. Ding! Accompanied by a strange bell sound. The surrounding winds surged. The temperature plummeted. Whoosh! The scenery transformed, transporting the Corruption King into another realm, where the endless frigid abyss froze the white worms into tiny ice blocks. Bang! All the ice blocks detonated, spewing forth viscous liquid that seemed to instinctively seek out its target, gluing itself onto Black Impermanence. Hiss! Black Impermanence's feet were corroded, creating gaping black holes. In an instant, wisps of black smoke began to rise from his feet. Yet the rotting force did not diminish. Instead, it rapidly spread throughout his body. Ding! The eerie bell chimed once more, and the encroaching decay halted abruptly. Black Impermanence's form restored itself in the blink of an eye. He swung his mourning staff with fervor. Ding! Ding! The bizarre bells rang out incessantly, interspersed with the sharp clangs. The two tones intertwined. Suddenly, the Corruption King felt an overwhelming force pulling her into the abyss, as if a colossal beast within the unfathomable chasm was gaping wide to swallow her whole. "This is bad." The Corruption King's expression shifted, a profound sense of crisis surging within her. She had underestimated these two ghost kings. Although they might not individually be her match, together they formed an unbreakable bond. Remaining here meant certain death. The more she struggled, the stronger the pulling force became. Damn it! The Corruption King cursed, her right hand slicing down towards her legs. In an instant, her decayed legs severed from her body, plummeting into the abyss, black ghostly energy erupting from the stumps, without a moment's hesitation. Even before her legs could regenerate, she soared upwards towards the abyss, trying to escape. Humph! A cold scoff echoed as White Impermanence raised his hand, sending forth the palm-sized city god seal soaring into the sky. Subdue. The reason for the delay until this moment was that what they possessed was not the authentic city god seal, but rather a division seal. In comparison, the deterrent power of the division seal was significantly weaker than that of the original seal. However, the corrupt king was now injured. The division seal of the city god soared into the sky and landed atop the corrupt king's head, transforming from a palm-sized orb into a black square seal the size of a head. On the ink-black seal, a radiant light surged forth in an instant. A formidable aura emanated from the city god division seal. Boom! The overwhelming pressure caused the corrupt king, suspended in midair, to come to an abrupt halt. What is this? The corrupt king gazed at the city god seal in terror, feeling a shiver run through her entire being. Immediately thereafter, a powerful, excruciating pain radiated from the depths of her soul. Even though she had attained the level of a ghost king, she could not withstand the intense agony that a piercing scream erupted, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding spirit tamers, who watched helplessly as the corrupt king's body suddenly shrank into a mass, drawn into the city god division seal. Yet, her anguished cries continued to echo in their ears. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise broke the silence. The spirit tamers, who had been in a daze, finally realized that everything had come to an end. Following this, a soft sobbing sound arose, as a female spirit tamer fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Plop, plop, the droplets cascaded to the ground, instantly soaking into the earth. This emotion spread rapidly. The spirit tamers, regardless of gender, began to weep as well, with some even wailing uncontrollably. The cries grew louder. Yet, even they could not discern whether their tears stemmed from the joy of surviving or the sorrow of the many sacrifices made. Zhao Qingming was also affected by this wave of emotion. He wiped the tears welling in his eyes and, with a pale face, surveyed his surroundings. There were no more malevolent spirits, but there were pools of dark red blood and the bodies of fallen spirit tamers scattered about. Some corpses, though shriveled, remained intact, while others had decayed into pieces, their dismembered remains mingling together, rendering identification impossible. Crack. Zhao Qiming clenched his hands tightly, as if his nails might dig into his flesh. If only he could have foreseen this tide of spirits sooner. If only the defenses in Jiangning City could have been stronger, would there have been so many sacrifices? Who orchestrated this tide of spirits? Such a large-scale uprising of malevolent spirits could not have occurred without foul play. He was uncertain whether the mastermind behind it all was human or a spirit of malice. He yearned to uncover their identity, to avenge the fallen spirit tamers and the innocents who had perished. But he understood that the one behind this incident was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps an existence they could not contend with. This matter could only await intervention from the provincial office. Zhao Qiming turned to Qiao Mei and Zhu Lian, who were also tear-streaked and wearily instructed. Qiao Mei, take the fallen brothers back. Zhu Lian, accompany me to handle the aftermath in Jiangning City. Yes, at that very moment, in the monitoring division, Qin Feng emerged from the special space of soul cultivation. Swish! As Qin Feng opened his eyes, he sensed an unsettling emptiness in the underworld. What is happening? His gaze, filled with confusion, lifted, piercing through the underworld towards the outside world of Jiangning City. In an instant, he beheld the entirety of Jiangning City. Above the city, black malevolent energy swirled, gradually dispersing outward. In the eastern outskirts, large swaths of buildings lay collapsed, burying countless bodies. The night wanderer, accompanied by the small meatball, was dividing the Blood King's remains. The north and south, the Oxhead and Horseface, along with Yucheng, were still pursuing the malevolent spirits. However, the number of spirits was significantly diminished compared to before. In the western outskirts, the Black and White Impermanence were followed by the souls of spirit tamers, returning to the underworld. Delving deeper, in the city center, desolate streets were strewn with corpses. Some were desiccated remnants from which energy had been drained, while others had been torn apart by vengeful spirits. The still intact heads bore expressions of frozen terror. Mom, where are you? You Fei, hold on a little longer. We'll reach the hospital soon. The faint sounds of weeping, heart-wrenching cries, and anguished screams flooded into Qin Feng's ears, making him acutely aware of the calamity that had unfolded. The tide of spirits. Bam! Qin Feng slammed his palm onto the table, a tempest of fury surging within him. He could scarcely believe that such chaos had erupted in Jiangning City while he was in the midst of his cultivation. Thankfully, the Black and White Impermanence and the Night Wanderer were present. Otherwise, upon his awakening, Jiangning City would likely have been reduced to ruins. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking with tension. Jiangning City, as his first domain and the place he valued most, had suffered such a disaster. How could he not be enraged? After what felt like an eternity, Qin Feng gradually regained his composure. It was over. Even with his overwhelming anger, there was nowhere to vent it. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. If the situation had indeed reached its conclusion, why had no special sign-in been triggered? Previously, the small meatball and Yucheng had been able to help him activate special sign-ins. There was no reason the system would remain unresponsive after such a significant upheaval. Could it be that the source of this calamity had yet to be resolved? Qin Feng's eyes flickered with determination. Logically, the tide of spirits could not have erupted without any warning. He had been out daily to absorb the power of faith, yet had detected no signs whatsoever. This meant the tide had erupted unexpectedly. The remaining malevolent spirits in Jiangning City had been nearly eradicated, and those that remained were surely hiding. How could they dare to cause chaos in Jiangning City? Clearly, these malevolent spirits had not been present in Jiangning City prior, but had been lured here. Swish! A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He gazed towards the distant horizon, a faint golden glow suffusing his gaze. In his sight, nothing could escape scrutiny. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He spotted three figures on a hillside in the western outskirts of Jiangning City: Scarface, the Black Widow, and the Puppet. Nearby, there was a faint, indistinct shadow. Two S-class spirit tamers and one peak A-class. A chilling voice escaped Qin Feng's lips. For such a significant disturbance in Jiangning City, with two ghost kings emerging, these three spirit tamers remained indifferent, not even displaying a hint of surprise. There was only one possibility. These three were suspicious. On the hillside, a resonant voice echoed, "Let us go." The tide of spirits has ended, and the city god will not strike again. The manipulated puppet abruptly turned and began to walk away. Scarface glanced at the direction of Jiangning City, a lingering fear evident in his voice. I never expected that beneath the city goddess seat lay 4 great ghost kings. That it seems we have greatly underestimated the city goddess power. However, as long as we relay this news back, the organization will also reward us. Let us go. This tide of spirits, involving the 4 great ghost kings, had extinguished any illusions they had about further investigating the city god. One must ask, how strong must the city god be to command 4 great ghost kings? Thankfully, the city god had not intervened this time. Otherwise, with their meager strength, they would surely have been left behind in Jiangning City. Beside him, the Black Widow's once alluring visage had transformed into one of grave seriousness. She nodded solemnly and hastened to follow in the wake of Scar. The dialogue among the 3 reaffirmed Qin Feng's suspicions. In an instant, his gaze turned frigid as ice. The very next moment, both Scar and the Black Widow, striding purposefully into the distance, felt a chilling glare sweep over them, sending shivers down their spines. In that fleeting moment, their hair stood on end. Who? Scar's eyes darted warily around, yet all he could see was the desolate path and the vast expanse of starry sky above. No figure was in sight. Nevertheless, the vigilance in Scar's eyes did not wane in the slightest. A S and S rank ghost master. He could not afford to be mistaken. His abilities were exceptionally unique, allowing him to summon the malevolent spirits around him while being acutely sensitive to them. This only solidified his conviction. Someone was watching them. Should it have been an ordinary person, Scar would have felt no fear. However, that icy sensation stirred a sense of unease within him. Who could it be? Could it be the city god? Scar's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly turned to the Black Widow, exclaiming, "We might have been discovered by the city god. We must split up and retreat." His urgent voice rang out. And without hesitation, Scar pivoted to flee into the distance. The Black Widow offered no reply, yet her pace matched his every step. She understood that regardless of whether it was indeed the city god, their priority was to escape the city goddess domain as swiftly as possible to ensure their safety. Witnessing this scene, a deeper chill enveloped Qin Feng that he raised his right hand gently. With a flourish, the starry measuring ruler materialized in his grasp. It hummed and vibrated, its hand illuminating a faint, ethereal glow, as if eager to measure the balance of good and evil in the mortal realm. Measure the length of life and death in the mortal world. Qin Feng's icy voice echoed as the ruler shot forth, trailing a silvery comet-like tail through the void. Boom! A vast aura surged from above the city god temple. What is that? The ghost masters, busy with their aftermath, suddenly looked up in astonishment towards the direction of the temple. They beheld a brilliant light ascending from it, abruptly transforming into a radiant galaxy, resembling countless twinkling stars suspended in the sky, captivating all who gazed upon it. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air resonated. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling galaxy pierced the skies over Jiangning City. A chilling voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Measure the length of life and death in the mortal world. Measure the length of life and death in the mortal world. Zhu Lian gasped. His breath caught in his throat. This was the voice of the city god. No, it was the voice of the master of the Celestial Monitoring Division. Could it be that the master had personally intervened? Zhu Lian exclaimed, jolting Zhao Qingming from his stupor. Zhao Qingming's gaze flickered. The ghost tide had been quelled. What could possibly warrant the master of the Celestial Monitoring Division's personal involvement? Could it be that he had uncovered the mastermind behind it all? With this thought, Zhao Qingming felt his anger reignite, his feet pounding the ground as he raced towards the direction of the silvery light. He needed to know who had instigated the ghost tide. "Chief, where are you going?" Zhu Lian shouted, but received no response. Watching Zhao Qingming vanish in an instant, Zhu Lian clenched his teeth and instructed those behind him, "Continue managing things here. I will follow." Yes, at the Jiangning Sub-Bureau. Sensing the overwhelming aura, Chen Ming dashed out of the building, his eyes fixed on the galaxy traversing the sky, filled with fervent anticipation. A spirit tool. This was undoubtedly a spirit tool surpassing S-rank. But what kind of spirit tool could unleash such a magnificent aura? He had to see it for himself. On the other side, the master, He and Bai Wuchang, along with the Night Wanderer, immediately knelt in reverence, yet could not suppress their gazes upwards. Through the sea of stars, they glimpsed a ruler inscribed with starlight descending in the southern expanse of Jiangning City. Boom! A monumental aura rippled outward. In an instant, The crowd's pupils constricted as they hastily bowed their heads, their hearts gripped with terror. They sensed the essence contained within that ruler, as if it could obliterate the heavens and eradicate all evil in the world. Was this the power of the master? It was utterly terrifying. In the southern reaches of Jiangning, Scar and the Black Widow, who had been fleeing at breakneck speed, abruptly halted. They remained poised as they had been, yet found themselves unable to move another inch. Even their starkly contrasting eyes rendered immobile in that moment. It was as if the entirety of the world had come to a standstill. Their thoughts, too, slowed and hesitated. What is happening? Fear filled Scar's eyes as he sensed a terrifying presence descending from above that he could not identify its source. But he felt the spirits within him quaking, becoming restless, even violently thrashing against the shackles of their confinement, yearning to escape his body. Boom! The starry measuring ruler, suspended in midair, erupted in brilliant silver light, illuminating all darkness in the world. Golden, mysterious characters swirled around the ruler, a torrent of righteous energy surging forth. The earth trembled violently, the winds ceased their howling, and all creatures huddled together in abject fear. This caused Qin Ming, Zhao Qiming, and the others racing towards the scene to come to a sudden halt, their eyes wide with astonishment. Righteous energy. They felt that beneath this overwhelming aura, any hint of malevolent intent would provoke the spirit tool to strike. Was this the ability of the master of the Celestial Monitoring Division? Boom! The starry measuring ruler quivered slightly in the air, two beams of silvery light descending upon Scar and the Black Widow, ensnaring them tightly. In an instant, a searing pain surged from the depths of their souls, prompting them to unleash piercing screams. Suddenly, the screams were cut short. The two beams of silver light swiftly enveloped Scar and the Black Widow entirely, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies were consumed, reduced to mere dust. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's face glowed with exhilaration. Truly, this was a celestial-grade spirit tool. Even the lowly ghost kings were vaporized instantly. How extraordinarily powerful. Yet, alas, their souls had been obliterated. Otherwise, he would have taken great pleasure in adding a touch of torment to their already burdensome sins, forcing them to repent in anguish. But there is still one left. Qin Feng's gaze pierced through the void, swiftly scanning for the remaining figure. An elusive shadow concealed beneath the earth, appearing neither human nor ghost. It resembled a true shadow, minimizing its presence to the utmost. Were it not for the fact that this was the city god's domain, he might have truly overlooked this individual. This person's abilities were somewhat peculiar. However, the act of turning the living into puppets was nothing short of despicable. With a thought, Qin Feng vanished in an instant. The next moment, he hovered above that patch of earth, his hand shooting downward. The shadow trembling in the mud was filled with dread, its eyes wide with fear. It understood the strength of the city god, yet could not fathom the extent of such power. Without even appearing, merely a spirit tool had effortlessly rendered two S-rank ghost masters to ashes. What level of strength was this? Had the city god truly attained the legendary SSS rank? It needed to relay this information back to the Celestial Monitoring Division without delay. Suddenly, a tremendous force of suction emerged, startling the phantom within. Yet, before he could react, he felt his soul detach from his corporeal form. A tearing sensation emanating from the depths of his spirit, compelling him to let out a wretched scream. In a swift motion, Qin Feng seized the phantom and directly thrust it into the city god's seal. The unleashed ghost tide wreaked havoc in Jiangning, claiming countless lives, an act utterly unforgivable. Henceforth, you shall endure the torment of karmic flames day and night to atone for your misdeeds. As his authoritative voice fell, a radiant light emanated from the city god's seal. Through the glistening black jade, one could perceive a cluster of azure flames igniting, enveloping the phantom entirely. A chorus of heart-wrenching cries erupted incessantly. With a flick of his hand, Qin Feng retracted the city god's seal. Buzz! The celestial measuring device trembled twice in midair, its silvery radiance retracting, and in an instant, the vast expanse of silvery brilliance vanished, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. The starlit measuring device landed in Qin Feng's palm. That moment, a clear notification from the system resonated in his ear. Ding! Subduing the ghost tide in Jiangning has triggered a special sign-in. Do you wish to sign in? With a thought, Qin Feng was instantaneously transported back to the Celestial Monitoring Division. Sign in successful. You have acquired 1,000 strands of merit power. You have received the Galaxy Robe. Your jurisdiction has expanded to encompass the entire Jiangdu Prefecture. A cascade of system notifications brought a glimmer of joy to Qin Feng's eyes. He gazed into the distance. Boom, boom, the sound of thunder resonated. As if the heavens themselves were splitting apart. Suddenly, a massive swirl of purple clouds coalesced on the eastern horizon. Although not significantly larger than before, the richness of the purple hue had intensified. The clouds swiftly drifted towards the city god temple, descending upon it in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, a robust purple beam cascaded downwards. Qin Feng stepped forward and, in the next moment, found himself atop the city goddess' residence, actively welcoming the purple light. Bathed in the power of merit, Qin Feng felt an indescribable sense of relief. The warmth enveloping him was so profound that it almost compelled him to moan in pleasure. After 10 full minutes, he had absorbed all the merit power. A subtle golden glow radiated from him, rendering him akin to a statue wrought from gold. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. A fissure appeared on Qin Feng's golden skin. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the persistent sounds, the fissure rapidly expanded, enveloping his entire being. Soon after, flakes of gold began to peel away, transforming into specks of golden light that dissipated, revealing skin as fair as jade. The golden body of merit reached the 5th rank. Swish! Qin Feng opened his eyes. A flash of golden light illuminated his gaze, which now bore one black and one golden pupil. The black iris seemed to embody endless darkness, reminiscent of the nether realms, exuding a terrifying aura. The golden pupil, in contrast, radiated an air of majesty, akin to a true deity, emanating righteous energy. His gaze swept across the system panel, and he beheld the title section shifting once more. Title: King Yin. A smile graced Qin Feng's lips as two distinctly different energies intertwined within him, generating an overwhelming pressure that caused the entire mountain to tremble. Boom! The mountain suddenly collapsed, taking the celestial monitoring division along with it in a cataclysmic collapse. In the next moment, as the billowing dust settled, Qin Feng was revealed, hovering in midair, his enigmatic gaze surveying the vast earth below. He gently raised his right hand. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as dark clouds swiftly gathered, crackling with countless blue and purple lightning bolts, producing a symphony of sizzling sparks. This colossal disturbance caused the recently returned denizens of the underworld to change their expressions. What transpired? Is it the master of the division? No, it is the King Yin. Their pupils constricted in alarm, and one by one, they knelt to the ground, overwhelmed by the immense aura that left them gasping for breath. Yu Cheng's face turned pale with terror. King Yin, the legendary ruler of the underworld, presiding over the fates of all souls. The saying, when King Yin calls, who can survive till dawn, aptly illustrates his status in myth and lore. The thought of the division master ascending to the rank of King Yin was unfathomable. As fleeting thoughts flitted through his mind, Yu Cheng quickly lowered his head, suppressing any reckless speculation at that moment. As Qin Feng made a downward slicing motion, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! Where the blue and purple lightning swept across, the desolate earth suddenly split open, revealing a chasm 10 meters wide, resembling an abyss, the 9 nether hell. An imposing voice reverberated, as Qin Feng extended his hand towards the gaping fissure. Boom! The ground began to quake violently, the surrounding earth rolling away to either side, as ominous green light surged forth from the crack. Instantly, a tempest roared. This was no ordinary wind, but the essence of malevolent spirits. Yet, this malevolence surpassed that of the previous underworld spirits, as if it were the collective wails of countless wronged souls. The chilling aura penetrated to the core, causing even the night wanderer and the spectral duo of Black and White Impermanence to tremble. Their heads bowed, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The small fleshball nestled in the night wanderer's embrace, burying its tiny face against his chest, shivering uncontrollably. The 9 nether hell, also known as the abysmal hell, is designed to punish the most heinous of malevolent spirits. It comprises 18 layers. Any malevolent spirit cast into the 18 layers of hell has no hope of escape unless they endure sufficient punishment to earn a chance at reincarnation. Each layer of hell is fraught with horrific tortures, such as the ice hell and the blood river hell, with varying penalties based on the severity of the malevolent spirit's crimes. Yet, they share a commonality. Any malevolent spirit entering hell will suffer eternal torment day and night. The 18th layer, the boundless hell, is the deepest abyss, the most terrifying and enigmatic level of the 9 nether hell. No one has ever witnessed it firsthand. nor has any malevolent spirit ever escaped the 18th layer of hell. They are condemned to eternal damnation. As the howling winds of despair echoed, it seemed that countless vengeful spirits were crying out, striving to claw their way out from the depths, the terrifying sounds forcing the ghostly figures to bury their heads deep. The feeble messengers, devoid of intelligence, also knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Boom! Accompanied by a colossal rumble, a massive mountain emerged from the chasm, revealing a pitch-black opening at its forefront, from within the cave. A sinister green light emanated, along with a continuous outpouring of terrifying ghostly essence. Above the entrance, for ancient characters were inscribed, 9 Nether Hell. Following this, boom, a solemn and majestic palace crashed down upon the fissure. Enveloped in swirling ghostly essence, exuding an eerie aura, steps extended downward from the palace, and the plaque atop it boasted 3 grand characters. King Yan's Hall. The brushstrokes of these characters flowed with an innate elegance. Imbued with an endless aura of righteousness, Qin Feng slightly raised his hand. The dark clouds above dispersed, the fissure in the ground vanished, and the wails of the spirits abruptly ceased, in an instant. All was silent. Yet, within the 9 Nether Hell, ghostly energy continued to surge forth as if asserting its existence. Swish! The figure of Qin Feng abruptly vanished. In the next moment, he found himself within the grand hall of the King of Hell. Seated upon the dais, his gaze pierced through the void, resting upon the multitude still kneeling outside the hall. With a somber tone, he addressed them. In quelling the rebellion in Jiangning, all have contributed. Yet the failure to promptly suppress the surge of malevolent spirits has resulted in countless innocent lives lost in Jiangning, which cannot be overlooked. The merits and demerits cannot be equalized. The expressions of the Night Wanderer and others grew solemn. Although the outbreak of the malevolent spirits was sudden, had the 4 great ghost kings acted decisively the moment it erupted, the casualties would have been significantly fewer. Their various considerations had led to this grievous toll, and they recognized their own dereliction. Leaders of each department, enter the hall. Qin Feng's authoritative voice resonated in the ears of the gathered. The Night Wanderer and the others looked up at the imposing king of Hell's hall, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, and ascended the steps. The grand staircase comprised 99 tiers, each one imposing a tremendous weight upon them. The higher they climbed, the greater the pressure became, causing the 4 ghost kings, including the Night Wanderer, to furrow their brows, feeling the strain. Meanwhile, Jixiang and the duo of Oxhead and Horseface were even paler, each gasping for breath. Plop, plop, cold beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads, splattering upon the steps below. Was this the punishment bestowed by the King of Hell? Though such thoughts crossed their minds, none harbored a shred of dissatisfaction in comparison to the thousands of lives lost in Jiangning. Their minor punishment seemed trifling. Thud, thud, the heavy footsteps echoed, and even the Night Wanderer, with his formidable stature, did not shatter the steps beneath him. Rather, as he ascended, his pace slowed, especially while cradling the little meatball, which felt as though he were bearing a mountain upon his shoulders. In contrast, although the Black and White Impermanence were unburdened by the child, they too felt as if they bore the weight of colossal stones upon their shoulders. Oxhead, Horseface, and Jixiang gritted their teeth, their faces ashen, yet they continued to ascend, unwilling to lag behind. As they stepped onto the final tier, the overwhelming pressure suddenly dissipated before they could catch their breath. A thunderous roar erupted. 2 immense auras surged from Oxhead and Horseface. I have been promoted, Oxhead exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration as he examined his hands, disbelief filling his eyes at that moment when the weight lifted. He felt his previously unyielding bottleneck loosen, and he had finally ascended to the rank of a junior ghost king. Horseface shared in the excitement, although they had recently achieved the peak of ghost generals. Transitioning to the Ghost King level through their own efforts would typically require considerable time. Yet, now they had effortlessly broken through. This was no punishment. It was clearly a reward from the King of Hell. Thud! Oxhead and Horseface immediately knelt, clasping their fists, and fervently expressed, "Thank you, King of Hell. Thank you, King of Hell." The Night Wanderer, cradling the little meatball, along with the Black and White Impermanence, also knelt in unison, their faces reflecting the same exhilaration. Though they did not receive a direct promotion like Oxhead and Horseface, they too had made gains to varying degrees. The Night Wanderer and the Little Meatball, having previously shared the Blood King's essence, were on the verge of a breakthrough. and when the pressure vanished, they too advanced to the intermediate Ghost King level. The Black and White Impermanence did not achieve a breakthrough, for they had only recently ascended to the Junior Ghost King rank, and advancement at this stage was notoriously challenging. However, they sensed their cultivation had solidified significantly, teetering on the brink of another breakthrough. Compared to the others, Jixiang was even more thrilled. This time, he had only advanced to the Senior Ghost General level. But for him, moving from a B-level senior to an A-level senior was akin to leaping a significant tier in a remarkably short span. This elevation felt like riding a rocket. He had never experienced such a method of cultivation. All thanks to the King of Hell. All come in to speak. The authoritative voice resounded, as Qin Feng's gaze swept across the hall, surveying the figures standing outside, and he nodded in satisfaction. His successful promotion was largely due to the timely efforts of these subordinates in averting the calamity. Rewards were imperative. However, positions could not be conferred lightly. Thus, he had chosen to reward them through their strength, for the prowess of his subordinates was a reflection of his own. Therefore, he had just invoked the oppressive might of the Ghost Lord to assist them. The Ghost Lord was a level above the Ghost Kings, a ruler akin to ancient monarchs, capable of commanding a domain. Naturally, merits and demerits could not be equalized. Punishment was also necessary. Otherwise, what would remain of his authority in the future? At that moment, swoosh, a figure leaped into Qin Feng's embrace. It was the little meatball. Grasping tightly at his sleeve, the child rubbed its small face against his chest, as if seeking to curry favor or claim credit. "Thank you, King." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the little meatball in his arms, his eyes flickering with surprise. The little one seemed to have grown since their last encounter, where it had once appeared to be merely a few months old. It now resembled a 1-year-old infant. Although its speech was not fully coherent, its enunciation was markedly clearer, evidence of emerging language skills. Was this a result of its promotion? If so, would the little meatball continue to grow? Qin Feng was uncertain, for according to the records in the Ghostly Demon Compendium, ghost infants were a peculiar type of malevolent spirit, remaining in a state of infancy regardless of their strength. Yet the little meatball's situation was evidently exceptional, leaving him curious about what it might become in the future. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Qin Feng extended his right hand, playfully tapping the little one's nose, and affectionately remarked, "You should have a thorough cleansing." The Blood King had claimed countless lives, and its malevolent aura was substantial, even more so than that of previous ghost generals, while the Night Wanderer, being a fierce spirit, was largely unaffected by such energies. The little meatball was different. It lacked the physique of a ghostly deity. Despite gaining sentience, it was not fully formed and required purification through the power of incense. "Ow, ow," the little meatball pouted, its small face scrunching up in displeasure. It leaped down from Qin Feng's embrace and vanished in a flash. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. The little rascal knows how to hide. The purification process was akin to a rigorous ordeal, akin to renewing the little one's very essence, which would undoubtedly be painful. However, this was the underworld. Where could it possibly escape? Qin Feng did not rush to retrieve the little one. Instead, turning his gaze towards the figures entering the hall, his expression suddenly serious. "By Wuchang, report on the casualties and outcomes of this battle." By Wuchang shuddered, immediately kneeling with one knee, his countenance grave as he reported. Reporting to the King of Hell, a total of 1,529 ghostly agents were deployed, slaying 5,532 malevolent spirits, 1 ghost king, and capturing another ghost king. Together with He Wuchang, we brought back 527 souls of the ghostly controllers, but in the conflict in Jiangning, 840 ghostly agents perished. Listening to the staggering figures, Qin Feng's expression hardened. These over 1,000 ghostly agents had been painstakingly gathered by Oxhead, Horseface, Night Wanderer, and the others over time, having scoured 3 cities within their jurisdiction, and now, nearly half had perished in this single encounter. The nascent underworld, which had only recently begun to take shape, had swiftly been returned to its original state. Previously, due to the demonic tide, everyone was far too preoccupied to apprehend the malevolent spirits or fill the vacancies within the realm of the underworld. In essence, the only individuals capable of addressing this deficiency are those fallen spirit tamers. Although, in comparison, these individuals are significantly more valuable than the mindless specters, their numbers remain woefully inadequate. One must consider that a single outbreak of demonic chaos can unleash thousands, if not tens of thousands, of vengeful spirits. It is uncertain how many malevolent entities exist nationwide. In contrast, the strength of his subordinates is still alarmingly insufficient. With this thought, Qin Feng abruptly raised his gaze towards the assembly. In a grave tone, he declared, "As a punishment for your transgressions, I require that you refrain from rest for a month and abstain from absorbing the power of incense. Furthermore, you must capture a sufficient number of malevolent spirits within Jiangdu County to fill the vacancies of the underworld officials." "Yes," the assembly responded, kneeling on one knee with clasped fists. Internally, however, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although the deities do not require sleep, they still need time each day for cultivation, drawing upon the offerings from the city god's temple. Yet, in light of the rewards at stake, this punishment is remarkably lenient. At that moment, Bai Wuchang suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty, what shall be done with the captured Demon King? Black and White Wuchang are merely junior Demon Kings. Moreover, they possess the city god's seal, which prevents them from refining a Demon King of such caliber into an underworld official." Demon King? Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Previously, when he surveyed Jiangning City, he had only witnessed one Demon King being devoured, while another had evidently been captured by Black and White Wuchang into the city god's seal. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Release that Demon King." "Yes," Bai Wuchang replied with a respectful gesture. He then rose and raised his hand, manifesting the city god's seal. With a whoosh, a figure emerged from the seal, crashing to the ground within the grand hall. That it was none other than the half-corrupted Demon King. The Demon King's expression shifted in shock. Despite having exited the city god's seal, the intense pain still clawed at her, lingering like a parasite. Yet at that moment, she was utterly unconcerned with the pain or the nature of her surroundings. Instead, the instant she landed, she sprinted towards the hall's exit. "Impudent! You dare to behave recklessly before the King of Hell." Bai Wuchang's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that this Demon King would dare to act so brazenly in the presence of the King of Hell. Should he provoke the King's wrath, he would not be able to bear the consequences. However, before he could make a move, a cold snort echoed in his ears. Humph! In an instant, the half-corrupted body of the Demon King froze mid-air. At that moment, the air within the entire hall seemed to solidify, and the Demon King found herself unable to howl or struggle, rendered completely motionless, even her voice failing to escape her lips. A chilling sensation coursed down her spine, enveloping her in an abyss of frost. It was excruciatingly frigid. Instantly, the Demon King's scalp tingled with fear. What kind of power is this? Her eyes brimmed with terror. As a junior Demon King, she found herself utterly powerless against such force. Who was the one who emitted that cold snort? The King of Hell? Who is it? Suddenly, with a thud, the Demon King fell heavily to the ground. This time, she did not dare to flee, her gaze warily scanning her surroundings. She comprehended the solemn grandeur of the hall, and she recognized the presence of Black and White Wuchang, the Night Wanderer, and other figures. A Demon King. The Demon King trembled within 0.5 Demon Kings. What manner of place is this? Why are there so many Demon Kings here? Then, she caught sight of a man seated regally in the hall. He appeared exceedingly youthful, with skin as pale as jade, evoking an irresistible desire within her to possess him. His countenance, while radiating an indescribable authority, was also adorned with features that would captivate any woman's heart. Thump, thump, the Demon King felt her long-lost heart begin to race uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with profound infatuation. Is this the King of Hell? How can such a handsome man exist in this world? Oh, how she wished to claim him for herself. Qin Feng observed the grotesquely decayed Demon King gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration and could not help but furrow his brow, feeling a wave of nausea rising within him. Boom! A formidable pressure erupted forth. Instantly, the Demon King shuddered, feeling as if something were crushing her beneath the immense force. As though her bones were being ground to dust, a series of piercing screams reverberated throughout the hall, sending chills down the spines of the Night Wanderer and others. Suddenly, a voice demanded, "From whence do you come, and why have you appeared in Jiangning City?" Qin Feng regarded the Demon King coldly. Had Black and White Wuchang not captured this Demon King in time, it was uncertain how many lives she would have claimed. He harbored no mercy for such malevolent spirits. Yet, rather than simply casting this Demon King into the depths of the underworld as a test subject, he sought to uncover the origins of these malevolent entities. More importantly, where do these spirits emerge from? Following this demonic tide, he had come to a disconcerting realization The number of malevolent entities in this world is alarmingly vast. Most of the time, they remain concealed within various cities, easily overlooked. While a portion of these spirits may be the result of human deaths, such as some lowly specters, vengeful spirits, or even former demon generals, there are also spirit tamers specifically tasked with eradicating these malevolent beings. It is illogical that, after more than a century, the spirits have not only persisted but proliferated. Therefore, he harbored grave doubts that all malevolent entities are merely transformed humans. Moreover, there is the matter of the demon kings. Previously, he had sensed no presence of demon kings near Jiangning City. Thus, the sudden emergence of two demon kings raises an alarming question. Where did they come from? Although he had yet to visit other cities within Huaxia, he was acutely aware of the threat posed by demon kings. Once they unleashed their wrath, an entire city could be reduced to ruins, making it impossible for a place like Jiangning City to maintain its facade of tranquility. Furthermore, it could conceal itself from the vast majority of ordinary people. So, where had these demon kings been hiding prior to this? I do not know. I was awakened by someone, and when I appeared, I found myself in this city. Please spare me. I truly know nothing. The demon king lay prostrate on the ground, her sharp claws scratching the floor, leaving behind deep gouges. The excruciating pain compelled her to plead for mercy. She would rather be reduced to ashes than endure such torment. Hearing the demon king's words, Qin Feng furrowed his brow in concern. Awakened by someone, it must have been those three spirit tamers. He gazed down at the demon king, sensing her aura waning, and withdrew the pressure enveloping her, continuing his interrogation. Are you saying you were in slumber all this time? The moment the agonizing pain subsided, the demon king lowered her head, no longer daring to look around recklessly. The deities, the king of hell, is a genuine deity. How could a mere demon king like me dare to covet such a being? I have been in slumber. I have not taken any lives. Please, spare me. Why were you in slumber? Where did you slumber? I do not know. It was dark, and I vaguely recall a great battle, where many demons and even deities perished. Yes, deities. Then, I fell into slumber. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. A battle among deities? He initially sought to uncover the origins of these malevolent entities, but he did not expect to stumble upon such a shocking revelation. If this demon king had indeed been in slumber, what of the deities? Had they also fallen into slumber? He hastily raised his gaze towards the demon king, his tone urgent as he inquired. What caused the great battle? Where do you come from? Why did you seek to slay the deities? The barrage of questions jolted the demon king. She had been in slumber for far too long, and only upon awakening had her consciousness begun to resurface. Yet, these three questions prompted a cascade of fragmented memories to surface within her mind. Why? Suddenly, the eyes of the corrupted king transformed into a vivid crimson. She abruptly propped herself up, gazing at Qin Feng with a voice tinged with madness. She roared. Why? Because this place shall become our paradise. The demon lord will lead us to conquer all realms. And you, along with everyone else, shall perish. All shall perish. Ha ha ha. Her maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the grand hall, casting a pall of dread over Night Wanderer and the others, with the king of hell present. They were naturally unconcerned about the corrupted king inflicting harm, yet they were taken aback by her words. Transforming this place into a paradise. The war of ghosts and deities? What truly transpired over a century ago? Qin Feng, however, keenly seized upon two phrases, demon lord in realms. This implied that, in the eyes of these malevolent beings, their world was referred to as a realm, and there existed countless such realms in this world. Did that mean the habitats of these malevolent entities were also termed realms? And who was the demon lord mentioned by the Ghost King? Was he their supreme ruler? A flicker of intrigue crossed Qin Feng's gaze as he swiftly inquired. Who is the demon lord? Where is he? What is his strength? The corrupted king's crimson eyes blazed with intensity as she replied. The demon lord is our exalted and magnificent existence. You insignificant ants are unworthy of even knowing his name. Suddenly, in less than the blink of an eye, the corrupted king's body swelled into a massive orb. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. His right hand lunged towards the corrupted king, an immense pressure erupting from his being. Boom! The air within the grand hall seemed to freeze. However, the next moment, a faint hissing sound pierced the silence. The corrupted king, whom Qin Feng had just grasped, deflated like a punctured balloon, visibly wilting. Her eyes instantly lost their luster. Following this, the corrupted king's form dissipated into tendrils of black smoke, scattering into the surroundings. All of this transpired with such rapidity that even with Qin Feng's timely intervention, it bore no fruit. With a clenched fist and a furrowed brow, Qin Feng pondered. The Ghost King exhibited a near-maniacal veneration for the Demon Lord. Yet, why did the Ghost King disintegrate upon mentioning him? Qin Feng could not fathom this. He speculated that perhaps the words the Ghost King was about to utter brushed against some forbidden boundary, likely related to the Demon Lord. Despite his ignorance of the Demon Lord's strength, the ability to obliterate a Ghost King in an instant undoubtedly surpassed his own, for the underworld was his domain, a true dominion of spirits. What he previously showcased before the others, the city god's mansion, was merely a projection of his dominion. Within the underworld, he could wield absolute control, yet the fact that another could kill within his domain was a terrifying revelation. He had not forgotten the war of ghosts and deities. Just how formidable was the Demon Lord, who could annihilate deities? A surge of intense crisis welled up within Qin Feng. If the Ghost King could be awakened, what of the Demon Lord? Where were the realms inhabited by these malevolent beings? And how many resided therein? What was their strength? Were these malevolent entities merely in slumber, or was there some special reason for their lack of aggression towards their world? And what of the deities? Had they perished in battle, or were they also ensnared in slumber? If they were simply in a dormant state, it was only a matter of time before these deities would awaken, and when that time came, how would they regard him as an outsider? Qin Feng's mind was beset with an overwhelming multitude of questions. He could not ascertain whether the true awakening of the deities would result in benevolence or hostility toward him. Yet, he had never contemplated placing all his hopes upon these deities. Relying on others was far less dependable than relying on oneself. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly enhance his own strength. As thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Feng turned to Night Wanderer and the others, who appeared visibly shaken, clearly impacted by the recent revelations. Particularly, Jixiang looked utterly dazed, as if still reeling from the shock. From Jixiang's expression, Qin Feng discerned that he was entirely oblivious to these matters, thus refraining from probing further or seeking insights from the ghost tamers they had brought back, even if the ghost tamers were privy to something. Such information was classified and not meant for public dissemination. Qin Feng's gaze traversed the void, landing on the ghost tamers brought back by the Black and White Impermanence. Each ghost tamer appeared flustered, yet curiously surveying their surroundings. Filled with wonder, yet still reeling from the recent encounter with the realm of the dead. With a swift motion, Qin Feng raised his right hand, manifesting the city god seal. Boom! A colossal phantom materialized above the hall of the King of Hell. And an immense pressure surged forth. The ghost tamers gasped in shock, feeling a chilling aura rise from their feet to the crown of their heads. Thud! Thud! One by one, they knelt, too frightened to utter a word. Hereby, you are appointed as Yin officials. Recognizing your merits in life, you may enter the soul refinement pool of the underworld for a single baptism. Qin Feng's voice echoed throughout the underworld. Enhancing strength was not solely his own pursuit, but the collective strength of the underworld. Otherwise, how could they contend with the myriad malevolent entities of the mysterious realms in the future? As Qin Feng's words concluded, the city god's seal shimmered with radiant light. Whoosh! Streams of golden light emanated from the seal, coalescing into the characters for Yin official, which flew into the foreheads of the assembled in an instant. The ghost tamers, once clad in various peculiar garb, transformed into Yin officials adorned in official robes. The crowd was both astonished and elated, while some gazed blankly, uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, a hurried voice pierced through the air. Do not forget to express your gratitude to the King of Hell. It was Jixiang. As a former ghost tamer, Jixiang was a pioneer among these individuals. Despite the heavy losses sustained by the ghost tamers this time, witnessing his former brethren attain the same status as himself brought him immense joy. Now, these individuals were also granted the King of Hell's favor to enhance their strength. This was a tremendous boon. Upon hearing Jixiang's words, the assembled ghost tamers nervously exclaimed, "Thank you, King of Hell." With that, the phantom dissipated. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and turned to Jixiang in the hall, speaking in a calm tone. "Jixiang, for the time being, you shall guide these Yin officials to familiarize themselves with the underworld." Though Jixiang had maintained a decent rapport with the Black and White Impermanence, he was originally human and thus felt a closer kinship to them. He understood that the King of Hell was granting him an opportunity to bond with his former brothers. Overcome with emotion, he knelt and clasped his fists in response. "Yes." Qin Feng nodded slightly before turning to Night Wanderer and the Black and White Impermanence. "Night Wanderer, The jurisdiction now extends over the entire Jiangdu Prefecture. I require you to establish 128 offices throughout Jiangdu Prefecture, entrusted to these Yin officials for management, ensuring that all corners of Jiangdu are patrolled by Yin officials. The Bullhead and Horseface have earned the right to oversee the punishment of evil office and the quick report office. The rest shall continue in their respective duties. In Qin Feng's discourse, he mentioned 128 offices, distinct from the previously noted execution office and wealth accumulation office. The 72 offices of the underworld are fixed entities, serving as specialized bureaucracies that necessitate divine spirits to oversee them. Had it not been for Yu Qing's prior contributions, he would not have entrusted him with the position of the inspectorate. Although Yu Qing bears the official robes imbued with the power of incense, allowing him to absorb its energy, he does not truly qualify as a genuine spirit. It is only after being conferred the title of inspector that he gains protection through his official capacity, enabling him to cultivate to earn the true qualifications of a bona fide spirit. However, the transition from spirit to divine spirit requires considerable time. The souls of these ghost tamers, lacking official titles, may cultivate through the power of incense, yet they are incapable of becoming true divine spirits. Official titles must not be conferred recklessly. Otherwise, chaos would ensue within the underworld. Of course, this matter is not urgent. In this era plagued by malevolent spirits, achieving remarkable feats is not entirely out of reach. Rewards and recognition will be discussed in due course. Qin Feng's current proposal for the establishment of these 128 offices primarily aims to enable these ghost tamers to oversee the lower-ranking ghost officials, who will later be responsible for maintaining order and preventing the resurgence of ghostly tides. His voice echoed continuously within the grand hall, prompting figures such as the Night Wanderer to kneel, respectfully clasping their fists and affirming, "Yes, you may withdraw." Upon the conclusion of his words, the assembly swiftly exited the Hall of Yama. Only then did Qin Feng lift his gaze, sweeping it across the entirety of the underworld. Shortly, he spotted a small, pudgy figure leaping onto a ghost tamer, the Ghost King. The ghost tamers exclaimed in alarm. The incident involving the ghost infant had not spread throughout the Jiangning branch, even though all were aware that they resided in the underworld. The sight of a ghost infant of the Ghost King rank was enough to induce panic. A chorus of tinkling laughter resounded as the small figure frolicked joyfully, leaping from one person to another, blowing chilly air at one and tugging the hair of another, thoroughly enjoying itself. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle as he reached out towards the small figure, grasping at the air. Whoosh! The little creature swiftly soared towards the Hall of Yama and, in the next moment, landed in Qin Feng's embrace. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the small figure curled into a ball, gripping tightly with its little hands. Gazing up at him with a woeful expression, pouting as if on the verge of tears, Qin Feng paid little heed to the small creature's plight. With a gentle motion, he instantaneously channeled the previously untransformed power of incense into the small figure's body. Hiss! Wisp after wisp of black smoke spiraled from the creature's head. The small figure emitted muffled whines. Yet under Qin Feng's imposing presence, it dared not unleash a full cry, nor did it attempt to flee. Instead, it huddled into a tight ball, its little face scrunched up in an expression of utter helplessness. Observing the small creature in such a state tugged at Qin Feng's heartstrings. Yet, he did not cease the flow of incense power. Rather, he accelerated it, for the malevolent energy surrounding the small figure must be entirely eradicated. Otherwise, with the accumulation of this malevolence, even if the small creature harbored no ill intentions, wherever it went, desolation would ensue. He sighed softly, offering gentle reassurance. "Bear with it. Once the cleansing is complete, I shall take you out to play." The small figure's hollow eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of brightness at the mention of play. Hearing the whispered promise, Qin Feng instinctively lifted his gaze, peering through the void towards the somewhat dilapidated Jiangning city. His merit body had reached the 5th grade, and his spirit had attained the level of a fledgling ghost king. To further advance, the required power of faith and merit would only increase. Relying solely on personal cultivation could take an indeterminate amount of time. Thus, the most effective strategy would be to trigger special sign-ins as frequently as possible. With this in mind, he resolved that he could not remain in the underworld indefinitely, but must venture into the mortal realm. With this thought, Qin Feng's determination solidified. Once he had completed the cleansing for the small figure, he intended to take it on a tour of the territories, to ground his own cultivation and concurrently appreciate the scenery of the mortal world, not to mention the divine spirit token. During this period, he had been so preoccupied with cultivation that he had neglected to nurture his accompanying spiritual artifact, the Divine Spirit Token, which held the potential to evolve into a divine-grade artifact in the future. How could he afford to overlook it? At dawn, the first rays of sunlight cascaded down, gradually dispelling the lingering chill of the night in Jiangning City. After a night of arduous labor, Zhao Qingming and others finally returned to the Jiangning branch, at last able to catch their breath. However, every face appeared shrouded in a cloud of worry, devoid of any semblance of joy in the conference room. The report on the recent ghost tide indicated that 527 ghost tamers had perished, including 352 D-grade tamers, 170 C-grade tamers, and 5 B-grade tamers. In total, 3,360 citizens had lost their lives, predominantly young adults, with 6 buildings and 1 park destroyed. Xiao Mei's voice resounded continuously in the conference room, plunging everyone back into silence. The loss of over 3,000 ordinary lives and more than 500 ghost tamers was undeniably monumental for Jiangning City. After Xiao Mei concluded her report and took her seat, Zhao Qingming rose to address Li Xinjing and the others who had arrived early, his expression heavy with guilt. Minister Li, I failed to anticipate the outbreak of the ghost tide, and thus my negligence has resulted in this calamity. The existence of the malevolent spirits may soon become impossible to conceal. I implore the Provincial Bureau to impose penalties upon me in the entirety of Jiangning City. With a population exceeding 1 million, the number of ghost tamers was merely in the thousands. Even if they used their abilities to alter the memories of ordinary citizens, convincing them that a natural disaster had occurred, the effectiveness of such mass memory manipulation was limited. It was highly probable that some individuals retained their memories intact, especially among those who had lost loved ones during the ghost tide. Some had lost spouses, while others had lost parents and children. Their recollections of the ghost tide were particularly vivid. Regardless of how memories were altered, not all could be erased. Upon hearing Zhao Qingming's words, Li Xinjing regarded him with deep contemplation before turning his gaze around the conference table. Unlike routine high-level meetings, this session included the captains of all operational teams. His gaze swept over Zhu Lian, Xiao Mei, Yao Na, and the other ghost tamers, noticing the bloodshot veins in their eyes and their haggard expressions, yet their eyes were also filled with self-reproach and guilt. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Li Xinjing stood, his expression grave as he declared, I understand that everyone is feeling remorseful, but I wish to convey that you all handled this ghost tide remarkably well. Jiangning City is the only city to have survived the sudden outbreak of the ghost tide. The only one. Throughout the history of Huaxia, there had been numerous instances of ghost tides. According to the research team's findings, ghost tides do not occur without pattern. Rather, they follow a cyclic nature, typically erupting every 10 years. However, in the last 30 years, the cycle had shortened to 5 years, or even 3. With the frequency of malevolent spirit disturbances increasing, the ghost tide cycles continued to diminish, and even the research team could not ascertain when the next outbreak would occur. However, under normal circumstances, when a ghost tide erupted, it would create significant disturbances, providing the Special Events Management Department ample time to prepare, thereby mitigating the losses caused by the ghost tide. Yet, if a ghost tide were to erupt unexpectedly, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. Li Xinjing's words resonated. The assembly was jolted into awareness. The only one. How could that be possible? Li Xinjing observed the expressions of the crowd, continuing to speak slowly. In the foundational training of the ghost tamers, you should be aware that there are 2 cities in the expanse of Huaxia that have vanished, buried by history. The appearance of the Ghost King has rendered those cities mere ruins to this day, irreparable, and they have become true forbidden zones in Huaxia. However, what you do not know is that the history of Huaxia contains far more cities that have succumbed to ruin. Sangzhou in Tianfu Prefecture and Xishan in Suling Prefecture are cities whose traces you will not find in the chronicles of the Ghost Tamers, for they have long since been reduced to wastelands. The reason these cities became ruins is akin to what you have experienced. In an instant, Li Xinjing's gaze sharpened. They all fell victim to a man-made surge of ghosts. There were no signs, no forewarnings. Under such circumstances, these cities were obliterated overnight. Indeed, not a single soul survived. The somber tones echoed incessantly within the conference room, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. Moreover, it is astonishing that there exist cities that have endured similar fates as theirs. They could scarcely imagine what would have become of Jiangning if the four great ghost kings of the underworld had not intervened, with thousands of ghostly enforcers deployed. Would it too have been reduced to a wasteland? Hidden by history, if these ghostly surges are indeed man-made, does that imply someone has mastered the art of controlling the multitude of ghosts? Who might these individuals be, and what is their purpose in unleashing these ghostly tides? In contrast, the faces of Zhan Yu and others bore no semblance of surprise, including Chen Ming, who remained silent in this recent surge of ghosts. There were even two entities of Ghost King caliber. Even with the strength of Jiangdu Prefecture's capital, casualties would undoubtedly be severe, let alone Jiangning. The defenses of Jiangning, while perhaps formidable compared to most cities in Jiangdu Prefecture, are utterly powerless against a Ghost King. Yet, under such circumstances, Jiangning has only lost over 3,000 ordinary citizens and sacrificed more than 500 ghost tamers. Such losses, in the eyes of Zhao Qingming and the others, are indeed substantial. However, they also believe they have minimized the damage, all thanks to the presence of the guardian deity, the master of the monitoring heaven division. Taking a deep breath, Zhan Yu rose and addressed the assembly. Everyone, you have heard Minister Li's words. Surviving this ghostly tide event means you are fortunate indeed. Moreover, I trust you are all aware of the situation in Jixiang. Those fallen brothers will accompany us in another form, and you need not harbor guilt or self-reproach. Instead, we must quickly regain our spirits. At this juncture, Zhan Yu's expression suddenly turned exceedingly grave. Do you know why Minister Li chose to share this with you today? Confusion blanketed the faces of the crowd. Even Zhao Qiming furrowed his brow, eyes clouded with perplexity. As the head of the inspection department in the southeastern district of Jiangdu Prefecture, he naturally knew more than the average person. Yet the information Minister Li had just divulged was merely a vague awareness to him. Why would Minister Li suddenly reveal such classified information? Surely, it was not merely to console everyone, observing the sea of bewilderment. Zhan Yu turned to Li Xinjian. Upon receiving a nod from his counterpart, he returned his gaze to the assembly and spoke in a low voice. You are all aware of the existence of the organization known as Tianxia, often hailed as the most enigmatic group and a refuge for all wanted criminals. Yet few realize that this organization has long been in existence. Tracing its roots, it even parallels the establishment of the Special Management Bureau. The members of Tianxia are cunning. They typically do not confront us head-on. However, we have detected their presence behind the recent surge of ghosts, leading us to suspect that these sudden outbreaks are orchestrated by Tianxia. Despite years of investigation, we have been unable to ascertain their true motives for igniting these ghostly tides, including this recent event. However, the eruption of this ghostly tide has led us to suspect that their true aim is not destruction, but something related to the divine. The faces of Zhao Qingming and others shifted dramatically. If their motive truly pertains to the divine, then it is directed at the master of the monitoring heaven division. What are Tianxia's intentions? At that moment, Li Xinjian leaned against the table, speaking gravely. The matters concerning the ghostly evil are far more intricate than you can imagine, especially with this recent surge of ghosts likely positioning Jiangning as the focal point of all of Huaxia. Furthermore, it is highly probable that Jiangning may become Tianxia's target in the future. I will arrange for Minister Zhan to remain stationed in Jiangning. You must remain vigilant at all times. With not a hint of negligence, the crowd was taken aback, swiftly grasping Minister Li's implications. Given the current strength of the underworld, whatever Tianxia intends to do poses no real threat to the master of the monitoring heaven division. Yet for ordinary citizens, it would be an unbearable burden. If Jiangning finds itself in the eye of the storm, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for its populace. The master of the monitoring heaven division may protect the people, but cannot shield everyone. Just as in this instance, even with the four great ghost kings of the underworld present, many lives were still lost in the ghostly tide. They, as ghost tamers, could not rely solely on divine protection. Safeguarding Jiangning is also their responsibility. Should Tianxia begin to target Jiangning, it will be an exceedingly severe test for them as ghost tamers. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison, their expressions grave, even though their minds brimmed with unasked questions. They understood one thing. Even if they were to fall in battle, they must protect Jiangning at all costs. In the underworld, after a night of cleansing, the small meatball's blackened skin faded once more, transforming into a soft pink hue. Only those hollow eyes remained unchanged. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before gently brushing his fingers over the small meatball's eyes, with a flash of golden light. Two distinctly black and white pupils suddenly appeared in those hollow sockets. These were not actual eyes, but rather an illusion created by Qin Feng using his merit power. Eye in his eyes, the small meatball's form remained unaltered. Yet ordinary people could not perceive this transformation. Let us go. I shall take you out for some fresh As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, he felt a weight in his arms and quickly embraced the small meatball that had leapt into his embrace. Fresh air.